The successor of the Flame Emperor arrived at the ancestral star of humanity, bringing with him the burning technique. What kind of sparks will be ignited by the collision of the heavenly shield law and the burning technique? Two disparate systems. Inheriting life, once more, should have been a joyous occasion. Yet being reborn as a mere background character in a familiar world devoid of family, lineage, physique, or martial arts left Yan Qingshan feeling profoundly unsettled. Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Qingshan. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Yan Qingshan was roused from slumber by the insistent beeping of an alarm clock. However, upon awakening, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Pain coursed through his body, an excruciating torment, particularly in his left shoulder, where even the slightest movement sent waves of agony surging through him. Electronic intelligence. Dawn, at your service. In a haze, he heard a familiar yet somewhat foreign electronic voice resonating in his mind. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his mind swirling with a chaotic torrent of information. Fighting Qi, Northwestern Continent, Gamma Empire, Beast Mountain Range, Qingshan Town, 10,000 Medicine Hall, Herb Gathering Team, Mercenary Corps. Hiss. When Yan Qingshan regained consciousness, he still felt groggy. Struggling to sit up against the wall, the effort elicited a grimace of pain from his lips as his left shoulder throbbed intolerably. With his eyes open, he surveyed the unfamiliar environment, the alien place names, and the jumbled memories that were both familiar and strange. All of this unmistakably signaled that he had traversed into a world that seemed to belong to a novel, the continent of Fighting Qi. This was a realm dedicated to the cultivation of Fighting Qi, devoid of the flamboyant magic one might expect. Here, only the pinnacle of martial prowess thrived. His current identity was not that of a descendant of any prominent family, nor did he bear any extraordinary ancestral lineage. He was merely a scion of a mercenary family, occupying the lowest rungs of the Fighting Qi continent. Orphaned, he fit the archetype of protagonists in many stories, yet without the backdrop of deep-seated enmity. One could only remark that life was seldom easy for the weak. Dawn scanned my entire bodily condition. After shaking off the fog in his mind, Yan Qingshan struggled to realign his worldview, reluctantly accepting his circumstances. Though he was uncertain why the knowledge in his mind had followed him, he swiftly turned to utilize his intelligence system. This was an epic-making invention, heralding humanity's entry into a new era, one characterized by unprecedented efficiency. Recording, storing, analyzing. The auxiliary capabilities of Dawn, with its formidable computational prowess, enable humanity to undertake tasks of greater intensity and precision. Dawn was capable of centering itself around its human subject, meticulously documenting everything sensed in the environment, including sounds, images, scents, and even genetic data for analysis. Scientists had integrated a novel program into the human brain through external information sources, granting the mind a powerful auxiliary intelligence known as Dawn. Dawn was undoubtedly a landmark invention of the century, and the initiative to promote it was dubbed the Dawn Project, symbolizing the hope of entering a new age, allegedly intertwined with the mythical realm of the divine domain of souls. Initially, Yan Qingshan believed these claims to be mere rumors, but it now appears that they are not baseless. Conjectures. Cough, cough. Leaning against the headboard, he took a deep breath. Shaking his heavy head, he needed a moment of quietude to truly digest the events that had transpired in his life. Beep, beep, beep. The operation of the Dawn approached a critical point, causing his head to throb with discomfort. The torrent of information surged chaotically through his mind, granting him a semblance of the extraordinary memory experienced by prodigies in his previous life, akin to the distress of hyperthymesia. Your limbs have sustained minor injuries. Your left shoulder is severely damaged, with a fractured clavicle. After consuming the superior blood-replenishing healing powder, it is anticipated to heal in approximately 172 hours. A three-dimensional model materialized in his mind, as if a waterfall of numerical data cascaded, ultimately coalescing into detailed information. Existing optimal healing plan 1. Baijian flower, withered bone grass, yellow lotus essence, celestial vine. I truly did not anticipate encountering such an experience traversing realms. Yet, fortune smiles upon me. I am an apprentice physician. As Yan Qingshan breathed deeply, the residual pain lingered, but after calming his emotions, he felt considerably more at ease. The prospect of an accelerated healing plan was nothing short of fortuitous for him. As an apprentice physician at the Wan Medicine Hall in Qingshan Town, he may be insignificant to the great figures of the continent, but this identity held great value for him, surpassing that of an ordinary mercenary or a member of a minor family. The Dawn's operation relies on a database, which, in turn, is constructed upon a foundation of knowledge. His status as an apprentice physician endowed Yan Qingshan with an extensive understanding of fundamental medicinal substances, making this knowledge exceedingly precious to him. The plan provided by the Dawn was derived from a comprehensive analysis of his existing conditions. The Baijian flower, withered bone grass, and yellow lotus essence were all readily available within the Wan Medicine Hall and were not particularly rare herbs, making them easily obtainable. This constituted the best course of action for his current situation. Now that I have a healing plan, the next step is to procure the medicinal materials. Fortunately, this original body still possesses the identity of an apprentice physician, allowing for a monthly quota of medicinal materials, which is quite convenient. Struggling to sit up, Yan Qingshan noted that the powders from the Wan Medicine Hall were effective. He should be able to walk with the aid of a cane without issue. What's this yellow lotus essence? As he prepared to rise, Yan Qingshan noticed something clutched in his hand, a pale, yellow medicinal substance resembling yellow essence. Simultaneously, a flurry of memories flashed through his mind. Something feels amiss. Could it be? Just as Yan Qingshan felt relieved that his healing costs had diminished, he realized that a single piece of yellow lotus essence, though a basic material, could fetch over 100 gold coins at the apothecary, making it quite valuable. Yet, gazing at this piece, he instinctively sensed something was not right. Cautiously, he scraped his fingernail across the surface of the yellow lotus essence, revealing a hint of a blood-red hue beneath its slightly yellowed exterior. This is blood lotus essence. Yan Qingshan's gaze fell upon a barely discernible crimson hue, and he quickly brought it to his nose to inhale deeply. A strange, somewhat metallic scent filled his nostrils, invigorating him and adding a glimmer of brilliance to his eyes. Blood lotus essence. It truly is blood lotus essence. This will expedite my recovery. Unable to contain his elation, Yan Qingshan rejoiced. The proposal from Dawn was the best under the current circumstances, and the materials listed were either within his possession or easily obtainable. Anything rare or unattainable would have been automatically filtered out of consideration. Previously, without the blood lotus essence, he had not contemplated it in his plans. However, with its emergence in his grasp, a new strategy unfolded naturally, affording him a superior approach. Blood lotus essence, an exceedingly rare and high-grade medicinal ingredient, typically grows alongside yellow lotus essence, yet its quantity is incredibly scarce. The two appear almost identical, but their values and effects are worlds apart. Yellow lotus essence is merely an ordinary low-grade material, while blood lotus essence is a precious and rare high-grade ingredient, difficult to detect due to its deceptive appearance, making it nearly non-existent in circulation. The yellow lotus essence Yan Qingshan initially saw it would have aided in hastening the healing of his wounds, yet compared to blood lotus essence, its efficacy was negligible. With this blood lotus essence in hand, he could recover swiftly without leaving any hidden injuries, thus sparing himself the arduous task of over 170 hours, spanning more than 7 days. Brother Qingshan, why have you gotten up by yourself? As Yan Qingshan struggled to rise from the head of the bed, a voice called out from behind him. The girl's tone sounded somewhat familiar, and upon looking up, he recognized a delicate face that was both familiar and intriguingly foreign. Little medical fairy. He tentatively addressed the girl, who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a light white gown. Though her beauty was not breathtaking, she possessed a rare charm. Her serene smile radiated a fresh and ethereal aura, infusing her with a unique allure that set her apart. This girl was an orphan adopted by the owner of the 10,000 Medicine Hall, and she was also an apprentice physician, known as the Little Medical Fairy, a name as delightful as. Her demeanor. Brother Qingshan, what are you planning to do? Seeing Yan Qingshan seemingly preparing to venture out, the Little Medical Fairy hurried to his side, gently placing her delicate hands on his arm to steady him and prevent a fall. Boss Yao has said that in your condition, you need to rest. Well, it would be wise to minimize movement. While she did not refuse to assist him, she could not help but voice her concerns during the process, her intentions purely rooted in worry for his injuries. Here we are at the pharmacy, Brother Qingshan. Take this cane, I have other matters to attend to. After guiding Yan Qingshan to the pharmacy, the Little Medical Fairy fetched a cane for him, flashed a radiant smile, and then turned to assist in the front hall. Yan Qingshan gazed at her retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. Such a charming and ethereal being truly inspires a sense of tenderness, making it hard to imagine inflicting any harm upon her. It is no wonder that so many mercenaries in the original tale were enamored by her allure. Chapter 2. The Healing of Wounds. This unexpected progress felt almost surreal. Could it be that Lady Luck had smiled upon him? In the backyard of the Wan Yao Zhai, Yan Qingshan gazed at the table where a blood-tinged emerald crystal core lay before him. It was as if he were dreaming. Everything had unfolded too favorably today. After acquiring the blood lotus essence, the dawn of clarity in his mind naturally offered an enhanced healing method. While other items were relatively easy to procure, he required a first-tier magic core that resonated with his own elemental affinity, specifically, a wood-type core to provide the necessary energy. Magic cores, being the crystallized energy of magical beasts, are unique to the continent of Dou Qi, possessing immense value yet difficult to obtain. Firstly, magical beasts are formidable. A combatant of the same tier would typically struggle against a first-tier beast. Secondly, for lower-tier magical beasts, acquiring their cores often hinges on luck. The cores of first- and second-tier beasts are particularly troublesome. It is not uncommon for a mercenary group to slay over 10 first-tier magical beasts only to end up empty-handed. The first-tier wood-type magic core in Yan Qingshan's possession belonged to a creature known as the Qingmu wolf, which reaches its first-tier status upon maturity. Qingshan Town, colloquially referred to as the Beast Town, does not present a significant challenge in acquiring magic cores, and Yan Qingshan initially planned to venture out to purchase one. However, the core he currently held was not bought. It was a trophy from his recent encounter. Perhaps fortune had favored him. For the Qingmu wolf fortuitously possessed a magic core that precisely met his requirements, thus sparing him considerable trouble. With the blood lotus essence, withering bone grass, celestial star vines, blazing pepper, and this first-tier magic core powder, Yan Qingshan meticulously processed each herb using specific techniques. With the dawn of clarity guiding him, his movements were steady, and his methods could be described as exemplary. The steaming bathwater in the room transformed into a concoction rich with medicinal aromas as he skillfully crushed the magic core into fine powder. Gradually, he let the powder cascade down the edge of the tub, blending seamlessly with the murky medicinal brew within. The sensitivity of magical beasts surpasses that of ordinary beings. The Qingmu wolf had targeted the very blood lotus essence in his possession. The wolf had frantically charged through a throng of combatants to assault him, a mere apprentice healer. An action that was indeed unusual, yet it made sense if motivated by the desire for the essence. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped death and acquired the carcass of the Qingmu wolf. Although his injuries were indeed severe, with the blood lotus essence and first-tier magic core, the benefits outweighed his misfortunes. With great caution, Yan Qingshan began to unwrap the bandages from his wounds. The gruesome bite marks left behind grotesque punctures, with the deepest revealing a blood-stained, pallid collarbone. Even with the optimal healing method at his disposal, once healed, he would inevitably carry lingering injuries in his left shoulder, necessitating prolonged recuperation and subsequent treatment. This was entirely contingent upon the materials available. However, as he extracted the blood lotus essence and carefully sliced open a small portion of its skin, a glistening, blood-like liquid began to seep out, as if the essence were perspiring from its pores. In an instant, a surge of crimson light manifested upon his shoulders, a prickling sensation and acute pain engulfing his nerves. His right hand, which clutched the precious blood lotus essence, nearly destroyed this invaluable herb. Hastily placing the scarcely depleted essence into a wooden box he had prepared, Yan Qingshan then plunged into the bath. Upon entering his wound, a single drop of the blood lotus essence rapidly disseminated, its energy penetrating through the injury into the myriad meridians of Yan Qingshan's body, ultimately forming interwoven layers of sanguine membranes, with the most intense crimson emanating from the 2 rows of wolf fang wounds. With both hands gripping the edge of the bath, his visage turned ashen, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling violently. A trickle of blood began to seep from the skin surrounding the wounds, and within the blink of an eye, the area was coated in a layer of vivid red blood, creating a most terrifying sight. Shortly after filling the gaping wound on his left shoulder, this blood began to coagulate rapidly on his skin's surface, culminating in a blood-colored scab. His wounds were sealed within this layer, which expanded outward along the injury. The medicinal properties taking effect, Yan Qingshan silently endured the agony brought on by the swift healing of his wounds. The veins in his hands bulging as he gripped the bath's edge, his teeth clenched to prevent injuring his tongue on the coarse fabric. He forced himself to remain conscious, sitting upright with his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, circulating energy throughout his body, ensuring that no excess medicinal power would recklessly overflow and harm him. Dawn, display my precise statistics. Yan Qingshan awoke once more, feeling the abundance of battle aura coursing through him. With a thought, a stream of information rapidly materialized in his mind. Host, Yan Qingshan. Strength, 07. Status, healthy. Agility, 06. Mental power, 73. It seems prudent to avoid being overly greedy. As he moved his limbs, the sensation of health was indeed invigorating. After a prolonged illness, his body had been lethargic. Though he had only taken a few steps, it greatly alleviated his overall discomfort. Having lived again, Now in a perilous fantasy world, evasion would serve no purpose in ensuring his safety. Stretching his muscles, Yan Qingshan began to contemplate his future. Since he had been granted a second chance, he must plan for what lies ahead. In the continent of battle aura, the strong are revered. If I wish to forge my own path, I must acquire techniques, resources, and wealth, each being indispensable. Donning the azure robe from a hanger, he stepped out of his room. A gentle breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing chill, yet he felt none of it, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Wealth and resources could be procured, but techniques, especially advanced ones, are what determine one's potential. Conventional means appeared bleak for me. Thus, it seemed I had only one recourse. Theoretically, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to acquire advanced techniques, akin to scaling a mountain. However, nothing is absolute. The continent of battle aura is vast. Home to myriad races, and due to its expansive territory, many unknown hermits exist in obscurity. These venerable hermits, before the twilight of their lives, may choose to conceal the techniques they have cultivated throughout their existence, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual to uncover them. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a saying: should you find yourself tumbling off a cliff and into a cavern, do not despair, take 2 steps forward, for you may yet emerge as a formidable force. This adage rings true, as history is replete with tales of individuals who have ascended to greatness through serendipitous encounters. At this moment, facing the gentle breeze, Yan Qingshan gazes toward the distant, serpentine mountain ranges of the Beast Mountain Range, a paradise for adventurers and a resting place for the departed. The Wan Yao Pavilion is preparing to venture into the Beast Mountain Range for herb gathering, with 17 spots available for those who possess a strength of at least 2-star fighters. Everyone sees the opportunity. In the heart of Qingshan Town, outside the Wan Yao Pavilion, a lengthy line of mercenaries jostles for position, each eagerly craning their necks in hopes of being selected. With only 17 spots available, at least 20 individuals have gathered. This is a routine herb gathering event held monthly by the Wan Yao Pavilion, invariably attracting numerous mercenaries eager to participate. Brother Qingshan, are you truly alright? In front of the Wan Yao Pavilion, Yan Qingshan sits atop a cart, accompanied by the anxious young healer, who bears a worried expression. They are the leaders of this herb gathering expedition. Naturally, the apprentices of the Wan Yao Pavilion cannot solely engage in theoretical study without practical application. An apprentice, lacking the requisite skill to treat patients, typically does not preside over such operations, though it is common for them to assist in herb gathering. Every herb gathering expedition must include either a physician or an apprentice to ensure that the collected materials meet the required standards, preventing the loss of medicinal properties due to improper gathering. The Beast Mountain Range is fraught with peril. Even a sizable team can encounter injuries. Such moments provide the apprentice with invaluable experience and opportunities to hone their skills. At nearly 15, Yan Qingshan has already led several herb gathering teams, although he suffered a grievous injury during the last expedition. In contrast, the petite young healer, still under 12, is participating for the first time. The greedy and stringent boss Yao of the Wan Yao Pavilion finds few seasoned physicians willing to oversee the gathering teams. Once an apprentice has solidified their foundational skills, the responsibility is often entrusted to them. Initially, due to Yan Qingshan's injury, Boss Yao intended to assign the young healer, noted for her exceptional medical skills, to lead the herb gathering. However, Yan Qingshan, still ostensibly recuperating, voluntarily offered to assist, having already recovered but feigning injury to avoid suspicion. After some contemplation, Boss Yao acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of experienced guidance for the inexperienced healer. Nevertheless, this time, the number of mercenaries recruited by Boss Yao has increased, coupled with strict instructions to safeguard the cart. Chapter 3. The Beast Mountain Range. There's nothing to worry about. Yan Qingshan gently shakes his head and smiles at the girl. His injuries had long since healed, yet he continues to wrap his wounds to maintain the guise of convalescence, fearing that others might become suspicious. After all, his previous injuries had been quite severe. One could not simply recover fully without arousing the curiosity of others, revealing secrets concealed within. As Yan Qingshan conversed with the little medic, the personnel of the Wan Yao Zhai had also successfully arranged for the recruitment of mercenaries. The eagerness of these mercenaries stemmed not only from the safety of herb gathering compared to hunting magical beasts, along with its substantial rewards, but also from other underlying motives. Wan Yao Zhai is the largest apothecary in Qingshan Town, and forging connections here could prove invaluable in times of need. Amidst the tranquil forest, a large group moved silently, their vigilant gazes sweeping through the shadows cast by the surrounding trees. Hands gripped weapons at their waists, ever ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. As seasoned mercenaries who had navigated the Beast Mountain Range for many years, even though many were collaborating for the first time, they maintained a fundamental understanding amongst themselves. Through exchanged glances, they could discern signals that indicated both danger and safety. "Where have we arrived?" Yan Qingshan inquired, peering down at the map from the confines of a simple cart. As the leader of the herb-gathering expedition and a patient himself, his treatment was naturally the most favorable. "It seems we are here. We must be following this route." The little medic approached, having overheard his words, and pointed to one of the many red-marked lines on the map. Yan Qingshan compared it with his mental recollection of the route, confirming the position but needing to clarify with others. "This route has quite a few cliffs," Yan Qingshan remarked, glancing at the notations on the map. His gaze wandered left and right, deepening his impression of the surroundings, particularly the steep cliffs adjacent to the path. "It seems that the mountainous paths with numerous cliffs are rather challenging, and there won't be many grassy valleys abundant with medicinal herbs. Wasn't this route chosen by you, Brother Qingshan?" The little medic observed her surroundings, puzzled by Yan Qingshan's comments. "Perhaps I'm just a bit muddled." Yan Qingshan chuckled, diverting from the previous topic. "So, how do you feel about this outing, little medic?" Feeling a bit shy, the little medic lowered her head. "I'm all right. I must thank you, Brother Qingshan, otherwise I would have been quite flustered." "There's no need for thanks. It's only natural to help each other," Yan Qingshan reassured her. The little medic, a beauty with a cool exterior yet warmth within, need not rush. Rather, savoring the moment would prove to be far more enjoyable. With a silent chuckle, Yan Qingshan shifted his thoughts elsewhere, scrutinizing the scattered markings of cliffs on the map, feeling a tinge of bitterness. It was clear he had been overly naive. This modest map only depicted the outer regions of Qingshan town near the Beast Mountain range, with well over 100 prominent peaks marked, alongside countless more that were uncharted. The Beast Mountain range is vast and replete with innumerable peaks. The periphery alone, close to Qingshan town, boasts 8 different entry routes, many of which diverge towards various paths. Each herb-gathering expedition not only required visiting previously discovered herbal sites, but also carried the responsibility of exploring new routes. The last time Yan Qingshan and his companions uncovered a valley teeming with a bounty of yellow lotus essence, they had just stumbled upon it. Unaware that a pack of wild wolves, including over 10 first-tier magical wolves, would be lurking there. Although the wolf pack was ultimately exterminated, the team suffered significant losses. Among the numerous paths, the sheer cliffs are a common feature of each route, varying in size. Searching for a way through would be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, this task must be undertaken, as it is the closest opportunity to acquire advanced martial arts techniques. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, a team of nearly 100 individuals is advancing slowly, with the renowned medicinal gathering team from the Wan Yao heavily guarded at the center. Surrounded like stars encircling the moon, Yan Qingshan meticulously organizes the work of everyone involved. Beside him stands the young medical prodigy, wearing a white dress, who straightens slightly to attentively listen and take notes, occasionally stealing glances at his profile. Yet, when he turns, she quickly averts her gaze, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, appearing quite flustered in the sweltering heat. Yan Qingshan finds her subtle actions amusing, with the aid of the Dawn's analysis. He has skillfully arranged the medicinal gathering team over the past few days, earning admiration not only from the Wan Yao members, but also from the mercenaries, who regard him with respect. The young girl, previously in charge of the team, has become utterly captivated by him, almost idolizing him. With a shy blush, she turns her head, her delicate features evoking a sense of endearment, her gaze slightly evasive yet furtively observant, reminiscent of a girl encountering her idol for the first time. Yan Qingshan taps on the wooden board of the cart he is seated on, beckoning the little medical prodigy to come and rest. "Sienner, come sit for a while," he calls out. She shakes her head and replies, "There's no need, Brother Qingshan, I'm still capable." Under the blazing sun, the heat is relentless, causing the travelers to quickly become parched and dry-mouthed. A sweat-drenched mercenary with a bald head approaches the cart. "Qingshan, this weather is unbearable. Ahead lies a medicinal field. Although it has only been less than 3 months since it was last harvested, we must take a break." This bald mercenary, named Mengba, is the leader of a mercenary squad in Qingshan town, possessing commendable skills as a 5-star fighter. "Mengba, let's hasten our pace so we can rest in the woods up ahead," Yan Qingshan responds, glancing at the little medical prodigy, who continues to sweat profusely. He hands her a flask of fresh water and nods toward Mengba, acknowledging the discomfort of the blazing sun. The mercenaries, clad in heavy armor, endure even greater heat than the medicinal gathering team, making them more susceptible to sweating and dehydration, which significantly impacts their combat effectiveness. Indeed. The Beast Mountain range is fraught with peril. Along the journey, the team has encountered 3 waves of magical beasts and several groups of wild animals. Fortunately, With the protection of numerous mercenaries, the injuries have been minimal and not severe, easily treated with basic bandaging. As the mercenaries approach the woods, their movements create a considerable noise, but this is intentional. The safest paths through the Beast Mountain range are those established over time by the mercenaries, with minimal and low underbrush that conceals little danger. While the forests flanking the mountain roads are indeed dense and cool, they also harbor wild and magical beasts, necessitating utmost caution with each entry into the woods. As if on cue, a formidable band of mercenaries stirred the tranquility of the forest, only to swiftly find themselves ambushed. Everyone be cautious. There are 3 red-eye snakes to the left, 5 in the center, 2 to the right, and 4 trailing behind. Yan Qingshan warned the mercenaries in a clear voice. The Dawn had activated its alarm and reconnaissance features the moment they commenced their operation. With his heightened perception, he effortlessly identified the type and trajectory of the attacking beasts, accurately relaying the data within his line of sight. Several ethereal red shadows, propelled by a fierce rush, descended from the treetops. The red-eye snake, a first-tier magical beast of the ice attribute, is quite prevalent in the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Renowned for its ice spear attacks, it harbors a chilling poison within its icy essence. Those afflicted without timely intervention would find their blood frozen within half a day, leading to certain death. This pack of red-eye snakes appeared to be a clan, their lair nestled among the treetops. They lay in ambush, poised to strike with lightning speed as the mercenaries stirred beneath them, launching their icy spears of poison. The assault of first-tier magical beasts is not to be trifled with. Although the mercenaries had anticipated a sudden attack upon entering the forest, they were unprepared for the swift and ferocious onslaught. 2 mercenaries, caught off guard, succumbed to the chilling poison, their faces turning ashen, limbs weakening as they collapsed, exhaling frigid vapor as if frozen in ice. After vanquishing the dozen or so red-eye snakes, the 2 severely injured mercenaries, along with several others wounded in the skirmish, were escorted to the herbal medicine team. Yan Qingshan and the little medicine sage diligently administered treatment, wrapping their wounds and providing the affected 2 with a dose of Huanglian powder, encouraging them to mobilize to prevent any lingering injuries. Yan Qingshan, having assessed the symptoms of the injured, devised corresponding treatments. As he needed to maintain the guise of being unhealed, he entrusted the care of the mercenaries to his apprentice, allowing them an opportunity to gain experience. Meanwhile, the little medicine sage took a hands-on approach, her smile radiating warmth as she delicately treated the other mercenaries, embodying an almost sacred aura. The high esteem and status she would later attain in Qingshan Town are inextricably linked to her character and actions, while Yan Qingshan tended to the wounded. Aside from a portion of mercenaries forming a perimeter around the herbal team, others resumed their pathfinding efforts, with a few assigned to clear away the carcasses of the red-eye snakes. Chapter 4. The Cunning Fox's Ambush. Boss, look, a magic core. Suddenly, a mercenary exclaimed with exhilaration, raising a blood-streaked white crystal core high above his head. The first-tier red-eye snake is not particularly strong among magical beasts, but the emergence of a magic core from the carcasses of these 10 snakes was indeed a stroke of luck. It is worth noting that returning empty-handed from the wilderness after incurring heavy losses is not an uncommon occurrence. The man's shout naturally drew many gazes, with everyone looking on enviously at the magic core in his hand. Be careful. At this moment, Yan Qingshan, who had just been instructing a novice apprentice and bandaging a mercenary, suddenly sensed a hint of danger. He swiftly seized his strong crossbow, ensuring the safety mechanism was engaged while holding it aloft with his left hand. With his right hand, he adjusted the aim and promptly pulled the trigger. As the auxiliary calculation function activated, data such as wind speed, distance, and the speed and trajectory of the approaching assailant continuously updated in his vision, allowing him to calculate the necessary angle and path for his shot. With a sharp whoosh, a bolt from the Wolf Fang crossbow whizzed past the mercenary's cheek. Simultaneously, from the thicket just 4 paces behind the mercenary, a verdant shadow suddenly sprang forth, claws bared, lunging toward the mercenary's back. This creature, adorned in green fur and possessing an elongated, agile body reminiscent of a wolf but more diminutive, moved with remarkable swiftness. Its foul, elongated mouth, lined with gleaming fangs, dripped with saliva, while its crimson tongue was covered in sharp spines. The Cunningwood Fox, a first-tier wooden attribute magical beast, was of medium size, yet possessed considerable intelligence, making it a crafty adversary difficult to kill. It excelled in stealthy ambushes, moving like the wind and retreating with lightning speed, rarely striking first. However, this time, it was evidently targeting the magic core. Yan Qingshan's loud shout was abrupt. Most had not yet reacted when the Wolf Fang bolt was already airborne. The bolt grazed the mercenary's cheek in a graceful arc, piercing the gaping maw of the Cunningwood Fox, penetrating its throat and impaling its body. nearly transfixing the creature entirely. The fox, struck by the bolt, continued forward due to its momentum, crashing into the bewildered mercenary and sending him stumbling to the ground. The emerald fox writhed, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth, soon falling silent. "Get up, will you?" Mangba bellowed, rushing to the nearly stunned mercenary and pulling him upright. After a careful examination, he confirmed that the man was merely in shock and had sustained no significant injuries before pushing him away. Mangba gripped the cunning-wood fox by the nape, extracting the wolf fang bolt by its tail feathers. After ascertaining the beast's demise, he probed into its mouth with 2 fingers, searching the upper jaw with disappointment before shaking his head and turning to carry the corpse back to Yan Qingshan. "Such a pity, Qingshan. This cunning-wood fox did not possess a magic core. However, your shot was truly remarkable, piercing its throat and innards without damaging a single strand of fur. The pristine pelt of this cunning-wood fox is worth no less than a magic core." Mangba placed the fox's corpse beside Yan Qingshan and produced a cloth to wipe the blood from the wolf fang bolt. "This crossbow bolt is indeed impressive, though it is rare to find someone who wields it as skillfully as you do. It shows little sign of damage and can be reused. Not bad." With the flesh, blood, and bones of the azure wolf already prepared for processing, he found himself with a newfound wealth. The sharpest fangs of the azure wolf had led him to commission a set of wolf fang bolts, and he had spent a considerable sum acquiring a powerful crossbow capable of injuring magical beasts. After such extensive practice, he had finally begun to see results. "Your keen sight and vigilance are truly remarkable. I had failed to notice the cunning fox, yet your quick response was fortuitous. In the Yang family, he stands as the sole pillar, devoid of brothers, and the child is not yet 10 years old. Should anything happen to him..." Mangba assisted Yan Qingshan in handling the cunning fox's remains, ensuring the preservation of its valuable pelt. While working, he unconsciously rambled on, only to suddenly fall silent at the end, casting a worried glance at Yan Qingshan, seemingly sensing he had spoken out of turn. In the outside world, one must indeed exercise caution. Yan Qingshan merely shook his head. Mangba's observations regarding Yang Wu were all too common in Qingshan town. The Yan family had faced a similar plight, perhaps even more dire. In the 2 years following his father's passing, Yan Qingshan had endured considerable hardship. Had he been the original owner of this body, he might have been overwhelmed by nostalgia. Yan Qingshan took a piece of coarse leather and meticulously wiped each arrowhead from his quiver, though his peripheral vision remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for danger. Mangba was correct. Yan Qingshan indeed possessed an extraordinary ability to sense peril. The Dawn had bestowed upon him remarkable abilities, including heightened perception and observational prowess, functioning similarly to an amplified safety distance. For the average person, even an expanded perception would only extend to about a meter. Yet he had encountered formidable individuals in his past life whose perception encompassed everything within their sight. Even when facing away from the unseen, they maintained clarity of awareness exceeding that of ordinary folk tenfold. Upon awakening, Yan Qingshan discovered that his mental acuity, particularly in terms of perception, far surpassed that of others. Everything within a 10-meter radius was almost vividly observable. Even the invisible could be discerned through the sounds of the wind and scents, allowing him to construct a corresponding mental image with remarkable clarity. This was why he had chosen to venture into the mountains under such rudimentary conditions in search of a cave's hidden opportunities. He believed that, with his unique perceptual abilities and by investing sufficient time and energy, he could uncover valuable clues, ensuring that when he was capable, he would not waste time in a slow search. The attacks from the crimson ice snake and the cunning fox were merely the beginning. This shaded jungle harbored numerous magical beasts, presenting ever-present dangers that left everyone in a state of disarray. Naturally, most magical creatures, upon hearing the commotion caused by Yan Qingshan and his companions, opted to flee rather than confront them directly. However, some stubborn ones chose to engage the mercenaries head-on. After a group of mercenaries encircled and dispatched a serpentine leopard, they finally paused to establish a rudimentary camp for rest. This modest forest did not require much space for a team of over 100 to recuperate. They need not be excessive. Simply clearing a patch to drive away some magical beasts sufficed. Engaging in widespread slaughter would only attract higher-tier magical beasts, and even second-tier creatures were beyond their capacity to handle. The cart came to a halt beneath the canopy of a grand tree, and Yan Qingshan stepped down, his feet finally touching solid ground. The jarring journey had left him quite uncomfortable, though he needed to feign injury. It was only natural to stretch his legs and move about a bit. A solitary figure traverses the rugged terrain, and Yan Qingshan keenly perceives the subtle shifts in the gazes of the surrounding mercenaries. In this realm, where status is delineated by strength, displaying remarkable prowess garners respect and awe from others, a straightforward and unambiguous rule. With a single arrow, he vanquished a cunning wood fox, whether by fortune or skill. His actions and abilities were duly acknowledged, promising advantages for the tasks that lay ahead. The herbal gathering team comprised apprentices who diligently scoured the vicinity for medicinal plants, accompanied by several mercenaries seemingly eager to glean some knowledge. The apprentices, aware of their limitations, welcomed the presence of the mercenaries. For in the perilous expanse of the Beast Mountain Range, having allies nearby could prove invaluable in times of danger. As Yan Qingshan navigated through the throngs, he remained vigilant, attuned to the world around him. Upon emerging from the thicket, he was greeted by a steep cliff. Standing at the precipice, he gazed into the distance, where lush greenery flourished, painting a picturesque landscape. His eyes flitted across the cliff's edge, scanning intently, though to a discerning observer, it would be evident that his focus was primarily directed downward, as if in search of something elusive. Qingshan, what troubles your mind? A booming laugh erupted from behind him. Startled, Yan Qingshan turned, a smile breaking across his face. Uncle Mangba, what do you mean? I'm merely searching for medicinal herbs. Alas, this white orchid fruit is not yet ripe. He smacked his lips in disappointment, gesturing toward a nearby herb. At the cliff's edge, in the direction he indicated, a plant adorned with pale blossoms was gently unfurling its buds. At its center, fruits of a striking blend of red and green emerged, exuding a faint yet enticing aroma. This plant, nestled amidst the grass, appeared unremarkable among the surrounding white wildflowers, merely a tad larger than its companions. Without careful scrutiny, one might easily overlook its uniqueness. Indeed, it was the white orchid fruit, a mid-tier herb typically found at cliff's edges. While its yield was plentiful, these herbs were favored by avian beasts, often consumed before they could fully mature, rendering them a rarity among mid-tier medicinal plants. Mangba was not alone. The petite healer had joined him. Upon hearing Yan Qingshan mention the white orchid fruit, she swiftly approached, bypassing him to inspect the cluster of white blossoms. After a thorough examination, she raised her head. Disappointment etched across her features. What a pity. It remains unripe. A mature white orchid fruit would turn entirely red, and such a specimen could fetch no less than 4,000 gold coins at the apothecary guild. What? 4,000 gold coins? Mangba and another mercenary's eyes widened in disbelief as they pointed at the diminutive fruit. For such a tiny thing, that price is exorbitant. The petite healer pouted. A mature white orchid fruit is a sought-after mid-tier herb among many alchemists, particularly for cultivating magical beasts, hence its high value. Regrettably, this one is not ripe. Harvesting it would yield no benefit. Chapter 5. Analysis of the elixir formula. Listening to this, Mangba felt a tinge of disappointment. His palm, resembling a fan, scratched his bald head as he murmured to himself. Gathering herbs truly felt like a money-grabbing endeavor. Had he known earlier, he would have sent his little offspring to the Wan Yao to become an apprentice. Of course, he merely spoke in jest. Becoming a qualified medical apprentice was no easy feat. Even as an intern, the elimination rate was quite alarming. Those who lacked dedication or talent would be weeded out in the first round. Furthermore, the white orchid fruit was only discovered due to Yan Qingshan's remarkable observational skills. Even the little medical fairy recognized it only after Yan Qingshan pointed it out. A regular intern, even if Yan Qingshan were to indicate that cluster of white flowers, might not be able to identify it. Yan Qingshan, with the corner of his eye, scanned the surroundings before turning to Mangba and inquired, "By the way, Uncle Mangba, what brings you to me?" Mangba smacked his forehead and pushed Yang Wu forward. "It's not me who sought you out, but this Yang Wu, here to express his gratitude." Yang Wu, the mercenary whom Yan Qingshan had just saved, cautiously handed over a brilliantly polished white crystal core. His demeanor tinged with apprehension as if fearing rejection. "Brother Qingshan, I must thank you for saving my life. Please accept this as a small token of my esteem. No need for such formalities. We are all part of the same team, and helping one another is only natural. Let us not dwell on thanks." Yan Qingshan replied. "However, I would like to ask for your assistance in locating some wood attribute magical beasts. A first-level wood attribute magic core would prove beneficial to me." "All right then, you rascal." Yang Wu was about to say more when Mangba clapped him on the shoulder, interjecting as he pointed at Yan Qingshan and then at the little medical fairy, chuckling as he bid Yang Wu farewell. "Why, young Master Yan?" Having gathered a few ordinary herbs near the cliff, Yan Qingshan and the little medical fairy rejoined the group. What went unnoticed was the profound and inscrutable look in Yan Qingshan's eyes as he departed. At the northern entrance of Qingshan town, a fully loaded cart, flanked by over 100 guards, made its way to the Wan Yao. After settling the mercenaries' remuneration, the herb-gathering team entered Wan Yao with a cart full of medicinal materials. Beep, beep, beep. A faint sound of notifications echoed in Yan Qingshan's ears. His expression a blend of excitement and tension as countless streams of information intertwined in his mind. with several messages displaying various progress updates. Foundation building elixir. Purple leaf orchid. 2 5-year-old bone washing flowers. 1 level 1 with attribute magic core, 999. Qi gathering powder. 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses. 2 ripe snake saliva fruits. 1 approximately 20-year-old spirit gathering grass. And 1 level 2 water attribute magic core, 60. Blood. 1 clotting grass. 1 vitality fruit. 2 poppy flowers, 80. Blood lotus pill. Blood lotus essence. Ice spirit flame grass. Level 4 water attribute magic core, progress 20. 3 patterned blue spirit pill. Blue flame grass. Black tianma, 11. Earth spirit pill. Earth core fire mushroom. Dragon whisker ice fire fruit. Blue wood immortal vine. Level 6 water attribute magic core, 01. Yan Qingshan focused intently, awaiting the final moment with immense anticipation and anxiety. If he succeeded this time, it would affirm the validity of his thoughts, granting him the initial capital necessary to rise within the Dou Qi Continent. The computational mechanism of Dawn is predicated upon its cognitive database. As long as it has encountered the specific effects of the herbs, it can input them into a comprehensive dataset. Through the extrapolation and calculation of big data, it is indeed feasible to deduce a complete formula for the elixir. Indeed, this is a complete formula. The authentic recipe for the elixir encompasses not merely the proportions of the herbs, but also the methods of processing and meticulous steps involved. Even with this knowledge, alchemists frequently err. Merely knowing the ratios of the herbs without a thoughtful approach would lead to utter failure. Fortunately, he has Dawn, which, while incapable of achieving breakthroughs in scientific research, can conduct limitless extrapolations once sufficient data is amassed. Theoretically, it can derive all feasible plans and their effects. Moreover, Yan Qingshan still recalls the effects of several elixirs and some rudimentary steps. This familiarity significantly reduces the difficulty and duration of the extrapolation process, thereby greatly enhancing the likelihood of success. Naturally, for certain rare herbs, Yan Qingshan currently lacks access to the materials, cannot gather data from nature, and can only rely on simplistic descriptions from herb compendiums, rendering any extrapolation impossible. Additionally, his cognitive capacity is limited, necessitating a sequential approach to his work. The first 2 elixirs are his most urgent needs, thus they receive the highest level of scrutiny, with the crucial foundational elixir already in countdown mode. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the digits following the decimal point oscillate, the progress of the foundational elixir formula finally reaches 100%. Accompanied by a surge of information bursting forth in his mind, Yan Qingshan's smile broadens, resembling that of a child in delight. Foundational elixir. 3 stalks of purple leaf orchid grass, 2 5-year-old bone-cleansing flowers, and 1 level 1 wood-type magic core. Preparation method. The 3 stalks of purple orchid grass are to be pulverized and blended with fighting qi to extract the essence, followed by extreme agitation and soaking with the bone-cleansing flowers. The wood-type magic core is to be crushed and integrated into the concoction at a speed exceeding 1,500 revolutions per minute. Yet, given his current circumstances, Yan Qingshan cannot employ such methods. The powder he is able to produce is far more intricate and yields effects that pale in comparison to the foundational elixir. But it represents the pinnacle of what he can achieve under the present conditions. Nevertheless, he remains undaunted. Anything that can assist in the cultivation of fighting qi is immensely valuable. Indeed, he has struck a considerable fortune. 5 months later, as the year draws to a close in the Beast Mountain range, snowflakes flutter down, adorning the silver-clad peaks against the biting cold wind. The once bustling courtyard of the Wan Yao is now quiet, with fewer voices echoing through the hall, as the establishment observes a holiday for the new year. In the courtyard where Yan Qingshan resides, a figure sits cross-legged in a bathing tub, and as time flows by, he remains that same youth. After half a year of cultivation, although he often ventures outdoors, he spends significantly more time within the confines of his abode. Rarely basking in sunlight and frequently submerged in water, his skin appears exceptionally fair. While not conventionally handsome, he possesses a clean and attractive visage, exuding an ethereal quality. Breathe in, breathe out. Yan Qingshan circulated his fighting spirit, and the water in the bathtub rippled gently, vibrant colors dancing upon the surface. As he breathed in and out, strands of energy were drawn into his body, enhancing his essence. The pale green liquid transformed continuously, visibly thinning, while Yan Qingshan's fighting spirit grew increasingly robust. Eventually, he reached a pinnacle, nearing a threshold, and slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a cloud of murky air, a faintly dark mist seemed to shoot out like an arrow, extending nearly 3 feet. After concluding his practice, he felt a wave of lightness in his body, his fighting spirit having attained an extraordinary level. Yan Qingshan then moved inside the room, retrieving a jade-sealed vial from a locked cabinet. This vial, resembling warm jade, was not crafted from true jade, but rather from a superior wood known as BTTH, ideal for holding powdered substances. A month's time should suffice. But failure was not an option. Should he falter this time, it would take an indeterminate period to gather another set of materials. Bringing the vial close to his ear, he shook it cautiously, tension evident in his eyes. The ingredients required included 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 ripe serpent saliva fruits, a 20-year-old spirit gathering grass, and a level 2 water attribute magic core. The cost of these materials alone exceeded 50,000 gold coins, and the need for an alchemist was a burden he could not bear. Fortunately, aside from the water attribute magic core, the other components were sourced from the monster beast mountain range. According to the calculations of Dawn, this should be the most suitable concoction plan given his current resources. A month of infusion should be adequate to dissolve the most challenging water attribute magic core. Although the resulting potion would not match a true spirit gathering elixir, it should still replicate the effects of the spirit gathering liquid prior to forming a pill. With a heart full of trepidation, Yan Qingshan opened the sealed vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Even a mere whiff invigorated his fighting spirit. He gazed at the viscous, honey-like liquid within the vial, shimmering like glazed glass in hues of green and blue. With no time to hesitate after unsealing it, he swiftly consumed the potion. His concoction could not compete with elixirs. Once the seal was broken, its potency would begin to dissipate, making long-term storage impossible. Hence, he had to swallow it immediately upon confirming its success before attempting to break through to the fighter realm. Whether he could achieve this advancement was left to fate. Chapter 6. One-Star Fighter. In the tranquil courtyard room, the still air suddenly surged, and wisps of pale white spiritual energy seeped from the atmosphere, continuously entering Yan Qingshan's body, amplifying his fighting spirit. Clenching his teeth, he endured the clash of energies inside and outside his body. The spirit-gathering liquid he ingested began to take effect, as immense energy propelled the compression and sublimation of his fighting spirit. While this process was relatively safe, it was undoubtedly painful, especially for his meridians. Silently bearing the waves of sharp pain coursing through his veins, he found solace in his diligent training, not in vain. After prolonged immersion in medicinal baths, his physique had significantly strengthened. Though the discomfort was nearly unbearable, it had yet to impose a substantial burden on his body. Within the depths of his dantian, streams of pure energy derived from spiritual essence were fervently refined by his fighting spirit, amplifying his aura while continuously condensing and compressing his. The energy contained within was immensely vast, sufficient for a practitioner to attempt the breakthrough numerous times without the specter of failure looming large. Although the potion concocted by Yan Qingshan may not rival the authentic in efficacy, the energy it harbored was undoubtedly ample for a striving to ascend. Thus, the probability of success in his forthcoming attempt remained significantly high. As Yan Qingshan's burgeoned to its zenith, it reached a critical point where no further expansion was possible. At that moment, a transformation occurred within his dantian. The surging, in concert with his hand seals, rapidly contracted towards the. It was as though a vortex had manifested within his dantian, compressing countless energies into a singular point. In the instant that point began to rotate gently, he felt as though he transcended into a different state of existence, immediately perceiving the world anew. This was the essence of being lying in the frigid bath. The icy liquid stirred him from his stupor, and disregarding his moment of joy, he regained his composure, closing his eyes slightly to sense the state of his body. This introspection, a skill reserved for those who had attained the rank of, allowed him deeper insight into his internal condition. At present, within his, a palm-sized milky white vortex spun slowly, enveloped by a layer of nebulous milky energy. Light of dawn, reveal my precise data. A thought stirred within Yan Qingshan, and a stream of information swiftly illuminated his mind. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation level, 1 star. Strength, 13. Condition, fatigued. Agility, 12. Mental strength, 13. Time was of the essence. He needed to prepare swiftly. After a brief moment of sensing the power within him, his tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. His mouth slightly agape as he expelled a lingering, murky breath, his complexion regaining some color. Yan Qingshan sprang up, hastily tidying up his surroundings. After leaving a letter on the table, he retrieved his meticulously prepared satchel. As the first light began to appear on the horizon, he departed from under the cover of the still thick night, journeying northward into the monster beast mountain range. His clandestine exit from had long been planned, a scheme he had formulated months prior. He had meticulously packed his belongings and letter before today, resolved to leave immediately upon successfully breaking through to, deliberately minimizing contact with others. His caution bore fruit as he had arranged his plans prior to his breakthrough to avoid stirring up trouble. The town of Qingshan was a modest settlement, arguably among the most rudimentary human enclaves on the, surpassed only by less favorable mountain villages. Yet, within this small town, there were a notable number of, and even present. In the town of Qingshan, the majority of fighters achieve their breakthroughs only after the age of 20. Even the so-called prodigies of past generations, the youngest among them being merely 18 or 19, stand in stark contrast to Yan Qingshan, who is barely 15 and yet has never before reached such a milestone. Once word of his breakthrough spreads, it is certain that he will find himself at the center of attention, attracting countless envious gazes. Yan Qingshan has long been preparing for this eventuality, devising a meticulous plan that allows him to leave Qingshan town for a few days each month without raising suspicion. The Winter Beast Mountains are particularly desolate, especially after a snowfall, blanketed in a shroud of silver frost, with only a few resilient evergreen plants dotting the landscape with their patches of green. Amidst the interplay of withered yellows and pure whites, a series of footprints stretches deep into the mountains, leading to a young man clad in a grayish-white fox coat, wielding a combat knife with caution, none other than Yan Qingshan himself. At this pace, he estimates he will reach his destination by noon. Consulting his map and relying on his memory, Yan Qingshan confirms that he is on the right track, disguised as a herbalist venturing into the mountains during the snowy season. He progresses toward his objective, collecting considerable spoils along the way, with his pack now bulging, containing at least 1,000 gold coins worth of treasures. Yan Qingshan treads carefully, having meticulously planned his route, and thus far, the journey has been relatively safe. Any potential dangers have been sensed in advance, allowing him to avoid them. By noon, he arrives at a dense forest, beyond which lies a cliff, separated from the forest by a flat expanse of ground. Here, he pauses to set up camp. First, he establishes his campsite. Standing atop the cliff, he gazes out over the vast, snowy expanse. Cautiously, he does not rush to act. Instead, after gathering some firewood, he begins to set up his camp in the clearing. Although he has thoroughly checked for any prying eyes and found none, his cautious nature prevents him from descending the cliff directly. Instead, he adopts the behaviors typical of a winter herbalist, seeking a suitable spot to camp. Although it may be a bit early in the day, his actions do not appear out of place. In the depths of winter, the sun sets quickly. Herbalists venturing into the mountains differ from mercenaries. The latter often pursue beasts, while herbalists seek out medicinal plants and prioritize safety, preparing to camp early rather than waiting until they are ready to rest, as mercenaries do. After preparing his campsite, Yan Qingshan hides behind the shelter of his camp and begins to gather the necessary items. After confirming once more that no one is watching, he secures one end of a rope within his campsite and approaches the cliff's edge, carefully sliding down the rocky wall. He maneuvers carefully, pausing at a peculiar steep rock face, where a strange pine tree grows, extending from the cliff. Here, he finds a precarious spot to land. After the peculiar tree, there lay a chaotic tangle of withered vines and shrubs. Upon careful observation, one could discern the faint sound of the wind weaving through the crevices of these shrubs, revealing a concealed entrance, a discreet cave that would have eluded anyone not as vigilant as Yan Qingshan. A sense of danger surged within him. As he deftly parted the vines with one hand, a sudden chill coursed through his pores, and an instinctive alarm rang in his heart. He deftly propelled himself off the rock wall, ascending 3 feet, while his other hand flung a porcelain vial towards the encroaching assailant. With a swish, a serpent-like creature, camouflaged against the rock wall, lunged to strike, narrowly missing Yan Qingshan, yet shattering the porcelain vial he had cast. A delicate, fragrant powder dispersed into the air. It was a rock serpent. Utilizing the momentum, Yan Qingshan pressed himself against the wall and quickly adjusted his stance, gaining a clear view of his attacker, a first-tier magical beast. The rock serpent, known for dwelling within rocky crevices. The rock serpent possessed a soft, flattened body, adept at navigating through narrow fissures, and its wing-like form enabled it to glide between cliffs. This beast bore the attributes of an earth-based mutation, its body as resilient as stone, rendering it impervious to ordinary blades, a formidable adversary indeed. After its initial miss, the serpent coiled in midair before hissing menacingly at Yan Qingshan, its triangular eyes glinting with a savage light, emanating a dark yellow aura. With a hiss, the rock serpent lunged once more, its flattened, wing-like appendages propelling it towards Yan Qingshan, its gaping maw revealing jagged, glistening fangs that inspired dread. Just as the serpent closed the distance to less than a foot, he swiftly pivoted, gripping the rope as he evaded its strike, allowing it to crash into the rock wall, sending debris flying that stung his skin. Yan Qingshan remained vigilant. As he spun, he released another burst of powder from his hand, enveloping the area where the rock serpent had landed. The creature's frantic thrashing was abruptly curtailed, its body stiffening and wedged immobile within the crevice. Not daring to relax his guard, Yan Qingshan unsheathed his battle knife and prepared for a powerful strike. Cleaving through the exposed portion of the serpent's body, leaving its spine exposed. Despite the grievous injury, it merely twitched slightly, clearly on the brink of demise. Chapter 7. The Heart of the Lion King's Secret. This rock serpent proved to be a worthy foe, yielding a magical core. Yan Qingshan skillfully swung the rope to descend outside the cave entrance, retrieving the serpent's corpse. With a small knife, he meticulously sliced open its head, extracting a dark yellow crystal core. After securing the magical core, he approached the cave entrance once more. The hidden entrance was obscured by rubble and vines, concealing much of the space, barely allowing entry. After cautiously testing for threats, Yan Qingshan used his battle knife to carve out an accessible opening and leapt into the depths of the cave. Deep within the cavern, Yan Qingshan inserted a torch into the adjacent rock wall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until he soon discovered a soil-colored stone door nearby. Approaching it, he crouched down and, upon feeling a small protrusion, pressed his finger gently upon it. With a creaking sound, the stone door gradually began to rise. As it ascended, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, revealing the luminescence of moonlight stones. Although the light was dim, it dispelled the surrounding darkness, rendering the torch unnecessary for Yan Qingshan. After tossing a few stones without triggering any mechanisms, he cautiously entered the stone chamber, using the corpse of a rock serpent as a shield. The chamber appeared remarkably simple and spacious. The walls were adorned with moonlight stones for illumination, and at the center stood a solitary chair. Seated upon it was a skeletal figure, its pale skull dislodged and resting upon the thigh bone, facing the entrance in an eerily sinister manner. Before the skeleton lay a long, rectangular bluestone platform, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly arranged. In the other corners of the chamber, a considerable amount of gleaming gold coins and other precious treasures were heaped. The sheer quantity of coins was staggering, easily amounting to hundreds of thousands, alongside various valuable gold and silver artifacts, with a total worth of at least several million. In another corner, a small flower bed had been constructed from rare medicinal clay, nurturing a variety of flowers and herbs. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from high-grade herbs that were seldom found in the market. Indeed, in terms of value, these herbs, which were priceless and in short supply, were among the most treasured. The most precious among them was a unique plant at the center of the flower bed, displaying both white and red hues. Its white stems were adorned with crystalline-like formations, while its fiery red crown resembled a flickering flame. A gentle mist enveloped this plant, giving it an ethereal appearance, as if it resided in a realm of clouds and rainbows. This spirit herb, known as ice spirit flamegrass, was a top-tier medicinal material, akin to the blood lotus essence in Yan Qingshan's possession, and was essential for concocting the 5th-grade blood lotus pill. Yan Qingshan did not linger on the herbs and treasures, for although they were precious, they were not his immediate need. His true desire lay in the 3 locked stone boxes atop the bluestone platform. Approaching the remains of the chamber's master, he respectfully bowed and carefully retrieved 3 keys from the skeletal hand. The master of the stone chamber was evidently a benevolent predecessor, willing to leave opportunities for future generations, sparing Yan Qingshan the trouble of any trials. With the keys in hand, Yan Qingshan approached the bluestone table and sequentially unlocked the metallic locks on the 3 stone boxes. As he opened each box, their contents were revealed. The first contained a colorful scroll, the second a black scroll, and the third a pale blue scroll. Yan Qingshan's hand instinctively reached for the 3rd stone box. Upon opening it, an uncontrollable smile graced his lips, for it was indeed as he had anticipated. A notification chimed, indicating the discovery of unrecorded knowledge, prompting the initiation of a documentation process. Within, he uncovered an advanced mystical technique, the Lionheart King Art. Additionally, there were advanced combat techniques, the Roaring Lion's Chant, and a basic technique, the Phoenix Soaring Step, along with notes on combat energy training and the secret methods of the Lionheart King Art, as well as the crafting techniques for aerial combat skills. Joy radiated from Yan Qingshan's face as the Dawn quickly processed the records. As he had surmised, these contained the most essential techniques and combat skills passed down by the master of this stone chamber. In the original narrative, the 3rd stone box had been seized by the wolf-head mercenary corps of Qingshan Town, later coming into the possession of Mu Shi, who wielded the advanced combat technique, Roaring Lion's Chant. Although the original text did not mention the existence of the techniques, it was evident that the chamber's master intended to leave opportunities and legacies for future generations. It was implausible to leave behind only combat techniques while neglecting the critical combat energy methods. Many combat skills can only reach their full potential when paired with corresponding techniques. Thus, it was fitting that the third stone box affirmed Yan Qingshan's beliefs. The advanced mystical techniques were among the highest that could be found within the Gamma Empire. Regarding combat energy methods, one could cultivate even if the attributes were not entirely congruent. The efficiency might be somewhat diminished compared to those perfectly aligned with one's attributes. However, unless one were attempting to cultivate water-based techniques with a fire attribute, an utterly conflicting scenario, the efficiency would not be significantly lower, and it would certainly surpass that of lower-level techniques of the same attribute. This indicated that unless one could obtain a mid-level or higher wood attribute technique, the volume of the Lionheart King art represented his best choice at present. After calming his excitement, Yan Qingshan carefully examined the scroll of the Lionheart King art. It was an advanced technique that embodied unyielding lion-heartedness, consolidating the might of a ruler, transforming into the visage of a lion king. The Roaring Lion's Chant, an advanced combat technique, encompassed both energy and sound wave attacks, renowned for its formidable striking power. When mastered, the dual energies would merge into one, unleashing a fearsome roar capable of instilling terror, akin to the power of an earth-level low-tier technique. The Phoenix Soaring Step, a basic movement technique, also intrigued him. Remarkably, the Lionheart King art was devoid of attribute restrictions. After meticulously studying the descriptions of the Lionheart King art and the Roaring Lion's Chant, the joy on Yan Qingshan's face was unmistakable, and his heart soared with excitement. On the continent of combat energy, the vast majority of advanced techniques bore attribute limitations, signifying that a particular technique was best suited for specific attributes, much like the first technique in the original text, the flame art, which was tailored for fire attributes. Such attribute-specific techniques naturally yielded greater results for those with compatible physical attributes, though they were not entirely inaccessible to others. However, the efficiency of training with techniques of differing attributes would invariably be less than that of those aligned with one's own, resulting in less pure combat energy that could hinder the full expression of the technique and its true essence. In such circumstances, many core functions of various techniques remain utterly inaccessible to you. It is akin to a non-fire attribute individual attempting to cultivate the flame technique. You might find yourself incapable of harnessing rendering it a mere yellow-tier technique in your hands. In such a scenario, what value does your practice hold? Nevertheless, aside from these attribute-specific techniques, there exists another category, techniques that do not rely on a particular attribute, allowing individuals of all constitutions to cultivate them. However, such techniques generally present a greater challenge in terms of cultivation and may yield lesser enhancements in power compared to those aligned with specific attributes. Yet for Yan Qingshan at this moment, the Lionheart King technique is undeniably invaluable, for given his background and strength, without fortuitous opportunities, it would be impossible for him to obtain a Mystic Tier technique, let alone a high-level Mystic Tier 1. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, even for the most prestigious powers within the Jimar Empire. Unable to contain his inner excitement, Yan Qingshan settled into a meditative position within the stone chamber, channeling his internal fighting spirit to commence a transformation of his technique route. The high-level Mystic Tier technique is astonishingly superior to the Yellow Tier technique he had previously prepared. His pale yellow fighting spirit compresses and condenses into a vibrant green hue, his aura becoming increasingly refined. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, Yan Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of white light illuminating the stone chamber. As he rose, a gentle breeze swept through the space. Feeling invigorated and in exceptional condition, he stretched his body before redirecting his focus to the stone table. Upon it lay 2 additional stone boxes, each containing scrolls of resplendent colors, one a kaleidoscope of hues, the other pitch black, awaiting their new master. Upon discovering new knowledge, he commenced the recording and analysis work, creating a new folder titled 7-Colored Poison Cannon. The first scroll he retrieved was the vibrant 7-Colored Poison Cannon. The original occupant of this stone chamber was likely a physician or a poison master, one capable of leaving behind high-level Mystic Tier techniques and crafting high-level Mystic Tier flying techniques, possibly a Dou Huang powerhouse. The 7-Colored Poison Cannon documented the knowledge and accomplishments of this suspected Dou Huang expert regarding the realms of medicine and poison. The legacy of a Dou Huang's wisdom is an exceedingly precious treasure within the Jimar Empire. After recording the 7-Colored Poison Cannon, Yan Qingshan carefully stored it alongside the Lionheart King technique in his storage ring. This modest storage ring had cost him several thousand gold coins, a painful expenditure at the time, yet without it, how could he transport such treasures? Following the 7-Colored Poison Cannon, Yan Qingshan finally grasped the black scroll of the high-level Mystic Tier flying technique, the Eagle's Wing. This flying technique, among the rarest of auxiliary techniques on the continent, is better described as a crafted pair of wings that enables flight through the skies, an ability typically reserved for those who have reached the Dou Ling level. On the Fighting Spirit continent, only upon reaching the Dou Ling can one manage to float and glide briefly, achieving short distances of flight. True flight is attainable only for those who have attained the rank of Dou Wang, allowing their fighting spirit to manifest as energy wings, liberating them from the constraints of terrain. In the realm of martial prowess, the formidable fighters known as Dou Wang possess the ability to transform their fighting spirit into wings, granting them the capability of flight. However, this aerial combat technique is such that even those beneath the rank of Dou Wang may partake in its benefits. Chapter 8. The Azure Cloud Eagle Wings. Yan Qingshan gradually unfurled the scroll upon the table, revealing a pair of ominously dark eagle wings that sent a chill down one's spine, exquisitely etched onto the parchment. These wings, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, bore subtle hints of violet cloud patterns, resembling blackened iron infused with an unusual metallic essence. The wings appeared almost sentient as a gentle breeze caressed the scroll, causing the feathers to stir as though they were actual appendages. The Black Flame Azure Cloud Eagle, a fifth-tier flying magical beast, is said to possess the rare bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Its speed ranks among the finest of all flying magical creatures, exhibiting a cunning and ferocious nature that renders it exceptionally difficult to capture, residing solely in the southern regions of the continent known as the Cloud Storm area. Inscribed upon the scroll were words detailing the origins of the magical beast used for this eagle wing combat technique. A fifth-tier beast is equivalent to a Dou Wang. Yet this particular flying beast stands as a paragon among its peers, making it no less challenging to confront than a Dou Huang, thus affirming the prowess of its creator. The soul of the Eagle King. As Yan Qingshan caressed the illustration of the eagle wings, his formidable perception allowed him to sense the hidden, savage soul within the tome. The beast soul of the Black Flame Azure Cloud Eagle, akin to a spirit of the weapon, serving as the crux of this flying combat technique. With a steady mindset, Yan Qingshan activated the casting method of the unyielding Lionheart, as recorded in the Lionheart King's secret art, which took into account the potential inadequacies of future successors. The master of this stone chamber hailed from an ancient era, and the lineage of martial arts he bequeathed bore the imprints of numerous archaic secrets, including the unyielding Lionheart method, which appeared to encompass elements of spiritual cultivation. The Roaring Lion, an exceedingly rare technique that melds fighting spirit and sound waves, along with this flying combat technique, represents knowledge that has become exceedingly scarce in the current continent. With his mind attuned, Yan Qingshan placed both palms upon the scroll, and shortly after contact, a piercing shriek echoed, seemingly penetrating his very soul. His body involuntarily trembled, overwhelmed by a tingling sensation. The sharp cry hammered against his mind like a relentless drill. Yan Qingshan silenced his thoughts and steadied his spirit, embracing the tumultuous force as the gentle breeze caressed the mountain ridge, remaining steadfast and unyielding. He utilized the soul-piercing shriek to cultivate the unyielding Lionheart, quietly enduring the successive impacts. Even as his complexion paled and cold sweat beaded upon his brow, he displayed no inclination to relent, instead delving deeper into profound training. The violent howl receded like a tide, yet Yan Qingshan remained seated in meditation, fully absorbed in profound contemplation. The eagle wings depicted on the black scroll suddenly radiated an intense glow, the shades of violet and black growing ever more vibrant until they coalesced into two slender beams of purple-black light, which darted into Yan Qingshan's body like lightning. These beams ascended along his spine, pulling forth two exceedingly thin meridians. The excruciating pain of forcibly unblocking his channels caused fluctuations in Yan Qingshan's expression. Yet he refrained from struggling or expressing distress, continuing to meditate on the unyielding Lionheart, transforming this suffering into the nourishment for his burgeoning strength. An hour later, as if having emerged from the depths of water, Yan Qingshan opened his eyes. Supporting himself on the azure stone table, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet, a broad smile stretched across his lips, his face radiant with excitement. He had attained the rank of a 2-star fighter, a testament to the prowess of the advanced Xiantier cultivation technique. Unlike the protagonist of the original narrative, who benefited from a mentor's guidance and medicinal aids, Yan Qingshan was now practicing an advanced Xiantier technique, which was 5 levels higher than the initial low-level Huangtier technique he had previously employed. Even though his innate constitution did not entirely align with the technique, preventing him from achieving peak efficiency, the limitless attributes of the Lionheart King technique would not suffer from a low compatibility issue. The advanced Xiantier technique should sufficiently compensate for factors such as medicinal resources. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that Yan Qingshan's early cultivation speed would surpass that of Xiao Yan during his initial phase. at least more rapid than before he first evolved his technique. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, Yan Qingshan stood up, took a deep breath to calm the tumult within, and approached the seated skeleton to bow once more. He then carefully retrieved the remnant map of demon fire from the skeletal arm bone. A notification chimed. Unrecorded knowledge detected. Initiating analysis and establishing folder resolution 00001. To his astonishment, upon his palm's contact with the remnant map of demon fire, his Dawn database unexpectedly activated. This remnant map was, in fact, a repository of knowledge. However, unlike the easily comprehensible techniques and skills that were deliberately passed down, the data contained within this map required thorough analysis to decipher. Could it be that the remnant map harbored the legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Saint? This notion surfaced in Yan Qingshan's mind, for he possessed a greater understanding of the essence of this map than the average person. It was a contingency left behind by the pure Lotus Demon Saint after being rebuffed by the pure Lotus Demon Fire, containing the remnants of the Saint's soul, capable of erasing the current consciousness of the Demon Fire. Since this remnant map encompassed the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Saint's soul, it naturally held some fragments of the Saint's memories, which were the unknown knowledge detected by the auxiliary mind. However, this knowledge lay dormant within the slumbering remnants and would not manifest itself voluntarily. The dormant remnants of the Demon Saint granted Yan Qingshan an opportunity. The Dawn display indicated the potential for analysis, suggesting that he might indeed acquire the knowledge contained within. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous revelation for him, as it represented the lingering essence of a semi-empowered being. Even the slightest insight could prove monumental for a mere fighter like him. On the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, a figure was tethered by a rope, precariously hovering in the air beyond a cliff. With purple-black wings that appeared remarkably otherworldly, his movements were cautious and awkward, resembling that of a novice. This state of affairs persisted for a considerable duration, until the sun reached its zenith at noon. At that moment, he untied the rope and, displaying newfound agility, took to the skies, reveling in the boundless expanse above. The consumption of flight is indeed considerable. Even with my current cultivation as a 3-star fighter, I can only sustain peak speed for about 10 minutes. To journey for an extended period without the cultivation of a fighter is simply impossible. In this regard, he possesses overwhelming strength, and it is no wonder that everyone aspires to attain higher-grade techniques. Dawn, data analysis. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation, 3-star fighter. Technique, advanced Xiantier Lionheart King formula. Combat skills, advanced Xiantier Frenzied Lion's Roar, low-level Xiantier Phoenix Step. Strength, 29. Status, healthy. Agility, 27. Mental power, 17. The Lionheart King formula is indeed worthy of being an advanced Xiantier technique. Although merely a 3-star fighter, his various attributes rival those of high-level fighters, and his explosive power even approaches that of a 9-star fighter. It is worth noting that even the comprehensive data of a 9-star fighter hovers around 30, and he is now nearing that figure. Yan Qingshan turned his gaze toward the direction of Qingshan Town. He is inherently a person of strong execution, and after making his plans, he immediately set about implementing them. He returned to the cliffside, tidying up his camp and gathering his belongings. Still dressed as he had been upon arrival, though his pack had grown considerably heavier. The return journey was not particularly arduous. Yan Qingshan, well prepared, moved swiftly. Perhaps due to his considerable gains, he seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming more confident, his steps lighter. The treasure-laden cliff was, in fact, merely the outskirts of the Beastmaster mountain range, not far from Qingshan Town. With a spring in his step, Yan Qingshan soon arrived at the periphery of the Beastmaster mountain range. On the verge of leaving this perilous area, his mood notably buoyant, even humming a tune. However, as he walked, he suddenly furrowed his brow, turning to glance at a direction slightly behind and to the right. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by urgent cries. In that brief moment of turning, the commotion intensified, and he could vaguely discern figures fleeing through the trees in that direction. These must be herb gatherers entering the mountains during the snow season. They are clearly troublemakers, undoubtedly attracting formidable foes. Yan Qingshan squinted, peering into the distance at the frantic figures rushing toward him, faint roars of beasts echoing from behind them. It seemed they had spotted him, desperately calling out as they ran. Without a moment's thought, Yan Qingshan turned and fled. He had no ties to these individuals and saw no reason to intervene, especially since their loud shouts upon seeing him were clearly intended to draw him into their predicament. He had no intention of playing the hero. Yan Qingshan was never one to embody altruism. He would never involve himself in such obviously troublesome affairs. The notion of not saving someone in need did not apply to him. As a mere fighter, he was hardly a significant figure in the Dou Qi Continent and lacked the standing to champion justice. Moreover, he understood the nature of these herb gatherers all too well. Surviving in the Beastmaster mountain range required vigilance. Otherwise, one might not even realize how they met their end. This was hard-earned wisdom passed down from predecessors who had paid the ultimate price. Just as these individuals, upon encountering Yan Qingshan, began to cry out for help and rushed towards him, their actions were not a genuine plea for assistance, but rather an attempt to drag others down with them. Those truly seeking help would never draw danger towards others. Instead, they would redirect their path to create opportunities for assistance. Chapter 9. The Blue-Maned Scorpion Lion. Stop. Quickly stop. Leave me alone. How dare you run away? Behind Yan Qingshan, a cacophony of curses erupted as the people, intent on diverting the impending disaster, changed their course towards him. However, Yan Qingshan, ever vigilant, continued his sprint without pausing, causing them to falter in their escape and drawing them closer to danger. With a fierce roar, the beast that had been pursuing these herbalists revealed itself amidst the trees. It was the blue-maned scorpion lion. Yan Qingshan swiftly ascended to a higher ground, where a small river lay ahead, followed by a rugged stone canyon. Escaping from the pursuing individuals would not prove difficult. Yet, after glancing back, he halted in his tracks. Before him stood a creature the size of a calf, its body a striking blue-violet, crackling with the energy of lightning. It bore a resemblance to a lion from a bygone era. The creature's neck was adorned with a mane of light blue fur, standing on end, and its powerful lion-like body was complemented by an incongruous blue-violet tail resembling that of a scorpion, currently unleashing electric strikes to dispatch the fleeing herbalists. The blue-maned scorpion lion, a rare third-tier lightning-type beast within the Monster Mountain range, could wield the power of thunder from birth. In its juvenile phase, it possessed first-tier strength, evolving to second-tier after a year, and ultimately maturing into a formidable third-tier beast. Lightning-type monsters are inherently superior in combat, and the blue-maned scorpion lion is said to be a hybrid of ancient thunder lions and scorpion dragons, possessing a trace of high-tier monster bloodline. A fully grown blue-maned scorpion lion would dare to face even weaker fourth-tier beasts. Typically, blue-maned scorpion lions reside deep within the inner circle of the Monster Mountain range and seldom venture to the periphery. It is curious what these herbalists must have done to incur the wrath of such a powerful beast, leading it to chase them here. Could this be a juvenile? Cautiously, Yan Qingshan concealed himself behind a rock, observing as the blue-maned scorpion lion relentlessly pursued the group of herbalists. This creature, resembling a calf, appeared to be a juvenile, not yet having entered its growth phase, and was still less than a year old. Yet, even as a juvenile lion, it possessed peak first-tier strength. And given that this type of beast is already formidable at its tier, it could prove to be more challenging than even second-tier monsters. Take this. We shouldn't have taken it. After two unfortunate souls were ruthlessly caught and killed, one among the fleeing group broke down, turning to kneel and frantically rummaging through their pouch for a fruit, pleading for mercy from the beast. The thunder fruit. It all makes sense now. As Yan Qingshan gazed into the distance, he finally comprehended the plight of the individuals before him upon observing the objects in their hands. The thunder fruit was a unique spiritual herb, intrinsically linked to the blue-maned scorpion lion beast, akin to the amethyst source that accompanied the amethyst-winged lion king. This herb was paramount for the juvenile scorpion lions, as only by consuming a sufficient quantity of thunderfruit could they successfully transition into maturity after a year. It appeared that this group had stumbled upon a thunderfruit tree and, seizing the opportunity in the absence of the scorpion lions, had harvested every last fruit, thus incurring the wrath of their pursuers. With a thunderous roar, the blue-maned scorpion lion halted before the pleading individual, while the frantic herbalists anxiously observed the unfolding scene, hoping for a miraculous turn of events. Despite their consideration of fleeing in separate directions, the perilous nature of the monster beast mountains rendered such a strategy futile. Having already lost 2 members upon their arrival, scattering into the mountains would likely lead to swift demise at the hands of the scorpion lions. Alas, the supplicant's desperate pleas failed to sway the blue-maned scorpion lion. In a swift motion, the lion's jaws opened wide, severing the man's arm that clutched the thunder fruit, which was then chewed and swallowed. Before he could utter a scream, the scorpion tail behind the beast lashed forward, striking his head and obliterating it. Immediately, the scorpion lion unleashed another deafening roar, resuming its relentless pursuit. Run! Everyone flee! Scatter! The herbalists, finally roused from their stupor, dispersed in a frenzy, hastily escaping towards the periphery of the monster beast mountains, abandoning their previous unity. Yan Qingshan cautiously concealed himself behind a rocky outcrop, stealing glances at the rampaging blue-maned scorpion lion. Though not of the wood attribute, which would have been more advantageous, the juvenile blue-maned scorpion lions were exceedingly rare, and as a third-tier beast, they were undoubtedly stronger than first-tier monsters. Yan Qingshan had made considerable progress in his cultivation. Having barely grasped the fundamentals of the Lionheart King technique, a profound skill that, while not attribute restricted, possessed specific requirements. To cultivate the Lionheart King technique, one needed to forge a heart of a lion and condense a lion's semblance, necessitating the use of lion-type beasts. His cultivation speed was commendable, yet he yearned for swifter advancement. The Lionheart King technique also contained a secret method to enhance cultivation speed, known as the Lionheart baptism. This involved using the vital blood of lion-type beasts in conjunction with the sacred rite. After the initial stage, practitioners of the Lionheart King technique could undergo this baptism at each level. By employing the warm blood of lion-type beasts for the baptism, not only could a cultivator's prowess be augmented, but their physique could also be strengthened, and, with fortune on their side, they might acquire unique abilities. Having spent over half a month in the Monster Beast Mountains, Yan Qingshan, leveraging his prior knowledge and the fortuitous opportunities within the rocky caves, had ascended to the rank of a 3-star fighter in less than a month. However, he now faced certain challenges as he approached the transition to 4 stars. For one who had practiced a profound technique, this threshold should not pose insurmountable difficulties. Slow and steady cultivation could indeed suffice. Yet, within him stirred a sense of urgency. He was unwilling to linger any longer. The appearance of a suitable lion-like beast was an opportunity he could not let slip by. It was not in his nature to forsake a chance bestowed by fate. Furthermore, he yearned to test the fruits of his arduous training. Although the blue-maned scorpion lion beast was a paragon among its peers, success was not entirely out of reach. For the sake of a more profound baptism of the lioness heart, he was willing to take the risk. Initially, Yan Qingshan had intended to flee immediately after escaping. But the emergence of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast behind him altered his course of action. Lion-type demonic beasts were a rarity in the Monster Mountain range. A first-tier creature bearing the bloodline of a high-ranking beast, the blue-maned scorpion lion beast was an extraordinary find, one that might not appear again. The thought of retreating without attempting to seize this opportunity filled Yan Qingshan with reluctance. He resolved to gather intelligence and devise a tactical plan. Yan Qingshan was determined to carefully survey his surroundings, first ensuring that the blue-maned scorpion lion beast was not accompanied by any adult scorpion lions. This detail was crucial. Should an adult scorpion lion be lurking nearby for protection, Yan Qingshan would retreat without hesitation. An adult blue-maned scorpion lion beast was a formidable 3rd-tier creature, far beyond his capacity to confront. If he were to attract its attention, even his flying combat skills would not guarantee his safety. It appeared that the situation was favorable. Yan Qingshan stealthily withdrew, deploying the wings of his purple cloud eagle to circumvent the blue-maned scorpion lion beast. After a thorough reconnaissance, he found no sign of a second blue-maned scorpion lion beast, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. This juvenile appeared to be acting alone, having slipped away without the presence of an adult. Yan Qingshan returned to a large tree's canopy behind the blue-maned scorpion lion beast, moving with utmost caution. Neither the pursuers nor the fleeing party noticed his return to the scene. With a fierce roar, the blue-maned scorpion lion beast unleashed a bloody rampage against the remaining herbalists. It had been pursuing these thieves for an entire day and night, its heart aflame with fury. The herbalists had brazenly ventured into the inner circle of the Monster Mountain range the previous day, discovering the tree where the blue-maned scorpion lion beast resided. Coincidentally, at a time when the juvenile was away hunting, they stripped the tree bare, and by the time the blue-maned scorpion lion beast returned, the intruders had already fled the inner circle, leaving only traces and scents behind. While thunderfruit was not particularly valuable among low-tier herbs, its singular use and rarity, being unique to the blue-maned scorpion lion beast, rendered it costly. A single tree could yield hundreds of fruits, totaling a value of over 10,000 gold coins. The herbalists, upon discovering this, could hardly resist the temptation. With the tree's bounty completely ravaged and its condition utterly ruined, the impact on the blue-maned scorpion lion beast's growth was catastrophic. Unable to bear such an affront, the juvenile forsook its den and relentlessly pursued the culprits. Not long after, these individuals were caught at the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, and after a brutal slaughter, only a handful remained. Though they had contemplated fleeing in different directions, the dangers of the Monster Mountain range were too great. Those who had initially scattered soon found themselves engulfed in cries of despair. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the group hesitated not to flee recklessly. They sprinted along the perilous mountain path carved by the mercenaries. Just as they collided with Yanqing Mountain, one among them, harboring malicious intentions, abruptly altered their course. Unbeknownst to them, this ill-fated decision slowed their pace, leading to a swift demise at the claws of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast, which mercilessly slaughtered them en masse. Stop running. To flee is to invite death. Let us confront this beast. A herbalist, likely of mercenary origins, summoned a fragment of bravery and attempted to turn back to fight. However, as he pivoted, The bloodied tail of the silver-blue scorpion pierced his chest, hurling his lifeless body away, which splattered upon impact, creating a gruesome puddle of blood. The remaining herbalists, witnessing this horror, fled with renewed urgency. They had previously attempted to encircle and slay the beast, but their efforts had proven futile. Now, no one dared to linger. Their only objective was to outrun one another. The blue-maned scorpion lion beast required time to claim its victims, and they had managed to distance themselves during its prior attacks. Yet, this creature possessed an uncanny ability to track its prey, making complete evasion impossible. As long as they ensured they were not the last, they felt a semblance of hope. They had reached the outskirts of the monster mountain range, with the nearest town not far off, thus reducing the peril. If they could evade this encounter, they could scatter and leave their fates to chance. However, this particular blue-maned scorpion lion beast seemed disinterested in halting its pursuit. Its lethality and efficiency had escalated dramatically. In no time, the group of nearly 20 dwindled to just 3, with the fastest individual mere steps away from the slope where they had previously sought refuge. Who did this? Which fool? Just as the trio believed they had a chance at survival, they stumbled simultaneously, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. This delay cost them precious moments, and the blue-maned scorpion lion beast was already closing in with a menacing rush. Li Lai, you scoundrel! How could you be so treacherous? Wang Chong, why do you hurl accusations? I suspect it was you and Yu Ping plotting against me. Which of you imbeciles is at fault? We're all doomed. As they scrambled to their feet, each hurled blame at the others while simultaneously drawing their blades, cautiously facing the impending threat of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast. They knew that retreating at this juncture would seal their fates. Only by sacrificing another could they divert the beast's attention. The current predicament was clear. The first to turn would most likely provoke the beast's attack. Each desired to flee, but none wished to be the first to turn away. Yet, to unite against the foe was futile. Even when many had stood together, they had failed, and 3 would be of little consequence. Their stance, blades drawn in a defensive posture, paradoxically handed the choice to the blue-maned scorpion lion beast. Should it choose to attack any direction, the other 2 could flee while the chosen victim absorbed the beast's fury. Each prayed to evade the initial assault, none daring to make any sudden moves in this critical moment. Auxiliary functions activated, combat preparations underway. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the treetops, with 2 distinct cries emanating from different directions, simultaneously crashing upon the blue-maned scorpion lion beast. 2 ceramic vials burst in succession, enveloping the lion's head and much of its massive form in a cloud of powder. This unforeseen spectacle momentarily stunned the 3 herb gatherers, only for another object to be launched from the treetops, deploying a net that ensnared the lion's head, which had just emerged from the powder. A streak of light abruptly flashed above the blue-maned scorpion lion beast. With a brilliant gleam, a thunderous crash resounded as a figure crashed to the ground, accompanied by the beast's enormous scorpion tail. A war blade severed the tail with a single strike, leaving a gash deeper than 3 inches in the earth. The blue-maned scorpion lion beast was suddenly besieged and gravely wounded. Its tail severed, blue blood gushed from its spine, and the loss of its tail disrupted its sense of balance, severely hampering its movement. As its actions faltered, Yan Qingshan did not hesitate. The blue-maned scorpion lion beast tore through the hunting net and turned towards him. Yan Qingshan unfurled his wings and soared into the air, gracefully avoiding the pursuit while delivering a strike to the lion's head. Yet, his blade failed to cleave it in 2. Instead, it became lodged in the lion's mane after slicing through half of its skull. With no other recourse, he abandoned his weapon, performing a flip to rise higher into the air. Yan Qingshan landed atop a large tree, deftly retrieving his bow and swiftly knocking an arrow. 3 arrows whistled as they pierced the beast's throat and its 2 eyes. In the face of this relentless barrage, the formidable creature ultimately collapsed, blood frothing from its mouth and nose, gradually succumbing to silence. The operation was a success. The target would be dead within 3 minutes. A warning echoed. Other dangers lurked nearby. With a shush and a clang, silence enveloped the blue-maned scorpion lion beast, but in the next moment, a deadly struggle erupted anew. Yan Qingshan's arrows pierced through 2 herb gatherers blocking his path, while the third, slightly more agile, dodged the arrow and fled. This group of herb gatherers had harbored ill intentions towards Yan Qingshan from the outset, seeking to draw trouble upon him. Their demise was well-deserved. Yan Qingshan had revealed too much, and should the news spread, it would spell disaster for him. He could not risk such exposure. They all had to perish here. With a surge of determination, he leaped from the treetop in pursuit, employing the Fengxiang step, a low-level technique that, when paired with aerial combat skills, could unleash the might of a high-level technique. In mere steps, his figure traversed dozens of yards, appearing behind the fleeing individual. As his fighting spirit surged, an energy lion head began to take form, howling ominously. The herb gatherer finally sensed the danger from behind and turned to witness Yan Qingshan's fist expanding, unleashing a final cry of defiance. Amidst the thunderous roar of the raging lion, Yan Qingshan unleashed the full force of his fist, enveloping the individual in a torrent of colossal energy. The tremendous sound reverberated, uprooting the surrounding fallen leaves, while massive fissures spread like a spider's web across the ground. A dark pit, a foot in diameter, emerged at the site, leaving no trace of the last knowledgeable witness. Yan Qingshan did not grow complacent. He soared into the air, meticulously surveying the area to ensure no survivors remained before descending slowly. Gazing at the scattered remnants and pools of blood, he lingered only briefly, collecting his spoils before swiftly departing with the corpse of the azure-maned scorpion lion beast. Shortly after Yan Qingshan's departure, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the air, the pungent scent of blood attracting countless carnivorous creatures, the finest custodians of the monster beast mountain range. The howls of wolves and beasts persisted, and before midnight, the chaotic forest floor was devoid of any remains, save for tattered scraps, seemingly narrating the events that had transpired. Though the winter in Qingshan town was desolate, this time of year saw an influx of merchants, with the sound of jingling bells from passing carriages filling the air. In the vacant courtyard of the back hall of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, the little medical fairy directed her remaining apprentices to lay out various herbs under the sun for drying. This winter, the sun shone almost daily, albeit for a brief duration, necessitating the judicious use of the limited sunlight. Brother Qingshan. Suddenly, the delicate figure in white trembled with excitement as she hurried forward, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, diving into a welcoming embrace. Sienner. Yan Qingshan held the little medical fairy tightly. Her initial reaction upon seeing him filled him with warmth, yet a tinge of guilt lingered within him. His feelings for her had never been entirely pure. He was aware of her cursed poison body and had exploited her innocence to cultivate their connection, gradually entwining her heart with his. Yan Qingshan understood that once the cursed poison body was activated and began its rapid evolution through toxic cultivation, its bearer would possess a power level equivalent to at least a Dou zone before fully unleashing its potential. In the original narrative, even without the emergence of Xiao Yan, it would not be overly challenging for the little medical fairy to attain the rank of Dou zone. However, in that scenario, she might struggle to contain the eruption of her poison body, ultimately leading to her demise or self-destruction. His pursuit of the little medical fairy was not without ulterior motives. He considered her a potential fallback should his plans falter, and he failed to ascend successfully. Once she evolved into the heavenly poison maiden, her Dou zone strength would render her one of the most formidable beings in the Black Corner region and the neighboring empires. The Earth-level wood attribute techniques would provide resources to elevate her to Dou Wang or even Dou Huang. A daunting task for Yan Qingshan, but not insurmountable for a Dou zone. Yan Qingshan's thoughts were inherently utilitarian, tinged with a sense of moral ambiguity. He did not seek to justify his motives, hence his sense of guilt towards the little medical fairy. Sienner, you've grown taller. Yan Qingshan and Xiao Yixian strolled hand in hand through the backyard of the Wan Yao Zhai. With a height advantage, Yan Qingshan playfully tousled the girl's hair, eliciting a charming pout from her. At the tender age of 12 or 13, Xiao Yixian was undergoing significant development, her figure taking on more defined curves, and her height nearly rivaling that of the taller Yan Qingshan. Brother Qingshan, you are insufferable. You're not that much taller than me, yet you act so grown up. Xiao Yixian pouted, playfully expressing her displeasure while not shying away from his affectionate gesture. Her squinting eyes, a mix of enjoyment and playful defiance, rendered her utterly adorable. As they rounded a corner, a voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Xiao Yixian wrinkled her delicate nose and instinctively took a half-step back, seeking refuge behind Yan Qingshan. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Qingshan subtly stepped forward, shielding her from the unwelcome gaze of the approaching figure. Boss. It was Yao, the proprietor of Wan Yao Zhai, a man who served as both a guardian to Xiao Yixian and a benefactor to Yan Qingshan. Though not inherently malevolent, his character bore the marks of avarice, as he had adopted numerous orphans like Xiao Yixian, extending a helping hand to Yan Qingshan during his most trying times. Yet, he never missed an opportunity to exploit those around him. The debt owed to him was not to be trifled with. Without Yao's intervention, many homeless girls like Xiao Yixian might not have survived long enough to thrive. Despite the hardships they faced, it was undeniable that Yao had significantly influenced their lives. However, his greed and lecherous nature were well known. He frequently frequented dubious establishments and harbored an unsettling vigilance towards his young wards, including Xiao Yixian, who was still shy of 13. Yao's probing questions carried an undertone of veiled threats. Over the past few months, Yan Qingshan had distinguished himself remarkably, his medical skills advancing rapidly. nearly on par with seasoned physicians, save for his lack of experience. He had taken the initiative to lead the herb-gathering team, establishing 2 new safe harvesting sites, yielding considerable profits and rendering him a veritable cash cow. Having not seen Yan Qingshan for nearly a month, Yao initially dismissed it, but recently, a sense of unease began to creep in. He had not yet fully exploited this lucrative asset. How could he simply vanish? Yao had intended to mentor the young man for several more years before allowing him to venture out on his own. What is this? You managed to cultivate blood-condensing grass, huangzhen flower, and bloodbone vine. Yao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he beheld the 6 large jars Yan Qingshan produced. Nodding, Yan Qingshan recounted, during my recent expedition, I stumbled upon a peculiar marsh where I discovered a white orchid. Upon extracting it, I noticed the soil emitted a fragrant aroma. Such a treasure. A true treasure. Yao's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Medicinal soil was exceedingly rare, especially for individuals of their status, as it was typically reserved for the elite, specifically for the cultivation of medicinal fields. Though the medicinal soil within these 6 jars is not abundant, it is sufficient to cultivate a patch of medicinal herbs, which would serve as an inexhaustible source of wealth for the Wan Medicine Hall. Boss, I believe that with the skills possessed by both myself and the little medical fairy, we are more than capable of becoming physicians. Yan Qingshan approached Boss Yao, lowering his voice to speak. This medicinal soil, while precious, is rather cumbersome to transport. It would be more beneficial to exchange it for something of greater value. Qingshan, I have long sensed that you are no ordinary individual. Given your and the little medical fairy's capabilities, your ascension to the role of physician is indeed warranted. Tomorrow, I shall gather everyone to make an announcement. Upon hearing Yan Qingshan's words, Boss Yao's expression swiftly changed as he jovially clasped Yan Qingshan's shoulder, expressing his approval. Any previous displeasure he harbored dissipated with the appearance of this medicinal soil. Such is the nature of a businessman like him. Interests take precedence. Since Yan Qingshan has provided him with benefits, he is naturally inclined to reciprocate with kindness. With satisfaction in his heart, Boss Yao felt pleased, and Yan Qingshan was equally delighted. This medicinal soil was, in fact, the very earth from the treasure cave's flowerbed. He was aware that Boss Yao had long desired to establish a medicinal field, and by procuring this soil, he was effectively resolving the underlying debts between them, thus averting future complications. After all, Boss Yao had extended favors to him. While he was not one to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, he also was not one to return goodwill with malice. Within reasonable circumstances, he was willing to show gratitude, fostering a harmonious relationship with Boss Yao so that both parties could be content. While Yan Qingshan was engaged in amiable conversation with Boss Yao and sharing intimate words with the little medical fairy, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. An elderly servant hastened to Boss Yao's side, whispering a few words, causing Boss Yao's countenance to darken immediately. Follow me, he commanded his guards, who, sensing the urgency, sprang into action. We should go see what is happening. Yan Qingshan, curious, grasped the delicate hand of the little medical fairy, and together they proceeded. In the outer hall of the Wan Medicine Hall, amidst the square where notices were posted, a cacophony of disputes erupted as numerous mercenaries jostled one another, pushing the situation to the brink of chaos. Mangba, I recognize your status among the mercenaries, but this matter has been personally decreed by our captain. This time, the quota belongs to the Wolf Head Brigade, and the Wan Medicine Hall has not contested it. So why are you causing such a ruckus? Opposing Mangba, a group of well-equipped and formidable mercenaries shouted loudly, led by a young man in his early 20s. As Yan Qingshan accompanied the little medical fairy into the fray, the girl's expression darkened upon seeing the young man. She whispered, Brother Qingshan, that person is Mu Li, the vice-captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Brigade. I heard he just broke through to the fighter realm 2 months ago. Xian'er, do you harbor disdain for him? Yan Qingshan noticed the displeasure in the little medical fairy's gaze toward Mu Li and leaned closer to her ear, whispering playfully, causing her cheeks to flush as she shot him an exasperated glance. The little healer wrinkled her delicate nose and remarked, Last month, I saw him bullying others on the street. He is quite an unpleasant character. Is that so? Mu Li pondered, his recollection awakening. Yan Qingshan's gaze shifted slightly, recognizing that this was the third character from the original work he had encountered, aside from the little healer and Boss Yao. Although this character was minor and met an untimely and shortly after his introduction, his brash demeanor certainly aligned with the typical traits of a villain. Mu Li pushed through the noisy crowd and stepped into the arena, surveying the surroundings before announcing loudly, I believe you are all aware of the prowess of my Wolf Head mercenary group. This is the first medicinal herb gathering expedition of the year, and the safety of the operation will be under our charge. I trust there will be no doubts regarding the strength of Wolf Head. The 30 or so mercenaries of the Wolf Head group stood in formation, exuding a formidable aura. Observing this, the other mercenaries instinctively retreated, allowing the wolf-head mercenary group to make a grand impression. Boss Yao, witnessing this scene, did not display much joy. His elderly servant promptly approached him with a courteous demeanor, stating, "We have every confidence in the capabilities of the wolf-head mercenary group. And if Captain Mu Li wishes to secure the remaining spots, we at Wan Yao Zhai would naturally welcome it." Who said we, wolf-head, intend to take the remaining spots? Mu Li's face suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile as he drew his long knife, declaring, "What I mean is, our wolf-head mercenary group is taking on the entire escort mission for this medicinal herb gathering expedition. Rest assured, we will not be sending merely a handful of people. We are deploying 100 elite mercenaries. I trust no one will object." Chapter 11, Defeating Hemin. The escort missions for the herb gathering teams in Qingshan town typically required around 100 mercenaries, and Boss Yao placed immense importance on this first expedition following the snow season. To ensure safety, he decided to increase the original commission by 50%, preparing to recruit an additional 50 elite mercenaries, which amounted to a substantial sum. The escorting of herb gathering teams had always been a coveted opportunity, attracting many, including individuals like Mang Ba, who had faced numerous challenges in the past. Now, with the increase in personnel for this expedition, they naturally wished to seize a share of the profits. However, it was evident that the wolf-head mercenary group had set its sights on this wealth, aiming to secure the additional 50% commission while maintaining the same number of personnel, intending to monopolize the endeavor. Such actions by the wolf-head were undoubtedly irksome, particularly to Boss Yao, who was already pained by the necessity of spending more gold. The prospect of someone attempting to take an even larger portion of his funds was enough to incite his fury. Yet, the prowess of the wolf-head mercenary group was formidable, as one of the top mercenary groups in Qingshan town, led by the formidable Mu Shi. They were effectively the unacknowledged rulers of the area. Few forces within Qingshan town could rival them. The wolf-head mercenary group's interference complicated what should have been a straightforward matter. Boss Yao was naturally reluctant to acquiesce, as it implied he would bear additional expenses. Moreover, if the wolf-head continued to exhibit such insatiable greed, treating this as a long-term business arrangement, it would mean that each time he organized a gathering expedition, his cost would increase by 50%, a significant sum over time. The scattered mercenary groups, such as Mangba, are particularly reluctant to acquiesce, as this would signify the loss of a fixed income, a stable salary slipping through their fingers. However, despite myriad reasons, in Qingshan town and throughout the Dou Qi Continent, strength ultimately prevails. The combined force of 150 ordinary mercenaries may indeed find themselves outmatched by the elite members of the wolf-head mercenary group. This brings forth a pertinent issue. In mercenary missions of this nature, the party with greater strength is typically favored, especially when the original escort of hundreds already meets the requisite strength criteria. Thus, there is no pressing need to pursue a more formidable escort. Nevertheless, this rationale holds no weight with the wolf-head. Without a reasonable justification, the choices are stark. Either concede to the demands of the wolf-head mercenary group or allow them to seize an advantage, leading to the arrival of Mu Shi, a formidable combat master, instead of Mu Li. In the outer plaza of the Wan Yao Zhai, Boss Yao wore a grim expression, and the other mercenaries shared his discontent. Yet they dared not voice their grievances, for the power of the wolf-head instilled fear in all. Even with Wan Yao Zhai's standing in Qingshan town, Boss Yao could not directly refuse them without a suitable rationale. Since everyone seems to have no objections, it appears this quota should rightfully belong to us. Mu Li exclaimed cheerfully, turning to Boss Yao, his eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. However, when his gaze fell upon the little physician, an undue fervor sparked within him. Isn't the wolf-head mercenary group acting somewhat recklessly? Yan Qingshan noticed Mu Li's behavior and stepped forward to shield the little physician. His words laced with discontent toward the wolf-head mercenary group, instantly capturing the attention of those present. Qingshan, the familiar mercenaries, including Mangba, were alarmed to see Yan Qingshan stepping forward. The wolf-head mercenary group was a tyrant in Qingshan town, and even Boss Yao of Wan Yao Zhai would think twice before crossing them. For a mere apprentice physician like Yan Qingshan to assert himself so boldly was indeed troubling. Who are you, and why do you meddle in the affairs of the wolf-head mercenary group? Mu Li did not react impulsively, but instead posed a calm inquiry, his cold gaze sweeping over the gathered members of Wan Yao Zhai. He had noted that Yan Qingshan had arrived alongside Boss Yao, suggesting a possible connection. Yan Qingshan took 2 steps closer, scrutinizing Mu Li before shaking his head. I am Yan Qingshan, the physician assigned to safeguard the medicinal gathering team. Thus, my words carry weight in the depths of the monster mountain range. Yan physician, I beg your pardon. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Li's eyes. As the vice captain of the wolf-head mercenary group, He was no fool. Quite the contrary, he was a competent heir to the mercenary group. Well acquainted with the intricacies of Qingshan town, it is precisely due to his understanding that he finds himself even more astonished. The physicians of the Wan Yao are not easily qualified. Each one holds a rank that rivals that of mid-tier fighters, and their contributions are often even more significant. Such a lofty status, naturally, comes with unparalleled challenges. Yan Qingshan, at merely 15 years of age, is even younger than Mu Li by 4 or 5 years. This young physician is a first in Mu Li's recollections, prompting him to glance towards Boss Yao of Wan Yao with a heart full of doubts. Boss Yao, for reasons unknown, nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Qingshan is my most esteemed disciple over the years. His medical skills are certainly sufficient for him to embark on his own." Mu Li's apprehensions eased slightly, and he continued, "I wonder what Physician Yan's thoughts are regarding my wolf-head mercenary corps, and why he spoke as he did earlier." "Young leader Mu Li, we are not fools. Let us speak candidly," Yan Qingshan replied, stepping closer to Mu Li. "We both know where the issue lies today. Wan Yao is not a naive party. Do you think your wolf-head intends to take advantage of us so easily? I find your words somewhat perplexing," Mu Li retorted, adopting a facade of confusion. "Isn't the rule among mercenaries to rely on strength? Our wolf-head mercenary corps possesses greater prowess. With hundreds of elite fighters capable of countering the 150 ordinary mercenaries you have, what issue could there be in claiming this remuneration?" Mu Li feigned ignorance and inquired, "Or is it that this task from Wan Yao is dubious and not a genuine recruitment effort?" "Mu Li, do not flaunt your cleverness. This task was issued by Wan Yao, and it is we who dictate the terms of recruitment," Yan Qingshan stated. With a subtle smile, Yan Qingshan placed a hand seemingly casually on Mu Li's shoulder, causing Mu Li's expression to change dramatically. "I am not unreasonable. You just mentioned following the mercenary rules, and I shall do the same. I offer you a chance. Let the strongest among your ranks here today compete. If you win, the additional 50 slots will belong to the wolf head. If you lose, do not come seeking trouble again. What say you?" Mu Li, with a sullen expression, remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering some words that left the members of the wolf-head mercenary corps perplexed. "If Physician Yan intends it so, I shall agree. May I be released now?" "Of course." Yan Qingshan withdrew his hand gracefully, causing Mu Li to stumble slightly, prompting the elite members of the wolf-head mercenary corps to rush forward to support their young leader. "Young man, how dare you lay hands on our wolf-head mercenary corps leader? Are you preparing to declare war against us?" A robust figure stepped forth from among the 30 mercenaries, exuding an overwhelming aura that even made the formidable Mang Ba take a few involuntary steps back. Yan Qingshan did not engage with this individual, but instead turned his gaze back to Mu Li. "He is the one chosen for your wolf-head mercenary corps in this competition." Mu Li addressed the figure, "Uncle Hemming, be cautious. This individual is not to be underestimated." Mang Ba rushed to Yan Qingshan's side, exclaiming, "Qingshan, this Hemming is the third leader of the wolf-head mercenary corps, a peak 7-star fighter. Reportedly very close to becoming an 8-star fighter." "Mang Ba, it is fine. Leave this to me." Herman, after loosening his muscles and bones, sneered, "Kid, though I am unaware of how you managed to ambush the young team leader, I shall not underestimate you. While I am uncertain of your precise cultivation level, it surely cannot surpass mine." Yan Qingshan smiled lightly, then shrugged off his outer garment, revealing the formidable attire of a warrior beneath. "Is that so? I hold quite a confidence in my abilities. Yet you boast quite boldly, young one. Just be careful not to kneel and plead for mercy later." Herman's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin, a faint yellow aura of battle energy swirling around him. He stomped heavily on the ground, charging towards Yan Qingshan like a colossal beast. "Begone!" Yan Qingshan regarded the ferocious Herman with a cold gaze, merely raising his palm slightly. A deep azure battle energy surged forth from his hands, erupting violently and striking Herman's rushing form with tremendous force. With a thunderous impact, Herman was sent sprawling, his feet grinding against the ground for a considerable distance before he finally came to a halt, the soles of his boots worn down significantly, leaving behind 2 long, charred marks on the stone pavement. "The kid indeed possesses some skill," Herman remarked, a serious expression creeping onto his face as he exhaled a breath of foul air. His once bronze skin gradually took on a pallid hue. "But I cultivate the rock attribute, the most formidable in defense. You stand no chance." As Herman prepared to unleash his next wave of attacks, the pallor of his skin intensified, just as his momentum reached its zenith. A verdant handprint slowly manifested on his chest, the very spot where Yan Qingshan had struck him. How could this, ugh? The sudden intrusion of foreign battle energy disrupted Herman's internal flow, causing a backlash that left him wounded. He could no longer maintain his earlier ferocity. Shielding his vital points with trembling hands, he staggered and, unable to suppress his injuries, coughed up blood before collapsing. Chapter 12. Night in the Boudoir. Mu Li, young team leader, it appears your third team leader has suffered defeat. Yan Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Indeed, it was trivial for him. Herman, a peak 7-star fighter in Qingshan town, was a significant figure, yet he paled in comparison to Yan Qingshan now. Herman's statistics barely approached 25, which, among those who had cultivated advanced yellow-level techniques, was considered decent. However, even his most proficient defense proved futile against Yan Qingshan's might, having easily bested Herman. A reputed strongman of Qingshan town, Yan Qingshan gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The reason high-level techniques and combat skills are revered and pursued lies in their capacity to transcend ranks, who would not desire to be invincible among their peers. With a mere flick of his prowess, Yan Qingshan had effortlessly vanquished Herman, and it became evident that no formidable adversary posed a threat to him within the ranks of fighters in Qingshan town. His focus now shifted to the scant few masters in the area. Even as a combat master, he possesses the Ziyun wings, allowing him to depart at any moment without a trace of fear. It is precisely this confidence that compels him to showcase his abilities, for he believes he is now ready to present himself to the world. Dr. Yan, with his profound knowledge, has astonishingly mastered advanced techniques, making him a unique figure in Qingshan town. The ease with which he defeated Herman suggests that either Yan Qingshan's cultivation has far surpassed Herman, reaching the level of a combat master, or that his techniques and combat skills are of a superior caliber. Given Yan Qingshan's aura, the former seems highly improbable. Thus, it must be the latter. As Mu Li's words fell, countless gazes converged upon Yan Qingshan, for advanced techniques, those above the yellow tier, are the ultimate pursuit of everyone in Qingshan town. Mu Li's intent in uttering such remarks was clearly malicious, aiming to create trouble for Yan Qingshan. However, having chosen to step forward, Yan Qingshan was prepared to face the consequences. He could not remain hidden forever and was determined to appropriately demonstrate his prowess. Mu Li, captain of the wolf-head mercenary group, are you unwilling to acknowledge the truth? The lion-headed beast formed by condensed fighting spirit loomed over his face like a mask, and a terrifying surge of energy was poised to erupt, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. This time, we, the wolf-head, concede. The green mountains remain, and the flowing waters endure. We shall meet again. Mu Li's legs trembled, his throat dry as he struggled to maintain his composure. At that moment, he recalled facing his enraged father, a combat master. Although the two seemed dissimilar, the profound aura emanating from Yan Qingshan instilled a sense of fearlessness within him. What are you hesitating for? Hurry, take me and Uncle Herman away. After uttering his concession, Mu Li shouted to his subordinates, and the 30 elite members of the wolf-head mercenary group finally came to their senses, assisting Mu Li and Herman in their departure. Once the wolf-head mercenary group departed, the fervent gazes around them cooled slightly. Mercenaries who thrived on danger were not fools. If the wolf-head had chosen to concede, this was not a person they could provoke. Advanced techniques, while desirable, are of little use if one does not live to wield them. Meng Ba approached Yan Qingshan's side and whispered a few words before patting his shoulder and departing. Qingshan, Mushi of the wolf-head mercenary group has a domineering disposition, and you possess advanced techniques. I fear he will not let this matter rest easily. Be cautious. Qingshan town is rife with scoundrels, and it would be wise for you to lay low for a time. Yan Qingshan sighed, observing Meng Ba's retreating figure, understanding that he was intentionally distancing himself to avoid complications for both parties. Qingshan, I did not expect you to have such fortune, possessing advanced techniques. A familiar voice chimed in, belonging to the jovial boss Yao, whose round face was illuminated with enthusiasm, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. Yan Qingshan turned and smiled. Boss, if I recall correctly, you are of the fire attribute, while I am of the wood attribute. The differences between advanced techniques of differing attributes are quite significant. Would you not agree? Indeed, the disparities are indeed substantial. Boss Yao glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, a smile dancing on his face as the flesh around it quivered with enthusiasm. Fairy, Yan Qingshan called out, bypassing Boss Yao to approach the little medical fairy. He playfully traced a finger along her delicate palm, and as she turned to him, he leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing his remarks, the little medical fairy's gentle face flushed a deep crimson. She cast a glance at the grinning Yan Qingshan before hurriedly fleeing the scene. Yan Qingshan watched the retreating silhouette of the little medical fairy, a smile gracing his lips. His mood brightened. He relaxedly clasped his hands behind his head and strolled away from the plaza towards the backyard. Boss Yao turned around, observing the imprint left on his shoulder, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. This little rascal has truly made a name for himself. Yet, he pondered, why must it be the wood attribute? In the late hours, in the backyard of the Wan Yao Zhai, thoughts of Yan Qingshan plagued the little medical fairy. Why must he insist on discussing matters in his room at night, even requesting that she leave the door ajar? The more she contemplated, the more her shyness intensified. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Though she harbored feelings for Yan Qingshan and did not mind a degree of intimacy, the rapidity of it all felt overwhelming. And she was unprepared for such advances. Yan Qingshan was not that kind of person. How could she harbor such thoughts? Perhaps he truly had important matters to discuss. Yet, if that were the case, why not speak outside instead of in his room at night? Engulfed in her tumultuous thoughts, her delicate face glowed even more vividly under the candlelight. Just as her mind was in disarray, a gentle knock echoed from the door, snapping her from her reverie. She turned to find the door pushed open, unlatched. Brother Qingshan. The little medical fairy gazed at Yan Qingshan, who had turned to lock the door behind him. She stood, head bowed, nervously twisting her fingers, and hesitantly inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Fairy, what troubles you?" Yan Qingshan asked, a curious expression crossing his face as he regarded the bashful girl before him, resembling a timid little rabbit. With a smile, he stepped further inside and settled onto the edge of her bed, patting the space beside him. "Come, sit with me, and let us converse slowly." This. The little medical fairy's mind momentarily faltered as she watched Yan Qingshan stride into her room and take a seat on her bed. Her heart raced madly, and her vision felt slightly askew. This. She stammered, unable to decide whether to refuse him or shyly yield. Noticing her flustered demeanor, a sly smile crept onto Yan Qingshan's lips. He rose, approached her, and gently took her stiff hand, guiding her to the bed. With one hand holding hers playfully, he draped his other arm around her shoulder. The little medical fairy's room, though modest, was divided into two sections by a screen, adorned with a warm, pale color scheme that exuded a sense of care. The bed was exceedingly soft, the moment Yan Qingshan settled upon it being the first sensation he noted. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of the scent that enveloped the girl, leaving him curious whether it stemmed from some fragrant powder or her natural aroma. The little healer sat upon the familiar soft bed, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her, her entire being taut with tension. Yet, she lowered her head, allowing Yan Qingshan to toy with her, exhibiting little in the way of resistance. "Sienna," Yan Qingshan called gently, prompting the little healer to slightly raise her delicate head. Her exquisitely beautiful countenance bore an expression of bashful confusion, her gaze timidly avoiding his. Following a soft chuckle, Yan Qingshan leaned closer, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Will you promise your brother one thing?" The little healer hesitated, acutely aware of the implications of the situation. Even a girl as innocent as she, not yet 14, could connect the dots. Typically forthright, she found herself faltering now. Yan Qingshan employed sweet words, articulating sentiments he had only previously heard in tales, directing them to this gentle girl who seemed incapable of denying him. "Just agree to it, Sienna. Rest assured, your brother will take good care of you." In his past life, Yan Qingshan was neither particularly accomplished nor utterly unremarkable. He was merely an ordinary individual endowed with the brilliance of the dawn intellect. Despite his ordinariness, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. In matters of the heart, younger girls were often more easily deceived. A girl of 12 or 13, unversed in the age of information saturation, might even be swayed by something as simple as a lollipop to bestow her first kiss. The little healer, being scarcely 13, found genuine conversation occurring only among academic peers. Yan Qingshan capitalized on this, gradually drawing closer to her. Their bond naturally deepened during his recovery. And as they became more familiar, he intentionally cultivated moments of innocent misunderstanding and subtle intimacy, coupled with thoughtful care and meticulous attention. The little healer gradually found herself ensnared in his grasp, feeling as though there was no escape. Throughout this process, the dawn provided Yan Qingshan with precise data. Generally, even the most considerate of couples struggle to recall every nuance of their partner's habits and preferences, often overlooking minor details. However, the dawn ensured that Yan Qingshan would remember even the smallest of her quirks. In the dimly lit room of the Wan Yao Zhai's courtyard, the little healer, driven by an inexplicable force, ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Lacking experience in such matters and possessing a gentle disposition, she felt powerless to resist Yan Qingshan's advances. Dazed, she found herself agreeing to his request. "Sienna, please lie down," he urged softly, gently guiding her onto the bed. Complying with his movements, the little healer obeyed, though a sense of unease lingered within her. Her body remained tense as she turned her head away, closing her eyes and surrendering to his intentions. "Sienna, I shall begin now." Yan Qingshan's tone shifted slightly, tinged with barely contained excitement, his hand trembling as it approached her waist. This marked his first experience in unfastening the garments of a lady, and he pondered with a mix of anticipation and curiosity about the intricacies of her attire in this otherworldly realm. Wait, let me do it myself. The little healer suggested hesitantly, her delicate fingers gently unfastening the buttons of her clothing. Biting her lip, her alabaster skin, soft and tender though still youthful, was revealed to Yan Qingshan's gaze. The little healer covered her eyes with her delicate hands, seemingly too embarrassed to face the world. A hint of anger and shyness colored her cheeks, and her silver teeth clenched in a state of nervous tension. Yan Qingshan's expression appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze flickering as he reluctantly shifted his eyes away from the pure white bodice adorned with orchids, allowing his focus to drift downward. Beneath the little healer's dantian, there was something peculiar. A slender, rainbow-hued line, reminiscent of a tattoo, shimmered under the light like a small serpent, its brilliance flowing with life. Yan Qingshan leaned closer, observing the vibrant line with keen interest. His right index finger cautiously touched it, and at that moment, the little healer emitted a soft, involuntary sound, a mix of discomfort and restraint. Yan Qingshan's finger glided slowly along the colorful line on her snow-white skin, his eyes wide with unwavering attention. The little healer felt increasingly shy and uncomfortable, yet she obediently refrained from urging him to stop, having realized that he was perhaps engaged in a serious endeavor. The affliction poison body, a rare innate constitution, allows one to cultivate toxic fighting energy rapidly through the consumption of poisons. Those endowed with this innate body can, in exceptional cases, achieve the rank of Dou Zone within a decade. The mark of the affliction poison body manifests as a colorful line across the lower abdomen, extending beyond the navel as the body awakens. When this vibrant line reaches the heart, it signifies the peak of the affliction poison body's power, accompanied by excruciating pain from myriad toxins. Yan Qingshan carefully produced a dagger, saying, "Heir, I need to draw a bit of your blood, please bear with me." He was cautious, enveloping the area with his azure fighting energy to prevent any toxic gas from escaping. 3 drops of blood, shimmering with a rainbow luster, were drawn out and placed into 3 prepared jade vials. Following this, he meticulously applied healing medicine, hastening the closure of the wound. In mere minutes, the injury had healed, leaving no trace of the earlier rupture. Yan Qingshan, refusing to be careless, conducted a thorough inspection, his face nearly pressed against the little healer's snow-white abdomen, the warmth of his breath caressing her skin, causing her heart to race and her face to flush. The colorful line concealed within her held the energy of her innate poisonous body, both marvelously intricate and perilously toxic. A mere hint of poison escaping could prematurely awaken her constitution. However, Yan Qingshan had observed carefully before proceeding, ensuring that the small wound was treated with the best medicine for swift healing, confident that the little healer's body would not react adversely to his actions. "Brother Qingshan, what did you apply? My belly feels quite cool," the little healer remarked, her tone sweet and innocent, as she seemed to comprehend that Yan Qingshan meant no harm. She lowered her hands that had shielded her eyes. After placing his belongings aside, Yan Qingshan leaned down to fasten the buttons on the little healer's garment. Embracing the lovely maiden as they lay together on the couch, her head resting on his chest, while his right hand gently caressed her delicate back. The little healer remained still, nestled obediently in his embrace. Yan Qingshan suddenly spoke. "Heir, promise me, from now on, do not secretly concoct medicines without my knowledge. And do not meddle with poisons. Do you understand?" "All right." Leaning against Yan Qingshan for a while, the little healer hesitated before speaking. "Brother Qingshan, I feel that you have been rather impulsive today. I know you want to help Uncle Mangba and the others, but it is too dangerous for you to stick your neck out like that. Today's incident is fundamentally a conflict between Wan Yao Pharmacy and the Wolfhead. Even if you do not intervene, Boss Yao will certainly not let it go easily. There was no need for you to expose your secret of possessing advanced techniques. I am worried. Heir, I understand your concerns, but do you think your brother Qingshan is a reckless person?" Yan Qingshan embraced the little healer and spoke softly. "You must realize that one cannot hide forever. My strength and secrets will inevitably be revealed with time. It is merely occurring a bit earlier than expected. Of course, I could continue to conceal myself until my power is sufficient to reveal it. But I have a matter to attend to that requires considerable money and resources. Boss Yao can assist me, but he will not be inclined to do so unless I make him willing. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, they are merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. The night is advancing. We should rest early. Sleep now." The little healer, somewhat bewildered, blinked her large eyes at Yan Qingshan, but ultimately succumbed to his gentle affection, closing her eyes and soon drifting into a soft slumber. What? That little rascal actually went into the little healer's room and has yet to come out. In the back hall of Wan Yao Pharmacy, Boss Yao, after hearing his subordinate's report, was filled with emotion, puffing his cheeks and glaring. Suddenly, he laughed. What a clever boy. He acts swiftly. I have nurtured the little healer for so long, only for her to be taken advantage of by him. The little healer is not yet 13, and the moment has hardly arrived. Yet this young scoundrel dares to act. Such a rogue. After cursing for a while, Boss Yao seemed somewhat displeased but eventually calmed down. Considering that the little rascal had indeed brought a betrothal gift, so it was not entirely disadvantageous for the little healer to follow him. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps stationed in the southern part of Qingshan town, as the most powerful force in the area, had their influence nearly pervasive throughout South Town. On a cold, fierce night beneath the full moon, a figure approached this southern town, the perfect night for misdeeds. Inside the largest residence in South Town, bright lights illuminated every corner of the room. Mu Li, He Ming, and two other men, who had appeared at Wan Yao Pharmacy during the day, were discussing matters. In the hall, a middle-aged man, resembling Mu Li to some extent, inquired, Mu Li, how far have you gotten with the investigation regarding today's events? Father, I have gathered most of the information. Mu Li glanced fearfully at his father, the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, swallowing hard before responding. Yan Qingshan also hails from a mercenary family in Qingshan town, led by his father, Yan Tai. Mu Shi interrupted Mu Li's words with an abrupt gesture, rising to his feet and exclaiming in anger, in just one afternoon, you have uncovered these trivial matters. I did not ask you to investigate these aspects. What I require is an inquiry into his martial arts, his background, where he acquired his advanced techniques, and whether there are any powerful forces involved behind him. Father, Mu Li stood up trembling, his voice filled with trepidation. It is indeed difficult to uncover anything about Yan Qingshan. His entire origin remains elusive. However, during this winter season, he left Qingshan town alone for over a month. Yet, he has a history of departing periodically from the town, so this absence is merely prolonged. Truly, we are unable to ascertain anything substantial. Exactly. Mu Shi glared at Mu Li in frustration, then turned his gaze to the ailing He Ming. Third brother, you have clashed with him. Can you share any insights? Another lean man beside Mu Shi spoke up, the accompanying advanced martial techniques. Brother, should not be underestimated. Mu Shi replied with dissatisfaction. This brat dares to provoke my Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. He clearly disregards us. Possessing complementary advanced martial techniques, perhaps he stumbled upon some treasure. Chapter 14, The Night of Murder. Beside Mu Li, the previously speaking lean man, Gan Mu, the second leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, cautiously inquired, Brother, do you mean? My meaning is to investigate. Investigate. Mu Shi shouted irritably. This brat dares to challenge me, Mu Shi. Can it simply be overlooked? What would outsiders think of my Wolfhead Mercenary Corps? Mu Li, Gan Mu, relay my orders tomorrow. Uncover every detail of this brat's background. We must ascertain the origins of his martial techniques. If he is backing, we shall observe. If not, this matter shall not be dismissed so easily. I feel my own Feng Xiang killing technique has been progressing slowly. Perhaps this presents an opportunity to exchange techniques. Yes. Mu Li and Gan Mu responded promptly, bowing in acknowledgement. They were not surprised by Mu Shi's decision. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps was not one to easily concede defeat. Mu Shi's fury was indeed extraordinary. As Mu Li and Gan Mu prepared to carry out their tasks, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in the hall. The attendees turned simultaneously towards the sound, where a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, moving effortlessly into their view. Yan Qingshan stood with a smile, the flickering candlelight casting a long shadow behind him. He greeted, Leader Mu Shi, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have long held you in high regard. Mu Li stepped forward, his previously grim countenance now transformed. Yan Qingshan, how dare you come to my Wolfhead Mercenary Corps to stir trouble? You are indeed Yan Qingshan, what audacity. Mu Shi gazed at Yan Qingshan as he emerged from the shadows, a sinister expression creeping onto his face. You dared to provoke my Wolfhead today, and now you come seeking us at night. Do you truly consider me, Mu Shi, to be so malleable? A hint of mockery curled at the corners of Yan Qingshan's lips. No, Leader Mu Shi, I am not targeting you. Rather, I am suggesting that your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps is indeed malleable. Very well, young man, you possess quite the audacity. I care not for your origins or the individuals that stand behind you. Today, you shall remain forever. Mu Shi inhaled deeply, his expression transforming into one of sheer ferocity and resentment. Yan Qingshan stepped forward, seemingly intent on confronting Mu Shi directly. Captain Mu Shi, do be cautious with your words. Before Mu Shi could react, Gan Mu, standing beside Mu Li, took a step forward. You little rascal, how dare you speak to our captain in such a manner? Truly, you are exceedingly bold. Yan Qingshan smiled. The second captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Brigade, Gan Mu, a 9-star fighter. At your age, still grappling in the realm of fighters. How can you bear to expose yourself to such disgrace? You have provoked my ire, young man. Do not presume that mastering advanced techniques grants you unbridled freedom. As Ganmu spoke, a pale green aura of fighting spirit surged forth from him, his fists gradually transforming to the hue of withered wood. My apologies. But it seems you have forgotten that I too wield would attribute fighting spirit. The suppression of the same attribute can, at times, prove more pronounced than that of differing attributes. In an instant, Yan Qingshan closed the distance between them, striking Ganmu fiercely in the area between his chest and abdomen, shattering his protective aura with repeated blows. A thunderous sound erupted from Ganmu's chest as he was forced backward, blood spraying from his lips, his pallid visage trembling as he struggled to rise. Drawing a steel rod from behind him, he charged once more. Do not be overly arrogant. Once I have dispatched you, your advanced techniques will be mine. Ganmu surged forward, the iron rod in his grasp creating a swirling vortex of emerald energy. Yan Qingshan's figure flickered past him, delivering a precise strike to Ganmu's chest, sending him hurtling away once again. The warm-up should be nearing its conclusion. Roaring Lion's Hymn. Windblade Dance. At the most critical juncture, Mu Shi, the captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Brigade, intervened, leaping to shield Ganmu. His great blade began to whirl violently, conjuring numerous azure blade phantoms that manifested in succession before him. Boom. A dense web of blades formed in front of Mu Shi, the roaring lion's head radiating waves of energy. Upon their collision, the entire courtyard erupted with a deafening roar, the ground trembling as mud bricks flew in disarray. Both combatants staggering backward almost simultaneously. Mu Shi took a step back to regain his stance, while Yan Qingshan retreated several steps, ultimately employing the phoenix soaring step to barely dissipate the force beneath his feet. His current combat data approached that of a 9-star fighter practicing yellow tier techniques, and when coupled with profound tier combat skills, he could easily counterattack. Yet, the disparity in strength was still too vast against a fighter, especially one wielding profound tier techniques. Mu Shi's overall data was at least 70 or higher, with all attributes, save for mental strength, approximately 3 times that of Yan Qingshan. The sum of 1 and 1 far exceeds 2, not to mention 1 plus 1 plus 1. Had Yan Qingshan not momentarily gathered strength during the Roaring Lion's Hymn, he might not have even had the opportunity to dissipate the force. On the other side, Mu Shi was profoundly shaken. The Windblade Dance was his ultimate trump card, a low-level technique of the Xian rank. With this skill, he had previously earned the title of the strongest in Qingshan town on several occasions. Now, faced with Yan Qingshan, Mu Shi opted for caution, allowing Ganmu to strike first as a test, while he observed, waiting until he felt more assured before entering the fray. Yet, to his astonishment, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. As the clouds of dust finally settled, Yan Qingshan's figure re-emerged, and Mu Shi, with a grim expression, surveyed his surroundings. Despite the commotion, none of his subordinates had arrived. Clearly, Yan Qingshan had prepared well before approaching. Yan Qingshan regarded Mu Shi with a slight smile, fully aware of the vast chasm between a fighter and a master. The prowess of the high Xian rank technique, the Roaring Lioness Song, was insufficient to bridge that gap. However, the delay had already served him well. Captain Mu Shi, Yan Qingshan said with a smirk, there's no need to look around. While you and your men were deliberating on how to deal with me, I took the liberty of resolving all your subordinates. No one will disturb us now. You are quite ruthless, Mu Shi remarked, scanning the silence that enveloped him. Realizing that Yan Qingshan's words might indeed hold truth, there was likely no one left. I find it puzzling. Our Wolfhead Mercenary Corps had no grievances with you prior to today. Is it truly worth annihilating us over a mere incident? It is not that simple. Consider it misfortune for your mercenary group, Yan Qingshan replied. As for why I targeted the Wolfhead tonight, let's just say your reputation precedes you. More than one person warned me to be wary of your retaliation during the day. The more I heard, the more resolute I became. If I act, I must act decisively. Since you never anticipated I would take action tonight, I seized this perfect opportunity rather than leave you time to prepare. As Mu Shi prepared to retort with a few harsh words, his expression suddenly shifted, and he began to cough violently, covering his mouth as he spat out a pool of blood. Father! Mu Li gasped in shock upon witnessing his father's injury. He stumbled forward but fell to the ground halfway, his face flushed with a myriad of colors, struggling to breathe as his vitality waned. You poisoned him. Yet Mu Li was also perplexed by how Yan Qingshan had administered the poison. Mu Shi was no fool, yet he had failed to catch any hint until now. The art of medicine and poison is intertwined. You should have anticipated my use of toxins. Earlier, your son and Herman both fell victim to my strike, leaving them with a nearly tasteless substance. Spending too long in close proximity would inevitably expose them to its effects. Yan Qingshan advanced slowly, Regarding Mu, she with a knowing smile. This particular poison is harmless on its own, but when combined with another, it proves remarkably effective. However, its impact on you, a master, is rather limited. Yet, you are fortunate. Tonight, I happened upon an extraordinary poison and decided to test its effects on you. To my surprise, it proved remarkably effective, sparing me considerable trouble. Otherwise, even with my hidden cards, dealing with a combat master would have required considerable effort. Curse it. Mushi managed to utter, struggling to expel the poison as he fervently circulated his energy. Alas, his expression soon morphed into one of horror as the energy flowed. He realized that his strength was dissipating at an alarming rate, and Yan Qingshan's shadow loomed ominously over him. Do not waste your energy. Yan Qingshan crouched before Mushi, gazing at the struggling one-star combat master without a trace of compassion. Once this poison takes effect, it signifies that it has infiltrated the very marrow, rendering it nearly untreatable. I must express my gratitude for your caution. Had you attacked me the moment you laid eyes on me, perhaps I would not have lived to witness this moment of your demise. You. Mushi looked up at Yan Qingshan, trembling fingers pointing at him as he attempted to articulate something. Yan Qingshan rested his palm on Mushi's head with a mere exertion of force. The once mighty combat master of Qingshan town fell silent. Chapter 15, The Lionheart Baptism. Early the following morning, as Yan Qingshan emerged from the little healer's chamber into the courtyard, he noticed Boss Yao sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a restless night. Good morning, boss. Yan Qingshan greeted cheerfully, revitalized after a good night's sleep. However, the previously warm-hearted Boss Yao merely glanced at him with a scowl before turning away. Unfazed by Boss Yao's sour demeanor, Yan Qingshan practiced his morning exercises alone. After breakfast, the courtyard began to fill with people, and he could faintly hear snippets of conversation, with mentions of the south of the city, Wolf Head, and Mushi. After wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp towel, he invigorated himself and made his way to the hall where Boss Yao was conversing with his subordinates. Upon entering, he noticed a hint of panic in Boss Yao's eyes at his arrival. Boss Yao rose to speak, his suspicious gaze scanning Yan Qingshan. Qingshan, is there something you need? Yan Qingshan got straight to the point, glancing at Yao's trusted aides. Boss, I have a matter to discuss with you privately. Very well. You all may leave. Boss Yao hesitated momentarily before gesturing for his subordinates to exit one by one. Speak. What is it? Boss Yao's eyes reflected an increasing unease as Yan Qingshan settled into a chair beside him. Haha, boss, there is no need to be anxious. As if I intend to do you harm. Yan Qingshan chuckled, retrieving two scrolls, one new and one old, from his robe. He unfurled the pristine white scroll first, revealing a list of rare materials scarcely found in the market. I hope you can assist me in procuring all of these. Have you perhaps made a mistake? Upon receiving the items, Boss Yao furrowed his brow deeply. Many of the contents were already part of his cherished collection. And while he could leverage his connections to acquire the remaining pieces, doing so would deplete nearly a decade's worth of profits from Wan Yao, not to mention the toll on his personal resources. Yan Qingshan then presented him with another pale blue scroll, stating, "This is the reward I have prepared, the deposit. The remainder is in a residence located in the southern part of the city. I trust you will find it satisfactory." This scroll contained the low-tier combat technique, Windblade Dance, which was exceedingly rare in the market. However, it was not the rarity that left him astounded. Rather, the news he had received earlier that morning from Zhen had made his expression shift dramatically, and he could see the astonishment mirrored in Yan Qingshan's eyes. Faced with the smiling Yan Qingshan, Boss Yao felt an immense pressure but eventually steadied himself and replied, "Rest assured. I will gather the items on this list as swiftly as possible." Yan Qingshan elegantly rose, saying, "That is good to hear. I entrust this to you." That morning, Yan Qingshan entered the courtyard with a spatial ring in hand, where the little medical fairy was tidying up. Suddenly, a creature the size of a calf, accompanied by half of its tail, crashed into the courtyard, startling her. "Sienner, please stand guard at the entrance," Yan Qingshan instructed solemnly, before commencing the processing of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast and preparing for the Lionheart baptism. The little medical fairy, though filled with curiosity about Yan Qingshan's intentions, obediently refrained from interrupting and cautiously peeked outside, ensuring no one would disrupt his activities. Document the actual process and attempt to analyze it for simplification. Yan Qingshan initiated the Dawn procedure, recognizing that theoretical simulations could never achieve perfect execution in practice. Whether in combat strategies or medicinal concoctions, flawless implementation was unrealistic, necessitating meticulous documentation and correction of errors through repeated trials. The Lionheart baptism required numerous preparations, some of which were quite precious. A portion of the materials resided in the treasure trove of the cliff cave. while the rest had been painstakingly acquired from Boss Yao's collection and through his connections. A black-green medicinal cauldron, imbued with a rich herbal fragrance, materialized in the courtyard. Although the elder from the cave was not an alchemist, he was a learned individual with profound knowledge in the field of medicine and poison, and he had indeed studied the art of potion-making. This cauldron, while perhaps not on par with those of higher-tier alchemists, was more than sufficient for Yan Qingshan's needs. Blocks of dense black wood thudded to the ground, producing a sound akin to bricks falling. This black locust wood, a type of shadow wood, was both hard and heavy. The fire kindled from this wood was of considerable temperature and easily controlled, though not as fierce as beast fire or other extraordinary flames. It was perfectly suited for Yan Qingshan, who shared its wood elemental affinity. The nature of black locust wood was less intense and volatile than yang fire, providing a steadier and longer-lasting flame. A single piece could burn for over half a day, making a sustained fire source exceedingly vital for Yan Qingshan. Blocks of black acacia wood were meticulously stacked by Yan Qingshan, and after carefully positioning the medicinal cauldron, a small cluster of bluish-black flames flickered to life. Unlike ordinary flames that blaze with fervor, these flames exuded a steady, gentle heat. At this moment, Yan Qingshan's demeanor was solemn as he methodically added the prepared medicinal herbs and auxiliary materials into the cauldron. Each herb was of at least intermediate quality, and he infused them with wood attribute fighting energy to activate their medicinal properties before casting them into the mixture. Pure mountain spring water and spirit dew flowed into the cauldron, while the wood attribute fighting energy stirred the concoction, and the gentle fire gradually heated the brew. Before long, the fragrant aroma of the medicine wafted throughout the courtyard. The corpse of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast had already been processed by Yan Qingshan, its body a radiant azure, with fur and mane that gleamed more brilliantly than sky-blue satin. Even after nearly a day, it remained remarkably unchanged, lying on the ground like a lifelike sleeping lion. Beside it lay the scorpion tail, longer than the lion's body, sparkling like a sapphire, its blue light mesmerizing. Yet the faint black gold sheen at the tail's end hinted at the lurking danger beneath its beauty. Under the gentle warmth of the black acacia wood, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron began to boil rapidly, a soothing fragrance permeating the air. The concoction transformed into a verdant hue reminiscent of the most exquisite imperial green jade. Yan Qingshan had torn open the body of the blue-maned scorpion lion beast along the neck, revealing a pale blue heart that still radiated warmth, as if it had just ceased to beat. He lifted the beast's body, using his fighting energy to extract all usable blood into the cauldron, ultimately casting the heart into the bubbling mixture. The pale blue lion's blood mingled with the emerald potion, initially distinct in color but gradually blending over time. The azure liquid shimmered with hints of purple, dazzling under the sunlight. This represented a trace of the ancient thunder lion's superior bloodline, imbued with pure, thunderous power. After dealing with the lion's body, Yan Qingshan grasped the scorpion tail, positioning the gash above the cauldron, and as he infused it with fighting energy, droplets of blue blood were forced out. As he neared the end, the blood revealed threads of green. The blue-maned scorpion lion beast possessed the bloodlines of two high-tier magical beasts, the ancient thunder lion and the scorpion dragon. The green hue was a manifestation of the scorpion dragon's lineage, embedded within the tail that symbolized its scorpion-like ancestry. Although the blue-maned scorpion lion beast was merely a third-tier magical beast, its bloodlines traced back to the ancient thunder lion and scorpion dragon, both of which were high-tier beasts, reaching at least 5th tier upon maturity. The ancient thunder lion is now nearly extinct, and the scorpion dragon clan is rare on the Dou Qi Continent. Yet their kind still exists. In the future, the little medicine fairy would require materials for refining poison pills, including the 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, along with remnants of eggshells to obtain the 7th-tier illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, both of which are formidable magical beasts actively roaming the Dou Qi Continent. After Yan Qingshan had drained the blood from the body of the blue-maned scorpion lion, the once resplendent carcass lost much of its luster. Carefully extracting the magical core, a precious 1st-tier lightning attribute core, he cast it into the medicinal spring. The most vital components of a magical beast are its essence, blood, and magical core. Without these, while the fur, bones, and flesh still possess some value, they represent a significant reduction in profit. The medicinal spring, containing nearly all the essence of the 1st-tier blue-maned scorpion lion, began to undergo a qualitative transformation. The bluish-green liquid gradually thickened, taking on a glaze-like hue, while the blue-violet heart seemed to glow with an inner light. With a deep breath, Yan Qingshan approached the cauldron, channeling his wood attribute fighting spirit into the burning black acacia wood beneath. Under the influence of the wood element, the flames surged dramatically, engulfing every piece of the black acacia in fire. The fierce flames boiled the medicinal concoction, filling the air with a rich aroma. Within the cauldron, the glistening liquid shimmered with blue flashes, accompanied by the echoes of a lion's roar, as if the blue-maned scorpion lion itself was unleashing a furious cry. The rising azure vapor even seemed to form the shape of a lion. This spectacle made Yan Qingshan acutely aware that the timing for refining the medicinal spring had arrived. "Sienner, assist me in controlling the flames," he called out earnestly. The little healer hurried over, and as Yan Qingshan leaped into the cauldron, the radiant medicinal liquid nearly enveloped him entirely, leaving only his head and part of his torso exposed. The little healer, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, approached the cauldron and cautiously adjusted the flames of the black acacia according to Yan Qingshan's instructions. The bluish-green medicinal liquid appeared almost alive, gradually creeping up Yan Qingshan's body, wrapping him in a cocoon of shimmering light. Within this glassy medicinal cocoon, Yan Qingshan closed his eyes and sat in meditation, channeling his fighting spirit. Streams of lion's blood essence were absorbed and circulated within him, facilitating a profound transformation of his body. As his heart beat slowly, it glimmered with a glass-like hue, resonating with the faint echoes of a lion's roar. His physique radiated with brilliance, the crimson blood infused with a touch of glassy divine light. As the blood coursed through his veins, it flickered with sparks of electricity, his body resonating with a thunderous sound, the organs glowing, and his flesh shimmering as if he were a celestial being in the mortal realm. Waves of rippling energy surged through him, causing his bones to crackle and his flesh to pulse. Amidst the sounds of popping, his aura surged to a zenith, breaking through barriers and embarking on yet another cycle of enhancement. In this moment, seated with closed eyes and hands forming seals, Yan Qingshan exuded an aura of profound majesty, imbued with enchanting charm and mystery. The little healer gazed at him, smiling unconsciously, her eyes reflecting a sense of rapture. Time passed unnoticed until he suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of blue light sweeping across the courtyard, impossible to behold directly, while his aura gradually transformed, growing ever more formidable. Chapter 16, Middle. In March, the town of Qingshan has already been adorned with a plethora of greenery, marking the season of renewal. A time when the town buzzes with life as carriages and horses traverse its streets. The events that transpired in the southern town have faded into silence. Yet whenever the name of Wan Yao's High arises in conversation, a shadow of trepidation invariably casts itself upon the speakers. At the entrance of Wan Yao's High, a caravan slowly departs, and Yan Qingshan stands atop a carriage, bidding a poignant farewell to the little healer who waves at him from the doorway. It has been nearly a year since he awakened from his illness, and over a month since his return from the Monster Beast Mountains. In this second spring of his existence, he has resolutely chosen to embark on a journey across the continent once more. Before Yan Qingshan's departure, the dynamics within Qingshan town shifted once again. Wan Yao's High seized the interests once held by the Wolf Head mercenary group in the southern part of the town, positioning itself alongside two other formidable mercenary groups as one of the three dominant forces in Qingshan. Although Wan Yao's High lacks a fighting master to oversee its operations, its intricate network of relationships spans throughout Qingshan and into neighboring towns. Moreover, with the introduction of new, exceptional healing medicines and astonishingly effective paralyzing poisons, the tide of skepticism gradually receded. The town's ostensible strongest individual is merely a first-star fighting master, yet the contingency left behind by Yan Qingshan is such that, should he choose to unleash it, he could easily bring ruin upon the entire town. However, employing such a contingency would prompt the little healer to prematurely activate her toxic constitution, hence his repeated admonitions against the casual use of that power. Wutan City, one of the smaller cities within the Gamma Empire, lies in the northeastern province, nestled between the northern stronghold of Haiyan City, the Monster Beast Mountains to the northeast, and Haiyan City in the east. While Wutan City is not particularly large within the empire, its mightiest residents are merely high-level great fighting masters on the verge of reaching fighting spirit. The most powerful families within Wutan, namely the Shao, Jiala, and Uba families, control a significant portion of the city's interests. Wutan City does have its imperial lord and officials, yet for a city of its stature, which lacks both economic prosperity and strategic importance, as long as taxes and imperial interests are sufficiently safeguarded, there is little need for excessive scrutiny. In truth, the majority of towns and cities within the empire share a similar fate. Imperial authority seldom reaches the countryside, allowing local factions to exercise autonomy. Numerous families, akin to the three prominent families of Wutan, wield considerable influence over the city's affairs, thus forming the foundational layer of the empire's ruling class. Though Wutan City is but a small locale in the grand tapestry of the Gamma Empire, the Shao family, its foremost clan, commands a reputation that extends beyond its borders. Once a prestigious family within the empire, the head of the Shao family, Shao Lin, achieved the esteemed rank of fighting king and shared a profound bond with Nailan Jie, one of the empire's 10 formidable figures. Nevertheless, the Shao family remains the preeminent force within Wutan, claiming a larger share of the city's wealth. The Yuba and Jala families harbor discontent towards the Shao family, yet due to the matrimonial ties between the Nailan and Shao families, they dare not act too aggressively against them. The marketplace of Wutan City traditionally opens at the break of dawn. Even as the sun merely begins to cast a crimson hue on the horizon, the streets are already bustling with life. A caravan of about 100 people and 20 horse-drawn carriages, escorted by vigilant guards, gradually makes its way into the marketplace of Wutan City. This is Wutan City. Although the scale of this caravan is not particularly grand, it is unremarkable amidst the throngs of people and horses that traverse the city. In the midst of the caravan, a young figure lifts the curtain of a carriage, revealing a youthful visage that still bears traces of childish innocence. Perhaps due to the rarity of sunlight, his complexion appears even fairer than that of some women. A young attendant, seemingly younger than Yan Qingshan himself, turns around while driving the horses. Despite his diminutive stature and youthful face, he does not resemble a typical boy. With a smile, he addresses Yan Qingshan. Dr. Yan, you are awake. We have arrived in Wutan City. Would you like to step out for a walk? No, it's quite pleasant to remain in the carriage, Yan Qingshan replies, shaking his head. However, he does pull aside the curtain to peer outside, taking a seat on the opposite side of the carriage. The young attendant's face beams with delight as he eagerly seeks to please Yan Qingshan. Xiaolu, are you familiar with Wutan City? Yan Qingshan casually inquires while surveying the surroundings. The young attendant, named Yi Xiaolu, is a member of the merchant caravan. Who in Wutan City does not know the Shao family? Look over there. That is their marketplace. Just observe the guards of the Shao family. How imposing and dignified they appear. Yi Xiaolu exclaims, pointing to the left and slightly ahead, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he speaks of the guards, whose fine armor and status make their positions far more respectable and secure than that of mercenaries. Xiaoyan has arrived. Quick, let us welcome the third young master. The little demon of the Shao family is here. How handsome the third young master is. The marketplace suddenly erupts in commotion. Yan Qingshan focuses intently on the scene ahead, where a boy of approximately 11 or 12 years is ushered into the marketplace by a throng of youths, whose cheers and praises fill the air. Occasionally, a few discontented murmurs are drowned out by the jubilant laughter of the crowd. The young boy adeptly navigates this adulation, greeting the cheers with a beaming smile, resembling a star of the highest caliber. However, few seem to notice the slight tension in his demeanor, the grin on his lips appearing somewhat strained. Dr. Yan, do you see? That is the third young master of the Shao family, a true child of destiny, a legendary figure of the empire. He is 12 this year, though he is yet to celebrate his 12th birthday. After months of rigorous training, he must no longer be a mere one-star fighter. More importantly, this third young master is betrothed to Miss Nailan Yanran, the daughter of one of the 3 great families of the empire. His life is simply extraordinary. 12 years old, I see, Yan Qingshan murmurs, casting one last glance at the departing Shao Yan before retreating back into the carriage. Xiaolu, I wish to meditate now. Please ensure that I am not disturbed. What an odd person, always immersed in his training, Yi Xiaolu thinks to himself, feeling suddenly bereft of conversation. After muttering a few peculiar phrases, he resumes his duties, guiding the horses onward. It appears that Xiao Yan's cultivation has begun to exhibit certain issues. Having achieved the status of a Dou master for several months, his aura remains unstable. However, with 3 years still ahead before the onset of his trials, perhaps it is for the best. Within the carriage, Yan Qingshan sat cross-legged, noticing the subtle anomalies in Xiao Yan's demeanor, which did not escape his keen perception. This journey through Wutan City was not merely a passage but a quest to ascertain the precise timeline of the unfolding narrative. Xiao Yan, barely 12, had broken through to the Dou master level, yet his instability was apparent. It was evident that Yao Lao had begun to awaken. The subsequent 3 years would be a period of stagnation for Xiao Yan, yet this bore little consequence for Yan Qingshan. With the timeline firmly established, he had accomplished his purpose in arriving at Wutan City, and his intentions became clearer. Closing his eyes and entering a meditative state, he resumed his profound cultivation. How peculiar. Such powerful mental fluctuations. Could it be a pharmacist? As Yan Qingshan's carriage glided past the bustling marketplace, a beautiful girl of about 11 or 12, standing beside Xiao Yan, turned her head to glance at the carriage, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Haiyan City, a sprawling metropolis located in the eastern province of the Gama Empire, ranks among the foremost cities of the realm. At its heart lies a vibrant economic hub, a place where Yan Qingshan arrived after parting ways with the merchant caravan. The streets buzzed with activity, a cacophony of people and carriages, while massive winged creatures flitted about, alongside numerous mercenary groups coming and going, creating a lively din. In such a prime location, only the formidable or the exceptional could secure a foothold to establish a business. The Middle Auction House, the largest commercial entity of the Middle Chamber of Commerce, boasts a network of prominent establishments across various cities within the Gama Empire. As one of the three great families of the empire, the Middle family has cultivated a vast enterprise, with branches extending even beyond the empire's borders. Their history is long and intricate, having thrived for centuries within the Gama Empire, and according to whispers, this affluent family seems to possess ties, albeit tenuous, to the imperial lineage. At the front desk of the Middle Auction House, a figure shrouded in a black robe, rendering their gender indiscernible, paused momentarily before making their way into the adjacent appraisal room. The appraisal room was spacious, and a middle-aged man inside, upon hearing the commotion, looked up. Noticing the figure's concealed identity, he furrowed his brow but quickly caught sight of the pale hand adorned with a spatial ring. Instantly, a professional smile adorned his face as he addressed the visitor. "Sir, do you wish to appraise a treasure?" "Indeed," came a slightly hoarse, elderly voice from beneath the black robe. The hand bearing the spatial ring gestured, revealing a golden crown encrusted with countless gemstones upon the counter. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing the crown. He picked up a nearby magnifying glass for a careful examination, his demeanor changing slightly as he looked up with utmost gravity. "Please hold on, sir. Have a seat. I will fetch our chief appraiser, Mr. Zhang." Chapter 17. The Empire's Secrets. The figure cloaked in black remained silent, simply taking a seat beside him. Shortly after the middle-aged man departed, a beautiful maid approached to serve tea. The black-clad individual exhibited an air of aloofness, prompting the maid to stand back slightly and attend to her duties in silence. Before long, the middle-aged gem appraiser ushered in a venerable old gentleman, his hair and beard completely white, yet his demeanor remarkably sprightly. "Mr. Zhang" first inclined his head in acknowledgement towards the man in black, then cautiously examined the golden crown. After a while, he set down his tools and remarked, "This item does not appear to be an ancestral heirloom. Rather, it seems to have been acquired not long ago." The voice of the figure in black remained devoid of any inflection. "The Mineral Trading Company. Is it necessary for one to elucidate the origins of such an item?" "Not at all, sir. You've misunderstood. This is merely a small conjecture on my part," Mr. Zhang replied with a smile. "Judging by the style and design of this golden crown, it likely dates back to the ancient aristocracy of the region now known as the Mulan Empire. It is indeed a valuable antique. Many prominent families in the Mulan Empire cherish such historical artifacts to enhance their legacy, with a starting price of at least 200,000 gold coins. However, within our Jamar Empire, its worth may be considerably lower. Only certain distinguished families would invest a significant sum for such a piece. Our auction house in Blackrock City will host an auction in 3 days. If you were to entrust this golden crown to us for sale, I dare not claim much, but it could fetch at least 150,000 gold coins." After a moment of silence, the black-clad figure spoke once more in a gravelly tone. "I have heard that the Mineral family also acquires items." The man in black continued, "What I require is not gold, but rather something else. Could you arrange for the head of your auction house in Blackrock City to pay me a visit?" Mr. Zhang's expression turned serious as he signaled to the middle-aged man standing nearby, who promptly exited to find someone. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang engaged in small talk with the man in black. Within the span of a brief tea ceremony, a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman entered the appraisal room, mineral green. "At your service. I am unaware of the reason for your summons, sir. What do you wish to exchange for the golden crown?" "I seek a cultivation technique. Specifically an advanced-level wood attribute method of at least the Xian rank, ideally accompanied by matching combat skills." As the black-clad man spoke, he flicked his sleeve, revealing 3 additional treasures that sparkled magnificently under the luminous light. "These are the deposits. Should the Mineral family satisfy my expectations, I could present at least 10 such treasures for exchange." Mineral Green gazed at the 4 treasures on the table, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Mr. Zhang inspected them in succession, leaning closer to whisper to him. Mineral Green's expression grew even more intense, only to dim once again. With a wry smile, he said, "Sir, it is not that I am unwilling to engage in this transaction, but I fear I lack the authority to do so. You may not be aware of the circumstances within the Jamar Empire. It is renowned for its wind attribute. The only advanced-level Xian rank techniques available on the market pertain solely to wind, while the strongest techniques of other attributes are limited to the intermediate level. In the realm of Dou Qi, the martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Inhabitants of the lower echelons Particularly commoners and those of modest origins can only aspire to the advanced techniques of the yellow tier. This explains why fighters from humble backgrounds are often easily outmatched and even defeated by those from noble families. They simply lack advantages in all aspects. Theoretically, for an ordinary person to acquire advanced martial arts, it is akin to scaling the heavens. However, exceptions exist. The vast expanse of Dou Qi Continent is home to myriad races, and many unknown hermits may possess secret techniques. These venerable sages, nearing the end of their lives, might conceal their life's work in hidden places, awaiting a fateful encounter with a worthy successor. A saying resonates throughout the continent. If one day you find yourself plummeting from a cliff into a cavern, do not panic. Take a few steps forward, and perhaps you shall ascend to greatness. This adage holds truth, as history is replete with tales of individuals who have risen to power through fortuitous encounters. Yan Qingshan's advanced martial techniques stem from such origins, albeit they remain a rarity. A more reliable avenue in this regard lies in auctions and the black market. Yan Qingshan has not yet contemplated the techniques of the earth and heaven tiers. For Xiao Yan's ability to repeatedly vanquish Dou Zone with advanced earth tier techniques in this region suggests that the major empires nearby, including the Black Corner territory, do not possess techniques exceeding the advanced earth tier. From Middle Green, he learned that the upper echelons of the Gamma Empire had long reached a consensus. Advanced martial arts had been monopolized and secured by several major factions, ensuring their dominion. The Gamma royal family commands respect for their earth attribute. The Mu family reigns supreme in wood. The Alchemist Association boasts the mightiest fire techniques. The Yunlan sect is unrivaled in wind attributes, while the Middle family is renowned for its ice expertise. Among these factions, the Yunlan sect, founded by a Dou Zun, possesses multiple earth-tier wind attribute techniques and does not shy away from challenges, allowing the circulation of advanced wind attribute techniques without fear. In contrast, the other factions lack such confidence and instinctively collaborate to ensure the monopoly of their respective attributes, leaving talented individuals with but one path to ascendancy, joining their ranks. To speak candidly, the strongest would attribute technique in the Gamma Empire is merely of the advanced mysterious tier. The few would attribute techniques that have emerged in recent years have predominantly been claimed by the Mu family. Middle Green continued. Indeed, the Middle family has handled advanced mysterious tier would attribute techniques, but we have reached an agreement with the Mu family. Our members may cultivate these techniques, yet they cannot be disseminated freely. While your treasures are undoubtedly valuable, they do not warrant the Middle family taking risks. Should you lower your demands, I could leverage my authority to procure an intermediate mysterious tier technique from the Imperial capital, which could be paired with combat techniques that achieve the advanced mysterious tier. Generally, accompanying techniques are on par with their corresponding martial arts, though it is not uncommon for the combat techniques to exceed the level of the martial arts by a slight margin. This is because the creation of combat techniques is often more feasible, and their potency can be assessed with a degree of flexibility. No need. The hooded figure suddenly shook his head, and Mittergreen felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he soon heard the man speak again. You mentioned that the technique is sealed, correct? I have changed my mind. The deposit remains unchanged. Your Mitter family shall assist me in locating a wood attribute earthgrade combat technique. This condition should not be too difficult, right? That is certainly feasible, Mittergreen replied after a moment of contemplation. However, to be frank, sir, earthgrade combat techniques are precious regardless of their location. Even with the resources of the Mitter family, finding an appropriate earthgrade technique will require time. Mittergreen's heart surged with excitement. In terms of actual value, earthgrade techniques may not rival those of higher tiers, yet their price far exceeds that of advanced mystical grade techniques. For instance, during an auction in the Black Corner domain, a low-tier earth-grade movement technique, 3,000 thunderbolts, fetched an exorbitant price of 10 million gold coins. Naturally, the value of earth-grade movement techniques is substantially higher than that of ordinary techniques. The earth-grade combat technique the hooded figure sought would undoubtedly be a standard would attribute combat technique, yet this transaction would certainly not be less than 1 million. After pondering for a moment, the hooded figure raised a finger and declared, 1 year. Leave me a token, and I will return to your Mitter family after 1 year. Surely, you would not jest with your own credibility? The Mitter Trading Company, known for its nationwide commerce, values its reputation above all. Mittergreen bowed slightly, presenting a jade token, saying, this is my identity token, which represents the entire Mitter trading house of Blackrock City. I also require a 4th-tier ice attribute magic core, the hooded man added, producing a pile of gold coins. I shall send someone to procure it immediately, Mittergreen hastily affirmed. The Mitter family, holding ice as their esteemed attribute, had always been in the habit of collecting ice attribute materials, rarely trading them. However, given their previous exchange, this transaction was proceeding smoothly. Indeed, The higher-tier techniques were monopolized and sealed. On the streets of Black Rock City, Yan Qingshan, having acquired the 4th-tier ice attribute magic core, felt little joy, as he was disappointed by the inability to obtain a more suitable high-tier wood attribute technique. His cultivation of the Lionheart King's art had reached a commendable level. After undergoing a Lionheart baptism, his Dou Qi cultivation speed was nearly on par with that of advanced wood attribute techniques. Yet, the attribute mismatch still posed some challenges during operation. Of course, he was not in an urgent rush to change techniques. He was merely curious to explore the possibilities, only to receive this less-than-ideal news. Nonetheless, he had mentally prepared himself and was not overly disheartened. The Empire's upper echelons had formed a monopoly, and the highest techniques circulating in the market were merely mystical grade. In contrast, combat techniques and secret arts were somewhat more lenient in availability. As long as one was not wholly inept, anyone could practice techniques. However, the effectiveness varied from person to person. High-level techniques, once mastered, typically yielded significant achievements. Conversely, the realm of combat techniques truly depended on innate talent. Even a fortunate individual obtaining a high-tier technique might struggle to master it. Thus, advanced combat techniques presented opportunities for commoners to acquire them through various channels. Chapter 18, Desert Stone City. In the streets of Black Rock City, Yan Qingshan gathered his thoughts, ensuring he was not being followed after circling around a few times. He then proceeded towards a bustling area in the center of the city. Black Rock City was not his ultimate destination. Rather, it served as a transit point. His intended visit to the Middle Auction House was prompted by the size and resourcefulness of the Black Rock Auction House, yet he returned with disappointment. In such a large metropolis, the Empire had established civilian flight transport teams, which represented the most efficient means of long-distance travel in the underdeveloped regions of the Gamma Empire. In contrast, places like Zhongzhou utilized spatial wormholes for even swifter travel. The flight transport office in the city center was an official establishment, situated in a spacious square adorned with several sizable flight avians known as thick-winged birds. These creatures, though not magical beasts, were gentle giants, easily tamed by humans. However, due to their scarcity, only the Empire could afford to maintain such a flight transport team. Upon arriving at the front desk, a young woman greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Sir, where would you like to go?" "To the Tagore Desert, to Shimo City," Yan Qingshan replied, producing a map of the Tagore Desert, on which he had marked the location of Shimo City, a small town within the vast desert, not particularly remarkable or prosperous. The attendant's smile faltered momentarily as she reviewed the map, yet she maintained her composed demeanor, pointing to another landmark on the map. "Sir, our thick-winged birds typically operate on fixed routes. To reach the Tagore Desert, you can only arrive at Mo City. You may have to transfer there. I'll charter a thick-winged bird to Shimo City for 10,000 gold coins. Is that sufficient?" Yan Qingshan stated directly, utilizing his wealth gained from the inheritance within the cave. Now, he was indeed a man of means, and any issues resolvable with money posed no challenge. In any realm, wealth confers certain privileges upon revealing his gold coins. The attendant's smile returned, and she escorted him to the VIP lounge to await the dispatch of his exclusive flight mount. Along the way, some attractive attendants walked ahead, intentionally showcasing their alluring figures and sensual curves, even suggesting that the arrangement for the flight mount might take some time, implying that there were VIP rooms available for rest. The distance from Black Rock City to the Tagore Desert was considerable. Even at the speed of a first-tier flying magical beast, the journey would take at least 3 days. Yan Qingshan's desired destination, Shimo City, was not on the original route, necessitating a route adjustment that would extend the travel time to a minimum of 5 days. The flying magical beast soared steadily through the skies, with specially constructed wooden cabins on its back, allowing passengers and crew to rest during the long journey. Akin to an otherworldly version of an airplane. As Yan Qingshan gazed out at the gradually darkening blue sky and white clouds, the crescent moon eventually appeared on the horizon. Under the light of the moonstone, Yan Qingshan shook his head, feeling a slight heaviness in his eyelids. "Sir, here is your dinner for today. Do you require anything else?" The enchanting and alluring air hostess from another realm approached Yan Qingshan, clad in daringly revealing attire that exuded a sense of seduction. Among them was even the waitress he had encountered during the day. "No, I wish to cultivate and require a tranquil environment. You may leave. Should I need assistance, I will summon you," Yan Qingshan declared. His disinterest in certain matters did not stem from a newfound saintliness. Rather, at the tender age of 15, having yet to celebrate his birthday, he was akin to a middle schooler from his past life, and engaging in such affairs felt premature. Furthermore, while he did not possess particularly high standards, he believed that the first experience should at least hold some significance. Wasn't the little healer enticing enough? Why the urgency at this moment? Yan Qingshan's refusal left the waitresses somewhat disheartened, Yet upon receiving a generous tip from him, their faces brightened with smiles. Having received their reward, they were eager to satisfy their benefactor, each departing in turn while taking turns to guard the door for him. The entire flying mount was exclusively reserved for him, ensuring that no one would intrude upon his peace, resulting in a remarkably serene 5-day journey. 6 days later, in the eastern reaches of the Gama Empire, within the vast expanse of the Tagur Desert, lay the diminutive stone desert city, even smaller than Wutan City. Constructed from locally mined black stone, this city stood out amidst the predominantly earthen structures of the Tagur Desert, offering a distinct contrast. A massive flying beast descended gently onto an open area 500 meters from the eastern city gate, bearing a wooden cabin upon its back, an unusual sight in Stone Desert City. A young lad leaped from the cabin atop the flying beast, relishing the solid ground beneath his feet. After taking a few steps away, the beast ascended once more, departing into the distance. Yan Qingshan furrowed his brow as he pulled up the hood of his cloak. It was midday, and the desert weather was exceedingly dry and hot. The scorching sun cast down relentlessly, baking the earth beneath him and releasing waves of oppressive heat. The rising warmth distorted his vision, creating a hazy and warped perspective. The atmosphere was saturated with fire and earth elemental energy, rendering it uncomfortable for anyone not attuned to these attributes, particularly those of wood or water. The local residents of the Tagur Desert were predominantly aligned with fire and earth elements. This environment posed a significant challenge for those of the wood element, while water element practitioners were nearly non-existent, as such an arid locale made it nearly impossible for them to thrive. Yan Qingshan adjusted his cloak for shade and ventilation. It was not only cool, but also quite comfortable. He had purchased it the previous night when his mount had paused in the desert city, for a flying mount could not sustain long flights without necessary refueling. Stone Desert City was modest in size, entirely constructed from locally sourced black stone, surrounded not solely by yellow sands, but also by mountains and rocky terrain. Due to the scarcity of rainfall, desertification has become severe, with yellow sands nearly obscuring all that lies upon the surface. Many rocks and mountains remain hidden beneath this vast expanse of sand, and mountains capable of yielding black stone blocks for direct extraction, like those surrounding Shimo City, are quite rare. Shimo City, nestled within the myriad settlements of the Gamal Empire in the Tagur Desert, remains largely inconspicuous, its overall strength significantly inferior to that of Wutan City. The city's structure resembles that of Qingshan Town, with no prominent families apart from the lineage of the city lord. Beyond the lord, the governance of the city's territories is held by numerous mercenary groups, the most formidable among them being the Sand Mercenary Corps. The leader of this corps, Sha Luo, commands respect in Shimo City with his prowess as a great fighter, a figure even the city lord regards with caution. However, such information bears little significance for Yan Qingshan, who harbors no ambitions for dominance and intends to avoid trouble. With a modicum of caution, he can navigate this landscape without incident. Cities within the desert are typically constructed near water sources, whether they be oases or underground rivers, and Shimo City is no exception. The Blackstone mountain range adjacent to the city serves as the source of the black stones used in its construction, under which flows an underground river that has quietly nourished the area for countless ages. The ancestors of Shimo City discovered this subterranean river, utilizing the stones to erect the city while channeling its waters to create an artificial oasis within the desert, skillfully managing the resource to ensure the city could take root and flourish within the vast expanse of the Tagur Desert. To the north of Shimo City lies the outlet of the canal that traverses the entire settlement, serving as a communal area for washing garments. Here, some weary laundresses strive for survival by laundering the clothes of mercenaries in exchange for currency. Yet, beneath the surface of this bustling life lies a darker reality, as this area also serves as a haven for certain men seeking pleasure, with some laundresses engaging in more dubious pursuits. In the northeastern corner, where the canal runs shallowest, a slender figure diligently scrubs a pile of clothes. Passers-by, both men and women, instinctively quicken their pace upon catching sight of her, their expressions tinged with disdain. Even mercenaries whistling for companionship exhibit a similar reaction, and newcomers, upon inquiring about the girl, likewise alter their countenances. Having labored for an extended period, the girl appears weary and unconsciously rolls up her sleeves to reveal her fair wrists, which are adorned with glistening, dense scales. As she exposes her arms, the smiles of those nearby gradually fade. Some eyes betray a hint of revulsion, leading the crowd to disperse, with those already walking hastening their steps. The girl, seated on the cool black stone, retrieves a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat, her smile lingering in the sunlight. Yet, as she becomes aware of her surroundings, the smile vanishes, leaving her with an air of profound desolation. Tears trickle down her delicate face, and she silently lowers her sleeves, resuming her work. This time, Despite the fabric getting soaked in the river, she refrains from rolling up her sleeves, her movements quickening as she immerses herself once more in her labor. Evidently, she yearned to hasten the completion of her tasks and leave this place as soon as possible. Although the pairs of eyes around her were familiar, she could not endure the disdainful gazes directed at her. The pitiful, neglected little girl silently fulfilled her duties, oblivious to the presence of another figure that had materialized behind her. After washing and wringing out each garment, she neatly folded them and placed them into a basin. With her head bowed, she lifted the wooden basin and turned to depart. Chapter 19. The Washerwoman's Serpent. Alas, the young girl was clearly taken aback by the presence of someone standing behind her. As she turned, still looking down, she collided directly with the person. The individual she bumped into remained steady, while she stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. "Be careful." A hand grasped her wrist, steadying her, while another hand supported the basin. "Are you all right?" The voice belonged to a youth cloaked in a black robe. After gently guiding her back to her feet, he inquired softly. "And no, I'm fine. Thank you." "Young sir," the girl stammered, offering a quiet expression of gratitude, bending slightly as she carefully adjusted her sleeves to conceal the faint blue scales on her wrist. "What is your name?" Yan Qingshan stepped closer, lifting her delicate chin with a gentle yet firm touch, compelling her to face him. This girl, charming and petite, appeared to be under 12 years of age. Dressed in simple attire, her slight form seemed to possess more allure than the 13-year-old healer, her curves subtly hinting at an enchanting elegance. With a lovely, refined oval face akin to a beautiful porcelain doll, she resembled a timid little rabbit, evoking an instinctive desire to cradle and protect her. Yan Qingshan's gaze was fervently intense as he surveyed her figure, from her exquisite visage to her slender waist, and then to her dainty, 3-inch golden lotus peeking from beneath her skirt. The thought of how her delicate waist might sway instinctively crossed his mind, conjuring an image of a seductive serpent gracefully undulating. Carefully, Yan Qingshan lifted her sleeve, revealing a series of light blue scales arranged neatly along her arm. The girl seemed exceedingly reluctant to expose her serpent-like features. Her charming face paled instantly, and her small frame trembled. "Why, young sir, I have no name. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you." The little girl suddenly realized that her wrist had revealed itself from under her sleeve, her voice quivering with urgency, tinged with a hint of tears, filled with fear of punishment due to her serpent scales. These scales are a hallmark of the serpent people, a race distinct from humans in the Tagore Desert, characterized by human bodies and serpentine tails, adorned with scales. Shortly after their birth, members of the serpent clan undergo a mystical procedure that infuses the soul of a serpentine beast into their bodies. As they age and their strength increases, this accompanying spirit gradually merges with them until they become indistinguishable from one another, leading to a more serpentine existence. The girl before Yan Qingshan bears serpent scales, yet lacks a serpent tail, indicating that she is not a true serpent clan member, but rather a rarer hybrid known as a half-blood serpent in the Tagore Desert. In the Tagore Desert, the serpent clan and humans are locked in a perpetual state of enmity, with human slave-hunting parties venturing into the sands to capture serpent women as concubines, while serpent warriors often perpetrate violence against human women. Regardless of whether they are serpent or human, those unfortunate enough to experience these fates seldom emerge unscathed. Typically, relations between serpents and humans do not result in pregnancy. However, there exists an exceedingly slim chance that offspring of mixed heritage may arise. Generally, such children struggle to survive past the age of 2. Those who do endure often possess either favorable family circumstances or exceptional physical traits. The girl whom Yan Qingshan holds is extremely frail, barely more than skin and bones, with faint scars adorning her arms, suggesting a less than fortunate upbringing. Her survival appears to be attributed to her unique constitution. Mercenaries at the desert's edge often harbor deep-seated vendettas against the serpents, and the blood of the serpent people flows within this girl. When she reveals her scales, even in the absence of a serpent tail, it evokes involuntary disdain from those around her. This loathing is nearly impossible to suppress, a product of the long-standing animosity between humans and serpents. Simultaneously, possessing the blood of both lineages, the girl bears the brunt of discrimination and contempt, rendering her an innocent victim of circumstance. The disdainful glances cast her way have rendered this fragile girl acutely sensitive, her petite form trembling slightly, and the once adorable features that could captivate countless hearts are now shrouded in melancholy. "Do not fret. You are beautiful. How could I be frightened?" Yan Qingshan gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, momentarily freezing the fearful girl. Since her birth, this was the first time someone had remarked on the beauty of her scales, which she herself feared. Yan Qingshan gazed upon the frail girl, likely no older than 10 or 11, with a delicate and charming visage, yet filled with trepidation. Her identity as a half-blood serpent has made her life in Stone Desert City exceedingly challenging. Her survival to this point can be attributed to a combination of her innate resilience and a stroke of fortune. Yan Qingshan had ventured into the Tagore Desert with the singular purpose of finding this girl, for half-blood serpents are a rarity, and she, with her green scales, is likely the only one to have reached this age in the entirety of Stone Desert City. Thus, his search had proven relatively effortless. As the girl felt the warmth of his gentle touch on her face, her battered spirit was instantaneously ignited with a glimmer of hope. She instinctively tilted her head, cautiously allowing more of her delicate face to be touched by his palm. With her enchanting eyes that subtly exuded an unusual allure, she timidly murmured, "Young master, is there anyone else at your home?" Yan Qingshan spoke softly, his voice imbued with a gentle patience, fearful of startling this pitiable little rabbit-like girl. "No, there is no one else. After my mother passed away, I have been all alone. Fortunately, Sister Shualan is willing to wash my clothes for me, otherwise." As the little girl spoke of her family, a hint of desolation crept into her voice. After her mother's death, her mixed-blood serpent heritage made it difficult for others to approach her. Despite her diligent work and the cleanliness of the garments she washed, few were willing to entrust their clothes to her. Thankfully, there were still kind-hearted souls in Shimo City. A few old patrons who had known her mother were willing to help, allowing her to survive in Shimo City by a slender thread. "It's all right. From now on, will you stay with me?" Yan Qingshan gently cradled the girl's face, gazing into her sparkling eyes, which had a slight green hue. Deep within her pupils, 3 minuscule emerald specks lay hidden. After undergoing the baptism of the Lionheart in that winter, Yan Qingshan not only advanced to an intermediate fighter, but also acquired some unique powers. He was not purely of the wood attribute. Most individuals possessed latent talents, often overshadowed by their primary attributes, rendering them virtually insignificant. The only exception was perhaps the alchemist, who, with a hint of wood energy mixed in fire, could become a distinguished alchemist due to their exceptional soul perception. Yan Qingshan's talent was somewhat similar. He was born with a trace of thunder within his wood attribute. However, that flicker of lightning was exceedingly feeble, making the cultivation of thunder techniques a formidable challenge. Yet, perhaps due to divine favor, the blue-maned scorpion lion, used in the Lionheart baptism, was a rare thunder attribute magical beast. It was not uncommon for individuals to awaken special talents through the blood of magical beasts during secret cultivation methods. As a result, Yan Qingshan's internal thunder energy grew stronger, granting him a pair of thunderous eyes. The thunderous power within his gaze was the most potent force in his entire being. The amassed thunder energy allowed him to condense lightning in his eyes, enhancing his vision and bestowing an intimidating presence. Those who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes. So powerful, Yan Qingshan found himself unable to maintain his gaze on the girl's eyes for long, instinctively looking away as the blue light in his eyes gradually faded, nearly causing him to stumble. "Young master, are you all right?" The little girl immediately grew anxious, her cherubic face filled with worry as she strained to support Yan Qingshan, fearing he might collapse. "I'm fine. Do you wish to accompany me?" Yan Qingshan spoke again, though this time he dared not look into her eyes. "Young master." Upon hearing his words, the girl instinctively revealed a look of delight, her charming, delicate features sparkling with an unexpected radiance. Her petite nose twitched slightly, and the 3 minuscule green specks within her emerald-hued pupils silently re-emerged. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" Yan Qingshan gently caressed the girl's hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. This simple gesture instantly filled the girl's parched heart with warmth. "Young master, I would be willing for a lifetime," she whispered softly. Although it was their first meeting, the warmth from his hand nourished her soul. The boy's gaze held surprise and an ardor commonly found in other uncles, yet devoid of any disdain. It was noteworthy that even her mother and the kind-hearted sister Shualan would involuntarily display a hint of disgust upon seeing the green scales. A mere flicker that made the girl increasingly sensitive. "A lifetime, then it's settled," the boy replied, his joy evident as he lowered his head, surprised by how smoothly this abduction had unfolded. He playfully pinched the girl's delicate nose, prompting a shy smile from her, revealing an alluring charm. She instinctively linked her small hands around Yan Qingshan's arm, unwilling to let go for fear he might abandon her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in the heart of Shimo City, a large hand held a small one, their silhouettes stretching into the twilight. In the early morning, within the main bedroom of a residence in southern Shimo City, the girl in a graceful green dress tugged at the covers with both hands. Her slender waist slightly bent forward, her exquisite face marked by helplessness. Pouting, the girl softly called out, her delicate hands gently pulling at the quilt. Her actions and murmurs finally rousing the drowsy boy from his slumber. Qingling, he murmured, his eyes still hazy with sleep. As he slowly opened his eyes, he lazily mumbled and reached out, gently tugging at the girl's wrist. With a startled gasp, the girl was unexpectedly pulled into the bed, embraced as if she were a plush doll, pinned beneath him. "Why, young master, she exclaimed in surprise. Strangely enough, she refrained from disturbing him further, tilting her head slightly, her bright eyes quietly observing his sleeping profile. A faint smile unconsciously graced her lips, and she found herself lost in a daze. The sun in Shimo City rose early and swiftly, illuminating the room as the light streamed through the open door, brightening the entire space. "Qingling, how peculiar. It's this time, yet she's never late, and that little rascal is absent as well." Sounds of voices emerged from the courtyard, drawing closer as if someone were coming to find someone. Upon hearing the commotion, Qingling instinctively turned her head, only to be greeted by the sight of a long, beautifully proportioned leg stepping through the doorway. "Ah!" A shriek echoed throughout the courtyard, instantly turning the previously tranquil room lively. Awoken by the noise, Yan Qingshan's morning irritability flared as he rubbed his tired eyes and shouted grumpily, "What is all this racket? Can't anyone let me sleep? You, how could you do such a thing?" A woman's voice echoed at the doorway, hesitantly pointing towards the disheveled couple on the bed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The audacity of these two was beyond belief. They had barely known each other before entangling themselves together. Qingling was still just a child. "Who do you think you are? Do you not realize this is my room? Trespassing without a hint of decorum. Leave at once." Yet, what greeted her was an even louder roar of anger, startling the girl into a retreat, stumbling out of the room. Finally, she thought, it was over. As soon as the woman departed, Yan Qingshan's facade crumbled. He held his head in dismay. Upon waking, he had indeed been in a foul mood, but after that outburst, he began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Now, faced with this awkward scenario, he had no choice but to muster the courage to expel the intruders, who knew how much worse it could become otherwise. "Please, young master, do not be angry. Sister Xuelan did not mean any harm." A timid voice emerged from beside him, as Qingling, clad in a wrinkled green dress, lay beneath him like a doll, her attire revealing hints of her delicate form, exuding an allure of its own. Yan Qingshan sluggishly propped himself up, his mood deteriorating further, and Qingling quietly attended to him, kneeling at the bed's edge, diligently helping him dress. "Young master, today is your scheduled meeting with Sister Xuelan in the morning. You even reminded Qingling yesterday to wake you on time." Or else, as she spoke, her cheeks flushed with warmth, her lips pouting slightly, she whispered, "You mentioned that Qingling would be in trouble. Men's desires are often most fervent not in the depths of night, but rather in the fresh light of dawn." Having just cradled the soft beauty in his dreams, Yan Qingshan felt a stirring at her ambiguous words. His gaze instinctively dropped, wandering over the petite figure of the 11-year-old snake girl, whose delicate curves were beginning to take shape. Even the most composed of men can be overtaken by impulse. Hearing Qingling's words, Yan Qingshan's eyes subconsciously shifted to where she had just spoken of. "Young master." Qingling seemed to sense his gaze, and perhaps finding the temptation insufficient, she obediently lowered herself, her hands and feet bracing against the bed. "You little minx, you've learned some mischief." Yan Qingshan leaned down and playfully pinched her delicate nose, then gave 2 light smacks as a mild warning. "Should you fail your duties again, I shall have to punish you." With that, Yan Qingshan swiftly exited the room, fleeing as if the wind carried him away, unwilling to admit that he had succumbed to temptation and reached out. After all, this little girl was far too enticing. In contrast to the gentle allure of the little healer, the snake girl Qingling offered him unparalleled devotion and submission, viewing him as her entire world. "Young master, Qingling thinks your punishment is rather pleasant," she remarked, her voice soft. Beyond the little healer, another promising potential from the Gamma Empire emerged. The hybrid snake girl known as Qinglin, the possessor of the rare Baishi San Hua Tong, named by Xiao Yan. Indeed, Qingling is indeed Qinglin. However, Yan Qingshan finds the name Qinglin rather unremarkable. The talent for naming displayed by Xiao Yan is truly a matter of concern. Colorful scales are dubbed Kai Lin, while blue scales are referred to as Qinglin. Such simplicity is rather disappointing. Does the name Qinglin serve as a reminder of the girl's identity as a serpent maiden? He chose the homophonous name Qingling, which sounds similar yet conveys a different essence. A girl who delights in the color blue. Her voice akin to the joyful chime of a wind bell, embodying a beautiful connotation. Like the little medicine sage, Qingling is a sensitive girl in need of tender care. However, compared to the little medicine sage, Qingling's plight is somewhat more tragic. The little medicine sage merely lacks friends and faces no aversion or disdain from others. On the contrary, many hold her in high regard. In contrast, Qingling, burdened by her mixed heritage as a serpent maiden, has endured disdain and contempt since childhood, with only a handful willing to approach her. Even her few friends, upon glimpsing the scales on her wrist, cannot help but exhibit feelings of distaste, leaving her a sensitive soul, devoid of security. Yan Qingshan is the first person who has not harbored the slightest aversion towards her. The original Qingshan town, where he hails from, is situated far from the Tagore Desert, rendering the notion of serpent people entirely inconsequential to him. Now, as Yan Qingshan encounters the reality of beastly transformations, which he had only previously witnessed in the realms of fantasy, he finds himself enchanted by this adorable and obedient young lady, leaving no room for any negative sentiments. It is precisely due to the warmth and comfort Yan Qingshan exudes that Qingling is easily lured by him, even proactively requesting to serve as his maid rather than a sister. Although Yan Qingshan initially resisted this notion, he soon found himself quite content under the attentive care of his charming maid, abandoning any further thoughts of sisterly relations. With such a considerate and nurturing maid at his side, to refuse her would be the height of folly. Having grown accustomed to Qingling's attentive service, he finds himself developing a bit of a temper and, perhaps, a hint of arrogance befitting a young master. It is as if the previous instances of lingering in bed and throwing tantrums upon waking, behaviors never exhibited while in Qingshan town, can be attributed to Qingling's overwhelming gentleness. Of course, the relentless fatigue from his daily training contributes to this change. However, compared to the grueling days spent immersed in medicinal baths in Qingshan town, he has indeed become somewhat complacent. Master, Sister Xuelan is waiting for you. Qingling's voice echoed from behind. Unbeknownst to him, she had tidied his disheveled bed and approached him, adjusting his collar and smoothing out the creases in his garments, all the while flashing him a sweet smile and a playful wink. After pinching Qingling's cheek affectionately, Yan Qingshan strolled towards the living room, while Qingling hurried into the kitchen to prepare tea and snacks for the two individuals inside. Remembering that her master had only just risen, she busily set about preparing breakfast and washing supplies. As Yan Qingshan crossed the threshold into the living room, he was met with the sight of a graceful figure reclining on the soft chair beside the coffee table, her legs elegantly crossed, arms folded. Upon his entrance, she immediately shot him a glare filled with indignation. As Yan Qingshan crossed to the opposite side, the woman erupted immediately. She rose abruptly, placing her foot on the coffee table, and pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "You wretched little brat! Did you not promise to take good care of Qingling? Is this how you care for her? Qingling is merely 11 years old. How could you? She is my maid, and I owe you no explanations for my actions regarding her. She herself feels no grievance, so your opinions are unnecessary." Calmly, Yan Qingshan seated himself in another soft chair across from the girl, leaning back with a composed smile. "Additionally, allow me to remind you that everything in this place is my property, and any damage will require compensation. I spent 10,000 on this house. The other furnishings are of similar value. Take, for instance, this coffee table. It is crafted from the finest materials, the best in Shimo City. Just this table alone could sustain your family's expenses for several months. Are you certain you wish to persist in showcasing your figure while neglecting to retract your foot?" Chapter 21. The Young Lady Xuelan. "You scoundrel! I detest you, you wealthy brat." The girl facing Yan Qingshan was not very old, perhaps 17 or 18. With a delicate and striking face, her slightly arched brows bore a hint of defiance, akin to a young leopard in the desert. This unique temperament, combined with her bold physique, exuded a distinctive allure. This desert flower was indeed beautiful, albeit armed with thorns and a notoriously bad temper, particularly towards Yan Qingshan. Her attire was daring, reminiscent of cheerleaders from Yan Qingshan's previous life, with a bronzed and alluring waist that lay before his gaze. Yan Qingshan, slightly unsettled that morning, found his eyes drawn to her captivating figure, particularly from her intricate navel downwards. Beneath a notably short leather skirt, a pair of long, alluring legs rested tantalizingly close to his hand, as if merely reaching out would allow him to experience their enchanting essence. "Ah, you little lecher." The girl noticed his gaze, but her bold demeanor rendered her indifferent to his scrutiny. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips, as if she found satisfaction in his attraction. Of course, for a man to gaze upon a woman without inciting disdain, he must possess a modicum of handsomeness. Were he a greasy, lecherous uncle, she would likely brand him a rogue. "Are you so entranced that you wish to touch?" The girl's red lips parted slightly, a seductive tone accompanying her words as one of her long, shapely legs came to rest near his hand. "Ahem, perhaps another time," Yan Qingshan replied, not a saint himself. The atmosphere had grown charged, yet the girl's sudden shift in demeanor prompted a sense of caution within him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the sound of approaching footsteps from outside, and he promptly adjusted his expression, leaning back against the chair. A little brat with lustful intentions, but no courage. Merely one to bully a young girl. After finishing her morning routine with a gurgle, Qingling gathered her belongings and departed. The newcomer, pushing a cart, arranged the dishes and food meticulously before taking the clutter away. Once this entire process concluded, Yan Qingshan, having adjusted his demeanor, raised a cup of red tea toward the alluring young lady, giving her a slight nod. After savoring a sip, he set the cup down and remarked, "Xuelan, have you achieved results regarding the task I assigned you?" The girl across from Yan Qingshan scrunched her delicate nose in discontent. Yet, given the serious nature of the discussion, she refrained from expressing her irritation. Instead, she retrieved a rolled-up map from her side, declaring, "This is what you requested. I had to rely on my father and several uncles, enlisting numerous talents to procure such detailed information about that area. What exactly are you searching for?" The young lady, named Xuelan, was a local of Shimo City, hailing from a family of mercenaries. Their circumstances were relatively favorable among mercenaries, with her father holding a mid-level position in a mercenary group, treating Xuelan with equal care despite gender differences. Given her age, her cultivation level would certainly suffice for entry into Canaan Academy, though her talent was not particularly outstanding compared to Yan Qingshan. "Thank you." Yan Qingshan accepted the map from her hand, which prominently displayed intricate details of the eastern region of Shimo City, including specific terrains, water sources, and the types of magical beasts residing nearby, as well as the territory of the serpent tribe located to the east of the city. "Hey kid, what exactly are you looking for? This area isn't particularly cold at night, is it?" Yan Qingshan finally turned his attention, not captivated by her figure or beauty, but rather pointing at a section marked as sandy terrain on the map. Xuelan appeared momentarily taken aback, but with the map in front of her, she had no choice but to take a closer look. "This area seems to be as such. I accompanied my father there once, and the sand was quite warm at night, unlike other places that are very cold. However, aside from the yellow sand, there is nothing else, no water sources, mountains, rocks, or even mineral deposits. There were attempts to dig down, but all that was unearthed was more sand." "Is that so?" Yan Qingshan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This suspicious location piqued his interest, as it could very well be the target of his quest. Traveling a great distance from the Beast Mountain to Shimo City, his primary purpose was to connect with Qing Ling, a potential asset, while the secondary goal was to locate the site of the first extraordinary flame, the Blue Lotus Heartfire. As depicted in the original narrative, with years yet to pass before Queen Medusa utilized the extraordinary flame for her breakthrough, and according to the original story, she attempted to evolve her bloodline and ascend to the Dou Zone level 6 months after discovering the extraordinary flame. It indicated that the Blue Lotus Heartfire remained in its nurturing ground for the time being. Naturally, despite having gathered materials for a Blood Lotus pill, Yan Qingshan had no immediate intentions of acquiring the extraordinary flame. The is indeed a precious treasure, a rarity in the world, even if not utilized for the evolution of the. However, for someone like Yan Qingshan, a mirror of the, it holds little value. Fire counters would, establishing a fundamental antagonistic relationship, and given its nature, even proximity could prove perilous. What he seeks is not the itself, but rather another entity residing within the depths of the, specifically a rare creature, the, a guardian of the, that typically thrives in extreme heat, subsisting on magma, and possesses immense potential for evolution. In its nascent stage, it is merely a first tier, yet with sufficient fortune, it may evolve into a formidable 6th-tier beast, rivaling even. This particular, born in the nurturing grounds of the, has already attained the status of a 4th tier, exhibiting strength that surpasses even 5th-tier creatures within its magma-dominated habitat. Alas, its fortunes have been rather unfortunate. Tasked with guarding the, it suffered injuries at the hands of the Medusa Queen and, before it could fully recover, found itself besieged by the protagonist, ultimately leading to its capture and subsequent ambush. A 4th tier, while possessing greater combat prowess than the average, is still governed by its beastly instincts, often overshadowing rational thought. Generally, only 5th tier or those of higher bloodlines can attain the wisdom necessary to counteract such primal urges. Creatures below the 5th tier, despite their superiority in one-on-one encounters against humans of equal standing, may fall prey to strategic assaults targeting their instinctual behavior, especially when outnumbered. Confrontations with 5th tier or stronger without an equally adept ally to divert their attention can lead to the annihilation of entire teams. Yan Qingshan, hailing from humble origins and lacking a formidable backing, faces substantial challenges in the, where growth without influence is fraught with difficulty. It is a misconception that one can evade turmoil by merely avoiding trouble. The unpredictability of life ensures that as long as one exists, conflict is inevitable. Even in seclusion, various circumstances may entangle one in disputes, and Yan Qingshan is not one to shy away from the world. Recognizing the futility of perpetual concealment, he chooses to reveal his strength at opportune moments. The resources required for the Lionheart baptism are considerable, and gathering them independently poses significant challenges. Given the rarity of these precious materials, it is likely that his endeavors would attract attention. Thus, rather than operating in secrecy, he opts for the more straightforward approach of leveraging the. Having already unveiled his prowess, Yan Qingshan must hasten his progress. The absence of a powerful backing or hidden cards is inconsequential, as he can forge his own opportunities. At the tender age of 15, he is undoubtedly a genius among. And with his current strength and talent, any faction within the would welcome him. However, he harbors little interest in the petty intrigues of the, aspiring instead for the strength and freedom offered by the esteemed. However, another short-term objective is to establish a solid foundation and a strategic reserve for oneself. The fourth-order twin-headed fire spirit serpent, comparable to a fourth-order magical beast in the realm of combat, is undeniably formidable. Yet, had one been aware of the specifics regarding the fire spirit serpent beforehand and prepared a targeted approach, it might still have been possible to successfully tame it. Once tamed, a creature on par with a fourth-order magical beast in combat would provide Yan Qingshan with a truly formidable trump card. With such a card in hand, he would find himself with greater leeway in various matters, enabling him to devise more intricate strategies with greater ease. Chapter 22. Departing from Stone Desert. I advise you not to inquire too deeply into what I am searching for. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Although Xuelon acts out of goodwill, he is reluctant for too many people to be privy to this matter. Currently, his strength is too feeble. A 6-star warrior is considered a notable figure in Qingshan Town. But in Stone Desert City, that status is hardly impressive. While high-ranking masters are indeed rare in Stone Desert City, there are still a handful of renowned fighters, totaling in the double digits. As a 6-star warrior practicing advanced techniques of the profound rank, he would likely be unrivaled among the combatants in Stone Desert City. What's with the secrecy? Xuelon muttered, her dissatisfaction evident, though she refrained from pressing further. Young master, Sister Xuelon, dressed in a verdant green gown, Qingling returned to the living room after tidying up her belongings. This time, she did not leave, but instead stood obediently behind Yan Qingshan, her delicate hands gently massaging his forehead, alleviating the fatigue that weighed upon him. How annoying! That imp has never served me like this, Xuelon remarked, feeling a pang of irritation as she observed Yan Qingshan relishing the moment. Displeased, she muttered under her breath. Unbeknownst to her, Qingling's face flushed slightly at the comment. Yet her tender ministrations remained steady and soothing. Whether intentional or not, when Yan Qingshan uttered the phrase personal maid, he deliberately altered his tone. You little rascal. I've tolerated you for far too long. Xuelon seethed at his words, rising in anger, only to discern a different nuance and subsequently felt provoked enough to retaliate. Aiming a kick towards his head, Sister Xuelon, don't, Qingling exclaimed, alarmed, as she leaped forward to shield Yan Qingshan. However, as she performed a forward tumble, she did not anticipate the impending impact. Just as she seemed poised to fall, she was caught and cradled in Yan Qingshan's embrace. You are a warrior. What just happened? Yet, upon witnessing Yan Qingshan display his prowess as a warrior, her doubts dissipated. While a warrior might only be one tier above the combatants, the implications of that distinction are profoundly significant. Yan Qingshan's revelation of his strength indeed astonished Xuelon, as he appeared to be merely a youth of around 15 or 16, capable of undertaking such trials, a notion that seemed unimaginable in the modest confines of Stone Desert City. More importantly, Yan Qingshan's aura of combat solidified Xuelon's prior conjectures. In the relatively diminutive Stone Desert City, Xuelon was regarded as a prodigious talent, naturally possessing an understanding and longing for advanced combat techniques. The common-born mercenary like her could only come into contact with yellow stage Dou Qi. She had experienced the yellow stage Dou Qi of ordinary fighters. Yet the mere touch of the Dou Qi that made her tremble was undoubtedly of a higher grade. At such a tender age, the presence of advanced Dou Qi would render any revelation of his true identity by Yan Qingshan unbelievable to her, for his exceptional qualities aligned too perfectly with the traits of a family-trained warrior. This is your token of gratitude, not to be counted as part of your remuneration. It should aid you in enhancing your chances of breaking through to the rank of fighter. However, this method is tailored specifically for you. Should it fall into the hands of another, it may turn into poison. Exercise caution. Yan Qingshan tossed a scroll, which Xuelon instinctively caught. Suddenly, the Dou Qi emanating from the scroll pulled her out of the living room, and before she could comprehend what transpired, the door slammed shut with a thud. Stupid brat. Would it kill you to say a few more words? Xuelon shouted indignantly, raising her hand only to let it drop again as she turned to leave through the courtyard gate. As she unfurled the scroll along the way, a scream escaped her lips. Golden silk sistanch, shadow pattern scorpion powder, first tier, earth magic core. My heavens, these items must amount to 5,000 gold coins. What sorcery has this little rascal bestowed upon me? At the eastern gate of Shimo City, two unique desert camels swiftly exited the city, heading towards the vast and boundless eastern desert. Amidst the desolate sands, where the winds howled mercilessly, a youth clad in scant attire barely shielding him from the sun, was enveloped in a greenish Dou Qi akin to a gauzy robe, as he tread barefoot through the storm of sand, steadily forging onward against the gale. Behind him, a series of footprints, deeply imprinted in the yellow sand, soon blurred into obscurity under the relentless wind. The youth was not alone. He was accompanied by two camels laden with essential supplies such as provisions and fresh water. One of the camels bore a girl clad in a green cloak, fully wrapped to shield her from the harsh elements. Her face was etched with concern, her gaze upon the boy imbued with a trace of tenderness. The environment within the Tagore desert was unexpectedly harsh. The yellow sand beneath his feet, under the scorching sun, felt akin to burning hot iron particles, causing each step to elicit involuntary grimaces and pursed lips. Even with desert boots, the discomfort was palpable. Barefoot, one would soon develop blisters. To walk as this boy did, unshod, was verging on folly. Yet, Yan Qingshan was not seeking demise. Rather, he was utilizing the most severe conditions to hone himself, elevating and fortifying his Dou Qi, rendering it more concentrated and pure. The wood-type Dou Qi was nearly the least advantageous among all types. In terms of damage, it paled in comparison to thunder, fire, or wind, and even the earth attribute surpassed it. In terms of defense, it held no significant merit, nor did it excel in healing compared to water. Aside from the remarkable self-recovery capabilities of wood attribute practitioners, it possessed little else in the way of advantage. However, due to the inherent properties of the wood element, its fighting energy is easily subdued by fire and lightning, much like delicate plants succumbing to extreme heat. The wood attribute is exceedingly vulnerable to targeted opposition, and even the cultivation of higher-level fighting energy does not alter this fact. In such circumstances, it is only natural for wood attribute practitioners to resist being dominated, leading to various methods of trial and training. Yan Qingshan now employs a strategy tailored to himself, utilizing the harsh conditions of the desert to refine his wood fighting energy, ensuring that it remains resilient against the scorching flames of fire energy. With all distractions cast aside, Yan Qingshan walks deliberately, his fighting energy flickering like a verdant flame amidst a tempest, wavering yet unyielding, growing ever more solid and potent in the chaotic winds and swirling sands. As he proceeds, the fierce winds laden with fine sand strike against his face, causing a sharp sting, and the exposed areas of his body are similarly affected. This compels him to maintain a robust energy barrier to avoid disfigurement from the abrasive elements. After a lengthy journey, Yan Qingshan perceives that his fighting energy has been nearly depleted, yet the remaining energy is remarkably pure and concentrated. And he senses a slight loosening in his cultivation as he encounters a critical juncture. Gazing skyward, he sees the blazing sun suspended overhead, radiating intense rays that infuse the air with vibrant fire energy, making him feel as though he is ensconced within a furnace. Qingling. Yan Qingshan's parched lips turn pale as he turns to shout, nearly injuring himself from the effort, his lips painfully chafed. Young master. Qingling hastily guides the pack beasts to Yan Qingshan's side, positioning them so that they form a protective circle around him. She carefully erects a makeshift shelter with a large piece of canvas to shield him from the sun's relentless glare. From the spatial ring entrusted to her by Yan Qingshan, Qingling retrieves the prepared items and, after dampening a clean towel, gently wipes his face and body, meticulously reapplying the protective ointment against sand and sun. Chapter 23. The Rigorous Trials of the Desert. Yan Qingshan takes small sips of the cool water Qingling carries, the refreshing sensation providing him great relief. In the desert's harsh environment, drinking ice-cold water is unwise, as it can lead to stomach issues. Rather, water at a moderate temperature proves far more beneficial. As the possessor of the azure serpent's triflower eyes, Qingling boasts a naturally powerful constitution, impervious to the severe conditions of the desert. The serpentine lineage within her possesses an innate coldness, allowing her to thrive and reproduce in the harsh environment of the Tagore desert. As a hybrid of two races who has awakened the azure serpent's triflower eyes, her bloodline rank surpasses even that of the current Queen Medusa. Her serpentine heritage continuously emanates a chilling energy that envelopes her, while the cool water she carries is perfectly suited to her needs. After a considerable time, Yan Qingshan regained his full combat energy and stood up, clenching his fists as he sensed a slight enhancement in his cultivation, drawing him closer to the realm of the seven-star fighter. In the vast desert, where the yellow sands rampaged, the newly risen sun illuminated the earth. Toward the setting sun, two figures and two camels approached the warm sands, basking in the gentle light of dawn. This expanse was a flat desert, characterized by its commonplace terrain, as such yellow sands were abundantly found within the vast desert. Having journeyed for an entire day and night, Yan Qingshan finally arrived at a stretch of sandy shore that could be reached by riding camels in a short time. He took a few steps forward, standing atop a small sand dune, gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted rapidly, causing chills that made one shiver. And it was all too easy to lose one's way in the dark. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extraordinarily vast. During the day, the sun could raise the surface temperature to nearly 100 degrees, so much so that an egg could cook within moments of being buried in the sand. Conversely, at night, temperatures could drop below freezing, a fluctuation so extreme it was hard to fathom. However, the sandy ground Yan Qingshan now traversed grew progressively warmer as he approached the designated location marked on the map. Already reminiscent of the warmth he had felt the previous midday, a rather peculiar phenomenon. Yet, upon surveying the surroundings, there were no remarkable structures to be seen. Not a single cave, nor even a shadow of a mountain. The highest sand dunes appeared utterly ordinary, presenting a scene typical of any desert. Dawnlight scanned and analyzed the data of this region. Yan Qingshan's keen eyes scrutinized the area. After the baptism of the Lionheart, his observational and intelligence-gathering abilities had significantly intensified, with his spiritual perception also greatly enhanced. Nonetheless, the vast expanse of yellow sand before him was unfathomably extensive, making it quite challenging to locate his intended target. The target exceeded the range of his exploration, allowing him only a vague perception of an inexplicable heat source underground. Yet he could not ascertain detailed information about what lay beneath. Given his current prowess, recklessly digging in the desert would only lead to entombment. Crouching down, Yan Qingshan grasped a handful of yellow sand, the scorching grains causing him to frown. The blue lotus earth fire and the twin-headed fire spirit serpent were likely lurking beneath this desert, yet he found himself incapable of descending. Digging in the desert was inherently perilous due to the loose nature of the sand. If one were to dig at an angle or horizontally, the upper layers would soon collapse. Conversely, digging straight down could lead one directly into a subterranean lava pool, where the heat would be overwhelming long before any progress was made. Should one manage to breach the surface, the resulting eruption of magma would be more than daunting. The absence of an explosive outpouring of magma from the underground lava pool indicated that beneath the yellow sands, there was a solid layer of condensed quartzite obstructing the molten rock. However, magma is inherently unstable. According to the memories of Xiao Yan, many subterranean passages existed below, carved out by previous volcanic eruptions. However, the channels here are largely disconnected from the outside world. Otherwise, they would have erupted to the surface during the volcanic activity. Later, Queen Medusa discovered this place and, relying on her formidable strength, forged a direct path to the depths of the earth using her fighting spirit. Her exceptional prowess allowed her to maintain the stability of the passage, but Yan Qingshan lacked such capabilities. His only recourse now was to devise a means to excavate a tunnel that would connect the surface directly to the subterranean pathways. The dilemma he faced was that aimlessly digging like a headless fly would likely lead him straight into a magma pool, or worse. He might dig deep without encountering any hollow pathways, which would render his efforts futile. This predicament seemed to plunge him into a stalemate. At the heart of this forested area lies a shallow pool of brackish water, undrinkable for humans, yet a veritable paradise for the drought-resistant, salt-tolerant flora surrounding it. The grove, composed of Populus euphratica, Ziziphus jujuba, and Haloxylon amidendron, features sparse grass blades that leave large patches of exposed yellow earth. In the more shaded spots, low-lying plants such as cacti, living stones, and aloe vera flourish, while some desert weeds can be seen scrambling through the yellow soil. In the distance, the silhouettes of wild sheep can be glimpsed at the forest's edge. Qingling, let us make camp here for the time being. This area shows little sign of human presence, with only the occasional remnants of campfires, which is rather normal. While this forest can barely sustain human life, the scarcity of freshwater necessitates considerable time each day to collect it, and with the stone desert city not far away, there is little reason to linger here. 10 days later, within the desert forest, Yan Qingshan, feeling somewhat damp, had transformed from his originally fair complexion to a pale yellowish hue. His skin, now nearly bronze, felt sticky and moist, as if it were not sweat, but rather the sap of certain plants. This was due to Yan Qingshan's resourcefulness, as he concocted a medicinal liquid from the golden acorns of the forest, combined with the snow jade orchid and the azure aloe vera, which he applied to his skin. This mixture not only provided sun protection, but also enhanced his physique and resistance to fire elements, albeit uncomfortably so. The forest contains a plethora of medicinal herbs, and due to the presence of spiritual energy in this world, even ordinary plants possess wondrous properties absent in previous lifetimes. For instance, the golden acorns, snow jade orchids, and azure aloe vera that Yan Qingshan utilized, are deemed useless by the inhabitants of Stone Desert City, merely serving as a meager sustenance when food is scarce, but not sufficient as a staple. While these herbs do possess medicinal qualities, they are inferior to the low-grade Huanglian essence, which is abundantly found in the desert and lacks significant harvesting value. However, for Yan Qingshan, through a special preparation method derived from Dawn's guidance, he could transform the mundane into the miraculous, crafting a medicinal liquid that aids in his cultivation. Over these 10 days, he has been able to solidify his mastery as a 7-star fighter, and these resources have proven immensely beneficial. Dawn, initiate data analysis. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation level, 7-star fighter. Technique, advanced Xian level Lionheart King formula. Combat skill, advanced Xian level Wild Lioness chant. Low-level Xian level Phoenix soaring step. Strength, 8. Condition, healthy. Agility, 65. Mental power, 33. Primary attribute, wood. Secondary attribute, thunder. After 10 days of arduous cultivation, Yan Qingshan underwent a profound transformation. Feeling the immense change within himself, he realized that this was a fortuitous opportunity, perhaps a chance to seek a breakthrough as a combat master in the wooded area outside Shimo City. Thus, he resolved to set aside other matters and continue his rigorous training. 2 months later, amidst the forest outside Shimo City, Yan Qingshan sat serenely beneath a poplar tree, his aura of verdant light radiating in all directions. With each rhythmic breath, the surrounding flora seemed to resonate with him. Lush vitality enveloped the plants in a hue of jade, while delicate wisps of azure spirit energy rippled through the air. This once barren land now brimmed with vibrant life force, particularly the poplar behind him, its branches flourishing with a rich emerald glow, standing out distinctly amidst the trees. Chapter 24. The Yellow Sand Demon Scorpion. Suddenly, Yan Qingshan, deep in meditation, opened his eyes and focused on a particular direction, his ears twitching as they detected a disturbance. With a powerful leap, he covered nearly 100 meters in just a few strides, racing swiftly towards the source of the commotion. At the periphery of the forest, near the sandy area where Yan Qingshan and Qing Ling had previously ventured, 2 factions of magical beasts were locked in confrontation. Clad in shades of jade, Qing Ling was encircled by a group of serpentine beasts for protection. At the center lay a massive serpent nearly 8 meters in length, as thick as a barrel, with small, fleshy horns discernible above its brow. The serpents surrounding Qing Ling were a group of desert rock serpents, which Yan Qingshan and she had discovered in the vicinity over the past 2 months. The desert rock serpent, a semi-social first-tier magical beast, typically grows to about 2 meters in length, residing within a defined territory where each group is led by a 2nd or 3rd-tier serpent king. Upon discovering this group of desert rock serpents, Yan Qingshan devised a plan to ambush them, successfully subduing one serpent at a time, allowing Qing Ling to control them using her azure serpent 3 flower eyes. Originally, Qing Ling would not fully awaken her powers until years later due to her bond with the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. However, with the optimal environment and conditions provided by Yan Qingshan, her combat energy progressed rapidly. Employing gentle stimulation techniques, he helped her experience subtle changes even before fully awakening her azure serpent 3 flower eyes. Initially, controlling a single desert rock serpent proved exceedingly challenging for Qing Ling. Yet, as the number of subdued serpents increased, her burden lessened significantly. Nonetheless, given her current state of partial awakening, she could only manage to exert half control over a 2nd-tier rock serpent, which was her utmost limit. Indeed, it was half control. Yan Qingshan did not excessively stimulate her azure serpent 3 flower eyes, but instead facilitated a communication channel between her innate serpent eye talent and these less intelligent beasts, gradually influencing their thoughts and transforming them into Qing Ling's guardians. In Qing Ling's vicinity, the number of serpent-like magical beasts, including the desert rock serpents, is considerable, amounting to approximately 20 or 30. However, facing her is an even greater multitude of yellow sand scorpions, which encircle her, and a group of serpentine magical creatures. The yellow sand scorpion, a species unique to the desert, is predominantly the size of a human head. It employs a tactic of ambush by hiding in the sands, releasing venom unexpectedly when humans or animals pass by, thus securing its sustenance. These diminutive magical creatures are not even classified as first-tier beasts, yet their sheer numbers are overwhelming. A glance reveals a dense mass resembling a sea of scorpions, with at least several hundred present. Among them, numerous first-tier scorpions and a formidable 2nd-tier scorpion king can also be found. The scorpion king stands at an impressive height of 1 meter, with a length approaching 10 meters, making it significantly more powerful than the desert rock serpent king beside Qing Ling, and drawing near to the strength of a 3rd-tier magical beast. Upon witnessing Yan Qingshan's arrival, Qing Ling urgently exclaimed, "Young master, That expanse of desert is the gathering point for the yellow sand scorpions. We sent Xiao Huang and the others to explore underground, provoking these scorpions, and they have come to warn us. The yellow sand scorpions thrive in the hot sandy environment. Even during the cold winter nights, the sands remain warm. Thus, the congregation of so many sand scorpions is not surprising, yet I cannot afford to retreat. Yan Qingshan furrowed his brow in contemplation. But the yellow sand scorpions did not afford him the luxury of time. Noticing that the approaching magical beasts did not retreat despite their warning, the Scorpion King let out a fierce roar, and the multitude of yellow sand scorpions surged forward like a tide, creating a magnificent spectacle. With one second-tier Scorpion King and nearly 20 first-tier scorpions distributed across 6 positions, each area housing approximately 3 to 4 scorpions in close proximity. Along with over 300 yellow sand scorpions, the Dawn initiated combat analysis. Yan Qingshan swiftly completed the intelligence-gathering process, easily calculating the detailed data of the enemies he faced, even beginning to deduce their potential trajectories and feasible strategies. "Young master, what should we do?" Qingling, still merely a young girl, instinctively urged the rock serpents to retreat towards Yan Qingshan. The two of them, along with more than 20 rock serpents, found themselves encircled by hundreds of scorpions and over 20 first-tier scorpions. "Dawn, confirm a feasible combat plan, Qingling. Let these rock serpents advance towards the Scorpion King." Yan Qingshan assessed the strength comparison between both sides. His side boasted nearly 30 first-tier rock serpents, while the opposing side had just over 20 scorpions. Although both sides possessed second-tier magical beasts, the enemy had a significant advantage in terms of ordinary scorpions, numbering in the hundreds. However, if they could prevent the opposing force from leveraging their numerical superiority, this challenging battle could still be fought. Having made a decision, Yan Qingshan quickly communicated with Qingling and the Rock Serpent King. Magical beasts tend to be more impulsive than humans, responding directly to provocations. Upon receiving the signal, the rock serpents sprang into action. The desert rock serpent, as its name implies, shares some connection with the flat rock serpents found in the Mountain of Beasts. Both possess earth attribute mutations, yet the desert rock serpent is not as flattened as its distant relatives and can glide with considerable effort, though not over great distances. The formidable rock serpents coordinated seamlessly, with some forging ahead while others provided cover, carving a path through the surging tide of scorpions toward the Scorpion King. Clearly taken aback by the audacity of their advance, the Scorpion King shrieked commands to his subordinates as the first-tier scorpions rapidly gathered around him, believing they had a chance. On the back of the Rock Serpent King, Yan Qingshan and Qingling were shielded amidst the serpentine formation. When a first-tier scorpion attempted to obstruct their path, Yan Qingshan acted decisively. He activated his supportive abilities, calculating wind speed, distance, and the scorpion's movement patterns. With a powerful leap, he unfurled his violet wings, outpacing the rock serpents to strike first. 2 piercing orbs of azure light struck the vulnerable chinks in the scorpion's armor, causing 2 of them to topple, their crimson blood splattering the ground. The allure of high-level combat techniques lies in the fact that once one cultivates advanced fighting energy, not only does the training progress accelerate, but the quality of the energy improves, resulting in significantly greater combat prowess compared to opponents of the same tier. Currently, Yan Qingshan practiced an advanced Xian-level technique, and the quality of his fighting energy was likely on par with mid-tier magical beasts of 3rd rank or higher, allowing him to easily dominate first-tier beasts like the lowly yellow sand scorpion. The formation of nearly 30 rock serpents surged forward like arrows, piercing into the heart of the scorpion horde, with the previously trailing Rock Serpent King now taking the lead as it collided with the Scorpion King. The clash between second-tier beasts was extraordinarily brutal, as a dozen rock serpents formed a circular arrangement, encircling the battlefield and swiftly rotating to divide the center from the flanks. The rapid movement of the rock serpents generated tremendous force, shredding ordinary scorpions that ventured too close, while many scorpions were left helplessly watching as their king was besieged. Faced with the challenge from the Rock Serpent King, the Scorpion King found itself under constant harassment from Yan Qingshan, who hovered above with his violet wings. One after another, scorpions fell to the surrounding rock serpents' relentless assaults. Unfortunately, the Scorpion King had previously ordered an attack from a position too far back, standing atop a rocky slope that was now surrounded, making a retreat difficult and help unlikely to arrive in time. Despite being a second-tier beast, the Yellow Sand Scorpion King possessed formidable strength, managing to suppress the Rock Serpent King in direct combat. Its venomous tail glimmered ominously, and had it not been for the rock serpent's astonishing defense, any other beast would have long since succumbed. Second-tier beasts were not to be trifled with by first-tier creatures, and this Scorpion King was nearing third-tier strength. Yan Qingshan instructed Qingling to keep the first-tier rock serpents on the perimeter for defense, ensuring they did not venture too close to the central fray. As the battle in the center dragged on without resolution, the encircling forces tightened, and the scorpions surged once more, this time with a desperate onslaught from all directions, resulting in casualties among the rock serpents. With a piercing shriek, the Scorpion King, recognizing its superior strength, suddenly clamped down on the rock serpent king with its pincers, trapping it. Its tail, arched upwards, swiftly lashed toward the rock serpent king's eyes. Having learned to target the vulnerable points like the eyes and nose when other areas were impenetrable. As for the Qingshan behind, despite several attempts of harassment and attacks, it only managed to slightly damage its shell, failing to inflict any significant injury. This agile little bird had caused it to lower its guard, leading it to believe that any damage sustained would not be severe. With assistance activated, the trajectory of the scorpion's tail was calculated, factoring in wind speed and distance for the lion's roar. Unfortunately, the king of scorpions was oblivious to the existence of human combat techniques. After testing the opponent's defensive strength, Qingshan gathered his energy in midair, and at the moment the Scorpion King launched its attack and let its defenses down, he descended swiftly to unleash the lion's roar. Although the power of the incomplete lion's roar did not reach its zenith, it was still sufficient to breach the Scorpion King's defenses. A streak of purple light cut through, severing the Scorpion King's tail, blood gushing forth from the wound. The intense pain and loss of balance caused it to falter, providing the Rock Serpent King with an opportunity. The Rock Serpent King twirled free from its bindings, its jaws agape as it clamped down on the Scorpion King's head, injecting venom and magical core energy through its fangs into the wound. The Yellow Sand Scorpion King emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing violently, but alas, Qingshan, having landed, dealt the final blow. With wings folded, he plummeted from a height of 10 meters like a falling hammer, crashing onto the Scorpion King's head. The azure battle energy struck like a mighty battering ram, fracturing the Scorpion King's shell and causing blood to erupt. This second-tier magical beast ultimately succumbed to the force of this final strike, its limbs slipping as its heavy body crashed to the ground. After a barrage of relentless attacks, the Scorpion King, bloodied and broken, let out a final mournful cry before perishing. Chapter 25, The Underground Passage. With the demise of the Yellow Sand Scorpion King, the numerous Yellow Sand Scorpions, lacking a leader, descended into chaos, their formations in disarray. Following the death of the last first-tier Scorpion, the lower-ranked Yellow Sand Scorpions scattered in panic, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the higher-tier Desert Rock Serpents. After a brief pursuit, the Desert Rock Serpent, responding to Qingling's call, abandoned the chase, while Qingshan and Qingling remained to deal with the many corpses of the magical beasts. The ordinary Yellow Sand Scorpions, being below the first tier, held little value. Their venom was the only useful aspect, which Qingshan collected from the tail stingers, including those from the first-tier Scorpions and the second-tier Scorpion King. Out of nearly 20 first-tier Scorpions, only 3 possessed magical cores, a notably low ratio among first-tier beasts, indicating their limited potential. However, the second-tier Scorpion King yielded a second-tier magical core, which was quite fortuitous, a near third-tier quality Earth attribute core, holding significant value. Nonetheless, Qingshan did not keep these 4 magical cores for himself. Instead, he entrusted them to the Rock Serpent King and the 3 first-tier rock serpents that had contributed the most. Although the rock serpent is classified as a creature of the stone attribute, it can be considered a variant of the earth attribute, allowing for a high energy conversion rate between the two. The desert rock serpent frequently absorbs energy from the earth attribute, maximizing the potential of its magic core. The advancement of magical beasts is considerably more arduous than that of humans. Once they reach maturity, their growth in power is slow, lacking the innate cultivation talent of humans. They are compelled to accumulate energy over prolonged periods, relying on gradual accumulation to grow. Naturally, higher-level magical beasts with superior bloodlines experience growth at a much faster rate. Yet the majority of magical beasts ascend through the painstaking process of energy accumulation. The methods available for magical beasts to gather energy are limited. One approach is through arduous training and the passage of time, while another is to seek out and consume precious spiritual herbs rich in energy. The last resort involves the savage act of slaying one another, devouring the remains of the vanquished. The energy contained within the bodies of magical beasts is substantial, yet it is far more chaotic and volatile compared to that of magic cores, rendering it virtually unusable by ordinary beings. However, the robust bodies of magical beasts can be consumed directly. While the conversion rate may not be exceedingly high, it is significantly faster than the arduous path of training. In this battle, the Yellow Sand Scorpion Horde, which had recently advanced in rank, was nearly annihilated by Yan Qingshan and the Rock Serpents, with many Yellow Sand Scorpions slain, leaving over 100 corpses scattered across the battlefield. The remaining Rock Serpents, numbering around 20, were treated to a veritable feast. The scene of magical beasts devouring their fallen foes was rather gruesome, and the less intelligent rock serpents did not even spare their slain companions. Upon witnessing this, Qingling's face turned pale with horror. "Qingling, lead me to the place where the Scorpion King appeared," Yan Qingshan whispered, placing the collected materials into his spatial ring and moving closer to her. Startled, Qingling quickly turned and covered her mouth, hastily following Yan Qingshan as they departed. "Master, I was, as usual, guiding the rock serpent group through the desert in search of possible underground passages. Upon reaching this location, the rock serpent king had just burrowed in when there was a sudden commotion below, and then that second-tier scorpion king burst forth. Previously, while we had encountered yellow sand scorpions and other subterranean magical beasts, they had brought along 30 rock serpents, and most of the magical beasts, disturbed, simply fled. Only the scorpion king that appeared here is the leader of the entire yellow sand scorpion tribe, and upon being awakened, it summoned numerous scorpions." Qingling led Yan Qingshan to a noticeably marked sandy den in the northern part of the desert. "Master, look, it is right here." Yan Qingshan observed the slightly concave sandy terrain before him, where a diminishing hole could be seen at the bottom of the pit, its dark entrance barely a foot wide, with faint warm air rising from within. This entrance is quite deep, and since yellow sand scorpions thrive in warmth, they often burrow towards heat sources. It is likely that they have opened up a certain underground passage. Yan Qingshan surmised that beneath this expanse of desert lies the nurturing ground of the azure lotus earth core fire, a place that has given birth to this extraordinary flame. With an underground magma lake that has been remarkably active, having experienced several eruptions, the subterranean activity has spread molten magma, resulting in the formation of quartzite cavities and tunnels underground, which explains the multitude of underground passages discovered by Xiao Yin upon his descent. The yellow sand scorpion favors warmth, yet shies away from basking directly under the sun, often traversing the sandy desert in search of heat sources. Thus, it is quite normal for it to fortuitously breach a cavity tunnel. "Qingling, let us first retrieve the rock serpent." Yan Qingshan attempted to clear the area around the cave, but even a slight movement caused the surrounding yellow sand to shift, partially concealing the entrance once more. Aware that accomplishing his goal alone would require considerable effort, he was fortunate to have made prior preparations. "Little girl, this time you have rendered a great service to the young master." Beside Yan Qingshan, the girl in the green dress squatted by the cave entrance, her attire dusted with yellow sand, yet her delicate face radiated a hint of joyful delight. Yan Qingshan smiled affectionately and playfully pinched the girl's nose, causing her to blush and shy away, her demeanor becoming even more charming. Qingling's face flushed with bashfulness, and she mischievously winked at him. "Young master, how will you reward Qingling?" "A reward, indeed." Yan Qingshan feigned contemplation, scrutinizing the rapidly maturing girl due to her ample nourishment. "How about rewarding Qingling by having her warm the bed for the young master tonight?" "Young master, you're incorrigible. I won't pay you any heed." Qingling, being merely a young girl, could hardly withstand such teasing. Her cheeks flushed, she covered her face and dashed away. Yan Qingshan chuckled as he watched her flee, playfully pursuing her. "Little girl, if I catch you, you must obediently warm the bed tonight." "Ha! Young master, you're truly incorrigible." Qingling's shy voice mingled with laughter. As the two frolicked amidst the swirling yellow sands, their silver bell-like laughter echoing amidst the howling winds. Before the underground sand cavity, Yan Qingshan established a deep wooden stake on a yellow earth slope about 10 meters away, securing a rope to it. At the location of the sand cavity, Qingling directed the satiated rock serpents to widen the opening. One by one, the rock serpents charged forth, using their stone attribute magic to stabilize the sandy passage, and soon, a passage over 1.5 meters wide emerged from the original pit. "Qingling, remember to hold on tight." As Yan Qingshan approached the entrance, he grasped the rope with one hand while holding a moonstone with the other. Qingling trotted to his side, enveloping herself tightly in his embrace, her enchanting azure eyes gazing at his face in a moment of daze. "Little girl, do not be anxious." Yan Qingshan lowered his head and gently kissed Qingling's forehead, smiling, and then tightened the rope. As Qingling commanded the rock serpent king to clear the path, they leapt into the pitch-black underground passage. Within the dark tunnel, Yan Qingshan maintained his balance by gripping the rope, while simultaneously shielding Qingling with the moonstone in his other hand. As they descended through the passage, the luminous moonstone illuminated their path, allowing them to navigate safely past the treacherous terrain. In the presence of Yan Qingshan and Qingling, a dozen desert rock snakes slithered behind them, with the second-tier rock snake king leading the way, devouring the carcass of the scorpion king and its magic core. Its power was in a constant state of metamorphosis, already exuding a faint aura reminiscent of a third-tier magical beast. The passageway beneath the ground culminated in a slope extending nearly 100 meters downward. After a descent lasting almost 3 minutes, Yan Qingshan propelled himself with a flick of his toes, landing steadily with Qingling in his embrace, accompanied by a muted thud, gently setting Qingling down. He illuminated the path ahead with a moonlight stone, revealing a multitude of dark passages, among which 7 or 8 emitted a subtle warmth. Yan Qingshan, with his keen spiritual perception, attempted to sense the surrounding auras, yet the chaotic mixture made discernment exceedingly challenging. Qingling nodded slightly, her eyes blinking as 3 minuscule green dots quietly emerged around her verdant pupils. Her commands were swiftly transmitted to the rock snakes. Aside from the second-tier rock snake king, which remained to guard Qingling, the others swiftly navigated toward various passages. Within the pitch-black corridor, 2 figures and a dozen serpentine shadows moved slowly, guided by the glow of the moonlight stone. Their journey was enveloped in silence, save for the faint rustling of footsteps and the slithering of serpents. In this deep, dark passage, the concept of time seemed non-existent. As they ventured deeper, approximately 500 meters in, a gentle warm breeze greeted them. At last, they were nearing their destination. Within the underground corridor, Yan Qingshan was drenched in sweat. Upon turning a corner, he was met with a radiance of crimson light not far ahead. His voice was hoarse and parched, his body feeling as though it had been submerged in water. The fire attribute posed a significant threat to the wood attribute. Fortunately, he had cultivated a high-level mystic technique and had honed his fighting spirit through targeted training. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, reaching this point would have been impossible. Chapter 26. The Two-Headed Fire Spirit Snake. At the end of the subterranean passage, a flood of red light surged forth, illuminating Yan Qingshan and Qingling's faces with a dazzling rosy hue. Before Yan Qingshan lay a vast cavern, where fiery magma gently flowed in what resembled a lake of molten rock, occasionally releasing immense bubbles that caused a considerable commotion. With a soft sound, there was a sudden explosion, and scorching magma erupted, resembling a brilliant display of fiery fireworks, sending waves of heat rippling through the air. Young master, is this what you were searching for? Qingling gazed at the seemingly endless realm of magma before her, a mix of awe and trepidation washing over her as she instinctively tightened her grip on Yan Qingshan's hand. She had not anticipated such a molten world beneath the stone desert city, nor did she understand Yan Qingshan's purpose in seeking it, but she sensed the lurking dangers within. Beside Yan Qingshan, Qingling, though not yet a combatant in her cultivation, exhibited a remarkable composure, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Young master. A cool little hand gently grasped Yan Qingshan's hand, which he had been using to wipe away sweat. With a timid voice, Qingling said, "It seems there is something hidden within the magma. Shall we refrain from advancing any further?" Qingling, what is it that you sense? Where is it? Yan Qingshan, glancing around, could only see some crimson stones and bubbling magma. He hurriedly leaned down to inquire of Qingling. Her verdant eyes met his glowing blue gaze, but she instinctively averted her gaze. The girl pointed toward a certain area within the endless sea of crimson magma. Young master, over there in the magma, there seems to be something. I can feel a subtle yet potent aura emanating from it. It is stronger than Rob, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps in Shimo City. Qingling's gaze remained fixed on a specific spot within the roiling magma, her emerald eyes shimmering with a faint ethereal light, as if she had pierced through the magma's obscurity to glimpse the mysterious entity concealed beneath. If it is indeed stronger than Rob, it must be the two-headed fire spirit snake. The pressing question now is how to lure it out so that Qingling can establish a contract with it. Yan Qingshan's blue-tinged eyes flickered with faint sparks, and his soul perception reached its zenith. Under Qingling's guidance, he too sensed the slumbering two-headed giant serpent beneath the magma, a being of unparalleled strength that he had never encountered before. Yan Qingshan was not reckless enough to provoke the fire spirit snake in its own domain, for this magma-laden ground was its sanctuary, making it even more formidable than a battle king. Moreover, Yan Qingshan could discern that this was not merely an ordinary fourth-tier magical beast. It harbored immense power, likely at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, on the cusp of transforming into a fifth-tier entity, one that would rival the battle kings. A creature not to be trifled with on the continent. The strength of the two-headed fire spirit snake exceeded Yan Qingshan's expectations. The encounters thus far with the yellow sand scorpion swarm and the unexpectedly powerful two-headed fire spirit snake seemed somewhat incongruous with the original narrative. However, this deviation was to be anticipated. In a genuine world, how could everything align perfectly with the written word? Based on Yan Qingshan's deductions, the diminished strength of the two-headed fire spirit snake encountered by Xiao Yan was likely linked to Queen Medusa's efforts to seize the exotic flames years later. When Queen Medusa claimed the blue lotus heart fire, she left behind numerous scales, indicating that she had endured a fierce battle to obtain it. The adversary in this struggle, aside from the instinctively resistant blue lotus heart fire, was undoubtedly the guardian beast, the two-headed fire spirit snake, nurtured within this magma realm. The fear that the two-headed fire spirit snake exhibited towards Medusa in later encounters suggested it had suffered a significant defeat. Thus, what Xiao Yan faced was not the peak of the fire spirit snake, but rather one that was injured and recuperating, explaining its comparatively weakened state. It was precisely due to its injuries that it was subsequently subdued so easily by Qingling in the future, and its weakened condition ultimately rendered it incapable of contending with the battle's spirit level and Mo Chong, leading to Qingling's eventual capture. Beside the subterranean magma lake, a figure unfurled its violet wings, gracefully ascending at an angle while maintaining a considerable altitude as it ventured deeper into the heart of the lava lake. Within the bubbling expanse of molten rock, 4 points of crimson light slowly emerged, awakening a slumbering behemoth whose 4 eyes fixated intently on the avian figure hovering above. Yan Qingshan soared through the air, with flowing magma beneath him coalescing into a lake at the center, occasionally surging forth with a wave of searing heat, causing fiery columns of molten rock to erupt, while splashes of lava eroded the surrounding terrain, leaving behind deep, darkened scars. The world of lava within the cavern was a realm of death, nearly devoid of life. Yet, Yan Qingshan sensed a presence that had marked him as prey. Not far behind, 2 diminutive shadows were fixated on him. Has dawn finally arrived? He mused, as he recorded the actual movement data of the fire spirit serpent, simulating the feasibility of a plan and adjusting for optimal execution. Yan Qingshan had indeed detected his pursuers. Qingling's sudden exclamation prompted the creature lurking beneath the magma into action. Anticipating this, Yan Qingshan stomped his legs, the fiery stalagmite beneath him radiating a surge of heat. He descended to the ground just as a muffled thud and an enraged roar echoed behind him, an expression of ire for a lost quarry. Or perhaps the rage of an attack. An eruption of searing lava followed, as a colossal creature surged forth from the depths of the lake. Let us go. Yan Qingshan understood the formidable power of the beast within. Having achieved his goal of inciting its fury, he cast aside a ceramic vial that erupted in a cloud of powder, swiftly pulling Qingling along as they fled towards the original tunnel. As Yan Qingshan departed, a vast, enigmatic creature burst forth from the magma, hurtling towards their retreating figures with a ferocious screech. The fire spirit serpent, a pinnacle 4th-tier beast, possessed a keen intelligence. Unable to catch up immediately, it swung its massive tail in frustration, sending a barrage of stones from the uneven passageway hurtling towards them like cannonballs. Warning, a source of danger is rapidly approaching from behind. Estimated time of arrival, 13 seconds. Fengxiang step. At this moment, Yan Qingshan disregarded the consumption of his energy, activating his movement technique to accelerate swiftly, nimbly evading the onslaught of flying debris as he sprinted deeper into the tunnel. With Qingling in tow, they engaged in a frantic chase, reaching the upward sloping entrance from which they had initially entered. Here, several passages branched off, and Yan Qingshan chose a slightly cooler tunnel to navigate into. Before long, the fire spirit serpent had tracked them down, following the scent of the powder and their lingering presence, showing no interest in the exit to the outside world. Yan Qingshan raced through the dark passage with Qingling, running for an indeterminate length of time. The cave entrance grew increasingly frigid and damp, and upon reaching a turn ahead, the sound of dripping water echoed ominously. What is the matter? Have you stopped in fear? The fire spirit serpent, having followed them into such a desolate place, hesitated and slowed its pace, disliking the chill and moisture of the surroundings. Yet, as Yan Qingshan tossed 2 or 3 porcelain vials towards it at the corner, the explosive powder was inhaled once more, and its dwindling reason was swiftly overtaken by rage. It yearned to tear apart this persistent little creature that had provoked it time and again. The 2-headed fire spirit serpent hissed furiously and pursued Yan Qingshan deep into the passage, where a shallow puddle, measuring about 30 meters in diameter, lay before them, surrounded by trickling streams, and the temperature had plummeted further. With a swift leap, Yan Qingshan spread his wings and glided over the puddle, setting Qingling down safely on the opposite bank, urging her to stand back while he turned to confront the furious 2-headed fire spirit serpent that was about to plunge into the water. The serpent was exceedingly long, perhaps 4 to 5 zhang in length, its body of vibrant crimson, resembling a massive sphere of fire from a distance, adorned with palm-sized red scales covering its surface. As its name suggests, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent possessed 2 heads, each with striking rhomboid eyes filled with ferocity and a thirst for blood. This formidable beast had yet to suffer defeat at the hands of the Medusa Queen, rendering it even more savage. Were it several years later, it might not have been so easily provoked by Yan Qingshan into revealing a magma lake. Hissing, The two-headed fire spirit serpent noticed the creature that had enraged it had come to a halt, and as it neared the puddle, its speed gradually diminished. Dwelling within magma, it was quite displeased with the frigid waters, knowing that entering would surely diminish its strength. Warning, target's energy flow is gathering. An explosion will occur in 9 seconds. Is it preparing to unleash a powerful attack? Qingling, quickly hide. Yan Qingshan observed the serpent's neck swelling ominously, as if it were preparing to exhale something catastrophic. And he hastily beckoned Qingling to take cover behind the corner of the passage. Chapter 27. The Emerald Serpent's Triflower Eyes. Terrifying magma and flames erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing Yan Qingshan's former ground. White smoke and the acrid scent of sulfur permeated the passage. The monstrous jaws of the two-headed fire spirit serpent gaped wide, unleashing 2 colossal columns of molten lava and flames, erupting like a volcanic explosion, surging toward Yan Qingshan on the opposite side of the puddle. Although he evaded the twin torrents of fire, the tumultuous magma burst within the passage, scattered embers, radiating scorching heat that even Yan Qingshan and Qingling, sheltered behind the corner, found unbearable. It appeared that the fire spirit serpent was genuinely enraged. Perhaps it was better this way, as a beast in a frenzy was far more challenging to contend with. Yan Qingshan gazed at the surging lava flow, his eyes flickering with a blue luminescence. The situation was somewhat unexpected. However, his cautious nature had ensured that he had prepared an escape route from the very beginning of his endeavor. Grasping Qingling's hand, he pressed onward until they reached a narrow upward passage, barely half a meter in circumference. He first assisted Qingling up the passage before swiftly climbing it himself. Just as the molten lava began to surge toward him, in the distance, at the entrance of the passage, a two-headed fire spirit serpent gradually ceased its furious expulsion of lava, its fiery breath filling the air. The previously cold water pit before it was now shrouded in a thick mist, the frigid underground lake nearly boiling, the temperature of the water rising dramatically. Suddenly, a howling wind swept in from another direction, and a stone struck one of the serpent's heads with precision. Both heads turned in unison, and on the opposite side of the pit, they beheld the figure that had incited their ire. "You are pathetic, little serpent," Yan Qingshan taunted, adopting various provocative postures, even twisting his body to present his backside to the fire spirit serpent. Perhaps the serpent's intellect did not rival that of humans, yet it could still discern such blatant provocation, and its anger swiftly overshadowed its limited wisdom. "Oh, fire spirit serpent, is this not what you desire? Come and take it." After fully provoking the fire spirit serpent, Yan Qingshan produced a pale purple fruit, exuding a rich fragrance. This was the purple smoke fruit, a specialty of the monster beast mountain range, known for containing a trace amount of fire elemental energy, which rendered it highly desirable to most fire attribute magical beasts. This particular purple smoke fruit was among the finest he had ever encountered, and he had treated it with a special method that rendered it irresistibly alluring to fire attribute magical beasts. While ordinary purple smoke fruits emitted only a faint aroma, the one in Yan Qingshan's possession released a captivating scent that could make one's stomach rumble with hunger. The gluttonous flower, a spiritual herb, emitted a unique fragrance capable of stirring the appetites of magical beasts. The powder he had previously scattered contained both this herb and the essence of the purple smoke fruit. Having absorbed this powder, the fire spirit serpent found its appetite awakened, and the fruit's essence invigorated its fire attribute spiritual energy, rendering it insatiable, akin to a drug-induced state. Naturally, it would pursue Yan Qingshan relentlessly. Having consumed such a significant amount of powder along the way, the fire spirit serpent resembled a famished beast, driven by an insatiable craving, especially after expelling vast quantities of lava and in need of energy replenishment. Provoked multiple times by Yan Qingshan, it could no longer restrain its impulses. The dual-headed fire spirit serpent, fueled by rage and an overwhelming desire for the purple smoke fruit, fully disregarded its initial trepidation toward the water pit. Moreover, after its recent actions, the pit's temperature had risen, alleviating its earlier discomfort. After shaking its massive heads and letting out a roar, it plunged into the water, charging toward Yan Qingshan. "Here you go." Yan Qingshan gracefully spread his ethereal wings and ascended, curving through the air to evade the serpent's bite. He then shifted to the opposite side of the water pit, tossing 2 purple smoke fruits in the direction of each serpent head. The serpent's craving for the fruit momentarily distracted it from the pursuit. The twin-headed fire spirit serpent, after devouring a purple smoke fruit with its 2 heads, raised its gaze once more, unwilling to let Yan Qingshan escape. At this moment, Yan Qingshan had already flown to the opposite side of the puddle, dispersing tiny purple stars like celestial maidens scattering flowers. He tossed more purple smoke fruits into the air, which the fire spirit serpent eagerly consumed, one after another. However, as the serpent approached Yan Qingshan within a mere 10 meters, it seemed to encounter an impediment. Despite its fiery red form exuding exuberance, its swimming speed noticeably diminished. Ah, the exquisite effect of the supreme, drunken dragon grass. A smile crept onto Yan Qingshan's lips. He certainly did not intend to offer the fire spirit serpent any form of nourishment. The purple smoke fruits and the gluttonous flower were merely superficial distractions. The dual-headed serpent, in its heightened state of excitement due to these two items, failed to detect the third type of spiritual herb concealed within the powder and medicinal fruits. The drunken dragon grass, a miraculous herb capable of inducing a stupor in both humans and magical beasts, poses no harm to either. Consuming it merely results in a state of blissful slumber, leaving one refreshed upon waking. Thus, the sensitivity of magical beasts towards drunken dragon grass is quite low, as it possesses no toxicity. However, within the treacherous confines of the Beast Mountain range, this herb proves perilous should a beast inadvertently consume it and succumb to slumber. It might never awaken in such a dangerous wilderness. Having inhaled copious amounts of powder and consumed at least 10 enhanced purple smoke fruits while swimming for an extended period, the time had finally come for the effects of the herbs to manifest. Waves of lethargy began to envelop the twin-headed fire spirit serpent, instinctively sensing impending doom. It forsook its pursuit of Yan Qingshan and attempted to retreat. But alas, it was too late. After orchestrating this plan for so long, Yan Qingshan would not allow the fire spirit serpent to escape so easily. With its body heated from prolonged activity, he decided to cool it down. Suddenly, multiple burlap sacks appeared in Yan Qingshan's hands. One by one, he hurled each sack into the puddle, and just before they struck the surface of the water, they burst open, releasing a flurry of powder that swiftly dispersed into the puddle, unleashing a visible chill. The once agitated waters rapidly cooled, providing a slight reprieve for the fire spirit serpent, but further hampering its speed. Enraged, the serpent hissed fiercely, thrashing its massive tail in fury, while its twin heads spewed forth torrents of lava. Yet, with each movement, more underground water was transformed into ice under the influence of the niter powder. And with Yan Qingshan continuously sprinkling the powder, even its tail began to crystallize, driving it into a frenzy. There is no escape for you. As the twin-headed fire spirit serpent struggled to reach the edge of the puddle, Yan Qingshan remained composed, orchestrating the final assault. The shadows of lurking rock serpents surged forth like a tide, delivering a decisive blow that plunged the fire spirit serpent back into the icy depths of the puddle. With a piercing hiss, the serpent's tail became fully submerged in the icy waters, while countless grains of niter powder covered its two heads, amplifying its terror as waves of drowsiness relentlessly washed over it. The figure of Yan Qingshan cast a shadow upon the frostbitten ice, while the twin-headed fire spirit serpent, its serpentine heads aglow with crimson light, swiftly turned, its maw agape in a warning hiss, cautioning him to maintain his distance. Yet, Yan Qingshan appeared undeterred, continuing his advance. After a couple of steps, he veered in a different direction. Although the fire spirit serpent remained vigilant, it refrained from making any rash moves. For Yan Qingshan was still 10 meters away, and a hasty strike could prove futile. Presently, its capacity for resistance was significantly diminished. Qingling, employ the method I have taught you. In truth, even in its fatigued state, the fire spirit serpent possessed combat capabilities rivaling those of a Tier 3 magical beast. A desperate strike would be beyond Yan Qingshan's ability to withstand, hence he maintained a safe distance after his initial probing. Understood, young master. Qingling was acutely aware of the meticulous planning Yan Qingshan had undertaken for this day. To avoid disappointing him, she resolved to succeed. The young maiden cautiously approached the twin-headed fire spirit serpent, which, perhaps due to the serpentine blood coursing through her veins, did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, observing her movements with keen attention. Hiss. The fire spirit serpent extended its crimson forked tongue, issuing a hiss that warned this intriguing morsel not to draw closer. However, the diminutive treat showed no signs of retreating. Instead, she advanced, her hands forming seals as she channeled her fighting spirit through a unique technique into her eyes. Focus your heart and tame it, young master. I shall surely succeed. Determination filled Qingling's heart, and within her crystalline green eyes, 3 emerald dots suddenly emerged, more vivid than ever before. These 3 dots transformed into minuscule green blossoms, reminiscent of delicate buds. As the ethereal blossoms flourished, a surge of intense, spectral light erupted from them, illuminating the fire spirit serpent before her. The serpent, poised to unleash its final assault, suddenly froze, its immense form rigid with fear as its colossal eyes reflected trepidation. The enigmatic light glided over the serpent's body, ultimately settling upon the center of the foreheads of its 2 heads. Once the light ceased its movement, it began to gradually constrict, and with its diminishing size, the radiance within it grew ever more resplendent. As the spectral glow shrank to the size of a palm, it halted its contraction. With a sudden burst of luminescence, 2 diminutive green blossoms were imprinted upon the serpent's heads. However, just as the complete green flowers manifested in her eyes and the contract with the twin-headed fire spirit serpent was secured, a wave of faint green ripples flowed silently outward, as though nothing had occurred, yet seemingly transmitting some signal. Chapter 28. The Serpent's Treasure. Young master, I have succeeded. Qingling collapsed into Yan Qingshan's embrace, her weary visage radiant with joy. Yan Qingshan gently caressed her delicate head, carefully cradling this weary soul. All right, no need to speak, just rest well. He administered a nourishing pill to her and tenderly comforted the girl. Qingling's eyes gradually fluttered shut, her breathing steady as she slipped into a peaceful slumber. After Qingling had fallen asleep, the 2-headed fire spirit snake stood dumbfounded in place. Whenever its gaze swept over the slumbering Qingling, the ferocity and menace in its eyes would inexplicably dissipate, replaced instead by an unexpected gentleness. Dawn, the electronic assistant, began to gather specific data on the fire spirit snake, attempting to devise a training plan. With Qingling temporarily out of harm's way, Yan Qingshan held this sleeping beauty in his arms while also seeking ways to command the rock serpents to extricate the ensnared 2-headed fire spirit snake for intelligence gathering. Yan Qingshan's electronic assistant could analyze information through the collected data, subsequently proposing feasible enhancement plans, whether concerning humans or magical beasts. As long as the intelligence material was substantial, it could be utilized for predictive objectives. His current endeavor was to collect samples from the fire spirit snake, aiming to facilitate a transformation of this peak 4th-tier beast. Should he succeed, the 5th-tier fire spirit snake would become a formidable asset in the early stages of cultivation. 5th-tier magical beasts are significantly more formidable than combat kings, possessing extraordinary intelligence, powerful physiques, and abilities that surpass human strength, speed, and supernatural capabilities. The average combat king pales in comparison to a 5th-tier magical beast. However, aspirations are often grand while reality is stark. The ascension from 4th tier to 5th tier is no trivial feat, and the challenges Yan Qingshan faced in achieving this goal were considerable. Designing plans for other life forms is not conducive to real-time adjustments, thus necessitating extensive contemplation. Thus far, he had only attempted to devise plans for Qingling and the little healer, the latter of which he was hesitant to let her practice. Hiss! The 2-headed fire spirit snake, immobilized in the ice pit, bore a distinctly unfriendly demeanor towards Yan Qingshan, the one who had ensnared it. Yet, after considerable time had passed, the effects of the drunken dragon grass had nearly peaked. It had little strength left to resist and was easily pulled from the icy confines, becoming a limp noodle in Yan Qingshan's grasp. Once he had deposited the soft, defeated fire spirit snake on the ground, he retrieved a series of collection tools. Yan Qingshan meticulously gathered the fire spirit snake's fangs, blood, skin tissue, and scales, examining every inch of its serpentine body. He had not anticipated that this was a female snake, and the question of whether a 2-headed serpent possessed 2 distinct minds was indeed a perplexing dilemma. When Qingling awakened, she found herself still nestled in the embrace of her master. Shaking her drowsy head, she looked up, her cheeks flushed, and delicately rubbed her temples. Suddenly, she whispered, "Master, have we succeeded?" "You have done remarkably well," Yan Qingshan replied, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Qingling's forehead. The young girl's face radiated a charming blush, while the nearby fire spirit snake, witnessing this tender moment, felt increasingly despondent. Its master had been won over, and now she was in the clutches of this formidable overlord. What to do? What to do? The fire spirit serpent was in a state of distress upon awakening, as it found itself subjected to the unrestrained examination of Yan Qingshan. The serpent watched helplessly as the latter wielded a small knife and tweezers, inflicting cuts and pinches upon its body. Despite its considerable intellect, panic set in, compounded by the fact that it had been sedated by Yan Qingshan. It could only gaze in despair, praying for its master to rescue it. What an unfortunate predicament it faced, with its master now seemingly subdued by the very person who tormented it. "Young master, the fire spirit serpent fears you. It implores me to keep you at bay." Yan Qingshan, casting a glance at the serpent, remarked, "The energy reserves of this fire spirit serpent are abundant, and its foundation is quite profound. Theoretically, with an appropriate guiding method, it could ascend to a 5th-tier magical beast. However, there is also the risk of failure. Regardless, it will heed the young master's wishes. Whatever you desire shall come to pass. You." Yan Qingshan affectionately caressed Qingling's delicate head. The girl's trust in him was almost blind, leaving him at a loss for words. Nearby, the fire spirit serpent instinctively recoiled, having shared some of its master's memories after forming a bond with Qingling. Although it could not comprehend the dialogue that had just transpired, An unsettling intuition told it that the outcome was not favorable. At the end of the underground passage, two figures emerged alongside numerous serpentine shadows before a lake of magma. The colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent moved with the grace of a guardian. Trailing behind, Yan Qingshan and Qingling. Upon reaching the magma lake, it eagerly plunged into the molten depths, emitting a series of joyful hisses. The magma lake served as the birthplace and sanctuary of the fire spirit serpent, allowing it to expel detrimental conditions and heal rapidly. Here, its combat prowess soared, rendering even fifth-tier magical beasts powerless against it. Master, I have instructed the fire spirit serpent to retrieve its collected treasures. Please assess their utility, Qingling said, her verdant eyes shimmering with a mystical glow as she gazed towards the direction where the fire spirit serpent had vanished. This serpent marked the first true magical beast she had contracted, unlike the previous rock serpents, with whom she had merely communicated through her green serpent's three-flower eyes. This hardly qualified as a genuine contract. Given her current limitations, the number of serpent-type magical beasts she could bond with was scant. Yan Qingshan would not allow her to squander precious contract slots on low-potential desert rock serpents, as the cost-benefit ratio was far too low. Although her strength would increase with time, enabling her to contract more serpent-type magical beasts, Yan Qingshan sought powerful allies early on to ensure combat strength. The first and second-tier rock serpents did not meet this criterion. After establishing a complete bond with the serpent-type magical beast, Qingling could connect and sense its thoughts, utilizing its spiritual energy for rapid cultivation. Soon after the fire spirit serpent vanished, the two serpent heads burst forth from the magma, carrying various items in their mouths. Yan Qingshan prepared to attempt to guide the energy within the fire spirit serpent to stimulate its advancement, yet achieving this would necessitate materials, particularly rare fire element resources. Yan Qingshan found himself lacking sufficient materials, yet this place was renowned for its vibrant fire attribute spiritual energy. Beneath the surface, the magma teemed with precious resources, and this territory was predominantly the realm of the fire spirit serpent. Magical beasts possess an instinctive tendency to gather valuable items, and naturally, the serpent had accumulated a trove within its lair. Among the treasures was the fire spirit crystal, of exquisite quality and remarkable purity, and the astonishing golden-veined volcanic vine. Encased within the core red jade pillar lay the heart of earthly fire essence, capable of refining the body, a truly valuable find. Yan Qingshan indeed unearthed a plethora of intriguing items from the fire spirit serpent's hoard, though most were materials aligned with the fire attribute. While spiritual herbs and medicines were regrettably scarce, given the extreme conditions of the area, how many plants could truly endure? Though Yan Qingshan found little of personal utility among the heavenly treasures, he discovered many items beneficial for the fire spirit serpent. He held in his hand a fragment of a plant resembling jade lotus roots, warm and soft, emanating faint azure light and fire energy. It contained an abundance of potent fire attribute energy, intertwined with a peculiar life energy of wood essence. Merely holding it, Yan Qingshan felt the fighting spirit within him surge, yearning for release. Master, the fire spirit serpent hissed, this is a part of a rare azure flame lotus that took root in the magma lake. The serpent emitted a series of hisses, which Qingling translated. When the fire spirit serpent first discovered the azure flame lotus, it instinctively attempted to bite into it, only to be nearly consumed by the explosive flames that erupted forth. That foolish creature, trying to nibble at a foreign fire, was fortunate to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this account, Yan Qingshan immediately recognized the azure lotus referred to by the serpent. It was undoubtedly the most precious treasure within the magma lake. The 19th ranked foreign fire on the list, the azure lotus core fire. Each foreign fire harbored terrifying energy, capable of obliterating even the mightiest of warriors. However, since both the fire spirit serpent and the azure lotus core fire originated from the same magma lake, the serpent possessed a heightened resistance to the fire, and its previous reaction had been relatively subdued, allowing it to survive without dire consequence. Is the azure lotus truly a plant? Yan Qingshan pondered, gripping the fragment of the azure lotus remnant. A spark of intrigue glimmered in his eyes. The azure lotus core fire, born from the depths of the earth, matured through countless trials of molten energy, shaped and refined over decades, centuries, and millennia, culminating in the formation of the azure lotus, crowned with a cluster of azure flames. This fire was formidable, possessing the power to provoke volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, unleashing nature's devastating force. Initially, Yan Qingshan believed that this foreign fire, nourished by the energies of magma, would be purely aligned with the fire attribute. Yet, the tangible remnant of the azure lotus contained a rich essence of wood attribute life energy, suggesting that he too could absorb its vitality. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Foe. Tagore Great Desert, Core Lava Lake. In the heart of the magma lake, a pulsating orb of crimson light shimmered as the molten rock flowed and entwined with spiritual essence, forming a grand cocoon that throbbed like a heartbeat, its internal aura fluctuating with burgeoning strength. As time passed, the spectacle grew increasingly resplendent. Fiery spiritual energy surged through subterranean tunnels from all directions, resembling clouds and rivers, captivating and enchanting in its beauty. Yan Qingshan and Qingling, witnessing this scene, could distinctly sense the abundant energy within. At this juncture, the ascension of the fire spirit serpent was virtually assured. Qingling, the environment here is rather inhospitable. We should depart. The underground passage was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and toxic white fumes, the temperature exceedingly high. While it was acceptable to venture here in search of treasures, enduring such conditions for an extended period was unbearable. Before the fire spirit serpent's ascension, Yan Qingshan and Qingling had swept the surrounding area of magical beasts, subduing nearly all serpent-like creatures in the vicinity, while also acquiring a collection of rare materials and spiritual herbs unique to the desert, many of which had been utilized in the fire spirit serpent's previous advancement ceremony. Yan Qingshan and Qingling continued to live a semi-reclusive existence in the forest, having only ventured to Shimo City to procure some supplies in the past 2 months, spending their days in meditation and tranquility. The autumn and winter seasons in Shimo City did not exhibit the stark transformations characteristic of the Beast Mountain range. Instead, only a few trees began to wither, and the daily temperatures dropped slightly, though the difference was not significantly felt during the day. However, the nights grew noticeably colder. In that forest, Yan Qingshan and Qingling constructed a small wooden cabin, situated near the area where the blue lotus earth fire resided, ensuring that the nighttime temperatures would not plummet too low. With ample firewood available, they kindled a stove, rendering the cold less daunting. Dawn broke, and data analysis commenced. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation level, 9-star fighter. Technique, advanced Xian level Lionheart King Art. Combat skills, advanced Xian level Roaring Lion's Chant. Low-level Xian level Phoenix, Soaring Step. Strength, 96. Condition, healthy. Agility, 90. Mental power, 35. Primary attribute, wood. Secondary attribute, lightning. Yan Qingshan regarded his data with a slight nod. Despite being a novice in the 9-star fighter realm, his statistics surpassed those of ordinary peak fighters by more than threefold, with combat prowess capable of overwhelming 10 foes of the same rank. Advanced techniques bestowed upon practitioners not only accelerated cultivation speed, but also enhanced the quality of combat energy and other facets, revealing distinct differences when scrutinized in detail. Typically, a 1-star fighter practicing a low-level yellow rank technique would possess data around 10, whereas those with mid to high-level yellow rank techniques would range between 11 and 14, never exceeding 14. Each 3-star increment would see a notable surge in strength. Thus, a peak 9-star fighter would likely have cultivated a mid-level yellow rank technique, with average statistics hovering around 30. The most formidable fighters employing high-level yellow rank techniques would approach data levels nearing 40. Certainly, the aforementioned data merely calculates the explosive energy of fighting spirit. The efficacy of martial techniques requires a separate assessment. If one were to employ martial skills, this data would indeed double. A peak 9-star fighter practicing yellow tier techniques has an overall rating of nearly 40, which pales in comparison to fighters of the same rank who practice more advanced techniques. A 1-star fighter practicing basic profound tier techniques, if they possess a sufficiently high compatibility, can achieve a maximum of 20. Theoretically, a 4-star fighter practicing basic profound tier techniques could reach 40. However, the efficiency of techniques is subject to compatibility, and the more advanced the technique, the higher the requirements, making it exceedingly difficult to maximize their effectiveness. Thus, it is rare for practitioners of profound tier techniques to attain the performance metrics of a 9-star fighter using standard yellow tier techniques at the 4-star level. Nevertheless, after undergoing the Lionheart baptism, Yan Qingshan's compatibility with this technique significantly improved, nearly rivaling that of high compatibility advanced profound tier techniques, resulting in a marked increase in his performance data. Theoretically, basic yellow tier techniques could enable one to break through to the fighter realm, yet such breakthroughs yield the lowest overall metrics among all fighters, roughly around 50. In reality, most practitioners of basic yellow tier techniques fail to ascend beyond the advanced fighter level. Throughout his journey, Yan Qingshan has encountered numerous fighters and gathered relevant data. He found that the minimum cultivation technique for the fighter level is typically an advanced yellow tier 1. Even if one does not initially possess an advanced yellow tier technique, acquiring one suitable for oneself post-breakthrough is not particularly challenging. A 1-star fighter utilizing an advanced yellow tier technique generally breaks through at approximately 65 to 70. And once their realm is fully stabilized, they can typically reach 70. Currently, Yan Qingshan's performance metrics are not inferior to those of lower-ranked fighters. He also masters advanced martial skills and the more precious flying techniques, enhancing his agility and combat prowess. Generally, low-ranked fighters who have not practiced profound tier martial techniques would stand no chance against him. Typically, 9-star fighters strive to accumulate fighting spirit and await the emergence of an opportunity. Only when such an opportunity eludes them for an extended period do they resort to forcefully breaking through. The success of such forced breakthroughs is heavily reliant on the depth of their fighting spirit, which is why they endeavor to gather it as much as possible. Suddenly, Yan Qingshan's ears perked up, and he opened his eyes to gaze outside the forest. Amidst the howling winds, a familiar call faintly echoed, seemingly beckoning him and Qingling. The subtle tremors beneath his feet suggested that someone was approaching on a beast of burden. Qingling, Yan Qingshan called out. From the quaint wooden cabin nearby emerged a lovely and graceful young woman, who swiftly descended to his side. As she called out, powerful serpentine magical beasts appeared throughout the forest. The voice sounded strangely familiar. As the source of the sound drew nearer, a flicker of realization crossed Yan Qingshan's face. Grasping Qingling's wrist, he embraced her and unfurled his purple cloud-like wings, soaring toward the edge of the forest, approaching the side of Shimo City. Qingling, Qingshan, Qing. In the eastern expanse of the desert bordering Shimo City, a graceful figure astride a camel raced anxiously towards the southeast, her voice ringing out in a desperate attempt to attract the attention of two individuals who might be nearby. Sister Xuelan, just as she was shouting aimlessly in her agitation. A familiar and joyful voice echoed from the sand dunes ahead. Xuelan promptly urged her camel forward. Sister Xuelan, how did you manage to find me? Qingling exclaimed as the two beauties embraced, their hearts brimming with joy at their long-awaited reunion. After nuzzling her small head in Xuelan's embrace, she curiously inquired, have you come to regard me with disdain? It was I who drew the map for you back then. How could I be unaware of this place? Xuelan playfully tapped Qingling's delicate nose with her slender fingers, always cherishing this little sister. It was precisely this affection that had driven her to brave danger and venture alone. What brings you here? Yan Qingshan scrutinized Xuelan with furrowed brows. The valiant female knight appeared somewhat disheveled. Although she had successfully advanced to a 2-star fighter in the months they had not seen each other, her aura seemed unstable, suggesting her recent breakthrough. Xuelan suddenly spoke urgently. Hurry, you must leave quickly. Someone is coming to find you. Yan Qingshan grasped Xuelan's delicate wrist. Channeling nourishing would attribute energy to alleviate her fatigue. The healing properties of wood attribute energy were second only to water attribute energy and could help clear negative conditions for other practitioners. There are people capturing hybrid snake people. The Sand Mercenary Corps has taken all the hybrid snake people within Shimo City. I even witnessed their leader, Rob, showing great deference to some strangers who were inquiring about the whereabouts of other hybrid snake people. They have already learned that Qingling left with you. Yan Qingshan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Is Rob seeking the hybrid snake people for the Mo family? The sudden interest of the Sand Mercenary Corps in capturing hybrid snake people undoubtedly pointed to specific targets among them. Aside from the Bisha Sanhua Tong, Yan Qingshan could not conceive of other possibilities. Moreover, the Mo family had previously covertly controlled the Sand Mercenary Corps, aiming to erase any traces of the Modi Mercenary Corps that had sheltered Qingling. This seemed to align with their objectives. As for why the Mo family did not simply abduct Qingling as depicted in the original story, but instead sought her out extensively, the explanation was straightforward. Most hybrid snake people had perished in childhood. In the original tale, Qingling was the only hybrid snake person in Shimo City over the age of 10. A little inquiry would reveal her as the most probable target. Now that Qingling had been taken, those behind the Sand Mercenary Corps could not ascertain whether the captured Qingling was indeed the possessor of the Bisha Sanhua Tong, which was why they resorted to a citywide hunt for hybrid snake people. However, Yan Qingshan was more curious about how the Mo family from Yinqing had suddenly appeared in the Tagore Desert with such a precise objective. The Mo family, particularly their elder Mo Chong, rarely strayed far from Yinqing, let alone venture to the Tagore Desert and fortuitously encounter Qingling to abduct her. Chapter 30, Emergence and Interception. Moreover, the subsequent appearance of the Green Barbarians from the Celestial Serpent Manor and the 8-winged Black Serpent Sovereign was rather abrupt, as if they possessed an uncanny ability to locate Qingling with precision. Yet, what remains perplexing is why they were unable to find her in the preceding decade. However, Yan Qingshan, in the present moment, could scarcely afford the luxury of pondering such matters. Regardless of whether the ones seeking the half-blood serpent were from the Mo family, their fixation on Qingling assuredly boded ill for her. To the east of Shimo City, atop a well-equipped beast of burden, an elite cadre of mercenaries accompanied a group of seemingly foreign powerhouses. The leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Rob, had personally taken the field, while his second-in-command, Mo Chong, had effectively become a mere sycophant. The Sand Mercenary Corps had recently undertaken considerable actions, initially launching a citywide manhunt for the half-blood serpent, leading to conflicts with several other mercenary groups. They were now preparing to venture beyond the city to pursue a serpent woman, already spirited away by outsiders. Even risking a significant contingent into the Tagore Great Desert, such reckless behavior baffled many. Captain, the elder of the Mo family is growing impatient, repeatedly inquiring when we shall depart. Mo Chong jogged to Rob's side, attempting to curry favor as the second-in-command. Rob dispatched him to placate the Mo elder, fully aware that the elder had little need for flattery. Had it not been for the necessity of local knowledge, he would hardly regard the remote Sand Mercenary Corps with any esteem. Rob, vexed, seized Mo Chong by his collar, expressing his dissatisfaction with the subordinate's urgency. Captain Rob, I implore you to make haste, for the elder's temperament is quite formidable. A middle-aged man clad in yellow entered the scene, casting a glance at Mo Chong without uttering a word. He was indeed competent, yet as a retainer of the Mo family, offending a 3-star battlemaster was hardly worth the risk. Understood, Elder Mo ran. Rob, after sizing up the man, released Mo Chong, indifferent to his demeanor yet not entirely dismissive. Although Mo Ran had not yet attained the rank of battlemaster, he was perilously close, being a trusted aide of the Mo family's elder, making it unwise to provoke him. Watching Mo Ran depart, Rob sighed deeply. To be candid, previous matters were manageable. But today a situation was one he truly wished to avoid. The desert area outside Shimo City, while a great distance from the true Sea of Death, was still akin to searching for a needle in a haystack when it came to finding two individuals who had long since departed. Moreover, with so many people delving into the desert, should they inadvertently provoke the formidable serpent tribes within, the consequences could be dire. Were it not for reports suggesting that the two were likely still in the vicinity of Shimo City, coupled with the undeniable weight of the Mo family's elder, Rob would have been disinclined to lead a search. As one of Shimo City's few formidable figures, a 3-star battlemaster, Rob's prowess would not be diminished even in the inland regions. Whether aligning with a faction or establishing his own lineage, he could command a respectable position, though lacking in certain foundational legacies. This time, the demands of the Mo family were indeed lofty, yet they promised to assist him in unifying Shimo City. Although Shimo City pales in comparison to the inland towns, the benefits of the entire city should not be underestimated, and he was naturally intrigued. Elder Mo Ran brought Mo Chong into the midst of a dozen unfamiliar outsiders. Among this group, the weakest was a combat master, while the strongest, referred to as the elder, possessed a depth as unfathomable as the abyss. The Mo family from Yan City is one of the 3 prominent families in the eastern provinces of the Jimar Empire, closely allied with the Yunlan sect. The most formidable member of this family is none other than Elder Mo Chong. Elder Mo Chong, a combat spirit master, serves as an outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect, and shares a close relationship with Elder Yunling of the sect. He is renowned in the eastern regions of the empire and once single-handedly annihilated the notorious Black Whirlwind Bandit group, known for its ferocity. The Black Whirlwind Bandit group boasted 3 great combat masters and over a dozen combat masters, a force not to be trifled with. Despite multiple military campaigns by the empire against them yielding little success and considerable losses, Mo Chong managed to eradicate them entirely. The battlefield of that massacre ran red with blood, and it was there that Mo Chong earned his infamous moniker, the Butcher Mo. In his youth, he had joined the Yunlan sect, but later departed to manage family affairs. Despite his separation, he annually contributed a substantial tribute to the sect and would personally extend congratulations during joyous occasions among the sect's high-ranking members, demonstrating his diplomatic finesse and maintaining an excellent relationship with Elder Yunling. While the eastern provinces of the Jimar Empire are not devoid of combat spirit masters, the Mo family of Yan City stands as the most renowned and powerful, largely due to the backing of the Yunlan sect. In the vast sandy expanse to the southeast of Shimo City, over 100 elite knights rode on camel beasts, often dispersing to scout for possible tracks. Elder Mo Chong, are you certain this is the right direction? I have been in this vicinity before, and it is nothing but endless yellow sand. Rob, guiding his camel, approached Mo Chong, who was enveloped in a cloak, his arms entirely concealed within the thick, long sleeves and tightly wrapped gloves, seemingly oblivious to the sweltering heat, perhaps a manifestation of his peculiarities. Are you questioning me? Had I not feared the leak of information regarding the Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, I would have summoned a large contingent from the Mo family the moment I sensed the emergence of this extraordinary pupil, rather than relying on this mere Sand Mercenary Corps. He had even contemplated that once his objectives were achieved, he would cleanse all of Shimo City, including the Sand Mercenary Corps. to prevent any knowledge of his search for the hybrid serpent people from falling into the hands of the discerning. Forgive me. Stop. This group moved at a brisk pace. Although they were merely traversing on camel beasts, they had approached the sandy domain where Yan Qingshan and his companions resided by noon. Just as they prepared to continue their search, a warning echoed from afar, and a figure soared swiftly from the horizon. Battle Qi manifests as wings. A battle king. This is a battle king. In the distance, a shadow materialized at the edge of the sky, cloaked in black robes that concealed its visage. Its presence exuded an air of mundanity akin to an ordinary person, yet the pair of violet wings unfurling behind it commanded undeniable attention. A warrior of the Dou King rank. This was the collective understanding of the vast majority on the continent. This place is my sanctuary. It would be wise for you to turn back. The Dou King with violet wings spoke with a tone imbued with an unassailable authority. The knights who had come to search were gripped by fear, eager to retreat at once. Elder Mo Chong, this is a Dou King. We should take a detour. Rob, who stood beside Mo Chong, whispered in counsel. However, throughout the appearance of the violet-winged Dou King, Mo Chong remained fixated on the sky, as if seeking confirmation of something. A Dou King, is that truly the case? Mo Chong replied with a cold smile, suddenly vaulting into the air towards the violet-winged warrior. Elder Mo Chong, you're doomed. How could you dare challenge a Dou King? Panic ensued amongst the group, with some, including Rob, turning tail to flee. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the violet-winged Dou King opted to evade the oncoming Mo Chong, elegantly retreating while tossing a porcelain vial towards him. Simultaneously, a flurry of vials shot downwards like shooting stars towards the knights below. With a series of explosive sounds, the vials shattered, releasing an aromatic powder and strange white mist that quickly enveloped the area. The knights, previously engulfed in fear, found themselves caught off guard, save for the ever-scheming Mo Chong. None among them, including Rob, managed to activate their Dou Qi defenses in time. They were all tainted by the fragrant powder. A mere Dou practitioner dares to deceive me with aerial techniques. Mo Chong, having missed his target, swiftly descended. Your skills are indeed remarkable, but as a Dou spirit, I can only glide briefly. Who is your master? Perhaps our elders share a connection. Chiezi Mo, I have warned you before. Should you persist in your folly, feel free to advance at your peril. The violet-winged Dou King was none other than Yan Qingshan. After uttering this warning, he did not linger, his wings flashing as he soared deeper into the desert domain. Having failed to outwit Mo Chong, Yan Qingshan resolved that a confrontation was inevitable. Aware of the impending arrival, he had made preparations. Knowing it was Mo Chong, a Dou spirit, he felt no trepidation towards this opponent. Chapter 31, A Layered Ambush. Mo Chong glowered at Yan Qingshan as he departed. Though a Dou spirit could move swiftly through the air, it was not true flight. The vigilant Yan Qingshan had not afforded him the opportunity to close the distance. With the distance widening, he found himself unable to pursue. How dare a mere Dou practitioner issue a warning to me? Fueled by rage, Mo Chang's eyes glowed crimson as he cast a swift glance at the few individuals who had fled but halted in their tracks, deterred by Mo Chang's overwhelming presence. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his gaze, and with a surge of force, his figure blurred, reappearing amidst cries of agony and the scent of blood. Rob and his companions understood that the powdery smoke released by the fleeing individual was far from ordinary. Though they had not succumbed to any poison, they remained wary, reluctant to pursue. Yet, as they observed Mo Chang's rising bloodlust, none dared to tempt fate. Trembling with trepidation, they guided their camels forward once more. Rob was filled with bitterness and regret, although he was unaware of the assailant's true identity. His accurate reference to the moniker Deathbringer Mo indicated that the adversary was well aware of Mo Chang's prowess. To provoke him under such circumstances surely meant the presence of a backup plan. While Rob could not comprehend the nature of the aerial combat techniques, Mo Chang's demeanor suggested they were anything but simple. The challenger might very well be a scion of a significant power embroiled in this conflict. As a formidable fighter with the backing of the Yunlan sect, Mo Chong remained unafraid, but Rob's modest San mercenary group could very well face annihilation. Regret gnawed at Rob's heart, yet Mo Chong urged him to hasten, leaving him no room for refusal. He understood all too well that failing to pursue the enemy would spell doom for him. A cacophony of rallying cries echoed as all members of the San mercenary group were summoned. Under the leadership of their captain, Rob, a multitude surged into the vast expanse of golden sands. Everyone, be cautious and report any unusual occurrences. Rob bellowed, his voice strained with urgency. He heightened his vigilance, prepared to confront any unforeseen dangers. Indeed, it was not long after entering the sandy domain that they came under attack. The lead camels, tasked with scouting, began to shriek in terror as colossal figures emerged from the sands, rushing toward them. Yellow Sand Scorpions. How can there be so many? The seasoned mercenaries of the Sand Mercenary Group quickly recognized the unique beasts native to the Tagore Desert. Although Yellow Sand Scorpions were lesser creatures, the sheer number before them surpassed 100, with more stirring in the distance. A formidable sight indeed. Previously, Yan Qingshan had allied with a swarm of rock serpents to slay the first and second-tier scorpions, but many Yellow Sand Scorpions had escaped extermination. Later, he had concocted a new poison using the venom of the Yellow Sand Scorpion King, akin to an insect's external signal hormone, capable of attracting scorpions within a certain radius to attack. The powder they had encountered earlier contained this peculiar scorpion venom. What are you all so flustered about? A horde of mere first-tier beasts has you trembling. Rob's irritation peaked as he observed his companions, who were now a bunch of startled birds. Though he was reluctant to press forward, he was even more enraged by the shame his subordinates had brought upon themselves. A group of elite mercenaries, all at least fighters, had been frightened by 200 or 300 non-tier Yellow Sand Scorpions, which was utterly humiliating. Shiro, Moxing, bring me their heads. Rob summoned his 2 formidable subordinates, Shiro and Moxing, both of whom were renowned fighters of the duelist level in the entire Shimo City. Leading a band of mercenaries, Shiro and Moxing immediately sprang into action, their bodies enveloped in a swirling aura of fighting spirit, rendering the venom of the Yellow Sand Scorpions utterly ineffective. Waves of fighting energy shot forth, enveloping the sky in a golden glow and sweeping up countless grains of sand, as the Yellow Sand Scorpions fell prey to a brutal massacre, often meeting a gruesome end. The blood-soaked sand turned into a river of crimson. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the heavy scent of blood. After the carnage, the mercenaries seemed to awaken their ferocity, brandishing their blades and pursuing the remaining Yellow Sand Scorpions with newfound vigor, shedding their earlier timidity. Mo Chong, accompanied by a dozen or so dueling masters from the Mo clan, followed closely behind the mercenaries, occasionally instructing Rob to search in a general direction. Numerous knights ventured deep into the sandy expanse. Despite sporadic attacks from the Yellow Sand Scorpions, they were no match for the relentless mercenaries. These scorpions, bereft of leadership, stood little chance, and even a complete swarm of Yellow Sand Scorpions would falter against such elite mercenaries. Elder Mo Chong stated, "Beyond this sandy slope lies a flat expanse. If the enemy is truly nearby, they cannot remain hidden for long." Rob approached Mo Chong and spoke, as a seasoned mercenary familiar with Shimo City. He knew well that this area, being so close to the city, harbored no significant highlands or mountains, just endless yellow sands and a few gentle slopes, making concealment nearly impossible. Mo Chong replied coldly, "Then let us hasten our pace. I must capture that boy and the snake woman." Under Mo Chong's command, everyone gathered and crossed the sandy slopes. However, just as they reached the summit, an unexpected calamity struck. With a thunderous roar, the entire slope collapsed, triggering a chain reaction that engulfed even Mo Chong and his followers. All the beasts of burden fell into the sand pits, and a chorus of anguished cries erupted. "Oh, cursed be this. It's the black sand fire ants. Help me, help me. Everyone run. The black sandstorm is coming. Save me. Don't leave me behind." Amidst the desperate screams, dark currents surged through the sand pits, resembling a black sandstorm spreading rapidly. Those mercenaries caught in its path cried out in agony, only to fall silent moments later. Ordinary black sand fire ants possessed slightly more fire affinity magic than beasts, capable of unleashing fiery toxins that could sear flesh to the bone. Even moderately strong beasts and ordinary humans could easily dispatch these low-tier magical creatures with caution. However, their true terror lay in their numbers. When the black sand fire ants mobilized, they did so in their thousands, a dark mass akin to a storm cloud. Dubbed the black sandstorm of the desert. Wherever they passed, living beings were often reduced to mere piles of bones. Not even mercenaries or ordinary first and second-tier magical beasts dared to provoke them. The swarm of black sand fire ants and the sudden ground subsidence are undoubtedly the handiwork of Yan Qingshan. Originally, the colony of black sand fire ants resided in the nearby forest where Yan Qingshan had previously secluded himself. These creatures, due to their large numbers, require ample foraging grounds and are typically found near water sources. While the black sand fire ants are fearsome, their biting ability is not particularly formidable. Against the energy-infused garments of a fighter, they cannot penetrate, let alone pose a threat to the rock serpent, which is as resilient as stone. To prepare this trap, Yan Qingshan instructed the rock serpent to relocate the ant nest, subsequently using a toxic substance to temporarily confine the swarm of fire ants. He then directed the rock serpent to disrupt the underlying structure, creating a risk of subsidence should too many individuals approach. Although this group possessed considerable strength, they were wholly unprepared for the triggering condition of Yan Qingshan's second trap. Everyone, including Mo Chong, fell victim to it, becoming ensnared within the sandy pit as countless black sand fire ants surged toward them from all directions. Damn it! Once I catch that bastard, I will ensure he pays dearly. Mo Chong seethed, summoning his energy to cleave a path through the chaos. After personally rescuing the members of the Mo family, he swiftly eliminated the Ant Queen, yet his actions only incited further wrath from the ant colony, which unleashed even more black sand fire ants upon the mercenaries. Mo Chong, do you enjoy the taste of my double trap? Don't be anxious. I have a total of 36 stratagems to test you with, and the real fun is yet to come. Suddenly, a figure flashed across the sky above the sandy pit. With a commanding shout, Yan Qingshan unleashed a torrent of serpentine forms, launching a fierce assault against those who had barely managed to disperse their energy. How can there be so many snakes here? Exclaimed one of the mercenaries, recognizing the various serpents: the yellow sand viper, the desert rock serpent, the black-bellied rattlesnake, and the horned belly demon snake. Heavens! Such a multitude of serpentine beasts, including those of the second and third tiers. Surely, we have stumbled into a snake's den. The pursuing soldiers fell into a state of panic after encountering such a multitude of magical beasts lying in ambush. Even the most oblivious among them sensed that something was amiss, especially given their perilous situation. The sandy pit prepared by Yan Qingshan was over 10 meters deep, teeming with countless entombed black sand fire ants. Surrounding the pit were numerous fierce and formidable serpentine beasts, many of which possessed astonishingly potent venom. This meticulously crafted trap, akin to a net designed to ensnare, was said to involve the infamous 36 stratagems, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Chapter 32, 5th Tier Magical Beast. By Serpent 3 Flower Pattern. Mo Cheng's expression darkened as he surveyed the multitude of venomous snakes surrounding him. He was somewhat familiar with his target this time, yet he never anticipated that the continent's most extraordinary eye would wield such terrifying power, effortlessly commanding such a multitude of serpentine beasts shortly after awakening. Gathering his energy, Mo Chong repelled the surrounding fire ants and leapt toward the airborne Yan Qingshan, only to have Yan Qingshan evade him with ease. With a sharp whistle, Yan Qingshan directed the swarm of serpentine beasts to descend upon the multitude of adversaries within the sandy pit, exacerbating the already dire situation for the beleaguered pursuers. Among them, the higher echelons of the Sand Mercenary Corps and numerous formidable members of the Mo family found themselves besieged by a horde of serpentine beasts, while the troublesome fire ants continued their relentless assault, plunging them into a perilous predicament. Mo Chong, if you do not descend to rescue the others, your subordinates are doomed. Yan Qingshan soared through the air, continuously widening the distance between himself and Mo Chong, executing a serpentine flight pattern that afforded Mo Chong no opportunity. Despite the considerable consumption of his fighting spirit, "Kid, I shall remember you." Mo Chong fixed his gaze intently upon the individual before him. The maneuvering of his fighting spirit in midair was fraught with challenges and distance constraints. Falling from too great a height would render his fighting spirit ineffective, lacking the agility and altitude that flight techniques could provide. Faced with the relentless and evasive Yan Qingshan, who perpetually maintained distance and never followed a straight path, Mo Chong found himself at a loss. His somber gaze swept the surroundings, revealing no hiding spots, yet the secret technique indicated that the target was nearby. He was utterly perplexed as to where the adversary had concealed the individuals. He could neither capture the elusive figure nor ascertain the exact whereabouts of the Bai Shi San Huatong. Thus, he had no choice but to descend into the sand pit to rescue them. While he held little concern for the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps, the Mo family members he had brought were his trusted confidants within the clan. As the foremost warrior of the Mo family, Mo Chong merely held the title of elder, with a clan leader and several high-ranking members harboring dissent against him. Mo Chong, you have ultimately fallen for my trap. A faint smile curved upon Yan Qingshan's lips. The scheme he devised was far from simple, although the sudden arrival of foes prevented him from executing a complete strategy. The calculations that Mo Chong and his companions encountered along their path were indeed a series of interconnected traps. Initially, Yan Qingshan confronted Mo Chong and his group alone, both to disperse the toxic powder infused with pheromones against them and to gauge Mo Chong's intentions. Had Mo Chong pursued him relying solely on his power, Yan Qingshan would have enacted an alternative plan, drawing Mo Chong further away before dealing with him. Yan Qingshan had meticulously crafted 2 plans through the dawn, each tailored to different scenarios. The first was predicated on Mo Chong overestimating his strength and, after discerning Yan Qingshan's schemes, pursuing him alone. While as a fighting spirit he might not match Yan Qingshan's agility in the skies, he could persistently follow him. Compared to Mo Chong, who was a fighting spirit, Yan Qingshan was merely a fighter. In terms of endurance, he would inevitably fall short. This possibility was significant during the initial deductions. as Yan Qingshan had assumed Mo Chong would pursue him alone, given that his subordinates, whether fighters or grand fighters, lacked the ability to navigate the skies and would only serve as a hindrance against Yan Qingshan. However, whether by intuition or insight, Mo Chong refrained from separating from his main group and instead chose to bring them along for the search, prompting Yan Qingshan to employ his second plan. In the first plan, Yan Qingshan had intended for Qing Ling and Shui Lan to subtly manipulate the yellow sand scorpions and numerous serpentine beasts to delay the movements of others while he diverted Mo Chong. The second plan, which was now in effect, saw Mo Chong and his entourage ensnared in a trap. While Mo Chong could easily escape, his subordinates lacked the requisite strength, and it was now a matter of his choices. Thunder rumbled ominously. In the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert, the Stone Desert City was destined for an extraordinary day. Initially, a large contingent of the Sand Mercenary Corps ventured eastward into the desolate sands, seemingly in search of something. Then, in the afternoon, a thunderous roar erupted from the eastern desert, a crimson pillar of fire soaring into the sky, clearly visible from several dozen miles away in Stone Desert City. The acrid stench was overwhelming. Yan Qingshan covered his nose as he reached a windward point, feeling somewhat relieved. Below him, thick smoke billowed and searing magma bubbled forth, transforming the once sandy ground into a fiery pit, from which molten rock continuously erupted. "Ah, you little wretch, I shall make you pay." In the heart of the magma eruption, Mo Chong was left bloodied and charred, his clothes ignited by the flames. Although his combat armor shielded him from harm, the searing magma breached most of his defenses, leaving him gravely injured. Were it not for his quick thinking to utilize the magma's force to distance himself from the epicenter, he might have met the same fate as others in the vicinity, reduced to charred remains. Yan Qingshan gazed down at Mo Chong and remarked coolly, "From the very beginning, I warned you not to provoke me. Your defiance has cost the lives of hundreds trapped in this pit." This volcanic eruption was meticulously calculated by him, having disrupted the subterranean structure to create a pit, which he then detonated at a specific moment to incite a surge of magma, resulting in a miniature volcanic explosion. The optimal moment arrived when Mo Chong, having found nothing, witnessed the heavy casualties below and chose to descend for rescue. Though vigilant, he could not anticipate that the true danger lay beneath. Indeed, Mo Chang's earlier instincts were correct. Qing Ling was nearby, but not on the surface. She was concealed deep within the seemingly barren desert ground. Yan Qingshan had orchestrated everything through signals, with Qing Ling and Shui Lan as the executors. "You little beast, I shall not let you escape." Mo Chong gritted his teeth, struggling to stand as he bellowed in rage, his body trembling. His scorched clothing clung tightly to his charred flesh, and the exposed skin was red and festering, with scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh, including his cheeks. Yet, he remained alive. Despite his grievous wounds, his robust life force and residual fighting spirit rendered him not easily vanquished by Yan Qingshan. "Do you think you can still flee?" Yan Qingshan slowly descended, maintaining a safe distance from Mo Chong. "I already told you, if you are unafraid of death, come closer. Since you have arrived, I shall grant you your demise." Before Yan Qingshan, Mo Chong retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it. "I will leave. You cannot stop me. Today as matters are far from over. I have foretold your doom." Yan Qingshan scoffed. "Whereunto you seeking the serpent maiden of the green snake, tri-hued eyes? Let me summon her for you." With a mere clap of his hands, two figures emerged from a sand dune several hundred meters away from the magma pit. One tall and one small, the latter merely 11 or 12 years old, clad in a flowing green dress, her eyes shimmering like radiant emeralds. The serpent maiden of the green snake, tri-hued eyes, emerging from the sandy terrain. A serpentine horde of magical beasts encircled the young girl in the green dress, forming a protective barrier around her. Observing this scene, Mo Chong murmured to himself before swiftly launching into action. Alas, midway through his advance, he was sent hurtling backward by a colossal beast, exceeding 7 zhang in length, adorned with 2 serpentine heads, each embellished with a verdant floral motif at the center of its brow. After colliding with Mo Chong, the creature affectionately coiled around the girl in green. Descending from the heavens, Yan Qingshan gazed at Mo Chong with a nonchalant demeanor, uttering, "As I have foretold, your demise is inevitable today." The 2-headed fire spirit serpent cast a glance in his direction, swaying its heads and expelling a vibrant green plant exuding the essence of life. "A 5th-tier beast, is this your trump card? I shall not perish in vain, but if you seek to take my life, I will ensure you bear a few scars." Upon beholding the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, Mo Chang's fury ignited. Though the 5th-tier beast appeared unstable, suggesting it had recently ascended, even if it were merely a 4th tier, it could easily claim his life in his current grievously wounded state. Thus, he truly faced certain death today, yet this peril awakened his latent ferocity. with a menacing grin. Mo Chong's body trembled violently before he lunged towards Yan Qingshan. His left arm radiated a savage, predatory aura. The veins on his exposed arm throbbed like serpents, while his nails elongated ominously, darkening to a deep shade of black. In mere moments, crimson hues began to spread across Mo Chong's left arm, culminating in a fiery crimson that resembled a blaze. The shattering mountain arm. Yet I shall not grant you the opportunity. The instant he made his move, Yan Qingshan's gaze shifted, commanding the two-headed fire spirit serpent. The other head, having been instructed, unleashed a torrent of molten flames, engulfing Mo Chong entirely. Mo Chong ascended briefly into the air, only to be met by a column of magma that propelled him backward, culminating in a despairing cry as he was cast into a sea of fire. Yan Qingshan, well versed in the original narrative, recalled that Mo Chong had implanted a limb from a fifth-tier beast, the blazing shattering rhinoceros, into himself, combined with his advanced doling prowess. A full-force strike from Mo Chong would likely rival that of a Dou Wan. Moreover, the secrecy surrounding this enhancement made it particularly advantageous in close combat. In the original tale, the two-headed fire spirit serpent was ultimately subdued by Mo Chong, likely due to his cunning approach, utilizing the shattering mountain arm from the fifth-tier blazing, shattering rhinoceros to vanquish the serpent, thus enabling him to abduct the azure scales. Chapter 33, The Transfer of Lotus Fire. This old fool has truly met his end. What a pity for the shattering mountain arm, now significantly diminished in value due to this inferno. Yan Qingshan shook his head as he approached Mo Chong's charred form. The formidable high-star doling had withstood the breath of a fifth-tier beast without being utterly obliterated. Perhaps Mo Chong had augmented his body with numerous beastly organs, rendering him more resilient than the average person. With care, Yan Qingshan removed Mo Chong's spatial ring and subsequently drew a blade, severing his left arm entirely. The forelimbs of the blazing mountain rhinoceros were of vivid crimson. Although tainted post-transplantation, diminishing its value, it was nonetheless a material from a fifth-tier magical beast, thus still commanding a high price. Following the aftermath of the calamity, the lifeless bodies strewn across the area belonged to those unfortunate souls ensnared at the mouth of the magma vent. The eruption designed by Yan Qingshan was not excessively powerful, yet the misfortune of these individuals left them charred and gasping for breath, with scarcely a few still clinging to life. From the corpses of several great fighters, Yan Qingshan procured a number of spatial rings. These rings are not easily damaged, as long as they are not submerged in lava for extended periods. They tend to retain their functionality. You are remarkably fortunate to be alive, he remarked as he approached a man whose leg had been reduced to cinders, the rest of his body glowing red and unconscious, yet still breathing heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Since a member of the Mo family was still alive, Yan Qingshan's eyes flickered with contemplation. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, he placed a healing pill into the man's mouth. After dealing with the other charred corpses and the surviving individual, he led Qingling to the area beneath the magma vent. Qingling, communicate with the fire spirit snake regarding the necessary arrangements, he instructed, tilting his head to whisper into her ear, while she engaged in communication through the contract with the fire spirit snake. With a hiss, the fire spirit snake nodded in acknowledgement, then submerged its entire body into the magma. Shortly thereafter, the entire magma lake began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of a second eruption. However, it was likely that Yan Qingshan had already triggered an initial disturbance, preventing a second upheaval in the short term. Though ripples and bubbles surged, thankfully, there was no eruption. Suddenly, the dual-headed fire spirit snake's hissing resonated from within the magma lake, and a green glow appeared before Yan Qingshan and his companions. Enveloped in fiery red magical energy was a deep azure lotus, resembling the most exquisite treasure in the world. Within this azure brilliance, a blue lotus stood gracefully. The blue lotus was divided into 8 petals, each resembling flawless jade, perfectly formed and translucent, evoking a strong desire to possess it. At the center of the lotus, there was a small platform about 2 to 3 feet in size, from which emitted faint glimmers of light through several holes. These were the seeds of the blue lotus, rich in energy and exceedingly rare, coveted by even the most powerful of Dou kings. Beneath the blue lotus, an exceptionally slender root stretched over 10 meters in length, covered with fine tendrils that swayed gently. As these tendrils moved, they continuously absorbed the fiery energy from the surrounding magma. At the heart of the blue lotus, a small cluster of deep azure flames flickered quietly. Despite its seemingly insignificant size, this flame contained a terrifying energy, known as the Azure Heart Fire. It ranks 19th on the list of extraordinary fires. It takes 10 years to gain sentience, a century to take shape, and a millennium to bloom into a lotus. When the 1,000-year-old lotus reaches maturity, its color turns towards azure, and at its core, a cluster of azure flames emerges, known as the azure lotus fire, or the azure heart fire. The seemingly insignificant blue lotus earth heart fire conceals an extraordinarily terrifying power. In the original narrative, even the formidable Queen Medusa, nearing the rank of Dou Zong, suffered a tremendous cost in her attempt to seize this extraordinary flame, only beginning her metamorphosis 6 months later. This is particularly noteworthy as the fire spirit of the blue lotus earth heart fire exists in a plant form with limited intelligence. Had it possessed the animalistic form akin to the fallen heart flame or the 3000 flame of Yan's, with heightened wisdom and ferocity, encountering it with Medusa's current prowess would yield disastrous results. Nevertheless, the limited intelligence of the plant form of the blue lotus earth heart fire proves advantageous for Yan Qingshan. If this extraordinary flame were endowed with greater intellect, devising plans with his current strength would be a fanciful notion. The plant form of the blue lotus earth heart fire does not perceive threats, and thus remains dormant. While the dual-headed fire spirit serpent exists as a guardian beast akin to the blue lotus earth heart fire, during its 4th-tier phase, it approached the blue lotus earth heart fire with some trepidation, but upon breaking through to the 5th tier, it could actively control the blue lotus earth heart fire, aligning perfectly with Yan Qingshan's intentions. Having stirred considerable commotion in Stone Desert City, located near the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa was currently in search of extraordinary flames to facilitate her metamorphosis. With the speed of a Dou Huang, it would not be long before she arrived. Therefore, they needed to depart swiftly. With this thought, Yan Qingshan hesitated no longer. After conferring with the other two, they quickly set their plans into motion. In the Tagore Desert, southeast of Stone Desert City, a pit continuously belching thick smoke had emerged in the once desolate sandy terrain. The surroundings were charred black, and through the pit leading underground, one could vaguely discern the flowing deep red lava below, a veritable magma zone beneath the desert. Amidst the billowing smoke, a captivating serpent woman swayed her serpentine tail, appearing beside the swirling sands. Beneath her regal purple brocade, she possessed a voluptuous and mature figure, the soft and wide garment elegantly draping over her form while accentuating her perfect silhouette. A slightly darker purple ribbon cinched her waist, highlighting her slender and supple waist, while her light purple serpent tail, rather than appearing fearsome, exuded a unique and alluring charm. Her cascading tresses, bound loosely by a purple ribbon, fell gracefully to one side, playfully brushing against her curves as she moved. This woman's exquisite and coldly enchanting visage, coupled with her noble and alluring aura, evoked the deepest desires within every man, igniting a longing to possess and subdue her. Yet, no man has ever dared to fulfill such a desire, including all serpents, as none would ever entertain thoughts of desecration. She is the esteemed queen of the serpent people, the sovereign of the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa. Less than a day had passed since Yan Qingshan and Qingling departed, and Queen Medusa had already arrived. At this moment, the lady's mood was far from favorable. Her delicate brows furrowed, her crimson lips slightly pursed, and her serpentine eyes, imbued with exotic allure, scanned the entrance of the pit. Once, a great battle unfolded here, involving at least 100 warriors clashing with countless magical beasts, high-ranking star spirits, and 5th-tier monsters amidst volcanic eruptions and the presence of. Queen Medusa gathered these remnants of information from the residual signs of a recent volcanic eruption, realizing that whatever she sought had already been taken, the traces having aged nearly a day, leaving her feeling quite displeased. For years, she had dispatched her serpent kin to scour the vast Tagore Desert in pursuit of. And now that a lead had finally surfaced, she found herself a step too late, dampening her spirits considerably. Indeed, Queen Medusa did not abandon her quest. In a flash, she vanished into the magma caverns, delving deep into the underground magma realm. After a lengthy search, she finally discovered a small fragment glimmering with a greenish hue in a corner of this molten world, what appeared to be tendrils of the green lotus earth fire. Remnants left behind when it was displaced, now drawing in fiery energy and steadily growing. Perhaps, in 1,000 years, this place might once again birth a green lotus earth fire. The human-blooded serpentine Medusa, brimming with fury, shattered the upper rock walls, unleashing a terrifying explosion of flames that erupted once more outside Shimo City, instilling even greater fear among its already anxious inhabitants. The events of the previous day had not gone unnoticed. Nearly everyone perceived the disturbance, particularly the commotion made by the Sand Mercenary Corps as they departed. After the volcanic eruption, a few bold souls ventured to investigate, only to find the aftermath meticulously handled by Yan Qingshan, with no useful remnants to be discovered. However, the transformation of the once barren desert into a billowing sea of lava and the hints suggesting the total annihilation of the Sand Mercenary Corps sent waves of terror throughout the populace. Rumors swirled within the city, as the fate of the mercenary corps, previously relentless in their hunt for serpents, now seemed to have met divine retribution, leaving the townsfolk in a state of perpetual dread. Those capable of escape had long since fled Shimo City. With her wings unfurled, Medusa hovered several hundred meters above, her icy gaze fixed below, a surge of destructive intent igniting within her. Her delicate fingers clenched into a fist, yet she refrained from enacting her wrath. There was no need to vent her anger in such a manner. The continent held its own unwritten rules. For a Dou Huang powerhouse who recklessly unleashed their fury could easily invoke public outrage. She had her serpent kin to protect, and provoking humanity would yield no benefits. From the discussions among the townsfolk, she gleaned some insights, realizing that there was still a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Surrounding Yan Qingshan, tendrils of verdant essence enveloped him like a green mist, growing denser with each breath he took. The emerald energy coalesced and thickened, while the intertwining green roots gradually diminished. Seemingly absorbed, at last, in a pivotal moment, the green tendrils coiling around his legs transformed entirely into a swirling green mist, which he inhaled deeply through his mouth and nose. Within his energy vortex, the first droplet of liquid energy crystallized, marking the achievement of a Dou Shi. At the moment he fully absorbed the green mist, a peculiar green light enveloped him, and the skin over his heart formed the vivid shape of a blue lotus, which swiftly vanished thereafter. Chapter 34, One-Star Combat Master. This is the Combat Master, indeed far more powerful than a combatant. Yan Qingshan felt the surging power within him. His emotions surged, and his aura erupted, causing his hair to flutter without wind and his robes to billow noisily, his overall presence suddenly magnifying exponentially. Dawn, data analysis. A thought flickered in Yan Qingshan's mind, and a series of data coalesced in his consciousness, revealing the changes within his body. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation level, 1-star combat master. Technique, advanced Xian rank Lionheart King formula. Combat skills, advanced Xian rank Mad Lion's Roar, low-level Xian rank Phoenix Step. Strength, 28. Status, healthy. Agility, 26. Mental power, 10. Primary attribute, wood. Secondary attribute, thunder. Yan Qingshan was quite pleased with his data. Although the updated ratio made his statistics seem somewhat meager, the transformation he underwent was indeed significant. After his advancement, his strength, agility, and speed doubled, and at his level, 1 + 1 is not merely greater than 2. Now, setting aside his already exceptional mental power, the highest strength ratio was just nearing 30, and his speed only slightly exceeded 25 by a mere 0.1, suggesting that his advantages at this level had diminished. This situation would become increasingly apparent as his cultivation progressed. After all, at the level of a combat master, he was no longer at the bottom of the continent. Securing Xian rank techniques and combat skills might be challenging, yet obtaining high-level Huang rank techniques was not overly difficult for a combat master. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the challenge of battling across ranks. Upon reaching the combat sage level, the disparity between each star became profound, making cross-star combat virtually impossible. At such a tier, the differences in techniques and combat skills were minimal, and relying on high-level combat skills to fight across ranks was no longer feasible. The first level of combat sage represented heavenly tier techniques, and at that level, their techniques themselves would be heavenly tier, with heavenly tier combat skills readily attainable with sufficient time. However, the gap between a combat sage and a combat emperor was immense. Skills of a combat emperor were beyond the reach of a combat sage, rendering cross-star battles nearly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Qingshan gradually rose, ensuring his body was unharmed, unable to conceal the smile on his face. In less than a year, he had ascended from combatant to combat master, a miraculous rate of cultivation, yet his combat prowess had its shortcomings. Currently, Yan Qingshan had only mastered 2 combat skills. While he possessed a means of escape and a trump card, his experience in actual combat was virtually non-existent. Relying almost entirely on the assistance of Dawn to project an impressive facade, his typical combat technique was rather flimsy, centered solely around the Mad Lion's Roar. Young master, you have emerged. The gentle and melodious voice of Qingling echoed in his ears, and as he pondered his thoughts, he found himself unawares stepping outside. Upon seeing Qingling's radiant smile, his spirits lifted considerably, and he approached her with a playful gesture, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Ahem. Qingling shook her head in delight, basking in the attention from Yan Qingshan. Just as their intimate exchange unfolded, an untimely cough interrupted them, and Yan Qingshan turned to find Shualan, the unwelcome third party, glaring at him with apparent discontent. Irritated, Yan Qingshan huffed. What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone as handsome as me before? Look a little longer. And you've broken through to become a Dou master. Xiaolan interjected, her voice trembling with anticipation, clearly eager to extract an answer from him. Of course. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly fail in my breakthrough? He replied with confidence. You seem to have just turned 16, having barely celebrated your coming of age. Xiaolan exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Living in the imperial town of Shimo, she understood the significance of becoming a Dou master more than most. Achieving this rank signifies a departure from the masses, although still considered a lower tier on the continent. It undeniably marks a rise from the depths of society. In fact, many local leaders are merely Dou masters, and such a status guarantees a stable existence throughout the empire. Most importantly, considering Yan Qingshan's youth, having attained this rank at just 16 foretells a brilliant future ahead. Enough staring. Even if you envy me, you should focus on your own training. I am of the wind attribute. Xiaolan bit her lip, hesitating before lowering her head to speak. Despite her pride, being born in a place like Shimo made her acutely aware of how rare and precious a superior Dou technique could be. Her family, while not destitute, barely hovered above the poverty line. Within her household, the strongest practitioner was merely a senior Dou fighter. After her family helped her find a high-level yellow tier technique post-breakthrough, it represented the pinnacle of what her background could afford. The prospect of a mysterious Xin tier technique was almost beyond her reach. And when Yan Qingshan offered to gift her one, her instinct was to decline out of pride. However, considering her family's circumstances and her aspirations for a brighter future, she ultimately chose to relent. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and a twinge of guilt, as if her willingness to accept was merely for her immediate gain. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, and her delicate chin was tilted upward, forcing her gaze to meet Yan Qingshan's beaming face. What are you looking down for? As my female bodyguard, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You don't think this technique comes for free, do you? I won't let you go until I've thoroughly extracted your worth. Now, lift your head high and let me assess whether my future female guard is truly exceptional. After all, a bodyguard must be ready to protect her master closely. Yan Qingshan chuckled as he rubbed his hands together, his words laced with a hint of frivolity. He was well aware that Xiaolan's demeanor and thoughts stemmed from specific reasons. After all, he too hailed from a mercenary family. To deliver his words directly would severely bruise her pride, so it was better to muddle the relationship with playful banter, thus sparing them both from awkwardness. Who agreed to have you as my guard? You mustn't act recklessly. Xiaolan, her delicate face flushed, pushed Yan Qingshan away, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a mix of reluctance and invitation. Yan Qingshan seized her struggling hand and slipped a spatial ring onto her finger. Having accepted my possession, you are now mine. I shall take what I desire. Do you have any objections? Humph. I view you merely as a guardian and will not casually agree to anything else. Xiaolan, after a moment of restraint, tacitly acknowledged their relationship. Within the spatial ring, she discovered a scroll of martial arts. Carefully unfurling it, she found a low-tier wind spirit technique, accompanied by a set of matching low-tier combat skills. The wind spirit sword technique. This is incredibly precious, Xiaolan murmured. The mere existence of a low-tier martial technique was beyond her reach. And this one came with an accompanying combat technique, its value doubled. Yan Qingshan shook his head beside her. A spatial ring from a prominent Dou master of the Mo family. I never expected such a master to only cultivate a low-tier martial skill. How unfortunate. He continued. Practice this technique for now. While acquiring earth-tier techniques may be challenging, I can certainly devise a way to obtain high-tier wind attribute techniques. No, that won't be necessary. This set is more than sufficient. It is already excellent. Upon hearing his words, Xiaolan abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Yan Qingshan's eyes, instinctively turning her head away as she spoke softly, clearly not wishing to complicate matters for him. You silly girl, having pledged yourself to me, you have forfeited the right to make decisions. Yan Qingshan laughed, gently patting Xiaolan's head. This little leopard is not as easily tamed as the little serpent girl. He retorted instinctively. You are merely my guard, tasked with ensuring my safety. When did it transform into servitude? Xiaolan pouted in discontent. Yet there lingered a hint of playful defiance in her demeanor. Your words hold no weight. Yan Qingshan's declaration swiftly concluded the topic, and he then strode past the two young ladies in another direction. How domineering and excessive, Xiaolan muttered under her breath. Yet the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. She turned to pull Qingling closer, and the two young ladies began to whisper conspiratorially. Chapter 35, The Mo Family of Yinqing. On a slab of green stone in the valley, a man clad in yellow robes lay sprawled, his leg charred and his body battered. He was barely clinging to life. Still alive, I see. Speak, what is your name? Yan Qingshan approached the man, who appeared as red as a steamed lobster, his breath faint and life slipping away. The man struggled to respond, his injuries evidently grave. I am Mo. Mo ran. A cold smile flickered across Yan Qingshan's lips. Mo Ran, a member of the Mo family, at the pinnacle of Dou master cultivation. You surely possess some standing within the Mo family. Excellent. This simplifies matters. Your life is spared for now. Mo Ran's throat quivered as he emitted a muffled groan. Despite being on the verge of unconsciousness and in a daze, he sensed that Yan Qingshan harbored no good intentions. Yanqing, a prominent stronghold in the eastern province of the Jamadi Empire, serves as a crucial thoroughfare leading to the eastern territories, thus holding immense strategic significance. This city, renowned as the largest in the empire's eastern province, has long been under the vigilant control of imperial troops. Within Yanqing, the military might of the empire is formidable. However, the true dominion lies not with them, but with the Mo family, which monopolizes 60% of the city's industries. In any realm, monopoly yields the greatest profit, with 60% of the city's industrial interests belonging to the Mo family, after accounting for necessary taxes and the expenses of maintaining connections. The remaining profits have allowed the Mo family to flourish and expand, gradually establishing itself as a preeminent force in the eastern province, albeit becoming somewhat conspicuous in recent years. Despite this notoriety, the Mo family has astutely allied itself with the Yunlan sect, ensuring that even the imperial family refrains from provoking them, which in turn has facilitated their continued growth. Today, the Mo family stands as the undisputed leading power in the eastern province, the local sovereign of Yanqing. Were it not for three other families that constrain its expansion, the Mo family might have already extended its influence into other major cities. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky over a vast city emanating an aura of ferocity, resembling an ancient beast sprawling upon the earth. Eastern Yanqing, the foremost city of the eastern province, once served as a formidable stronghold, perpetually guarded by a heavy military presence. At the city gates, dozens of fully armed soldiers stood sentinel on either side of the walls, their piercing gazes scanning the passers-by. Though the interior of the empire has enjoyed peace for an extended period, Yanqing, as a fortified military stronghold, is home to elite troops whose demeanor and appearance far surpass those of smaller locales such as Wutan and Shimo. A horse-drawn carriage approached the eastern city gate, driven by a young man clad in a blue robe, seemingly no older than 15 or 16. His appearance was notably clean and handsome, though his complexion bore a hint of darkness that, rather than detracting from his charm, added a touch of wildness. Entry granted. The soldiers guarding the gate did not impose excessive scrutiny. After a brief inspection of the carriage, which contained an injured individual whose features were obscured, along with two young girls, one large and one small, they allowed the carriage to pass. With a smile, Yan Qingshan prepared to guide the carriage into the city when suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached from behind. A group of men and women on horseback raced forward, kicking up clouds of dust and debris that incited the ire of many onlookers. However, when their furious gazes fell upon the leading figure of the riders, their anger was swiftly quelled. Among this group, a young woman clad in a form-fitting red dress caught the eye, her alluring figure accentuated by the attire. With a strikingly beautiful face that bore a hint of playfulness and a touch of audacity, she exuded an enchanting charm that was hard to resist. Though her appearance may be charming, the actions of this woman and those accompanying her are decidedly displeasing. Ignoring the guards at the city gate, she brazenly gallops into the city without a care. The soldiers, filled with a sense of helplessness and resentment, dare not intervene. Fully aware of the character of these second-generation science, if one were to be struck by her recklessness, not only would there be no compensation, but one might also find themselves facing repercussions, with even their commanding officer unable to offer protection. As the sound of hooves fades into the distance, murmurs of discontent begin to rise among the crowd, revealing more to Yan Qingshan. How outrageous! Just because she is a daughter of the Mo family, she acts with such arrogance. Indeed, the Mo family has attained its current standing by servilely catering to the Yunlan sect, becoming a mere lapdog. How disgraceful! To act so haughtily while being nothing more than a servant. Do they not fear that one day, if their services are deemed unsatisfactory, the Mo family might be cast aside, leaving them to suffer the consequences? The remarks of the crowd are laced with disdain and dissatisfaction towards the Mo family, who have leveraged their immense wealth to support the Yunlan sect, monopolizing 60% of the city's industries, which naturally breeds resentment. Such predatory behavior to amass local wealth for the sake of appeasing the Yunlan sect is indeed rare. Few families would stoop to such flattering of higher powers, as it not only tarnishes their reputation, but also hampers their own development. The wealth of a city is finite. If most of it is funneled away for tribute, how much remains for the growth of one's own influence? The Mo family has already reached its limit by controlling 60% of the city's industries, and any further attempts to expand their influence in Yanqing would certainly meet royal disapproval. Moreover, Their exploitative reputation has rendered them unattractive to smaller factions seeking alliances. The other three prominent families in the East are particularly displeased with their methods, uniting to stifle the Mo family's growth, resulting in their current predicament of possessing the title of the foremost family in the East, yet being unable to extend their influence beyond Yinqing. Of course, their approach does have its advantages. Should the Yunlan sect continue to prosper, the Mo family, as an outer circle, would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. In the original narrative, had it not been for Xiao Yan's sudden intervention that eliminated Mo Chong, the Mo family might have leveraged the Yunlan sect's success to subdue the other three families. As Yan Qingshan flows with the crowd into the city, he notices many shops adorned with the Mo family's insignia. The reputation of the Mo family as the local tyrants of Yinqing is indeed well-deserved. With such authority, the Mo family has nearly become a pivotal force in the eastern provinces, underscoring the vast potential influence of the Yunlan sect within the Gamma Empire. While numerous factions appear to dominate the upper echelons, in truth, only the Yunlan sect, the royal family, and the alchemist guild truly occupy the pinnacle of power, engaged in an ultimate power struggle. Among the three formidable factions, the apothecary guild holds a position of transcendence, seldom interfering with the internal affairs of the empire, merely serving to maintain a delicate balance. The true clandestine conflict lies between the imperial royal family and the Yunlan sect. As the foremost sect of the empire, the Yunlan sect has produced countless formidable individuals over the years, many of whom, akin to the Mo family, possess their own familial influences scattered throughout the empire, affecting various aspects of imperial life. These individuals represent the latent power of the Yunlan sect. For instance, the Mo family of Yinqing was initially just a prominent family within the city, yet, with the support of the Yunlan sect, it has experienced continuous growth, evolving into a colossal entity that monopolizes 60% of Yinqing's industries. This expansion, however, has led to a significant loss of tax revenue and benefits for the royal family. While the Yunlan sect reaps substantial offerings from this arrangement, the overall productivity and profitability of the empire remain relatively stable. Thus, when the Yunlan sect flourishes and takes more, the royal family's share diminishes. The ongoing struggle between the two revolves around the distribution of this substantial pie, as both parties seek to claim a larger portion. However, the affairs of the Yunlan sect, the royal family, and the Mo family have little bearing on Yan Qingshan, who has no interest in entangling himself in such troublesome matters. Upon entering the city, he chose an inn to stable his carriage and then commenced with his own plans. Under the starry night, with a crescent moon hanging overhead, the Mo family stronghold in the heart of Yinqing is diligently guarded by a battalion of patrolling warriors, ensuring its security. The headquarters resembles an impregnable fortress, with towering walls and patrol defenses strategically positioned every few dozen meters. Each defensive patrol consists of at least combatants, led by fighters and overseen by great fighters, making it nearly impossible for even a powerful fighter to infiltrate without detection. Within the Mo family council chamber, illuminated by bright lights, many appear to be engaged in discussions. At the head of the table, the family patriarch, Mo Lan, directed an irate gaze towards a kneeling figure before him, exclaiming, "Mo Lin, at this juncture, what more do you wish to conceal? The Grand Elder has been missing for days. Where could he possibly be?" "Patriarch, I truly do not know." Mo Lin, the man kneeling, is the trusted aide of the Grand Elder, Mo Chong. Typically, he displays a lack of reverence towards the patriarch, but today, he finds himself devoid of the audacity to act arrogantly. Mo Lan's thunderous voice carried an undercurrent of boundless fury. "You are the Grand Elder's most trusted aide. How can you claim ignorance? The esteemed guests from the Yunlan sect are about to arrive. What am I to do?" "Patriarch, I genuinely am unaware." Mo Lin prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing his head. The numerous elders and high-ranking members of the Mo family present observed with a mix of sympathy and helplessness. As the Mo family found itself in a precarious situation, a message had arrived from the Yunlan sect, indicating that esteemed guests were soon to meet with the outer sect elder, Mo Chong, to discuss significant matters concerning the eastern provinces. Yet, at this critical moment, the Grand Elder had inexplicably been absent for nearly 10 days, leaving them in a state of agitation and distress. Chapter 36. The Lion opens its mouth. "Patriarch, spare me. I truly do not know." As Mo Lin witnessed the blazing anger of Mo Lan, with the elder colleagues beside him glaring in dissatisfaction, he could no longer restrain himself and spoke the truth. "Patriarch, I truly do not know the precise whereabouts of the Grand Elder. However, before his departure that day, the bloodline will sense the emergence of a rare bloodline physique near the eastern provinces." Upon hearing this, Mo Lan seethed with indignation, realizing that Mo Lin had indeed been concealing information. On the day the Grand Elder left, the bloodline will seem to have perceived the awakening of a unique bloodline, which resembles the legendary first wondrous pupil of the continent, the green serpent's triflower pupil. A profound silence enveloped the entire hall. The attendees were all high-ranking members of the Mo family, well aware of the family's most renowned secret technique involving the fusion of organs. They understood why Mo Chong had departed in haste. Had they received news of such an extraordinary pupil, they too would have acted swiftly to seize it. Humph. Mo Lon slammed his chair in discontent, his face darkening as he coldly remarked. The green serpent's triflower pupil can only be born from the hybridization of serpent folk and humans. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly resonated from outside the council chamber, followed by the appearance of two figures entering one after the other. "Who are you?" Mo Lon demanded, observing the two figures that had appeared before him. The latter figure exuded a feeble presence, while the former, cloaked in a full robe, obscured their face. Their aura barely discernible, leaving him apprehensive. The cloaked figure was none other than Yan Qingshan. "Who am I?" A pertinent question indeed. "I am here to seek justice." Mo Lon coldly scoffed. "To seek justice from our Mo family? You possess quite the audacity and gall. By what right do you come to demand justice?" Mo ran. Trembling as he stepped forward, unveiled his cloak to reveal a face nearly disfigured, identifying himself as the survivor from the Mo family's expedition to Shimo City. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, Grand Elder, I was mistaken," he rasped, recounting the entire sequence of events, including the fate that befell Mo Chong. However, he refrained from divulging too much about Qingling, Yan Qingshan, and Shui Lan, merely skimming over their involvement due to prior warnings. The Grand Elder is dead. The absence of Mo Chong left the Mo family lacking a powerful combatant, struggling to maintain dominance in Yan City, barely qualifying as a first-rate force within the eastern provinces, and finding it challenging to hold their own against the other three prominent families. As Yan Qingshan casually tossed forth a crimson beast's arm, he remarked, "You should be more familiar with the origins of this fifth-rank fiery mountain-breaking rhinoceros limb than I." At the sight of the beast's arm, the Mo family's high-ranking members were visibly shaken. The breaking mountain arm, the Grand Elder actually utilized this. Panic ensued as they realized the implications of the Grand Elder employing a cherished family relic. The core members of the Mo family, well acquainted with the significance of this artifact, erupted into a cacophony of whispers, their expressions growing increasingly dire. The corners of Mo Lan's mouth twitched involuntarily. What began as sheer astonishment had now transformed into an overwhelming sense of dread. The most treasured possession of the family had been surreptitiously appropriated by Mo Chong. As the head of the family, he was indeed filled with a righteous anger. However, after the initial shock came sorrow and fear. The value of the broken mountain arm, having endured such calamity, had significantly diminished, rendering it impossible to reimplant onto a human being. The family's most precious legacy was lost. And more alarming was the prowess of Yan Qingshan. The burning flame broken mountain rhinoceros, among fifth-tier magical beasts, was no weakling. Its forelimbs possessed formidable strength. Even a high-tier combat spirit like Mo Chong, in conjunction with the broken mountain arm, would find it difficult to be subdued by a combat king. Yet, Mo Chong lay dead, and the broken mountain arm had been severed, revealing the true strength of this adversary. Tribe leader, Mo Ran has committed a grievous error. I dare not seek forgiveness, but I implore you, considering Mo Ran's past contributions to our clan, do not make things difficult for his wife and children. Mo Ran was doomed. He had not only ventured to Shimo City to partake in the events, but had also encountered the true forms of Yan Qingshan and his companions. To tie up loose ends, Yan Qingshan would never allow him to live. Mo Ran was acutely aware of Yan Qingshan's intentions. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize the family's interests, but he understood that the current strength of Yan Qingshan was beyond what the Mo family could contend with. Following Yan Qingshan's directives was the least harmful course of action for the Mo family. Otherwise, should negotiations fail, Yan Qingshan would emerge unscathed, while the Mo family would face obliteration. It was this realization that led Mo Ran to cooperate willingly. Yet, regardless of his justifications, he would undoubtedly be seen as a traitor to the Mo family, leaving him with no option but to take his own life to spare his family from retribution. As Mo Chong gazed upon Mo Ran's fallen form, a profound sorrow flickered in his eyes. A peak combat master, likely on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Combat Master level, had perished, and how could he not feel anguish? However, before he could dwell on his grief, Yan Qingshan's voice resonated. I warned Mo Chong, yet he insisted on courting death. Thus, I had no choice but to send him to his demise. However, he has desecrated my meditation grounds. Your Mo family must pay the price. Mo Lan, filled with indignation, retorted, a price? What price do you seek? Mo Chong is already dead. What more do you want from our Mo family? 5. 5-tier magical beasts. Mo Lan finally comprehended why Mo Ran had made such a decision, observing the well-behaved two-headed fire spirit snake that circled protectively around Yan Qingshan. The Mo family was indeed formidable, once possessing the high-tier combat spirit Mo Chong, who dared to confront combat kings in their stronghold in Salt City. Yet now, with Mo Chong and 3 grand combat masters dispatched to Shimo City, and the numerous combat masters lost, the family's strength had drastically diminished. Now, their adversaries stood at the core of the family's deliberation space, while the outer guards remained utterly unresponsive. Moreover, they had brought along 5th-tier magical beasts, a serious affront to the Mo family. Without Mo Ran's earlier self-disclosure, the Mo family would have had leverage over them. The fire spirit snake has a rather irritable temperament, yet it listens to my commands. I hope you will also be sufficiently obedient. Yan Qingshan gently caressed one of the heads of the fire spirit serpent with a single hand, and the serpent obediently allowed his touch. To the eyes of the Mo clan members, this scene was misinterpreted once more. It was highly probable that the one with the azure serpent's 3 flower eyes was none other than this esteemed gentleman before them. Elder Mo Chong had indeed kicked against an iron plate. Yan Qingshan intentionally fostered this misunderstanding, as he wished to keep Qingling's news concealed for as long as possible. He did not desire for his little maidservant to swiftly become a pivotal figure in the spotlight. Mo Lan, currently adopting a very humble demeanor, inquired, "Sir, may I know what form of reparations you seek? Whatever the Mo clan is capable of, we shall gladly provide." Yan Qingshan's voice echoed, and Mo Lan, along with the other high-ranking members of the Mo clan, bore expressions of discontent. After all, the Mo clan was the local hegemon of Yanqing. One would think they possessed some hidden treasures. Mo Lan descended from his seat and bowed, saying, "If you find anything of worth in our clan, it is indeed our honor. Allow me to personally escort you there." "Very well. I trust that the head of the Mo clan is a wise man who would not take reckless risks," Yan Qingshan replied with remarkable composure. Gesturing for Mo Lan to lead the way, Mo Lan walked ahead, with Yan Qingshan following closely behind as they slowly exited the conference hall and made their way toward the hidden chambers deep within the Mo clan. Inside the treasure vault of the Mo clan, the heavy stone door creaked open, revealing a stuffy atmosphere, likely due to its long period of disuse. As Yan Qingshan followed Mo Lan through the lavishly adorned shelves, he observed an array of rare treasures, herbs, ores, weapons, techniques, and secret arts. Amongst these, there was a considerable collection of various bodily organs, some sourced from magical beasts, while others came from unique races akin to serpent people. Yan Qingshan casually picked up a green scroll of martial arts. The techniques stored within this treasure vault were at the very least of Xian rank, and there were at least a dozen sets of Xian rank techniques, encompassing a variety of fundamental attributes. Even the exceedingly rare lightning attribute had a scroll among them. Xian rank intermediate, azure with sword aura. Yan Qingshan mused as he beheld the scroll of wood attribute martial arts, which, along with its accompanying techniques, represented the pinnacle of wood attribute skills within this treasure vault. Even the Mo clan, which nearly dominated the eastern provinces, seemed to possess only this intermediate Xian rank technique as their most formidable wood attribute skill. Chapter 37, An Unexpected Delight. The azure wood sword aura was a technique procured by the Grand Elder from the Yunlan sect, reputed for its high cultivation difficulty, yet equally notable in its power. It was said that if the quality of the associated sword aura was sufficiently high, its might would rival that of advanced Xian rank combat techniques. Mo Lan interjected, stating that this technique was also quite challenging to cultivate within the Yunlan sect, and few disciples opted for it. Conversely, its lower-ranked counterpart, the azure wood sword art, was easier to master and possessed considerable strength, thus enjoying great popularity. It was precisely because of the high difficulty in cultivating this technique that the Mo clan managed to obtain it. Mo Lan's words were not surprising to Yan Qingshan. Although he merely skimmed through, he indeed sensed that the cultivation threshold for this sword aura technique was quite elevated. As for the azure wood sword art he mentioned, Yan Qingshan had some recollection of it. During his visit to the Shao clan with Nalan Yanran, the disciple Guyi from the Yunlan sect seemed to be cultivating the lower-ranked azure wood sword art. The Aoki sword Qi is indeed a delightful surprise. The cultivation of the Aoki sword Qi is notoriously challenging. However, for Yan Qingshan, it poses no significant obstacle. With the dawn in his possession, given time, he can find ways to utilize even combat techniques that do not align with his attributes, let alone those that are compatible. Chief Mo Lan, being so astute, would surely not hesitate to part with a mere few tomes. After acquiring the Aoki sword Qi, Yan Qingshan's gaze began to wander around the chamber. Although the Mo family is a burgeoning clan, they command Salt City and have the support of the Yunlan sect, possessing a well-rounded array of techniques. They have various commonly found techniques at the level, with the highest reaching the intermediate tier. As Yan Qingshan lamented his lack of foundational strength, he would not be courteous to Mo Lan. In addition to the Aoki Sword Qi, he also took a set of intermediate thunder attribute combat techniques, which are far more precious than ordinary techniques, their value comparable to that of advanced techniques. Among the deepest boxes in the chamber, Yan Qingshan opened one, revealing a set of advanced techniques, the Evil Blood Technique, and an advanced combat technique, Blood Hand Seal. Mo Lan suddenly spoke up solemnly, "Sir, the Evil Blood Technique is the foundation of my Mo family. I implore you not to act recklessly." After casually flipping through the pages, Yan Qingshan turned to glance at Mo Lan. The implication was clear. Should this technique leak outside, even Mo Lan, as the clan leader, would be unable to contain the fallout, leading to an inevitable conflict. Such scenarios are not uncommon among the continent's renowned families and factions. Each possesses unique core abilities that form their very essence. If such secrets were to be divulged, it could lead to their downfall by adversaries employing countermeasures. Thus, should a core technique be disseminated, it invariably results in a life-or-death struggle, contradicting Yan Qingshan's intentions for this visit. This volume. Does your Mo family not have any alchemists since this fourth-tier alchemist formula notes? A flicker of surprise crossed Yan Qingshan's eyes. The saying goes, true transmission in a word, false transmission in 1,000 volumes. For certain professions, the path to mastery often involves arduous effort and the passage of time, yet yields no reward, which ties into the issue of genuine transmission. The profession of alchemist exemplifies this situation. While the innate talent for alchemy is rare, many individuals on the continent can indeed meet the criteria. However, the number of those who truly become alchemists is exceedingly few, primarily due to a lack of proper guidance. Healers can also treat ailments and concoct potions, yet their elixirs pale in comparison to those crafted by alchemists. Every accomplished healer, regardless of whether they possess the potential to become an alchemist, harbors the dream of becoming one. Naturally, Yan Qingshan is no exception, and due to his background and broader knowledge, his aspirations in this regard are particularly intense. The notes of the Mo family are exceedingly precious, containing the lifelong insights of a fourth-tier alchemist. It chronicles the journey from initial learning to mastery in alchemy, and then to an innovative exploration of the art of concocting potions from the blood of magical beasts, all in an attempt to achieve the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist. This document essentially embodies the true teachings of a fourth-tier alchemist, for one endowed with the talent for alchemy. Following the guidance within these pages step by step would significantly enhance their chances of becoming a proficient alchemist. Mo Lan sighed, reflecting on the fact that since the passing of their esteemed ancestor, the Mo family has not produced a suitable candidate for many years. Although 2 individuals with potential were found and considerable resources were invested to enroll them in the Alchemist Guild, the notes had previously been borrowed and not returned by the Grand Elder. Yan Qingshan, observing Mo Lan, stated earnestly, "I have no interest in the Evil Blood Technique, but I desire it. Is that agreeable? Given your interest in these notes, take them." Mo Lan replied after careful consideration. To be honest, he was reluctant to acquiesce so readily, yet the circumstances were compelling, leaving him with little choice. Yan Qingshan had forcefully entered the Mo family accompanied by a fifth-tier magical beast, displaying an overwhelming presence. During the council meeting, the Mo family had already faced failure in their resistance. Had Yan Qingshan been more ruthless at that moment, none of the family's high-ranking members would have survived. In light of this, Mo Lan was keen to avoid provoking such a formidable adversary. If a peaceful resolution could be reached by allowing Yan Qingshan to depart, he would even be willing to suppress everything else. Yan Qingshan's suggestion to visit the treasure vault brought Mo Lan a measure of relief, as it indicated that there was at least a possibility for negotiation. Thus, when Yan Qingshan took 2 volumes of profound techniques, Mo Lan refrained from protest and even offered information about them. However, he was cautious regarding the Evil Blood Technique, a foundational practice, and promptly stopped Yan Qingshan from pursuing it. Although this set of notes did not pertain to such core techniques, the fourth-tier alchemist was a pivotal figure in the Mo family's prosperity, making it of considerable significance and value. Given the choice, he truly wished to retain it. After Yan Qingshan selected 3 sets of texts and departed the literature section, Mo Lan felt a slight sigh of relief. He had feared that this esteemed individual might demand all the texts, which, although they had printed copies, would be difficult for him to manage if too many copies circulated. As Yan Qingshan surveyed the array of treasures displayed on the shelves, an exquisite assortment of artifacts, gemstones, and various rare spiritual herbs, he walked past the treasures without much interest. Finding them less appealing than the texts, he discerned that the 3 volumes were Mo Lan's limit. Seeking more could potentially provoke a serious backlash. As Yan Qingshan intended to head directly to the shelf of precious spiritual herbs, he was unexpectedly drawn to a pile of ores that caught his attention. This collection of grayish-white stones with a silvery sheen was situated in a corner of the vault, surrounded by similar unrefined materials. However, these particular stones appeared peculiar, seemingly exuding a subtle wave of energy. As Yan Qingshan's spiritual perception swept over them, he sensed a distortion in the surrounding space, albeit subtly and faintly. Mo Lan approached and introduced, "My lord, this is the recently mined Na stone. After refining, its essence can be crafted into Na rings. However, this particular mine of the Mo family is quite small, and the quality is generally mediocre. These Na stones are among the better specimens." Na stones? How intriguing. Yan Qingshan stepped closer to the pile of Na stones, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes. Although the stones appeared ordinary, he sensed a subtle difference within some of them. With a thought, he activated his Na ring, swiftly absorbing the pile of stones, and then took a few steps to the other side. The gold coins were neatly stacked in a chest, each box containing 100,000 coins. After collecting 10 boxes, Yan Qingshan paused. He turned to Mo Lan and stated, "I shall not make things difficult for the clan leader. For the 3 scrolls of scriptures, a pile of Na stones, and 1,000,000 gold coins, this matter shall be concluded. Your willingness to proceed thus is most agreeable." Mo Lan, initially puzzled by Yan Qingshan's choice of seemingly useless Na stones, though the rings crafted from them held considerable value, soon realized that the artisans capable of processing Na stones were few. Hence, the risk of being discovered was significant. However, when Yan Qingshan decisively accepted the gold coins and assured the conclusion of the matter, Mo Lan understood. He surmised that Yan Qingshan was merely trying to avoid offending the Mo family too severely, hence his seemingly arbitrary selection of items. After all, who in their right mind would forsake potent medicinal herbs or armor for mere gold coins and a pile of unrefined Na stones? In the stillness of the night, within a hidden passage of the Mo family in Yan City, a figure swiftly vanished into the shadows, navigating through twists and turns until arriving at the backyard of an inn located along a bustling street in the west city of Yan City. In a room of the inn's backyard, 2 girls, one tall and one small, awaited news. When a specific knock signaled their arrival, the petite girl in a green dress eagerly stepped forward to open the door, her face alight with joy. "Are you all right?" After Qingling, Xuelan also approached Yan Qingshan, examining him closely and feeling somewhat reassured upon seeing that he bore no unusual signs. Xuelan and Qingling prepared washing tools for Yan Qingshan, diligently assisting him in changing his clothes, and only then did the 3 engage in a moment of camaraderie. Chapter 38, Na Spirit. "Things have gone rather smoothly, haven't they?" Xuelan remarked as she wiped Yan Qingshan's forehead with a warm towel, while Qingling held a basin of water to warm his feet. With 2 lovely maidens attending to him, he felt almost overwhelmed by their attentiveness. "It's been quite all right," Yan Qingshan replied, shaking his Na ring and producing 3 scrolls, 2 mid-level Xiantier martial arts techniques, and a record of an alchemist's inheritance, treasures worth their weight in gold. Indeed, the Mo family in Yan City was a renowned power in the eastern provinces of the empire, possessing 2 mid-level Xiantier martial arts techniques, and even a legacy from a 4th-tier alchemist. This, Yan Qingshan settled onto the bed, the Na ring shimmering with opulence as silvery gray stones cascaded onto the bedside. Closing his eyes, he extended his hand, searching among the multitude of stones until he grasped one in particular. A faint azure aura flickered, and silvery gray gravel fell away, revealing a soft gray glow in the palm of his hand. Yan Qingshan spread his palm, and the gray radiance dissipated, revealing what lay hidden within. It was a stone, no larger than a thumb, smooth and lustrous as jade, devoid of any blemish. Within its core, a faint blue glow pulsated gently, reminiscent of a firefly ensnared in amber. Vividly alive. Could this be the legendary nascent spirit? Yan Qingshan gazed at this seemingly unremarkable stone in his palm, scarcely able to believe his extraordinary fortune. "Young master, what is this?" Qingling leaned in curiously, her small head peering over, captivated by the glimmering stone. Xuelan, who had been engrossed in her notes, couldn't help but turn her gaze towards the luminous object, for girls often possess an irresistible attraction to such sparkling treasures. This must be the fabled nascent spirit, an exceedingly rare material from the heavens and earth, said to be unearthed only within high-grade nascent stones, with an infinitesimal chance of discovery. Yan Qingshan held the gem, suspected to be the nascent spirit, before his eyes for a meticulous examination. Cross-referencing with the ancient texts he had transcribed, he was nearly certain of its authenticity. The nascent spirit was immensely precious, valued beyond 5th-grade elixirs, and was a coveted treasure even among advanced alchemists. Yan Qingshan recalled the words of the ancient alchemist, who had mentioned that a single nascent spirit could surpass the combined worth of a 5th-grade blood lotus elixir and an ice spirit spring, thus illustrating its rarity. Ordinary nascent stones could produce low-grade storage rings, with even the most basic of these rings commanding a price of tens of thousands of gold coins, far exceeding that of typical 1st-grade elixirs. Mid-tier storage rings would cost several times more, while high-grade rings were treasures beyond valuation. In the Dou Qi Continent, only individuals of considerable stature or formidable powers could hope to possess high-grade storage rings, underscoring the exceptional rarity of such items. Comparatively, the nascent spirit was even more scarce. So much so that describing it as a phoenix feather or unicorn horn would hardly be an exaggeration. What? The Mo family actually gifted such a precious treasure? Both Qingling and Xuelan were taken aback. The previous tomes and notes were indeed valuable, but they could at least be measured in gold coins. 5th-grade elixirs could make even a Dou Wang envious. Such a treasure must represent the most esteemed heritage of a family. Yan Qingshan smiled, noting that they had not willingly bestowed this upon him. Rather, they lacked discernment, and he had stumbled upon a fortunate find. Treasures, while splendid, require individuals of insight to truly appreciate them. Xuelan and Qingling nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Yan Qingshan as perspective. A treasure finds its best home only in the hands of the fated. This year, Wutan City was particularly vibrant, as the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, had made headlines by breaking through to become a renowned genius of the empire early in the year. Yet, merely months later, Xiao Yan's cultivation stagnated and even inexplicably regressed. Upon the transmission of this news, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, expended great resources to summon numerous physicians and even formal alchemists to assess Xiao Yan's condition, yet all efforts yielded no results. The fall of the genius was an unforeseen event that brought joy to many. Following this incident, the Xiao family suffered a significant loss of prestige in Wutan City. Although they still maintained a relative advantage over the other 2 major families, they no longer possessed their former overwhelming dominance. The 3 prominent families of Wutan City found themselves ensnared in a state of mutual restraint and fragile peace. Meanwhile, another influential faction in Wutan City, the Middle Auction House, welcomed a new leader, a remarkably young and formidable beauty. At the western gate of Wutan City, a small convoy of over a dozen carriages entered the city at a leisurely pace. The curtain of the central carriage was drawn back, revealing several gazes that wandered out. This was Wutan City. They were not far from the young master's homeland now. Inside the carriage, the delicate hand of Qingling gently massaged Yan Qingshan, alleviating his fatigue. "Are you all right?" Xuelan asked cautiously as she tended to Yan Qingshan's sore limbs, promoting blood circulation. Having witnessed Yan Qingshan's relentless training, she finally comprehended the extent of his sacrifices to become stronger. "It's nothing too serious," he replied. This convoy was brought over by Yan Qingshan from Shimo City, primarily consisting of mercenary families associated with Xuelan. After Qingling's mother passed away, her survival in Shimo City owed much to Xuelan and several close friends. The parents of Xuelan's generation, including Qingling's mother, harbored grievances against the serpent people. Naturally, they did not show any warmth towards Qingling, who bore the bloodline of the serpent people. However, since Qingling's mother was somewhat acquainted with them, they refrained from troubling the poor girl. Following the death of Qingling's mother, those who were able to do so offered assistance to the orphaned child, albeit discreetly. Among these individuals, Xuelan's family was the most well-off. Her father, possessing considerable skill, served as a mid-level leader in a local mercenary group and had several trustworthy comrades under his command. Yan Qingshan intended to take Xuelan and Qingling away, ensuring that Xuelan's family was also well taken care of. After persuading Xuelan's father, the convoy comprised those willing to accompany Xuelan's family on their departure. At the forefront of the convoy, Xuelan's father and a few key members organized the personnel's movements. Initially, they were not overly pleased with Xuelan's choice of employer. However, once Yan Qingshan offered a generous salary and subsequently provided a set of profound cultivation techniques, Xuelan's father became exceedingly enthusiastic, wishing for his daughter to remain in Yan Qingshan's carriage at all times. Upon entering Wutan City, the convoy sought a guide at the city gate. After Yan Qingshan issued his orders, the convoy swiftly made its way towards the Middle Auction House, located on the most bustling street of Wutan City. The Middle Auction House is a branch of the Middle Family's commercial enterprise, one of the 3 prominent families of the Jama Empire. The current leader, Middle Yafei, holds a uniquely significant position within the entire Middle family. It was quite a lively scene. It appears that an auction is currently underway. Yan Qingshan instructed Xuelan's father and the others to drop the 3 of them off near the auction house, allowing them to arrange their temporary accommodations. The trio then entered the auction hall, where a considerable number of attendees had gathered for the event. Naturally, the striking beauty of Xuelan and Qingling attracted several glances. Led by a female attendant, they proceeded into the main hall of the auction, where the dimly lit environment was filled with a cacophony of voices, overwhelming their senses and causing them to frown. The auction venue was expansive, easily accommodating hundreds of people. At that moment, under the spotlight in the center of the hall, a stunning woman clad in a red gown was charmingly explaining the attributes of the items on display with a voice that was both enchanting and intoxicating. Yan Qingshan's piercing blue eyes scanned the room, quickly noticing that the majority of gazes were fixated on this captivating woman. She was Yifei, the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house in Wutan City, a woman whose beauty was known to all, possessing a mature allure that left many men enchanted by her presence. Chapter 39, Yifei. Book a private room for me. As Yan Qingshan's gaze swept across the hall, he furrowed his brow upon noticing a lecherous man lurking in a secluded corner, his eyes burning with desire as he fixated on Yifei, his hands resting inappropriately on himself as he leered at her. Such behavior was not uncommon. Numerous unsavory figures in the shadows engaged in similar acts, suggesting that they were well versed in this disreputable conduct, perhaps having indulged in it before. The arrival of Yan Qingshan and his companions drew many eyes from the darkness toward Xuelan and Qingling, which only deepened Yan Qingshan's displeasure. Please, follow me this way. The attendant did not hesitate, promptly leading Yan Qingshan and the others to a relatively secluded private room on the second floor. Upon entering the auction house, Yan Qingshan had exchanged a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins for bidding tokens, a significant amount that he would lament losing. Once inside the private room, they were shielded from the unwelcome stares outside, allowing the two girls beside Yan Qingshan to feel considerably more at ease. Yan Qingshan approached the edge of the viewing platform, casting his gaze back toward the elevated stage, captivated by Yifei's voluptuous and alluring figure, her long legs drawing his admiration. Xuelan partially obstructed his view, her delicate nose crinkling as she emitted a soft huff, pointing toward his rear, where Qingling was inquiring about some details from the attendant, the dim lighting making visibility a challenge. What she did not realize was that Qingling's cheeks were also slightly flushed as she continued to engage the attendant, creating an opportunity for the two in front. As the possessor of the coveted by Shi San Hua pupils, her perceptiveness was undoubtedly keen. Cough, cough, Qingling. Yan Qingshan reclined on the soft sofa, beckoning Qingling to join them, while Xuelan's face flushed a deep crimson, her body leaning against him as if she might collapse into him, stirring a complex mix of guilt and accomplishment within Yan Qingshan. However, he could hardly accomplish anything significant here. After venting some frustration, he instructed Qingling to bring in the maidservant. By this time, the auction was nearing its conclusion. Yan Qingshan entrusted the token he had received in Haiyan City to the maidservant, urging her to find a way to report or personally deliver it to Miss Yifei, stating that he would be waiting for her in the private room. Yes, my lord. The maidservant, unaware of Yan Qingshan's background, but having witnessed his extravagant spending of 100,000 gold, recognized that he was no ordinary individual. She bowed and exited the private room, while Qingling promptly retrieved tea and snacks from the prepared shelves to attend to Yan Qingshan. This young woman had initially come to inquire about such matters. These private rooms typically offered tea and snacks, usually served by maidservants. However, Qingling could not possibly delegate the task of serving Yan Qingshan to anyone else. Miss Yifei, our Jia family is quite satisfied with this auction. We warmly welcome you to visit our family next time. The Yuba family feels the same. The Xiao family is also eager to befriend Miss Yifei. After the auction concluded, Yifei accompanied several high-ranking officials from the auction house to bid farewell to prominent figures from Wutan City, primarily the leaders of the three major families, all seeking to strengthen ties with the middle family. The willingness of the clan leaders to favor her was indeed an honor for Yifei. As a sophisticated socialite, she handled the situation with grace, her face adorned with smiles as she nurtured relationships with each influential patron, ensuring none felt slighted or alienated. At that moment, a maidservant approached Yifei, accompanied by an elderly man. The old man, with slightly graying hair and a robe adorned with a design resembling a medicinal furnace, bore an air of nobility, with silver ripples shimmering on the surface of the furnace. His presence stirred the notable figures, for he was Guanai, a 3-star Grand Master and the principal authority of the middle auction house in Wutan City, as well as a distinguished second-tier alchemist. Miss Yifei. Guanai whispered a few words to her, causing her expression to shift from astonishment to joy. After a moment of surprise, she turned back, her smile returning, and with a hint of apology said, I'm sorry, everyone, but I have some matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you further. It's no trouble, Miss Yifei. Please, do what you must. Indeed, you should attend to your business. With that, the influential leaders, all astute individuals, gracefully excused themselves. After their departure, Yifei, along with Gu Ni and the maidservant, ascended to the second-floor private room. Outside the door, Yafei adjusted her demeanor, donning a confident, serene smile before lightly tapping on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs, followed by a fiery young woman with a wild allure entering her line of sight. "Miss Yafei, please come in." A melodious male voice emanated from the room behind the woman who had just opened the door. She stepped aside, allowing Yafei's gaze to penetrate deeper, where she faintly discerned a petite figure clad in azure, gracefully pouring tea. Seated, with his back to them, was a man. He was undoubtedly the one who had just spoken. Yafei advanced with delicate steps, her movements unpretentious and entirely natural as she circled around to take a seat on a soft chair beside Yan Qingshan. At that moment, his profile turned towards her. Their eyes met, and Yafei's gaze momentarily faltered, while a subtle smile graced Yan Qingshan's lips. "Miss Yafei, please do not take offense at our first encounter," Yan Qingshan said, smiling as he nodded slightly, pushing a cup of freshly brewed tea towards her. The azure-hued energy enveloped the cup, gliding it smoothly to Yafei, who found it remarkable that not a single drop had spilled. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yafei's eyes. The strength and control of the energy displayed by this man surpassed any young formidable opponent she had encountered. Even the scoundrel who had once forced her to flee the capital could not rival such prowess. Regaining her composure, Yafei raised the cup and took a sip, her laughter light and her gaze sparkling with intrigue, as if drawn to Yan Qingshan. "I must admit, I did not expect you to be so young, sir. I wonder about your connection to the individual from Blackrock City. Do not misunderstand. It was I who established the agreement with your Mitter family in Blackrock City," Yan Qingshan replied, maintaining an unwavering gaze upon Yafei. "At that time, I had reservations regarding your auction house, hence my decision to conceal my identity. I trust this is understandable. If you had doubts about us, why then entrust such a substantial business to our Mitter family? Now you reveal your identity. Do you believe Yafei to be weak and easily manipulated?" Yafei feigned displeasure, embodying a sense of grievance that sought consolation. She was adept at wielding her feminine allure, a tactic that would confound a lesser opponent. "I truly wish to assert my dominance over you," Yan Qingshan mused inwardly, his thoughts laden with a playful connotation. A glimmer of clarity shone in his azure eyes as he confidently declared, "It is not because of you, Yafei, but rather that I now possess the strength to face the Mitter family without fear." With a flicker of light from the spatial ring in his hand, 12 chests were meticulously arranged on the adjacent ground. Yan Qingshan summoned a wave of azure energy, which gently opened each chest with minimal sound, revealing their contents. The coins within 10 chests shimmered under the moonlight, while the 2 remaining chests contained rare treasures, exquisite jewels adorning opulent ornaments, a magnificent ceremonial sword, and a cloak woven with golden threads. This here amounts to 1,000,000 gold coins, along with some spatial stones and other treasures, which should suffice for what I require you to procure. Observed as Yafei transitioned from surprise to a facade of calmness, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. "In addition to the wooden attribute earth-level combat technique I originally set forth, I also require 3 supplementary techniques. Ideally advanced mystical-level skills." The additional request moved Shui Lan and Qing Ling, who stood beside him. The 3 techniques he sought were for poison, wind, and a combat technique suitable for the Serpent clan, clearly reflecting his consideration for them. After a deep breath, Yafei smiled and responded, "Sir, I can indeed accommodate your request, but it will take time. The Earth-level combat techniques are ready at headquarters, yet transporting them will require a while. As for the 3 combat techniques, gathering and dispatching them will also take time." "I understand, and I shall await your delivery," Yan Qingshan replied, taking a few sips from his cup before setting it down. He then leaned forward, almost looming over Yafei. "I am Yan Qingshan, a resident of Qingshan Town near the Beast Mountain Range. Please ensure that my requested items are delivered to the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan Town at your earliest convenience. I shall wait there for you. Farewell, Miss Yafei." With that, he embraced Qing Ling and Shui Lan, swiftly evading the numerous guards, leaving Yafei with only a glimpse of his retreating figure. Chapter 40. Farewell, Heir. After Yan Qingshan departed, Gu and I, who had been standing at the door observing the exchange, exhaled a deep breath, marveling. What a young combat master. He appears no older than 15 or 16, yet he is the most remarkable young powerhouse I have encountered. In the imperial capital, there are indeed many fighters under the age of 20, but combat masters are scarce. At such a young age, few achieve this rank. The pressure he exerts on me is no small feat, indicating he is no weakling among combat masters. Do you share this opinion, Master Gu and I? Once composed, Yafei took a sip from her teacup, grimacing slightly at the lukewarm tea, though she paid it little mind. This individual, with both cunning and skill, was not to be underestimated. It was the first time she felt so led. "Yan Qingshan, is it?" There are few places in the empire where one can acquire nashi stones and these gold coins. Her gaze swept over the 10 distinct boxes, suggesting a standardized format, which should reveal their origins upon investigation. Her eyes shimmered, contemplating alternative strategies. Though she may have lost this round, the matter was far from concluded. In Qingshan town, at Wan Yao, the midday bustle was vibrant, with crowds flowing like the tide, injured mercenaries, teams preparing to venture into the Beast Mountain range, and those seeking medical aid. The main hall of Wan Yao was alive with activity. With over 50% of its physicians and nearly 70% of its medicinal trade thriving, Wan Yao had become a place of considerable wealth. As its reputation grew, not only did people flock from Qingshan town, but even from nearby beast towns, further enhancing Wan Yao's influence. The main hall was spacious and bright. Despite the throngs of people, it remained orderly, a testament to the reforms instituted following Wan Yao's rise to prominence a year prior. After gathering numerous physicians from Qingshan town and its surrounding areas, a categorization of doctors was performed, allowing many practitioners and apprentices to address the ailments they specialize in. Furthermore, for patients with urgent injuries, a fast track has been established to ensure that acute emergencies are not delayed. This efficient and straightforward approach has garnered high praise for Wan Yao's, facilitating the seamless integration of medical practices in Qingshan town. Yan Qingshan, accompanied by Qing Ling and Xuelan, entered the familiar yet unfamiliar Wan Yao's. The changes within had been his own creation, but after witnessing its initial expansion, he had departed, leaving him feeling somewhat estranged from the subsequent developments. Observing the bustling crowd, who appeared anxious yet composed, a faint smile graced his lips. The traditional methods of Wan Yao's and the Dou Qi Continent were notoriously inefficient. A single physician had to navigate numerous complex situations, often proceeding one by one, which sometimes resulted in regrettable delays for many. However, with the current methodology, a specific type of physician now manages a broad category of ailments, leading to significantly enhanced efficiency. When faced with a larger influx of patients, they can engage in collaborative discussions to expedite diagnoses, resulting in a remarkable improvement in their service. As Yan Qingshan entered Wan Yao's, the young lady at the front desk, likely overwhelmed with tasks, initially failed to recognize him. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and with the guidance of others, he arrived at a consultation room in the back courtyard. The spacious room was nearly filled with people, where a cheerful girl in a white coat was instructing several apprentices in bandaging the injured. More patients awaited their turn. Despite their bleeding, not a single mercenary dared to disturb this angelic figure. Alas, this is a bite from a phosphorescent wolf. The fangs of this magical beast contain a toxin that, although it appears similar to a regular wound at first, can lead to uncontrollable bleeding after a latent period. Once it manifests, the petite healer attended to several waiting patients, but upon reaching the fifth individual, she encountered an urgent situation. You are already experiencing the onset of the toxin. We must expel the poison first. Where is the carcass of the phosphorescent wolf you hunted? The antidote must be formulated from powdered wolf fangs. This magical beast is quite rare, and Wan Yao's does not stock it regularly. What? The healer's words drained color from the mercenary's face, and his companions appeared equally distraught. The toxin from the phosphorescent wolf can only be countered with its fangs. The healer's expression grew grim. Without the fangs, although bloodletting could expel the toxin, it would severely deplete even a healthy person's vitality. You are already losing too much blood due to the wolf's venom. If we proceed with bloodletting, you might not survive the procedure. The patient's face turned pale, and his companions wore expressions of despair. No one blamed the healer. Her support among the crowd was substantial, and those who ventured into the magical beast mountains were accustomed to life and death. These mercenaries were already mentally prepared for such eventualities, even if they escaped death today. They understood that life could be swiftly extinguished without warning. Please lie down. The little healer's eyes reflected a sense of compassion as she softly addressed the mercenary. I have an unrefined method that could work. If you consume a substantial amount of fresh blood balm, I can attempt to employ a technique to expel toxins from your system. However, I must confess that this idea is merely a thought, and I cannot guarantee its success. The man reclined casually on a nearby long bench, and the little healer instructed her apprentice to fetch a large jar of fresh blood balm, preparing to take action. You can't proceed with that method. A voice suddenly interrupted, causing the little healer to freeze momentarily. Blinking several times, she hesitated, unsure if she was merely imagining things, before slowly turning her head, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Little girl, do you not recognize me? Yan Qingshan approached, and under the gaze of many, he embraced the little healer, who was revered among mercenaries. Brother Qingshan. The little healer, initially in a daze, finally reacted as the warmth of the familiar embrace enveloped her once more. She instinctively returned the hug, fearful of losing him from her life again. The mercenaries who had been prepared to intervene were momentarily stunned, while the older onlookers remained unfazed. Many knew of the bond between Yan Qingshan and the little healer, and Yan Qingshan, hailing from a mercenary family, was a familiar face to many. "Leave this person to me." Yan Qingshan gently released the little healer, caressing her cheek. She remained somewhat dazed, obediently nodding and stepping aside. Yan Qingshan approached the injured man, a spark of determination in his eyes. Dark azure energy surged as it struck the veins surrounding the wound, causing blood to spurt forth. Yet, Yan Qingshan did not cease. He accurately incised another wound, and the dark blood slowly seeped out. The man's complexion was ashen, excessive blood loss rendering his lips pale. However, it wasn't long before the bleeding ceased, and his life was preserved. At Wan Yao, after a day of concluding tasks, Yan Qingshan encountered Boss Yao once more in the conference hall. Boss Yao now appeared more prosperous and jovial, his face glowing with health. Yet, when faced with Yan Qingshan, his demeanor was notably humble, fully aware that the current success of Wan Yao was attributable to him. The Fire Cloud Technique. A low-level profound skill of the fire attribute, requires you to seek out the combat techniques yourself. I trust you will find a way. Yan Qingshan, lacking enthusiasm, casually tossed a red scroll to Boss Yao. This scroll was discovered within the spatial ring of a formidable master from the Mo family, something Yan Qingshan deemed unimpressive but was a lifelong dream for Boss Yao. Leaning back in his chair with eyes closed, Yan Qingshan rested one hand on the coffee table, his fingers tapping rhythmically, the sound echoing in the silence and heightening Boss Yao's anxiety. Boss Yao, sensing the urgency, nodded repeatedly, "I understand." The other two mercenary groups in Qingshan town are not as formidable as the Wolf Head group was. I possess considerable connections and strength in Qingshan town. I am confident I can handle them. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. It is getting late. You may leave now. Understood. Boss Yao's heart was tumultuous like the mountains and seas, slowly retreating in preparation to depart. Initially, he harbored some grievances, but upon hearing Yan Qingshan mention the middle family, all his discontent dissipated. Being associated with one of the three great families of the empire was no trivial matter. This young man possessed formidable influence, and it would be wise for him to continue to humble himself and obey. Take the items. Yan Qingshan's voice rang out once more. Boss Yao turned around, and a crimson figure landed in his arms. It was the low-level Xiantier Fire Cloud Technique. He hastily secured it, while Yan Qingshan had already closed his eyes, no longer paying him any attention. Not wishing to linger, he swiftly exited the room. Chapter 41. 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. In the Beastmaster Mountain Range, a lush basin teeming with medicinal herbs awaited. The rustling sounds emerged from the thickets as one man and three women pushed through the dense foliage to arrive at this locale. Several narrow paths led in and out, along with numerous footprints likely left by passing mercenaries. These four figures were, of course, Yan Qingshan and his companions who had ventured into the Beastmaster Mountain Range. This basin lay outside the mountain range, and deeper within, there existed a secluded little valley, rich in potent energy, a perfect place for cultivation. High above, a blue eagle circled down, playfully calling out to the little medicine fairy. After she offered it a small treat, she proudly addressed Yan Qingshan, "Brother Qingshan. Isn't this place delightful?" This little valley is completely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in dense fog, making it exceedingly concealed. Had it not been for Little Blue's accidental intrusion, I doubt I would have discovered this extraordinary location. Indeed, it is splendid. Little Blue has done well, Yan Qingshan remarked, inhaling the rich aroma of the surrounding flora. Within the misty valley, various rare herbs thrived, their fragrances intertwining with the fog, creating a refreshing ambience. The concentration of elemental energies here far surpassed that of other places, with the wood attribute being particularly abundant, truly a paradise for him. The little blue eagle at the feet of the little medicine fairy chirped happily, seemingly reveling in its accomplishments. This first-tier blue eagle had been rescued by the little medicine fairy after Yan Qingshan's departure. Though not yet fully matured, it already possessed a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, capable of carrying a person, with considerable potential once it reached adulthood. Previously, it had only attained yellow-tier fighting energy, with both quantity and quality being average. A direct transition to a higher-tier technique might result in a significant decline in cultivation. However, the training of the little medicine fairy and Qingling was likely simpler and more accessible than that of Xuelan and Yan Qingshan, owing to their extraordinary physiques. Whether it was the cursed poison body or the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent, both could rapidly achieve formidable combat prowess, surpassing even that of typical imperial bloodlines. Abundant in precious herbs, this place was perfect for Yan Qingshan to devise a new cultivation plan. The valley, isolated from the world, could only be exited with the help of the little medicine fairy's blue eagle, which also served as a means of communication with the outside world, effectively preventing any disturbances. The little medicine fairy smiled and nodded, whistling for the blue eagle to soar freely. She then led her companions to a corner of the little valley, delicately pointing towards a simple grass hut. This humble shelter would serve as their temporary abode. At the southern foot of the Warcraft Mountains lies a breathtaking landscape, where the enchanting scenery unfolds over 10 miles, adorned with a sea of pink blossoms. Peach trees sway gracefully in the gentle breeze, their petals dancing in the wind. Surrounded by an intoxicating fragrance and stunning vistas, a figure with dark purple wings descends slowly beyond the peach grove, from which a delicate little form leaps down, none other than the charming Qingling. Yan Qingshan and Qingling arrived in the early morning, when the scenery is at its most splendid. Beneath the peach trees and alongside the flowing stream, fallen petals drift gracefully, their hues ranging from pale to deep crimson, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. The morning sun breaks through the mist, illuminating the pink petals against the soft yellow of the flower's core, rendering them exceptionally vibrant. Clusters of blossoms, heavy upon the branches, attract countless bees and butterflies that flutter and dance among the flowers, engrossed in their tasks. The vast peach grove reflects the fiery glow of the rising sun, appearing like a rosy dawn, while pink petals swirl in the air, transforming the landscape into a vast ocean of pink. Qingling, summon the fire spirit, Yan Qingshan commands, gazing at the exquisite scene before him, yet his eyes reveal no admiration, only a vigilant scrutiny of the surroundings. Qingling shares the same cautious demeanor. Upon hearing Yan Qingshan's words, a glimmer of light flashes in her eyes, and the two-headed fire spirit snake manifests beside them, immediately alert and tasting the air with its forked tongue. Though this 10-mile peach grove appears enchanting, it is, in truth, a perilous domain within the Warcraft Mountains. Amid the vibrant peach blossoms, the only sounds are those of butterflies spreading pollen and bees gathering nectar. No other chirps or rustles disturb the silence. Besides these two species and the peach blossoms, the grove is devoid of any other fauna or flora. Even the stream lacks fish, shrimp, frogs, or crabs, suggesting that something is amiss. With a hissing sound, serpents from several miles around are summoned by the fire spirit snake, flooding into the peach grove in a writhing mass, while Yan Qingshan and Qingling follow closely behind. The vast expanse of peach trees blends into one another, surrounded by a delicate mist of rosy hue that swirls and rises, resembling a magnificent cloud of ethereal beauty. This peach-hued mist rolls continuously, wafting a sweet, cloying fragrance that captivates the senses. Suddenly, a faint howl emanates from deep within the peach grove. Yan Qingshan and Qingling, accompanied by the serpents, hasten toward the sound, only to discover a pink peach, glimmering with a rosy blush, atop one of the trees. Dense peach-colored mist coalesces around it, almost forming liquid. A beast resembling a wood-type wolf struggles in vain to escape the thick mist, its limbs twitching, yet it lacks the strength to succeed. Its mournful howls low and feeble. This wolf-like creature, once adorned with a light blue fur coat, now bears a skin marred by dark red blood, as if scorched by fierce flames, leaving only ragged remnants of its flesh. The wolf's body appeared as though it had been corroded by some unknown force. Large patches of flesh had turned pale and were oozing pus, creating a pool of decayed liquid beneath it. Its head remained relatively intact, yet one eye had transformed into a gory cavity, while the other bulged grotesquely from its socket. What was even more terrifying was that this grievously wounded beast was not yet dead. It exhibited a bizarre excitement, its hindquarters nearly devoured away, writhing on the ground like a frenzied teddy bear engaged in some unspeakable act. The peach blossom miasma was indeed formidable. Yan Qingshan gazed at the solitary peach fruit atop the tree, recognizing it as one of the sources of peril within this forest, a fruit capable of emitting the deadly peach blossom miasma. The peach fruit, imbued with peculiar energy and possessing extensive utility, could only be found in specific peach orchards, secreting a mist known as the peach blossom miasma for self-preservation. The low concentration of this miasma, referred to as peach blossom fog, was the faint pink mist that Yan Qingshan and his companions had encountered outside. It posed no danger and, in fact, was beneficial to the body, refreshing the mind and clearing the vision. However, the viscous peach blossom miasma surrounding this particular fruit was not only overwhelmingly potent, inciting lascivious thoughts, but also possessed a terrifying corrosive quality that could easily claim the lives of those lacking sufficient strength. Yan Qingshan directed a stream of azure energy from his palm, causing the peach fruit to plummet from the branch. The dense miasma spiraled away as if caught in a vortex, rapidly coalescing and being absorbed, leaving behind only a rosy peach fruit on the ground. Yan Qingshan cautiously stooped to collect the fruit. Once separated from the tree, it became like a rootless entity, with the miasma naturally retracting and posing no danger to humans. The peach fruit was the size of a fist, its exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary peach, exhibiting a pinkish hue with an unusual luminescence. This rare and precious medicinal material could be utilized in various mid to high-grade elixirs. Yet it was not the purpose of Yan Qingshan's expedition. As Yan Qingshan and Qing Ling continued their journey, they noticed that the concentration of the peach blossom fog increased the deeper they ventured, and the number of peach fruits surrounding them also multiplied. Yan Qingshan, unreserved, collected them without regard for the local inhabitants. As they traversed deeper into the orchard, a sudden commotion arose among the serpents, hissing in a particular direction as if agitated. Young master, they say that direction is exceedingly perilous. Qi Lian has sensed it too. The innate instinct and exploratory abilities of magical beasts surpassed even Yan Qingshan's own. While he excelled in close-range observations, he fell short at greater distances. Let us investigate, Yan Qingshan declared, continuing onward with Qing Ling and the fire spirit serpent. The serpents, having completed their task, retreated like a receding tide. This area was their forbidden zone, and they would not approach unless absolutely necessary. After a short while, Yan Qingshan and Qing Ling arrived at a dense part of the peach orchard, where they discovered a rudimentary clearing amidst the trees. Surrounding the clearing, there were scarcely any peach trees within 10 meters, save for a single enormous peach tree thriving at its center, heavily laden with fruit. Peach fruits, resembling delicate lanterns, emit a faint crimson glow, while the 3 fruits at the top of the tree appear to be ablaze, their vibrant hues reminiscent of flickering flames. The fragrance of peach blossoms hangs thickly in the air, mirroring the unpredictable dance of fire. Perched atop this peach tree is an immense beehive, bustling with industrious bees that flit in and out. Surprisingly, the bottom of the hive features a small opening, from which honey drips steadily into a rudimentary stone jar placed below. Surrounding this scene are numerous stone jars, some brimming while others are empty. Nearby, a peculiar creature, resembling a mix between a dog and a bear, slumbers peacefully, its head resting on one of the jars. In its dreams, it occasionally munches on the honey that drips within reach, savoring the sweet nectar before swallowing it whole. This creature seems to belong to the canine family, yet bears a striking resemblance to a hybrid of bear and wolf. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, it possesses powerful limbs and a robust physique. Its fur tinged with a bluish hue, while pink flames, identical to those atop the 3 peach fruits, flicker across its body. Chapter 42, The Kuei Mu Beast. This is the 5th-tier Kuei Mu Beast. Yan Qingshan gazes at the slumbering creature, which, despite its repose, emanates an overwhelming aura of power. The 5th-tier Kuei Mu Beast, a rare wooden-type magical beast, predominantly inhabits flourishing peach orchards. Due to its unique lineage, the peach groves they reside in undergo gradual transformations, giving rise to treasures such as peach fruits and blossoms. As a wooden attribute beast, the Kuei Mu Beast is one of the few that possesses beast fire. Its peach blossom fire is relatively gentle, yet not lacking in destructive capability, rendering the Kuei Mu Beast a formidable presence among 5th-tier wooden-type magical beasts. The peach blossom fire within the 5th-tier Kuei Mu Beast can also yield a seed of beast fire, which, due to its mild temperament yet substantial power, is highly sought after by mid to low-tier alchemists, making it a rare and coveted resource. Yan Qingshan's intent in approaching is to acquire the peach blossom fire of the Kuei Mu Beast, and he is equally pleased at the prospect of obtaining some peach fruits. With the Kuei Mu Beast currently in slumber, this presents an opportune moment. Although the 5th-tier Kuei Mu Beast remains asleep, its alertness is not to be underestimated, and its strength is formidable. While Qi Lian may hold an advantage in attributes, the Kuei Mu Beast, with its peach blossom fire, possesses exceptional fire resistance, making it an even tougher adversary. Yan Qingshan, along with Qing Ling and Qi Lian, discreetly conceals themselves at a distance, quietly observing this 5th-tier Kuei Mu Beast. Though the powerful creature rests, its pink flames continuously flicker and swell, occasionally surging dramatically, indicating its formidable nature. Suddenly, in the tranquil expanse of the peach orchard, a series of rustling sounds breaks the silence, accompanied by a chorus of hissing akin to snakes. While the sounds are not particularly loud on their own, when a multitude of serpentine creatures raises their voices in unison, they inevitably provoke the ire of the dominion of this hellish realm. With a thunderous roar, a beast resembling a towering humanoid bear, nearly 4 meters tall, rises on its hind legs, emitting a howl reminiscent of a wolf. Instantly, its pink flames flare to their zenith as it springs into action, charging swiftly toward the source of the most cacophonous serpent calls. At the edge of the vast peach orchard, countless serpents congregated, voraciously hunting and wreaking havoc. Behind them, a colossal, double-headed fire serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, fixated on a singular direction. Suddenly, the once tranquil orchard was disturbed by a cacophony of sounds, the ground quaking intermittently with each approaching noise. Within the rosy expanse of peach trees, a streak of flame materialized, followed closely by increasingly pronounced footsteps. With a resounding crash, a towering figure leapt before the horde of serpents, its pale azure skin ablaze with vibrant pink flames. Upon sighting the double-headed fire serpent, the fiery aura of the creature, known as the Kuei Mu beast, surged once more, emanating a series of furious roars. The presence of this unfamiliar beast instilled a sense of unease and a tinge of fear within it. Both the double-headed fire serpent and the Kuei Mu beast were fifth-tier entities, yet the wood element was inherently subdued by the fire element. The Kuei Mu beast possessed the peach blossom fire, granting it considerable resistance to flames. However, the double-headed fire serpent, being the guardian of the heart of the azure lotus fire, had ascended to its rank through the energy of that very fire, naturally exuding an aura of extraordinary flames. The emergence of this unique fire compelled all other flames to bow in submission, including the peach blossom fire. Thus, the enigmatic and profound essence of the exotic flames left the Kuei Mu beast feeling unsettled and afraid. In the 10-mile peach orchard, the serpent and the bear exchanged glances, their formidable, potent auras rising in intensity. Under the weight of their combined presence, the surrounding tide of serpents retreated, and the drifting peach petals were torn asunder by the wind, cascading to the ground. The double-headed fire serpent fully unfurled its form, its serpentine body slithering forward with remarkable swiftness, its mesmerizing eyes locked onto the Kuei Mu beast below. As its forked tongue flicked in and out, sparks of crimson and azure flared intermittently. Unable to endure the repeated provocations, the Kuei Mu beast decided to strike first. With a furious roar, it stomped the ground, propelling its massive form like a cannonball straight toward the double-headed fire serpent. With a piercing rush of wind, the Kuei Mu beast aimed for the serpent's vulnerable abdomen, intent on striking at its heart. Its sharp claws glinted ominously, enveloped in a swirl of pink flames. However, despite the Kuei Mu beast's remarkable speed, the double-headed fire serpent was swifter still. A brilliant red aura surged forth as a massive tail, radiating intense crimson flames, descended from above, crashing down upon the Kuei Mu beast. The tremendous force unleashed sent the Kuei Mu beast hurtling through the orchard, shattering numerous peach trees, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Infuriated by the brutal impact, the Kuei Mu beast's eyes blazed a furious red as its claws shimmered with cold light. The peach blossom fire coalesced on its surface, preparing to retaliate, just as the double-headed fire serpent launched its subsequent attack. Anticipating the counterstrike, the double-headed fire serpent swiftly ascended to a towering peach tree, gaining the advantage of height. With its massive jaws agape, it unleashed a torrent of red-hot magma flames toward the Kuei Mu beast. The searing flow of molten fire, infused with the essence of exotic flames, forced the Kuei Mu beast to evade, narrowly escaping the onslaught. As it evaded the leap, the fire spirit serpent unleashed another jet of crimson flames from its other mouth. Suspended in midair and unable to defend itself any longer, with a resounding explosion, an immense surge of peachwood fire erupted from the body of the Kuei Mu beast in a fleeting moment. The collision of the scarlet flames and peach fire ignited the surrounding peach grove, creating a vast sea of pink flames that forced the two-headed fire spirit serpent to retreat momentarily. In its favored habitat, a magical beast's strength could surpass its rank, much like how a fourth-tier two-headed fire spirit serpent could rival a fifth-tier beast in the molten terrain. Within this transformed peach grove, every peach tree served as fuel for the peach blossom fire. Once ignited, the concentrated energy would be rapidly refined and subsequently absorbed by the Kuei Mu beast, temporarily enhancing its combat prowess. However, this time, the two-headed fire spirit serpent had thoroughly provoked it, compelling the beast to unleash such a powerful attack. As waves of peach blossom fire surged toward the serpent, incinerating everything in their path, whether branches, blossoms, or leaves, while the Kuei Mu beast's peach blossom fire grew increasingly formidable. In typical magical beast battles, confrontations often relied on the physical prowess of the contenders, with energy clashes being a rarity. Yet, the two adversaries now, the two-headed fire spirit serpent and the Kuei Mu beast, were well-versed in their tactics. Lacking claws or limbs, serpents were inherently disadvantaged in close combat, and entangling themselves with other magical beasts posed a greater peril. Thanks to the presence of the peach blossom fire, its energy manipulation was exceedingly potent. It developed an alternate mode of attack primarily utilizing flames, with its fangs serving merely as a means of testing the waters. Having recognized the futility of approaching for direct strikes, it ceased its attempts. The clash between the two-headed fire spirit serpent and the Komu beast resembled a duel between two sorcerers, with waves of crimson flames and peach fire splashing about. While the peach blossom fire was absorbed into the Komu beast, the scarlet flames spread unchecked, igniting vast swathes of the peach grove. The crimson flames permeated the forest, thick smoke gradually becoming eye-stinging and suffocating, inciting further rage in the Komu beast, as this was its homeland, now being ravaged, an unforgivable act. Suddenly, a voice called out from above, "Red Viper." The two-headed fire spirit serpent raised its head, while a glimmer of caution flashed in the Komu beast's eyes as it abruptly looked up. In the sky, Yan Qingshan unfurled his violet wings, brandishing 3 spirit fruits emanating peach fire, the very 3 peaches cultivated with care by the Komu beast. Unlike ordinary peaches, which served merely as sustenance, these 3 fruits were meticulously nurtured to contain and absorb the essence of peach blossom fire, intended for future breakthroughs. With a roar, the Komu beast propelled itself upward, flames surging, aiming for Yan Qingshan in midair. Although it lacked the ability to morph its energies into wings like a human, it possessed a transient gliding capability akin to a rocket thruster, enabling it to achieve brief flight. Yan Qingshan chuckled softly, casting 2 of the spirit fruits to opposite sides while swiftly retreating with the remaining one, leaving the Komu beast to choose among the 3. The Komu beast swiftly soared toward the nearest tree, falling into the cunning trap set by Yan Qingshan. With a flourish of his wings, Yan Qingshan veered toward another tree, while the prepared two-headed fire spirit snake executed its coordinated assault. Just as the Komu beast grasped its precious treasure, a stream of crimson magma flames surged from below, striking its flesh. Although the peach blossom fire provided some protection, preventing severe burns, the force of the impact still inflicted considerable damage. The Komu beast was sent careening into the air, crashing to the ground, its legs buckling beneath it in utter exhaustion, trembling limbs unable to continue the fight. Chapter 43, Peach Blossom Fire. At last, this colossal creature had been subdued. As the Komu beast fell, Yan Qingshan descended gracefully to the ground. Despite its defeat, the beast retained some fighting spirit, attempting to strike back upon seeing Yan Qingshan land. However, as it opened its mouth, the fire spirit snake darted forward, its long tail delivering another blow, sending the Komu beast flying once more. After several such exchanges, this 5th tier would attribute magical beast finally conceded. Its limbs limp and sprawled on the ground. It became evident to the Komu beast that Yan Qingshan and the fire spirit snake did not intend to take its life. Had they truly sought its demise, it would have fought to the bitter end or sought an opportunity to flee. Yet, while the fire spirit snake had injured it, the damage was not severe, merely a depletion of strength. Being a would attribute magical beast, the Komu beast was naturally of a mild temperament. To ensure prudence, Yan Qingshan opted for a strategy of subjugation before diplomacy, first proving his strength before broaching serious conversation. After an exceptionally amicable dialogue, Yan Qingshan, accompanied by Qingling and the fire spirit snake, bid a heartfelt farewell to the Komu beast, departing with a bounty of local peach specialties, including the most prized possession, the 5th tier beast fire, the peach blossom fire. This is the peach blossom fire, within the gorge of the magical beast mountains. Yan Qingshan and his companions sorted through their spoils. Among a plethora of peach fruits, 2 exquisite peach fruits radiated a soft pink flame. The essence of the peach blossom fire had been extracted by the Komu beast and infused into the 2 peach fruits that Yan Qingshan had collected, each already imbued with the pure energy of the peach blossom fire. Thus, the resulting fire seeds were far more precious than ordinary ones. The pink flames of the peach blossom fire stirred gently within the 2 fruits, exuding a delicate fragrance into the surrounding air. Observing the fire seeds in his hands, Yan Qingshan pondered privately. The energy of exotic fire is notoriously volatile, even with the absorption of Qinglian energy, granting him a certain degree of compatibility with the earth fire. The success rate of attempting to harness such fire remains low, as a wood attribute wielder. Fully absorbing and unleashing the power of exotic fire would require him to possess a certain level of fire attribute affinity. Besides undergoing another Lionheart baptism, absorbing this beast fire infused with wood attribute energy would be an excellent method. Having obtained the earth fire of Qinglian and recognizing the potential for absorption, Yan Qingshan felt compelled by the allure of this exotic fire. Exotic fire represents one of the most primal forms of energy in this world, and the fires listed on the exotic fire rankings, combined with the burning technique, present the most plausible path to transcending to the Dou Emperor level in this era. His journey to the peach grove to acquire the peach blossom fire was a preparatory measure for future absorption, laying a solid foundation for himself. Yan Qingshan summoned the essence of a peach fruit, imbued with a flickering ember of fire, towards himself with his fighting spirit. Gradually, his soul perception extended into the fruit. As he channeled his energy to envelop the ember of peach blossom fire, attempting to extract it from within, the initial phase proceeded smoothly, revealing a delicate pink ember on the surface of the peach fruit. Yan Qingshan intensified his soul perception, striving to master its rhythm. A sharp hiss escaped his lips as he felt a primal resistance emanating from the minuscule pink flame, an instinctive self-protective awareness of the ember. Forewarned, Yan Qingshan remained undeterred. His brow furrowed and his azure gaze fixed intently upon the small ember, his focus sharpening further as he probed the eruption patterns of the flame. Although the peach blossom fire exhibited considerable defiance and rebellion, it was ultimately a formless entity, bereft of its master. Under Yan Qingshan's relentless and strategic onslaught, the ember gradually ceased its resistance, allowing itself to be imprinted anew. After nearly 15 minutes, fine beads of sweat appeared on Yan Qingshan's forehead. Yet he made no extraneous movements, remaining steadfast in his concentration upon the ember. At a pivotal moment, the enveloping soul power quivered violently, breaking through the ember's defenses, and an inundation of mental energy surged into the flame, swiftly gaining dominion over it. As Yan Qingshan's soul force penetrated the ember, a peculiar sensation coursed through his entire being, enveloping him in a profound and euphoric experience. In that instant, every pore of his body seemed to expand and contract simultaneously, an ineffable feeling of mystery and delight enveloping him. The first step had been accomplished. The subsequent phase was crucial. Whether he would savor the fruits of success or merely partake of the remnants hinged upon the next undertaking, to truly absorb the ember into his being, cultivating a space within him to nurture the flame, allowing it to become his temporary source of fire. As thoughts of integration and synthesis flashed through his mind, Yan Qingshan pondered briefly before nodding in affirmation. He slowly closed his eyes, adopting a meditative posture with his legs crossed and forming the seals of cultivation with his hands, directing his gaze inward. Gradually, his consciousness descended within, traversing his meridians until it reached the Dantian's reservoir of energy, where a fluid essence of fighting spirit nurtured within. With meticulous care, Yan Qingshan initiated a movement within. The deep azure energy stirred within him, and amidst the swirling liquid vortex of his Dantian, a void emerged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and inhaled deeply. Guided by his fighting spirit, he swallowed the peach blossom ember along with the peach fruit in a single gulp. The fist-sized fruit had initially seemed too large for his mouth, yet unexpectedly, it was effortlessly consumed, as if the ember had been waiting for this very moment. Instantaneously, a seismic transformation occurred within Yan Qingshan. The medicinal potency of the peach fruit rapidly radiated throughout his body under the influence of the fighting spirit, releasing a faint red mist from his pores, accompanied by an unusual and fragrant aroma. As the spark of the peach blossom fire separated, it seamlessly merged into Yan Qingshan's Dantian, precisely rooting itself within his core of fighting energy. The moment the spark entered the core, his Dantian seemed to erupt in chaos, as if it were on the verge of explosion. Fortunately, Yan Qingshan had mentally prepared himself, maintaining a vigilant presence with his soul force to stabilize his energy sea, exerting considerable effort to restore calm. Gradually, the spark integrated into the core of his fighting energy, and waves of dark azure energy flowed into the spark, triggering a resonance that transformed the originally dark azure energy. Within Yan Qingshan's fighting energy core, the pink energy deepened in hue, while the dark azure energy accumulated further. When the colors reached a certain depth, the pink energy quivered violently, and a faint pink flame ascended. The peach blossom fire gradually established its presence within Yan Qingshan, imparting an extraordinary sensation as the beast fire within him was preliminarily tamed. He extended a finger, and suddenly, a pink flame flickered to life, reminiscent of a flesh-toned candle. However, Yan Qingshan's finger remained intact despite the flames burning. The emergence of the spark altered Yan Qingshan's Dantian. The energy of the peach blossom fire intermingled with the dark azure fighting energy, originating from the wood attribute. Although the peach blossom fire existed in the form of flames, its essence remained unchanged. The energy of the peach blossom fire influenced Yan Qingshan's fighting energy core, infusing the dark azure wood attribute fighting energy with a hint of pink aura, significantly accelerating the refinement and absorption rate of his fighting energy. While it did not achieve the transformation from profound to earth-level techniques, it nonetheless elevated his fighting energy considerably, far surpassing that cultivated through typical high-level profound techniques. His cultivation and recovery capabilities improved by approximately 10%, a seemingly modest increase that represented a substantial qualitative leap. This remarkable advantage was undeniably immense for Yan Qingshan's training. The peach blossom fire, having entered his body as a fundamental spark, activated a vast machinery within him, unlocking his latent potential. The peach blossom fire required the absorption of wood attribute fighting energy for growth, and its intrinsic influence enhanced his absorption rate, creating a harmonious synergy that filled Yan Qingshan with elation. The essence of tangible flames, a feat achievable only by fighting spirits or fourth-tier alchemists, began to come within reach. Yan Qingshan beheld the swirling pink flame at his fingertips with immense joy. Tangible flames, a capability typically reserved for fighting spirits, were now within his grasp, even though he was merely a fighter. Generally, fire attribute practitioners below the rank of fighting spirit or fourth-tier alchemist could only convert fire attribute fighting energy into flames through special tools. While the manifestation of tangible flames necessitated the prowess of a fighting spirit or fourth-tier alchemist. Of course, there are exceptions. One method requiring substantial resources is the absorption of beast fire, which Yan Qingshan now employed. If he successfully tamed and absorbed the spark, even low-tier practitioners could wield tangible flames. Moreover, there exists an advantage in possessing a slight infusion of wood energy amidst one's inherent fiery attributes. Consequently, the majority of alchemists' fighting spirit is undoubtedly less pure and potent than that of practitioners solely devoted to fire attributes. However, with the presence of beast fire or even more advanced exotic flames, the flames unleashed are far from ordinary. In such circumstances, this compensates for the inadequacy of one's fire-based fighting spirit. Yan Qingshan faces an even greater dilemma compared to alchemists. Lacking any fire attributes constitutes a natural disadvantage. He must certainly find a resolution to this predicament. Chapter 44. Earth-Level Combat Techniques. 3-star Dou Master. This level of strength is quite commendable. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation, 3-star Dou Master. Technique. High-level Su in-class Lionheart King Technique. Combat Techniques. High-level Su in-class Frenzied Lion's Roar. Low-level Su in-class Phoenix Soaring Steps. Mid-level Su in-class Thunderbolt Flash. Mid-level Su in-class Greenwood Sword Qi. Strength, 6. Condition, healthy. Agility, 55. Mental power, 25. Primary attribute, wood. Secondary attributes, thunder, fire. The peach blossom fire has enhanced my resistance to fire, thus preventing me from being easily targeted by formidable fire attribute opponents. Furthermore, as it originates from the primal fire seed of the Komu beast, which is rooted in wood attributes, it has not muddled my true energy. Rather, it has become increasingly pure. Sensing the transformations within his body, Yan Qingshan rose. His inherent attributes have made significant strides during this round of metamorphosis. After enduring arduous training and consuming a peach fruit infused with peach blossom fire, he has ascended to the rank of 3-star Dou Master. Although the peach blossom fire has granted him fire attributes, they remain rather feeble. He must devise a means to bolster them. Currently, he intends to absorb the blue lotus earth fire, but the prospects are uncertain. Yan Qingshan remained remarkably composed, despite achieving a transformation through the peach blossom fire. This evolution is still insufficient for him to embark on any ventures with confidence. As he pondered his challenges and exited the valley, he noticed the azure hawk circling above, a signal from the little medical fairy's blue hawk, prearranged with the outside world, indicating that the items he required had likely arrived. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yan Qingshan's eyes as his purple wings unfurled, propelling him skyward. He descended upon a hillside not far from Qingshan town, swiftly transforming his figure into a streak of light as he darted towards the heart of the town, specifically to the Wan Yao pharmacy. Within the Wan Yao pharmacy, the elegantly attired Materia sat quietly, while the typically cunning boss Yao appeared unusually reserved in her presence, sweat beading on his forehead. He had never anticipated the formidable prowess of this seemingly youthful woman. Materia playfully bit her red lip, smiling as she addressed him, Boss Yao. I wonder how much longer until young Master Yin arrives. I find myself quite eager for his presence. Haha, yes indeed, Boss Yao responded, wiping the sweat from his brow with a nervous grin. He will arrive shortly. Miss Materia, please do not worry. Qingshan is always punctual. I have already dispatched someone to notify him, and he will be here soon. As Materia's eyes sparkled with intrigue, preparing to probe further, a sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of Apothecary Gunny, who turned to the door, observing a figure stride in with poise, calmly surveying the room's occupants. Yan Qingshan made his way to the right of Boss Yao, sitting down and locking eyes with Yafei on his left as he inquired, Have you brought the items? Yafei, covering her mouth with a look of dismay, replied, In order to assist young Master Yin, I have been tirelessly running around these past few days, hardly eating or sleeping well. I feel as though I have lost weight. Yet upon your arrival, you immediately demand items from me, which leaves me feeling quite uncomfortable. Do not attempt to use that ploy on me. Yan Qingshan observed Yafei's unwavering gaze and reiterated, I ask you again, have you brought the items? Completing this transaction will be of greater benefit to you, and I believe that would bring you more joy, would it not? What an unamusing boy. Yafei huffed, somewhat displeased. She was quite skilled in dealing with men, yet her tactics had failed more than once with Yan Qingshan, which understandably irked her. However, despite her dissatisfaction, Yafei was a competent businesswoman. After casting a charming glance at Yan Qingshan, she waved her wrist and produced 5 scrolls from the ring on her finger. These 3 are the high-level martial arts techniques you requested, accompanied by their respective skills. With an inquisitive expression, Yafei continued, I can comprehend the wind attribute techniques. But the poison arts of the Cloud Empire are typically scorned in my Gamma Empire. If you wish to secretly cultivate poison energy, it would be wise to keep it under wraps. However, what do you intend to do with the Serpent Man techniques? Humans cannot cultivate them at all. Were it not for my Miter family's profound heritage, which includes an ancestor who ventured into the Tagar Desert and made such a discovery, other families would likely not possess such items. Yan Qingshan gently cautioned her, then turned his attention to the other 2 scrolls in Yafei's possession. It would be prudent for you to indulge your curiosity less. Handing over the 2 scrolls, Yafei explained, the wood attribute techniques are exceedingly rare throughout the empire, with most being collected by the Mu family, including these 2 scrolls, which we acquired through trade with them. Given your urgent request, we had no choice but to resort to this method. However, these techniques do present certain challenges. Their cultivation is quite difficult, and one scroll is not solely a wood attribute technique. The earth-level technique, Mystical Wood Thunder Slash, is a low-level skill that harnesses thunder to absorb wood energy, refining it into the true essence of thunderwood, capable of channeling tremendous lightning for one's own use. Once the true essence is refined, one can cultivate the method of summoning thunder through wood, drawing down heavenly lightning to form a sword strike that shakes the earth and alters the skies with unparalleled might. However, the difficulty of mastering this technique is immense. Absorbing and refining the true essence requires inviting lightning into one's body, enduring the tribulation of thunder. The might of heavenly lightning is unimaginable, and many abandon the attempt after the first trial. Even those who succeed in this phase often find that, lacking the true strength of a lightning attribute cultivator, the power they summon falls short of expectations, and controlling the thunder can lead to self-inflicted harm. The Mu family has possessed this technique for over 100 years, yet no one has ever truly mastered it. Most merely practice the initial stages, inviting lightning into their bodies to temper their physiques. Another scroll, while not as arduous as the Xuanmu Heavenly Thunder Slash, presents an even greater challenge. For many years, no member of the Mu family has succeeded in mastering it. The Earth-level combat technique, Verdant Radiance of the Sun, originates from the Tagore Desert. Along the edge of the desert grows a plant known as the sunflower, which can concentrate the brilliance of the sun to form a blazing flame to harm enemies. A powerful Dou zone was inspired by this and comprehended this extraordinary combat technique. Although it is classified as a low-level earth technique, its power under the sun surpasses ordinary earth-level techniques by far. However, since its inception, apart from that singular Dou zone master, no one has been able to practice it. Chapter 45, Attempting Alchemy. Young Master Yan, the Maitel family does not lack sincerity. It is just that earth-level combat techniques are indeed rare. And the Mu family has become aware of our intentions, secretly creating obstacles, said Yafei apologetically. You originally requested a year, but suddenly there has been a change of heart. The family can only allow me to present these 2 combat techniques for now. However, rest assured, the family is actively seeking other channels in countries such as Yuanshan and Mulan, and should find suitable combat techniques before the end of the year. That won't be necessary. Yan Qingshan briefly assessed the 2 combat techniques, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I shall take both of these techniques and the 3 sets of methods. How much gold coins will it cost in total? What? Yafei was taken aback, so astonished that she stood up from her seat. Initially, she had come with the mindset of potentially offending someone, as the 2 earth-level combat techniques sent by the family were indeed challenging to discuss. Though powerful, the difficulty of practicing them far exceeded that of other techniques of the same rank. Wasn't this a trap? You heard me correctly. I want all of it. How many gold coins in total? Yan Qingshan nodded again for confirmation. Only then did Yafei recover, extending her delicate hand to gesture, 5 million. The family's stance is that if you wish to take all, it will be for million gold coins. These 3 sets of high-level Shintir techniques, apart from the wind-rolling technique, are exceedingly obscure. Even if auctioned, they would be hard to sell for 50,000. As for the 2 earth-level combat techniques, their base price is 1 million, totaling for million gold coins for all 5 items. For million gold coins? Wouldn't your Maitel family incur a loss? Yan Qingshan stroked his chin, considering that high-level Xiantier techniques, especially those accompanied by supporting methods, are genuinely valued at over $1 million, while the base price for Earth-level techniques is merely $1 million. Although Yafei's words held some truth, the Meitel family had expended considerable resources over the past 6 months. Taking $4 million might not result in a loss, but there would not be much profit either. Very well, let me see how much these items are worth. I shall trade them with you. As Yan Qingshan turned the spatial ring in his hand, a large chest filled with numerous treasures emerged, occupying a significant space in the hall. Yafei and Gu Enai approached to open the chest, their faces illuminated by the gleaming treasures within. These were all precious items that Yan Qingshan had retrieved from the Cliff Cave's treasury, containing many valuable objects. Yafei suppressed her emotions and turned to Yan Qingshan, saying, "Young Master Yan, the value of these items is considerable. Even after deducting the 5 martial arts techniques you mentioned, there remains a significant difference of nearly 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins, is there truly that much?" Yan Qingshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the former owner of the treasure chamber would possess such immense wealth. However, considering that this individual could very well be a Dou Huang, such riches were not surprising. After all, a Dou Huang is a figure of absolute authority within the Jimar Empire, and controlling an empire would naturally yield a fortune of that magnitude. Very well, let this be my long-term investment in the Mitre auction house. I would like you to assist me in sourcing and collecting alchemical formulas, notes, and precious herbs related to alchemy. Yan Qingshan stroked his chin, making a decisive choice. Although he could not practice fire-type Dou Qi techniques, he believed he could still purify potions with the newly acquired Taohua fire. His primary attribute was wood, and his mental perception far exceeded that of an average person, suggesting that he possessed the fundamental qualities required of an alchemist. Understood. Yafei, though puzzled, did not voice her concerns. She stored the box of treasures that Yan Qingshan had provided in her spatial ring and departed Qingshan town with Guni. Within the small valley of the Monster Mountain Range, Yan Qingshan and his companions led a tranquil life of cultivation. It must be said that exceptional talent is indeed formidable. While it took Xuelan over a decade to advance from Dou Qi to Dou Shi, Yan Qingshan, excluding his past life, required over half a year for the same achievement. The cases of Qingling and Xiao Yixian were even more astonishing. Despite spending considerable time acquiring medical knowledge, Xiao Yixian had not progressed quickly in her cultivation, comparable to the former Yan Qingshan. However, after unlocking her cursed poison body, she completed in just over a month what had once taken Yan Qingshan half a year of arduous effort. As for Qingling, her transformation was even more remarkable. Before Yan Qingshan's arrival in the Tagore Desert, she struggled to meet basic needs, yet within the less than a year since they met, she had progressed from zero foundation to become a Dou Shi. Such extraordinary progress was indeed staggering. Though Yan Qingshan lacked personal care, he was not overly sensitive. The valley was abundant with rare medicinal herbs, and he felt compelled to experiment with alchemy. In the canyon, there was a small cave situated about 6 or 7 meters above the ground on a rocky wall. After clearing the cave, Yan Qingshan designated it as his alchemical workshop. He placed the medicinal cauldron, previously used for the Lionheart baptism, in a suitable position within the cave. Seated cross-legged upon the rock, surrounded by meticulously prepared precious herbs, he focused his mind and circulated his Dou Qi. The azure Dou Qi surged within his dantian, and the once dormant Taohua fire seed suddenly flared to life. A pinkish hue appeared on Yan Qingshan's face as a flame of peach blossom color separated from his body and blazed within the cauldron. Controlling the Taohua fire to warm the cauldron, he surveyed the neatly arranged herbs around him. The meticulously rehearsed steps flashed through his mind as he grasped 2 ethereal, light blue herbs in his hand, which he subsequently added to the cauldron in sequence. Yan Qingshan meticulously manipulated the peach blossom fire, gradually transforming 2 sprigs of azure spirit grass into a pool of ethereal liquid as they dried. He then procured a stalk of the obsidian-hued, eerily enchanting nether grass, which he cast into the medicinal cauldron. Under the influence of the peach blossom fire, the grass slowly congealed into liquid. Just as the 2 concoctions began to amalgamate, a sudden pop ensued, and the fire flickered, causing the spirit liquid to morph into a puddle of black foam. Failure. The art of alchemy proved to be truly arduous. Yan Qingshan surveyed the unsuccessful elixir and shook his head. He had long anticipated this setback. If success came so easily, how could alchemists be regarded as the most esteemed profession on the continent? Chapter 46. The Serpent Spirit User, Green Barbarian. Beneath the blazing sun, Yan Qingshan sat cross-legged before a thatched cottage in the canyon, the rosy flames surging as fragrant vapors wafted from the cauldron, where various colored liquids endeavored to merge. Another faint sound echoed, and a plume of black smoke erupted from the cauldron, clearly indicating yet another failure. A weary Yan Qingshan slammed his fist into the ground. Although he made progress each time, the repeated failures were beginning to fray his nerves. The little medical sage hurried over to offer comfort. Brother Qingshan, do not be anxious. Haste will not yield results in alchemy. See, if you hadn't been overly eager this time, perhaps you would have succeeded. Xuelan and Qingling approached as well. Xuelan settled on a nearby soft mat, stretching her long legs and gently pressing her forehead, urging him to lie down. You've been tirelessly at this for days. You must be exhausted. Rest for a while. No, I have a premonition that this time will surely succeed. Contrary to his usually calm demeanor, Yan Qingshan exhibited an unusual obstinacy. Even the allure of her long legs, which he occasionally found himself stealing glances at, could not sway his resolve. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Qingling. Qingling, prepare another batch of herbs, quickly. Young master. Qingling hesitated to refuse. But the combination of Yan Qingshan's weary yet determined gaze compelled her. She stood and walked to select the gathered herbs. 2 sprigs of azure spirit grass, 1 stalk of nether grass, 1 yuan yang fruit, and a wood attribute magic core. This was the formula for crafting the second-grade rejuvenation pill, which held special significance for the original Yan Qingshan. Having attempted for several days without yielding results, Yan Qingshan closed his eyes in exhaustion. Yet a voice within urged him to try once more. Even though he recognized his state was not optimal, he felt no strong resistance to the impulse. For he understood it stemmed from the original's obsession. The original Yan Qingshan had once possessed a relatively warm and happy home in Qingshan town. But everything changed after he turned 10. Have nothing but money, have nothing but health. This adage resonates universally, particularly for impoverished families. The struggle for existence is truly formidable. For an ordinary household, a severe illness can lead to dire hardship, and in the worst cases, a lack of funds can equate to a lack of life itself. Yan Qingshan's father was a mercenary in Qingshan town, while his mother hailed from a humble background as a cook. Their family's life was not one of opulence, yet it was manageable. Unfortunately, when Yan Qingshan was born, his mother's health was compromised due to inadequate care during her pregnancy. As a result, she suffered from chronic ailments, and when he turned 10, a devastating illness shattered the tranquility of their household. The once jovial demeanor of his father grew increasingly somber. And with each mission undertaken by the mercenary group, he worked himself to the bone. The laughter that once filled their home was replaced by incessant coughing and the heavy scent of medicine. Ultimately, it was not an incurable disease that took his mother from him, but the elusive elixir known as the second-grade healing pill. A remedy far beyond the means of an ordinary family to procure. Such healing potions were inaccessible without the right connections. The death of Yan Qingshan's mother seemed to affirm a grim truth. The only affliction in this world is poverty. Following this tragedy, Yan Qingshan's father appeared to lose all vitality, existing merely in the spaces between the mercenary group and their home. An unfortunate incident 2 years later obliterated what remained of their family. Yan Qingshan inherited everything from his predecessor, including the entanglements of fate. The second-grade healing pill held profound significance for him. Despite knowing that seeking out such a potent remedy was irrational, he found himself obsessively attempting it time and again. It was not mere madness that drove him, but rather a subconscious knot tied to the essence of this body. Until he unraveled this mental knot, his future would only become more troublesome. You must take care of yourself, advised Xuelan and the little healer, who had long been aware of Yan Qingshan's past. They understood that he was ensnared in a dilemma only he could resolve, yet witnessing his disregard for his own well-being pained them deeply. I am fine, Yan Qingshan insisted, as he accepted the warm food and broth, quickly devouring the bread dipped in the savory liquid. Just as he prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite, a flash of blue light caught his attention. In an instant, he darted behind Qingling, sweeping her away in a protective embrace. A series of sharp, resonant sounds echoed as, in the space where Qingling had just stood, an explosion of verdant grass surged forth, growing wildly. Green light erupted as the grass transcended its limits, transforming into numerous thick green trunks that swiftly twisted toward Yan Qingshan and his companions, forming a colossal wooden prison that sought to ensnare them. Qilian, as he stepped back, Yan Qingshan tightened his grip on Qingling's wrist, summoning the twin-headed fire serpent, Qilian, which erupted in a fierce blaze, incinerating the wooden cage entirely. From atop a steep cliff in the valley, a pale blue silhouette surged forth with terrifying speed, nearing the ground in an instant. Just before landing, a pair of azure wings unfurled from her back, allowing her to descend gracefully and land steadily before Yan Qingshan and his companions. Young master, I sense that she is even more formidable than the crimson serpent. You must be cautious. Qingling whispered softly into Yan Qingshan's ear. Yan Qingshan gazed at the unfamiliar yet powerful woman before him, his eyes glimmering with a hint of realization. A battle emperor. He met the gaze of the woman clad in green, tentatively inquiring, "Are you a battle emperor?" "Ha, young man, you do possess some courage and discernment. And this young lady is indeed remarkable. I find myself increasingly intrigued." She chuckled playfully at Yan Qingshan before her eyes settled on Qingling, who stood beside the two-headed fire spirit serpent, her eyes gleaming with the brilliance of the three-flowered serpent. Upon confirming Qingling's identity, a sense of determination surged within her. "You are from the heavenly serpent manor," Yan Qingshan remarked after a moment of contemplation, taken aback by her sudden recognition. The green-clad woman's expression faltered slightly. Chapter 47. The Eight-Winged Black Serpent Emperor, and what of that magical beast? Why not summon it? Qingling suddenly turned her gaze toward another direction. Yan Qingshan followed suit, noticing the subtle shift in the surroundings. He had become well acquainted with the flora of this valley over the past few days, and such minute disturbances could not escape his notice. "This lad's sensitivity is astonishing, almost inhuman. I had anticipated that nothing would evade his perception." A gruff voice echoed from the side as a figure burst forth from the distant thicket. A colossal beast, nearly 10 meters in length, soared into the sky and then swept toward them. Its enormous shadow loomed over a vast expanse of ground, revealing a creature twice the size of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura. The beast's elongated form resembled that of a serpentine creature, yet its speed in flight was alarmingly swift. With a flick of its massive tail, it seemed to teleport, covering the distance to the green-clad woman in mere moments. As the formidable beast approached, Yan Qingshan and the others discerned its full appearance. It was indeed a gigantic serpent, its body a deep black adorned with vibrant patterns. Strikingly peculiar. Even more astonishing, the serpent bore 8 wings of dark purple on either side, and atop its head sprouted a spiraled black horn, faintly glowing with a purple hue, clearly harboring potent venom. The subtle patterns on its body coalesced into a crown-like design at the head, while its triangular pupils radiated a cunning, almost human-like shrewdness. The 8-winged black serpent emperor. Yan Qingshan's expression grew grave as he glanced at Qingling beside him, exhaling a silent breath of relief, yet a frown creased his brow. The 8-winged black serpent emperor, a creature of exceptional talent, was the evolved form of the 2-winged black serpent, a third-tier magical beast. With each ascension beyond the third tier, an additional pair of wings manifested until it reached the fearsome status of a 6th-tier beast, notorious across the continent. "You possess some knowledge, young one. I sensed you were no ordinary individual, and my suspicions have proven correct." The 8-winged black serpent emperor flicked its massive forked tongue, its serpent eyes reflecting Yan Qingshan's silhouette, clearly harboring malevolent intent. The two of them joined forces, and even with the twin-headed fire spirit snake on Yan Qingshan's side, the odds were decidedly against him. "You must be the snake's spirit master, Man, from the heavenly serpent manor. I believe we can engage in a discussion." "A discussion, dear boy? Do you not feel that your words lack conviction?" Man shot a charming glance at Yan Qingshan, then turned her attention to the figures of Xuelan, the little medical sage, and Qingling behind him. "The young man certainly has an eye for talent. These young ladies are indeed promising prospects." Yan Qingshan took a deep breath to steady himself, maintaining his gaze on Man, before suddenly speaking coldly. "Qingling, listen to me. Channel your fighting spirit into your eyes. If anyone attempts to approach you again, destroy your own eyes." Upon hearing these words, the movements of the 8-winged black snake emperor slowed. Man's smiling demeanor vanished, and the expressions of Xuelan and the little medical sage tightened, while Qingling appeared anxious and serious. "Young master, I understand," Qingling declared stubbornly, gathering her fighting spirit in her eyes, the reflection of her green serpent triflower pupil becoming increasingly clear. Seeing her resolve, Man truly panicked. "Stop, little girl. Do you know what you are doing? Why listen to this scoundrel?" Man attempted to step forward, but Qilian remained vigilant, ensuring that the 5th-tier twin-headed fire spirit snake could not obstruct her and the 8-winged black snake emperor for long. However, that moment was sufficient for Qingling to ruin her green serpent triflower pupil. Yan Qingshan remained composed, replying calmly, "I know you have come for Qingling, drawn by her talent. This matter is not beyond negotiation, but I am quite displeased with your approach. Now, step back, 10 paces away." "You." Man gazed at Yan Qingshan, utterly perplexed by how this mere fighter could summon the audacity to command her, a battle emperor. Yet, seeing Qingling poised to act once more at Yan Qingshan's gesture, she exchanged a glance with the 8-winged black snake emperor and retreated several paces to stand 10 away. "Excellent. Now we can converse properly," Yan Qingshan remarked, suggesting a dialogue while not allowing Qingling to seize her actions. Man and the 8-winged black snake emperor dared not make any further moves. "If you wish to take Qingling, you may, but whether you can persuade me depends on the price you offer. She is my maidservant, after all." and a fair price must be established. A flicker of disdain crossed Man's eyes. Initially, she held some admiration for Yan Qingshan's boldness, but seeing him adopt the guise of a merchant, negotiating for benefits, filled her with distaste. Man turned once more to Qingling, attempting to persuade her. Little girl, did you hear his words? To him, you are merely a tool, a commodity. Is he truly worthy of your devotion and trust? Qingling's delicate face was marked by indignation as she retorted, be quiet. You must not speak of young master in such a way. I have no objections to any of his thoughts or arrangements. I will obey him in all matters. You, Man, resigned, said, well, young man, you have won. Let us discuss. What conditions must be met for this young lady to accompany us? Since you are already acquainted with our heavenly serpent manor, it is evident that you possess prior knowledge. This young girl can only unlock her full potential by joining our heavenly serpent manor. Entrusting her to us is indeed for her own benefit. What a farce. Do not attempt to deceive me with such grandiloquent nonsense. Yan Qingshan, with a face full of disdain, coldly replied, I am well aware of Qingling's talents. I was the one who helped her awaken the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent. Even without your assistance, I am fully capable of nurturing her into a formidable individual. You dare discuss such trivial matters with me regarding a loyal subordinate who could at least rise to the rank of a battle sovereign? It appears you lack any genuine sincerity. Chapter 48. Reaching an agreement. Greenman, this lad is quite astute. There is no need for such discourse. Why not directly negotiate terms with him? The 8-winged black serpent emperor, feeling somewhat agitated, shared a wisdom that rivaled that of human warriors. Yet it did not bestow upon him the corresponding composure. On the contrary, as a magical beast, he exhibited a considerable degree of irritability, inadvertently providing Yan Qingshan with an advantageous opportunity. What conditions do you wish to propose? Greenman cast a helpless glance at Yan Qingshan, his demeanor softening. Yan Qingshan replied in a grave tone, in Haiyan City, there exists a peculiar artifact, the ice spirit spring, in the possession of a pharmacist named Guter. I would like you to assist me in procuring it. Although Greenman frowned slightly at this request, his expression remained unchanged. I accept this condition. Do you have any other requests? Naturally, there are more. Yan Qingshan extended 3 fingers, stating, I noticed that you recently employed a wood attribute battle technique. You must possess advanced wood attribute martial arts techniques, correct? Greenman's brow arched, and with a smile, he replied, young man, the techniques of our heavenly serpent manor are not typically shared. However, your talents and boldness are commendable, granting you the eligibility to join our ranks. Should you wish to become my disciple, I would be willing to impart my martial arts knowledge to you. Enough. Next condition. The members of the heavenly serpent manor still sought to make Qingling one of their own, and joining their ranks would inevitably entangle her in their complexities and troubles. Contradicting Yan Qingshan's interests, I demand a 5th-rank blood lotus pill, a 4th-rank 3-pattern azure spirit pill, and a purple heart barrier breaking pill. Yan Qingshan boldly listed a plethora of auxiliary cultivation pills, leaving Greenman staring at him in disbelief. Then, he suddenly added, I have already gathered the materials and formulas. Within the Jiamar Empire, the Yunlan sect venerates the ancient river, and the president of the Alchemist Guild is Fama. As he spoke, Yan Qingshan tossed a spatial ring to Greenman and gestured towards the 8-winged black serpent emperor, saying, if you are concerned that we might take this opportunity to flee, you may leave it behind to monitor us. Very well. Greenman reached out to accept the spatial ring, erasing Yan Qingshan's original mark before delving within. Indeed, there were the items he had just mentioned. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, to have a battle emperor run errands for him. This is not merely high-handed, it is exceedingly audacious. Yet, Greenman found himself with little recourse. As Greenman spoke, azure wings unfurled, and he swiftly transformed into a green shadow, vanishing into the horizon, soon completely disappearing from Yan Qingshan and the other's sight. Young man, do not be disheartened. Although the spirited green man may exhibit a domineering personality, she is, without a doubt, a person of her word. Since she has made such a promise, you can rest assured that she will see it through. The 8-winged black serpent emperor, Baya, gazed down at Yan Qingshan with a rather peculiar expression, exclaiming, you are quite the character. In all my time knowing Green Man, this is the first instance I have witnessed someone cause her to falter. As a senior of the serpent clan, the 8-winged black serpent emperor surely delights in mentoring the younger generation. The crimson serpent has only recently ascended to the 5th tier and must navigate many challenges on her own. I trust that the venerable 8-winged black serpent emperor would be generous in offering guidance. Young man, do you think I am someone to be trifled with? I am the 8-winged black serpent emperor, not that green man. Your approach does not faze me. The 8-winged black serpent emperor had no intention of becoming a mere tool. While the 2-headed fire spirit serpent may be appealing, He had already encountered unparalleled beauty among serpents and was now fixated on acquiring the Medusa Queen of the Tagore Desert as his esteemed consort. Such reasoning is futile. Qingling, come forth. Yan Qingshan was not one to relinquish his efforts easily. He asserted that reasoning had failed, but he believed that a different approach could yield results. Upon hearing his call, Qingling approached the eight-winged black serpent emperor, Baya. Esteemed emperor, the crimson serpent has truly exerted herself. I implore you to assist her. The enchanting Qingling raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light, embodying an irresistibly pitiful demeanor that rendered her request difficult to refuse. Ah, young man, do not allow this little maiden to come near me. Green Man was right. You truly are a rogue. The eight-winged black serpent emperor, startled, hastily turned his head away, unwilling to meet Qingling's gaze. While he was not in danger of being contractually bound by her, he was nonetheless averse to prolonged contact with her mesmerizing eyes. The three-flowered azure serpent eyes exert a formidable restraint over serpents. Even ancient celestial serpents are not wholly immune to their influence. Esteemed Emperor, you ought to consider this. Once Qingling arrives at the celestial serpent court, she will undoubtedly receive significant cultivation. In such a case, you, as a benefactor, will surely find your status elevated. A smile crept onto Yan Qingshan's lips. He was aware that the eight-winged black serpent emperor could hardly withstand this tactic. And given their agreement, it was unlikely that he would take any hostile action against Yan Qingshan and his companions. Emperor, Qingling called out once more, and the initially resistant eight-winged black serpent emperor turned back around. Lowering his head, he declared, address me as Baya, that is my name. The title of eight-winged black serpent emperor is not singular, but Baya is unparalleled. Baya, you have acquiesced, Qingling exclaimed joyfully. While the eight-winged black serpent emperor wore a resigned expression, he recognized the validity of Yan Qingshan's words, possessing the three-flowered azure serpent eyes. Qingling would certainly receive focused cultivation at the celestial serpent court, and he might ultimately find himself in a position unworthy of her. Yan Qingshan's reasoning was sound, and coupled with the influence of Qingling's azure serpent eyes, the eight-winged black serpent emperor, Baya relented, embracing his role as a mentor to the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Chapter 49, Yan Qingshan's Inquiry. In the Beastmaster mountain range, amidst the canyons, under the blazing sun, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted throughout the entire gorge. Yan Qingshan gazed at the neatly arranged herbs before him, striving to maintain his composure. Although repeated failures had left him feeling agitated, they had also honed his experience and deepened his understanding of alchemy. His eyes briefly scanned the stone platform, and with a calm demeanor, he delicately selected several herbs, specifically the Qingling grass and the Yuming grass, which he skillfully cast into the cauldron. Under the suppression of his soul perception, the peach blossom fire gently enveloped the herbs, extracting their essence while seamlessly blending them together. He proceeded with the treatment of the other materials, each motion flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream. Amidst Yan Qingshan's continuous actions, the nascent form of the elixir began to take shape within the cauldron. Time passed rapidly, and after countless rotations within the cauldron, the mixture finally began to take on a rounded appearance. Beads of sweat adorned Yan Qingshan's forehead, and his hands trembled with intensity. He had encountered problems at this final stage on previous occasions, and he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. With utmost care, Yan Qingshan controlled the heat, forcibly circulating the scant amount of Dou Qi within him, utilizing his soul perception for guidance. Ultimately, he employed the assistance of dawnlight, and as the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, the flames of the peach blossom fire receded, leaving a lustrous, aromatic pill nestled at the bottom of the cauldron. Success! Several heads eagerly leaned in closer, their eyes fixated on the pill resting at the bottom of the cauldron, its smooth surface glimmering faintly, exuding a unique fragrance that uplifted the spirit. With a moment of focused energy, Yan Qingshan summoned forth a light green pill, which swiftly soared toward him. He brandished a prepared jade vial and deftly captured the pill within it. Gradually lowering the vial, Yan Qingshan exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. After a brief period of handling, he extracted the pill from the jade vial. It was approximately the size of a thumb, entirely light green, adorned with a subtle ring of emerald ripples, reminiscent of spreading waves, a truly remarkable sight. The presence of pill patterns indicates the quality of this elixir is exceptional. You, relying solely on a notebook to refine your alchemy skills, have produced such a splendid result. Had you not been so insistent on crafting a second-grade pill from the outset, perhaps you would have achieved results sooner, mused the knowledgeable eight-winged black serpent emperor, Baya, who was momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, he had been astonished multiple times by Yan Qingshan's capabilities, but the sight of this high-quality pill left him thoroughly impressed once again. Generally, The emergence of pill patterns occurs only when the quality and luster of an elixir reach their peak, signifying an outstanding product. Though this was Yan Qingshan's first successful refinement, the multitude of previous failures had allowed him to gain proficiency, and thus, the quality of his first successful creation was not without reason. However, young man, I must temper your enthusiasm. Bai suddenly shifted his tone, addressing Yan Qingshan earnestly. While your ability to harness the peach blossom fire has granted you the means to refine herbs, you should also be mindful of. Although it is possible to use wood attribute fighting energy to propel the peach blossom fire, the consumption of fighting energy is significantly greater compared to that of the fire attribute beast fire. Moreover, the potency of the peach blossom fire is inherently limited. In other words, one cannot fully unleash its power. Do you understand the reason behind this? Yan Qingshan attentively listened to the words of the eight-winged black serpent sovereign, nodding to indicate for it to continue. The eight-winged black serpent sovereign resumed, stating that among the professions on the continent, alchemists are regarded as the most esteemed. However, the innate prerequisites for this vocation are not to be taken lightly. Beyond the critical factor of soul perception, one must possess both fire and wood attributes, typically with the fire attribute being more dominant. Despite the prestigious status of alchemists, there are others with different attributes who have been tempted by this path. Some high-ranking pure fire attribute practitioners can forcibly amalgamate medicinal liquids and refine them into pills due to their formidable strength and soul abilities. Nonetheless, such individuals are generally limited to concocting mid-tier or low-tier pills. There exists another category of individuals who can alter their innate attributes, but this requires exceedingly high-grade materials or pills capable of transforming one's qualifications. Furthermore, changing one's inherent attributes can easily trigger a series of complications. Even if one has the financial means, very few would dare to undertake such a risk. Additionally, there are those like you, who possess a wood attribute, but have a naturally strong soul perception. If one were to acquire a suitable beast fire, it would indeed be possible to refine pills. However, you may have noticed that while utilizing the peach blossom fire for a short duration poses no significant issues. Prolonged use for refining herbs and concocting pills often leads to a depletion of energy, increasing the likelihood of failure compared to the average alchemist. With your current rank as a fighter, you can barely manage to refine second-tier pills using the peach blossom fire. However, this fire is fundamentally a fifth-tier beast fire, and in practice, it does not even reach that level. Even if your strength were to increase, it is likely that you would only be able to refine third-tier pills at most, which essentially represents your limit. Qingling, with a melodious voice, inquired, Lord Baya, is there any solution for the young master's predicament? You have seen how exceedingly diligent he is. Effort alone does not suffice. What then is the purpose of talent? Replied the eight-winged black serpent sovereign, shaking his head. Yet he did not dismiss the matter entirely, continuing, in this case, one could either seek a higher grade wood attribute beast fire, but it is indeed rare to find such among high-tier wood attribute magical beasts. There is also a legend of an unparalleled Dou saint who was originally of the wood attribute, but, through a fortuitous encounter, obtained the fabled life fire. Upon embarking on the path of an alchemist, he progressed rapidly, ultimately achieving the esteemed rank of a ninth-tier alchemist, renowned across the continent for nearly a millennium. The little medical fairy furrowed her brow, pondering the life fire, the fifth-ranked extraordinary fire on the legendary list. Indeed, it is the legendary extraordinary fire. I do not mean to suggest that this young man must acquire the life fire. Rather, if he can find an extraordinary fire that resonates with him, this issue could also be resolved. The eight-winged black serpent sovereign nodded and continued. Typically, alchemists exhibit a predominance of fire over wood, with the fire attribute occupying the majority. While the wood attribute merely serves to guide the amalgamation of the medicinal liquid, soul perception is the driving force behind all. Although he possesses the peach blossom fire, his wood attribute remains dominant while the fire attribute is relatively weak, resulting in a conversion efficiency that is not particularly high. Were it not for his exceptionally high soul perception, he would not be able to refine these pills at all. However, should he possess a more potent primordial flame, it would not merely allow the fire attribute within him to surpass the wood attribute. As long as the flame itself is sufficiently formidable, the consumption would be minimal. Moreover, given his strong wood attribute, the fusion of medicinal liquids would be considerably smoother compared to an ordinary alchemist. Thus, his journey along the path of alchemy would be remarkably unimpeded. Nevertheless, this endeavor is far from simple. Both and high-grade beast flames are not easily obtained, let alone those that perfectly align with his constitution. Chapter 50. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Deep within the treacherous regions of the Beast Mountain Range, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed through the forest. In this seldom-trodden expanse, several figures were making their way through. Young man, what manner of beast are you seeking? What do you intend to procure? The eight-winged black serpent emperor, coiling its body alongside Yan Qingshan and his companions, inquired with a hint of perplexity. Ever since their exchange the previous day, when Yan Qingshan had expressed his intentions, he had led them into the Beast Mountain range, claiming he was in pursuit of a beast to complete a certain ritual. I require a high-grade, fire attribute, feline beast. Yan Qingshan surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his direction and continued. This area appears to be one of the gathering places for feline beasts within the Beast Mountain range, as evidenced by the numerous tracks left behind. My requirements for the Lionheart baptism are rather stringent. I have little interest in ordinary feline beasts. Ideally, I seek one with a high-grade bloodline, yet whose strength does not exceed the 3rd tier. Is that what you call not high? The 8-winged black serpent emperor expressed its incredulity. Fire attribute feline beasts constitute a vast selection. Yet you demand a high-grade bloodline, while restricting their strength to below the 3rd tier. This essentially implies that you seek the young of high bloodline fire attribute felines, which are invariably guarded by fully grown beasts. Younglings can possess strengths of the 2nd or even 3rd tier. Thus their adult counterparts must be at least 4th or 5th tier entities, beasts that are far from trifling. However, the White Fang was unperturbed. No matter how formidable they might be, could they truly surpass the 8-winged black serpent emperor? I shall set a trap in this area. It should attract a considerable number of fire attribute beasts. Yan Qingshan chose to divert from the previous topic and proceeded to attend to the matter at hand. Setting a trap amidst the overgrown foliage of the Beast Mountain range was not a daunting task. Yet, when Yan Qingshan produced the bait, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent sensed an unsettling omen. This item has a rather enticing aroma. I wonder how it tastes. As soon as Yan Qingshan unveiled the bait, the 8-winged black serpent emperor became intrigued, lowering its head to taste. A purple smoke fruit swiftly found its way into its belly. Oh. The drunken dragon grass and some peculiar concoctions could incapacitate most beasts below the 4th tier. Yan Qingshan's preparations were indeed potent. However, the White Fang was a 6th tier beast, a level that is generally resistant to ordinary substances. To it, Yan Qingshan's offerings were merely a trivial snack. There truly are numerous fire attribute beasts in this vicinity. A massive eagle, adorned with crimson patterns, was swiftly knocked unconscious by a tail swipe from the 2-headed fire spirit serpent. The 8-winged black serpent emperor, having observed the spectacle, spoke with a hint of boredom. Yan Qingshan's trap was straightforward and blunt. Lure in fire attribute beasts and incapacitate them with the fire spirit serpent. However, it seems that fortune has eluded me. After toiling for most of the day, I have yet to capture a suitable magical beast. Suddenly, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Yan Qingshan's eyes as a blue light flickered past. The 8-winged black snake emperor, Baya, narrowed its serpentine pupils, revealing a hint of surprise. From the depths of the forest, a cacophony of sounds erupted, and soon, a dozen enormous beasts emerged into the view of Yan Qingshan and his companions. These magical creatures varied greatly in species. The majority were of the fire attribute, while the few that were not belonged solely to the lion category. Even from a distance, their formidable prowess was palpable, and upon closer inspection, several could be identified as renowned 3rd-tier magical beasts: the blood demon lion, the blue-maned scorpion-tailed lion, the golden saber-toothed lion, the fire crane beast, and the crimson feathered eagle. The presence of so many 3rd-tier magical beasts suggested that they were the elite underlings of some powerful beast lord. With Baya's assistance, Yan Qingshan and his companions concealed themselves effectively. The weakest among these beasts was at least 3rd tier, and the diverse array of species indicated that the situation was far from simple. The true master of this assembly revealed itself to be a juvenile member of the purple crystal-winged lion royal lineage, fortuitously a 3rd-tier beast. Baya cast a bemused glance at Yan Qingshan, who was wholly focused on the newly appeared magical beast. This creature was no small entity, larger than a calf, adorned in a radiant purple hue, its body encased in a layer of crystalline purple armor. The sunlight illuminated it, casting dazzling reflections that were quite blinding. The beast bore a fierce yet adorably naive lion head, its blood-red eyes glimmering with an unusual purple light, and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Atop its lion head sprouted a fiery spiral horn, encircled by swirling clusters of purple flames. Alongside its massive lion body were a pair of elegant purple wings. As these wings flapped, wisps of pale purple fire danced around its form. Its sturdy claws were also sheathed in a layer of purple crystal, creating an aesthetically pleasing appearance. The purple crystal-winged lion, a royal among lion-type magical beasts, was a fire attribute creature endowed with formidable purple flames and sealing abilities. In its juvenile stage, it was classified as a 3rd-tier beast, but upon maturity, it would ascend to a 6th-tier beast, comparable to a battle emperor, thereby ranking high among magical beast species. After observing the juvenile purple crystal-winged lion for a time, Baiya made a judgment. Surrounded by so many third-tier beasts, its parents were undoubtedly sixth-tier magical beasts, reigning as the overlords of this magical mountain range. Yan Qingshan suddenly spoke. Lord Baiya, can you sense the presence of any fifth-tier or higher magical beasts nearby? Baiya shook his head, a hint of curiosity in his tone. No, this is the only group of higher-tier beasts here. In fact, with this assembly of third-tier beasts, even a fourth-tier beast would have to retreat. Why do you ask? Qi Lian, capture them all. Leave not a single one behind. Yan Qingshan commanded after receiving a definitive response, not wishing to engage Baiya in further conversation. With a swift motion, a streak of rainbow light shot forth, startling the juvenile purple crystal-winged lion, which had been sampling the delectable fruits by the tree, causing the purple smoke fruit it had been gnawing on to drop from its mouth. Two colossal magical beasts were sent flying like cannonballs, utterly no match for the fifth-tier two-headed fire spirit serpent, as they were but fourth-tier creatures. Upon witnessing their companion's assault, the remaining beasts reacted swiftly. The formidable presence of the crimson serpent instilled a momentary panic within them. However, being subordinates of a sixth-tier beast, they quickly organized themselves to shield the little amethyst-winged Lion King's retreat, simultaneously opening their mouths to call for reinforcements. A plume of azure smoke rapidly rose from the ground, engulfing the area occupied by these magical creatures. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were overwhelmed by choking fumes, their cries for help abruptly replaced by fits of coughing. Having chosen to engage, Yan Qingshan had certainly anticipated the possibility of enemy reinforcements. Chapter 51, The Serpent Emperor and the Lion King. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, the magical beasts were propelled like projectiles, as the multitude of third-tier guardians protecting the little amethyst-winged Lion King succumbed to the powerful strike of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, collapsing unconscious. Confronted with an adversary 2 tiers above them, they might have struggled against a direct confrontation, but faced with a surprise attack, they were utterly helpless. Generally, when one encounters a gathering of 10 or so third-tier beasts, it is evident that formidable 5th or 6th-tier entities lurk behind them. Hardly anyone would dare provoke such a scenario. The magical beasts harbored similar thoughts, yet they never imagined that someone would take such an unconventional approach, lying in wait to ambush them. Particularly with a 5th-tier beast executing the surprise attack, scarcely anyone would believe such a tale. Cough, cough. As the third-tier guardians were dealt with, the little amethyst-winged Lion King remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. A serpentine tail coiled around it, casting it into the underbrush. Upon landing, it wept profusely, its mouth agape in a futile attempt to roar, only managing to produce sounds akin to coughing. This little creature was indeed quite charming. Yan Qingshan approached, and with the aid of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, he pinched the little amethyst-winged Lion King's head to administer a pre-prepared potion. Upon swallowing the liquid, the little Lion King appeared to suffer even more, staggering as if intoxicated before collapsing. Ah wu. The little amethyst-winged Lion King weakly opened its eyes. Observing Yan Qingshan manipulating its body, it raised a paw in resistance, yet lacked the strength to do so, appearing to oscillate between rejection and acceptance. The potion administered to the little amethyst-winged Lion King was specifically concocted for third-tier beasts, which would soon render them powerless to resist within a day, leaving them at the mercy of others. Undoubtedly, the potion was effective, but the crucial aspect lay in getting the magical beast to ingest it. Its taste was too pronounced to be concealed, and any beast would immediately recognize something amiss upon scenting or tasting it. What are you doing? Are you eyeing this amethyst-winged Lion King? Didn't I just say its parents are 6th-tier beasts? The 8-winged black serpent emperor, Baiya, was on the verge of exploding. Yan Qingshan's actions were too swift. Before it could react, the battle had concluded, yet it was ready to erupt with fury. After all, it was a 6th-tier beast itself. Were 6th-tier creatures easily trifled with? Moreover, there was a strong possibility that there were 2 6th-tier beasts involved. In ordinary circumstances, even if one were to seize the rare treasures of the magical beast realm, the repercussions would be minimal, provided one refrains from recklessly intruding upon the territories of these creatures. They generally do not pursue relentlessly unless one provokes them by harming their young. The mere thought of 2 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion Kings descending upon one's trail is enough to instill dread, even within the formidable 8-winged black serpent emperor, Baiya. While a solitary amethyst-winged Lion King may not be intimidating, the prospect of facing 2 6th-tier magical beasts is daunting, even for it. Rest assured, my lord Baiya, within the confines of the Beast Mountain Range, there exists only one adult amethyst-winged Lion King. It is highly unlikely that 2 6th-tier beasts will converge upon us simultaneously. After assessing the condition of the young amethyst-winged Lion King, Yan Qingshan rose and smiled, adding, Moreover, I harbor no intentions of taking the life of this little creature. However, if we are to engage in dialogue with the amethyst-winged Lion King, I must rely on your esteemed assistance. Young man, you have been plotting against me from the very beginning, haven't you? Baiya, the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, was acutely aware that he had fallen into Yan Qingshan's scheme. Given that Yan was already cognizant of the existence of only one adult amethyst-winged Lion King in the Beast Mountain range, it was plausible that his initial interest had indeed been in the young amethyst-winged Lion King, drawing it close as a means of ensuring safety. Your words suggest you view me as a mere tool, do they not? Yan Qingshan muttered softly, aware that some thoughts were best left unspoken. Knowing of the amethyst-winged Lion King that met his criteria in the Beast Mountain range, he had undoubtedly been drawn to it with intent. Albeit his initial strength had only permitted a cursory investigation. His previous discussions with Baiya regarding the search for suitable lion-like magical beasts were not mere fabrications. Had there been other creatures that fit the bill, he would have readily shifted his focus. Although Baiya provided a solid foundation, a sixth-tier amethyst-winged Lion King was not to be trifled with, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Who dares to possess such audacity? A thunderous roar echoed through the clear skies of the Beast Mountain range, accompanied by a flash of violet light that illuminated the heavens, painting half the sky in a crimson glow. I have indeed been ensnared by your schemes, you little rascal. Mark my words, do not harm that young beast, for if you do, I shall not guarantee your safety. Baiya, in a fit of fury, directed his ire towards Yan Qingshan. The amethyst-winged Lion King had swiftly locked onto their position, rendering its movements no longer concealed. The most prudent course of action now was to engage in combat. Yet it feared Yan might eliminate the young amethyst-winged Lion King before departing, hence the cautionary advice. Fear not. Such an adorable little creature is not one I would treat with cruelty, Yan Qingshan replied, smiling at Baiya as he gently cradled the young amethyst-winged Lion King's head in his hands, delighting in its exquisite form. Not only was he captivated, but Qing Ling, the little medical sage, and Xuelan also could not resist approaching to pet the creature, their actions rendering the helpless little beast to whimper in protest. Though it proved futile. Eight-winged Black Serpent, you seek your demise. Surrender my child at once. A thunderous roar erupted in the skies, followed by a cataclysmic surge of energy as the confrontation commenced. The azure expanse above bore witness to a striking spectacle, with black and red energies engulfing half the horizon, creating a truly magnificent sight. Before the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, the imposing amethyst-winged Lion King, measuring a full 7 to 8 meters in length, let out a series of thunderous roars. Waves of purple flames surged forth from its mouth, relentlessly bombarding White Fang. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of high-defense amethyst crystal, while the spiral horns of its lion head unleashed clusters of violet fire that spread ominously. Eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, you must be aware that targeting young beasts is a grave taboo among magical beasts. You are courting your own demise. If you do not surrender my son, I shall unleash all the overlords of the Monster Mountain range, and I will pursue you to the ends of the earth until your annihilation, declared the amethyst-winged Lion King, its voice echoing with human-like clarity. As a sovereign of the Monster Mountain range, this was its inaugural display of such fury. The treachery against its offspring was intolerable. Are you threatening me? Lord White Fang is never intimidated. Your child is fortunate to have caught Lord White Fang's eye. What do you intend to do about it? Retorted the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor with a dismissive tone. Known for its penchant for taunting, White Fang was a rare breed among magical beasts. After gauging the amethyst-winged Lion King's strength, it felt confident. Although formidable within the 6th tier, the Lion King still paled in comparison to its own might. Chapter 52, The Onset of Battle. Die, you wretch. The roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King reverberated through the surrounding mountains, accompanied by a lion's fierce roar. The violet light emanating from its body intensified dramatically. The surging purple flames grew ever more ferocious, swirling together to form a colossal pillar of violet fire that shot into the sky. The temperature of this fiery column was so high that it distorted the air around it, even from a considerable distance. Yan Qingshan and his companions felt as if they were being scorched, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads. Cough, cough. The young amethyst-winged Lion King attempted to make a sound, but with its neck firmly grasped by Yan Qingshan and its mouth tightly covered, its voice barely carried a few meters. The two titans above were too engrossed in their battle to notice the subtle commotion below. Do you think Lord Whitefang fears you? With a simultaneous flap of all 4 serpent wings, the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor summoned a fierce black wind that howled through the air, creating a terrifying tornado that ravaged the earth, uprooting countless trees and sending debris flying in all directions. Roar. Do you think Lord Whitefang grew strong through fear? Apologies, but I have no need for feet. I can fly? Maintaining its disdainful demeanor, the eight-winged black serpent emperor undoubtedly provoked the amethyst-winged Lion King, and a great battle was imminent. With a sinister grin, the eight-winged black serpent emperor vibrated its 8 wings in unison, its enormous form suddenly flashing before the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a fierce whip of its serpentine tail, it unleashed a fearsome force that warped the very fabric of space. The amethyst-winged Lion King met this onslaught head-on, its claws, imbued with violet flames, crashing down upon the serpent's tail. The collision produced a sound akin to thunder, as the two forces passed by one another. The amethyst-winged Lion King directed the violet fire column straight at the 8-winged black serpent emperor, the flames distorting the air as they completely enveloped its position. Huh. Did you think Lord White Fang was merely wind-based? The 8-winged black serpent emperor let out a hearty laugh, its colossal head swaying, as black flames suddenly erupted from within its body, continuously surging forth until they coalesced above its head into a similarly massive black energy serpent. The white-toothed beast's massive tail swung abruptly, unleashing a formidable entity, a serpentine creature with 8 wings, coalesced from eerie black flames, which surged forth with a menacing aura and collided fiercely with the violet fire pillar. A cacophony of explosive sounds ensued, reverberating in succession. At the moment of impact, the space where they met seemed to fracture, yielding fine black fissures, as the clash of the two forces sent ripples through the very fabric of reality. Both the 8-winged black serpent king and the amethyst-winged Lion King were jolted back, the former stabilizing its form swiftly, while the latter lagged slightly. With a roar, the 8-winged black serpent king, having regained its balance, readied itself for verbal jabs, only to be unexpectedly engaged in close combat by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Its lion-like claws shimmered with swirling purple flames, striking with tremendous force in an instant. The serpent's triangular pupils constricted sharply, and its obsidian scales bizarrely contracted. A faint, peculiar black oil seeped from beneath its scales, rapidly enveloping its colossal body. The 8-winged black serpent king became as slippery as an eel, mitigating much of the Lion King's assault, leaving the remaining force unable to breach its defenses. The amethyst-winged Lion King braced itself, barely managing to redirect the force and retreat, as the two titanic beasts separated once more, entering a new phase of probing. Above, the 8-winged black serpent king spun and swayed, its black winds coalescing into a growing vortex, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds, sweeping towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. As the tornado advanced, vast expanses of earth and stone were uprooted, exposing a barren, yellowed landscape, while numerous beasts fled in a frantic rush. The Lion King emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing a colossal pillar of violet flames, soaring to a height of 30 feet, directed at the approaching storm. The collision of the black wind and violet fire rendered the space almost still, followed by a thunderous explosion echoing across the clear sky. The tempest and the fiery column clashed violently, each unleashing terrifying energy, causing the very air to ripple at their intersection. Almost simultaneously, the 8-winged black serpent king and the amethyst-winged Lion King flapped their wings, entering a second round of close combat, the most primal form of confrontation between beasts. The 8-winged black serpent king, with its 8 wings, moved with swiftness, tail lashing down towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King met the strike with its claws, the moment of contact producing a series of sonic booms, distorting the surrounding space. As the serpent's tail was thwarted, it pivoted and unleashed a jet of black flames from its maw. In response, the Lion King thrust its massive head, the crimson spiral horn atop it, launching a robust purple flame to intercept the attack. The instant the black and purple flames collided, a more terrifying explosion erupted, the two fiery forces clashing with such intensity that they propelled both beasts in opposite directions. The fierce battle of magical beasts in the sky has attracted a considerable audience, awakening many creatures from their slumber. Among the desolate mountains, various bizarre roars echo. Within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, only beasts of the 3rd tier and above possess the capability to stand their ground. 3rd-tier beasts have begun to develop a semblance of intelligence, starkly contrasting with those that act purely on instinct. In the world of magical beasts, a strict hierarchy prevails. The lesser beings instinctively retreat to the periphery of the battlefield, while only a select few are privileged enough to observe the combat up close. 3 colossal beasts stand majestically atop their respective peaks, their gazes fixed intently on the aerial clash. These formidable creatures are 5th-tier beasts, comparable to the mightiest of human warriors. The amethyst-winged Lion King reigns as the sovereign of these eastern mountains, although many of the beasts present are nominally under its command. Its true confidants are the 3rd-tier beasts vanquished by Yan Qingshan, 4th-tier beasts, deemed advanced within the mountain range. possess a degree of autonomy, and seldom yield entirely to those of greater power. Fifth-tier beasts, on the other hand, are predominantly the lords of their domains, enjoying substantial independence. The three fifth-tier beasts do not serve the amethyst-winged Lion King. They merely acknowledge its authority over the eastern mountains and do not oppose its dominion. Chapter 53. The battle reaches a compromise. All of you attack together. If you do not surrender my child today, you shall not leave the Beast Mountain range alive. The roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King reverberates through the mountains, and at its call, the three fifth-tier beasts and other flying creatures ascend into the sky. As previously stated by the Lion King, targeting the young is a grave taboo among magical beasts. While these creatures may exhibit reluctance in other matters, they unite fiercely when it comes to the safety of their offspring. We are all magical beasts. Should you harm my child today, I shall seek vengeance upon yours tomorrow, leading to chaos within the Beast Mountain range. Thus, young beasts are generally protected, and powerful adult beasts seldom attack them. Of course, if an adult beast's strength is not significantly superior to that of the young, the situation may differ. A first-tier beast would likely be devoured whole by the young amethyst-winged Lion King without inflicting any harm. However, the eight-winged black serpent is certainly an exception. Should it lay a hand upon the young amethyst-winged Lion King, it would undoubtedly breach a sacred taboo, even as a sixth-tier beast sovereign. It would be unable to withstand the wrath of the collective. Damn it, that little rascal is going to get me killed. White Fang dodges and weaves in a state of distress. Faced with the onslaught of numerous flying beasts and the trio of fifth-tier beasts alongside a sixth-tier beast, even though its strength surpasses that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, it finds itself in a precarious situation, not due to the threat of demise, but rather due to the overwhelming chaos surrounding it. Stop! A human voice unexpectedly pierces through the fray. A fifth-tier two-headed fire spirit serpent with magnificent crimson wings ascends into the sky. White Fang possesses a technique suitable for serpentine magical beasts, having guided the two-headed fire spirit serpent in its training over the past few days, enabling it to harness the power of combat energy and take flight. The presence of the fifth-tier beast instinctively caused the surrounding magical creatures to part, yet it was not the beast itself that spoke, but rather a human who stood atop it. More crucially, the creature believed to be under attack, the small amethyst-winged Lion King, was clutched in the human's grasp, held by the neck in a manner that suggested abduction. My child. The amethyst-winged Lion King was understandably agitated upon seeing its offspring. Yet the eight-winged black serpent monarch stood vigilantly before it, preventing any approach. After a sweeping glance, it solemnly uttered, "Human, how dare you conspire with the eight-winged black serpent monarch? Tian Snake Manor, why have you targeted my child?" The pupils of the amethyst-winged Lion King constricted. It had certainly heard of Tian Snake Manor, one of the three great powers of the Northwest continent, a formidable force presided over by a battle sovereign, capable of overwhelming even the entire Beast Mountain range. However, its lineage had always been law-abiding, never provoking Tian Snake Manor. Why, then, had it been singled out? Was it possible that the secret it harbored had been leaked? The amethyst-winged Lion King became increasingly apprehensive. The secret was intimately tied to its offspring, a divine treasure bestowed upon their kind. If it were to be seized, what mattered more was the safety of its child. After all, without the child, who would benefit from such a treasure? Should I thank you then? The amethyst-winged Lion King was suddenly incensed. This black serpent must be deranged. What sort of sensible magical beast would willingly seek a master? Joining a sect like Tian Snake Manor as a so-called guardian beast might seem prestigious and well compensated, yet ultimately, the highest authority was still human. Was this not merely submitting to servitude? King of the Lions, do not act rashly. I currently hold a hostage. Oh no, a lion cub. Yan Qingshan slightly raised the small amethyst-winged Lion King, applying just enough pressure around its neck to cause distress, resulting in tears streaming down the little creature's face. Were it not for its instinctive struggle, it would have unleashed a torrent of purple fire by now. The amethyst-winged Lion King grew alarmed. Human, do not act recklessly. Do not harm my child. Whatever conditions you have, state them. As long as you release my child, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Huh. If I were to require your assistance. Lord Baya was ready to interject, but Yan Qingshan could not allow further provocation. If the amethyst-winged Lion King were truly enraged, the multitude of magical beasts surrounding them could lead to injuries or worse. The eight-winged black serpent monarch fell silent, aware of its tendency to chatter incessantly, though it was not entirely oblivious to the larger picture. At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King regained its composure, fixing a cold gaze upon Yan Qingshan. Human, state your terms. Provided they are not excessive, I shall comply. Yan Qingshan met the Lion King's gaze. Your Majesty, my request is not unreasonable. I seek to cultivate a secret technique and require the collection of rare materials. The Beast Mountain range is vast and rich, yet my time is limited. Humph, you are quite the schemer. The amethyst-winged Lion King snorted in frustration, retorting, I can assist you in gathering the materials. But you must release my child. King of Lions, are you jesting? Only with this little creature in my possession would you deign to converse with us. I shall return it to you now. Even if I keep my promise, I find it hard to believe. Yan Qingshan gently released the small amethyst-winged Lion King onto the back of the crimson serpent, cradling its lion head with his hands. The small lion, adorned with a lustrous amethyst exterior, felt exquisite to the touch. While others might pet a cat, he was now indulging in caressing a lion, and not just any lion. The amethyst-winged Lion King coldly retorted, what do you desire? Quite simple. Yan Qingshan's gaze shifted to a nearby 5th-tier ice-type, snow phoenix lion. Its pristine white form graced with a pair of magnificent wings reminiscent of a phoenix. While your subordinates gather materials, you may also arrange for a 5th-tier beast to monitor us. Once my secret technique is perfected, I shall promptly release your offspring. The amethyst-winged Lion King growled lowly. How can I trust that you will keep your word? You have no choice but to trust me, unless you disregard your child's safety, Yan Qingshan replied with a smile. Moreover, if we truly intended to harm it, we could have easily captured it and swiftly departed with its lifeless body before you even realized what transpired. You dare. Although Yan Qingshan's assertion was merely hypothetical, it ignited the Lion King's fury. Yet, after the anger subsided, it recognized the futility of such sentiments and could only snarl at Yan Qingshan in frustration. I can agree to your conditions, but you must not stray far from my lair. Agreed. Yan Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Once again, he had emerged victorious. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, not far from the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, within a clean and tidy thatched cottage, Yan Qingshan called out, Little lion, come here. To his surprise, the little creature, which had previously regarded him with hostility, scampered over eagerly upon hearing his call. Yan Qingshan administered the concocted potion from the jade vial to the small amethyst-winged Lion King. The little creature squinted its eyes, half collapsed onto the ground, emitting a joyful gurgling sound, its amethyst sheen shimmering, and its aura displaying a hint of growth. Young one, you truly possess a knack for handling magical beasts. Just days ago, this little fellow wished to bite you to death, yet now it greets you with such enthusiasm. Most magical beasts do not harbor complex thoughts. If you treat them well, they will return the sentiment. However, managing that relationship is another challenge altogether. Yan Qingshan gently stroked the little amethyst-winged Lion King's head, inspecting its physical condition from head to tail. He first checked its teeth before examining its claws. Turn around. Yan Qingshan continued his inspection of the little lion's claws and body, giving its backside a pat. The small beast let out a contented noise, relaxing entirely and rolling over to expose its belly for Yan Qingshan's inspection. Though the amethyst-winged Lion King was a magical beast, certain characteristics remained akin to those of ordinary animals. Felids only reveal their more sensitive areas for contact when they feel a sense of closeness with a person. The first is the claw, an innate weapon akin to the human hands. It is likely that no one relishes the sensation of having their hands bound. Beyond the claws lies the rear, which one should not touch on a tiger or a lion, as witnessed when Yan Qingshan playfully slapped the lioness' backside. It is evident that such actions would typically provoke an attack. Beyond the claws and the rear, there is the belly, the most vulnerable part of an animal's body. When a beast willingly exposes its belly, it signifies genuine trust. This is a perplexing matter for the 8-winged black snake emperor, given its temperament. Had anyone treated it as Yan Qingshan previously treated the young amethyst-winged Lion King, it would never have forgiven them and would have sought revenge when the opportunity arose. However, young creatures like the amethyst-winged Lion King, akin to children, possess a remarkable capacity to remember yet also forget swiftly. While some experiences may remain etched in their minds for a lifetime, others are easily overlooked. Over the past few days, Yan Qingshan has devoted himself to this little beast, providing it with the luxurious treatment befitting a modern feline master and meticulously preparing various delicacies to suit its palate, quickly winning its affection. Suddenly, the 8-winged black snake emperor lowered its head towards Yan Qingshan and remarked, The amethyst-winged Lion King has sent over another batch of items. I sense its impatience. Is that so? Yan Qingshan, crouching on the ground, gently scratched the belly of the amethyst-winged Lion King while playing with it. Upon hearing the 8-winged black snake emperor's words, a contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. I believe I have gathered most of what I require. That is good. It is just about time. Yan Qingshan lifted the amethyst-winged Lion King and, accompanied by the 8-winged black snake emperor, proceeded in another direction. A dark green medicinal cauldron was placed atop the flame cloud wood, with more than half of the medicinal liquid already concocted. The mountain spring and spiritual dew had been evaporated into a deep emerald hue, and the scent of the potion wafted through the air. Little one, I need to borrow a bit of your blood. While drawing blood from the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yan Qingshan simultaneously fed it the pre-prepared potion. His recent efforts to nourish the young lion were indeed for this very moment. Having indulged too much, the young lion had felt somewhat bloated in recent days, and initially, the bloodletting caused no discomfort, even bringing a sense of relief. What are you doing, human? How dare you covet the bloodline of my amethyst-winged Lion King? The roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed from a distance, its presence appearing in the valley with a thunderous impact. Fixating its gaze on the young lion from whom blood was being drawn. Beasts are exceedingly protective of their bloodlines, particularly their essence. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin was merely suspected of possessing the essence of the celestial demon Phoenix, prompting the Phoenix clan to take action against him several times, illustrating the gravity of such matters. Now, with Yan Qingshan extracting blood from the cub before the amethyst-winged Lion King, it was akin to walking a tightrope. A perilous act of self-sabotage. Though the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor preferred to avoid further conflict with the amethyst-winged Lion King, it would not back down at this moment, stating, "This is sanctioned by your child. You dare to argue." With a thunderous roar, the amethyst-winged Lion King summoned forth a multitude of 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts, encircling the area to prevent any delay. Suddenly, the young amethyst-winged Lion King turned its head and let out a couple of low growls, causing the amethyst-winged Lion King to momentarily pause and gaze at its offspring. "Enough," it bellowed. The young amethyst-winged Lion King then wagged its tail and rushed towards its mother, who, filled with excitement, stepped forward, their roars echoing with the joy of reunion. Yan Qingshan, clad in garments that billowed without wind, was enveloped in a fiery glow of peach-red flames, and without hesitation, he leaped directly into the medicinal cauldron. The essence of the elixir surged into his body, initiating a new cycle of purification and transformation. The 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor observed the focused Yan Qingshan and remarked softly, "This young man's secret technique appears remarkably ancient, capable of assimilating the bloodline of magical beasts for his own use, while nearly perfecting the elimination of bestial influence. This technique is quite impressive." The amethyst-winged Lion King glared discontentedly at Yan Qingshan and the others within, yet refrained from making any rash moves. After all, Yan Qingshan had proven himself trustworthy, and the prowess of White Fang instilled a sense of caution in it. Additionally, the words of the young amethyst-winged Lion King had somewhat alleviated its agitation, preventing impulsive actions. Chapter 55, Lionheart Amethyst Flame. In the Beast Mountain Range, outside the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, many magical beasts watched intently as waves of energy surged from the cauldron where Yan Qingshan resided, accompanied by a resounding lion's roar, heralding his reappearance. 5-star Battle Master. The change in attributes is quite significant. Yan Qingshan broke free from the cocoon of energy, immediately calling forth the light of dawn in his mind to assess his physical condition. Host, Yan Qingshan. Cultivation level, 5-star Battle Master. Technique, Advanced Mystical Level Lionheart King Formula. Battle Skills, Advanced Mystical Level Roar of the Rampaging Lion. Low Mystical Level Phoenix, Soaring Step. Intermediate Mystical Level Thunderbolt Flash. Intermediate Mystical Level Greenwood Sword Wave. Low Earth Level Battle Skill, Greenwood Heavenly Thunder Slash. Earth Level Battle Skill, Emerald Light Sun Flame. Strength, 75. Status, Healthy. Agility, 67. Mental Power, 30. Main Attribute, Wood. Secondary Attributes, Thunder, Fire. With a joyful roar, the young amethyst-winged Lion King rushed to Yan Qingshan upon seeing him emerge, playfully nudging him with its paws. Yan Qingshan now emanated a scent that it found incredibly appealing, akin to that of its kin. The amethyst-winged Lion King regarded Yan Qingshan with a contemplative gaze. "Your secret method can actually harness the essence of magical beast blood, and to such an extent." Yan Qingshan shrugged. "It's limited to lion-type magical beasts, and this Lionheart King formula should also be cultivable by both the Lion King and this little one. Furthermore, during these days, I have been nurturing this little one's body, which should provide some insight to aid its progression to the 4th tier more swiftly." Yan Qingshan had indeed transformed significantly. Otherwise, a mere lick from the amethyst-winged Lion King would have stripped away a substantial portion of his battle master essence. The Lionheart baptism requires the essence of lion-type magical beasts. Generally, for magical beasts of the same rank as the practitioner, a complete heart is needed. However, for those of higher rank, the entirety of their essence may not be necessary, as an excessive amount could overwhelm a practitioner of insufficient cultivation. During Yan Qingshan's first baptism, as a fighter, he utilized a peak 1st-tier blue mane scorpion tail lion. Although this magical beast was indeed stronger than him, they were still within the same tier. allowing him to absorb its essence with some effort. For his second baptism, should he seek a second-tier lion-type beast, he could fully absorb the energy of such a creature. Yet, he had set his sights on a more formidable target, the third-tier Amethyst Wing Lion King. The Amethyst Wing Lion King belongs to the royal lineage of lions, capable of reaching the sixth tier upon maturity. The third-tier Amethyst Wing Lion King, both in strength and the quality of its internal cultivation, far surpassed him. Nevertheless, the young Amethyst Wing Lion King was still in its infancy, and the smaller the disparity in levels for the Lionheart baptism, the more essence would be required. Human, what do you desire? The gaze of the Amethyst Wing Lion King shifted as it sensed a significant development. The young lion had just ascended to the fourth tier, a seemingly trivial achievement, yet for it, this news was extraordinary. Due to the unique traits of the Amethyst Wing Lion lineage, its offspring, being a rare king among lions, could rapidly ascend to the fifth tier, with potential to reach the seventh tier after transformation. I seek your essence, but not in excess. A single portion will suffice. Yan Qingshan stated solemnly to the Amethyst Wing Lion King, as he intended to prepare for the next Lionheart baptism. Each instance of the Lionheart baptism requires different materials. Yet invariably, the essence of the lion-type magical beast must be of a higher tier each time. According to the secret methods within the Lionheart King Sutra, practitioners below the Douzone rank can utilize this technique thrice. Beyond the Douzone level, the Shin-tier techniques barely allow one to surpass the Douzone. There are no records of anything beyond that. Previously, he had contemplated the fifth-tier Snow Phoenix Lion among several fifth-tier magical beasts, but after careful consideration, he opted to engage in this transaction with the Amethyst Wing Lion King. The Lionheart baptism enables practitioners to merge with the attributes of magical beasts. However, the quality of these attributes is generally modest, barely reaching the level of combat techniques. The lightning and fire attributes can somewhat relate to the wood attribute, resulting in a relatively efficient transformation for cultivation. In contrast, the ice attribute, with its added complexity, is akin to overextending oneself, making it more advantageous to absorb the essence of the higher-tier Amethyst Wing Lion King for maximum benefit. As for seeking other sixth-tier lion-type magical beasts, Yan Qingshan had no such intentions. Sixth-tier beasts are exceedingly rare on this northwestern continent, let alone sixth-tier lion-type beasts. He was aware of only one Amethyst Wing Lion King's whereabouts. Moreover, were it not for the backing of the sixth-tier eight-winged black serpent emperor, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to seek its essence. Any misstep would have led to him being swiftly silenced by the Amethyst Wing Lion King. Very well, but you must first allow me a glimpse of your technique. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King exhibited a keen interest in Yan Qingshan's martial arts. From the energy pathways it sensed, this technique, deeply intertwined with the lion race, appeared to be of great benefit to it. Behold, Lion King, Yan Qingshan exclaimed, tossing the Lionheart King technique from his spatial ring to the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. He then crouched down to tend to the young Amethyst-Winged Lion King's health. Although he had previously replenished it with numerous medicinal herbs to prevent it from suffering from blood loss, it still required careful nurturing to regain its strength. This gesture sparked a flicker of intrigue in the Lion King's eyes, yet it refrained from speaking and instead focused intently on the technique. Young one. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King suddenly spoke, its aura radiating magnificently, reaching a peak of dazzling brilliance. A purplish scale, under the influence of violet flames, was burned into a spherical form. The Lion King expelled a deep purple blood into the sphere, which was enveloped in violet flames, sealing the orb while the precious blood within remained unscathed. This vessel is crafted from the purple spirit crystal shed by my lineage, capable of preserving the essence of blood for extended periods. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King presented the crystalline sphere to Yan Qingshan, its voice tinged with a hint of weakness, leaving Baya momentarily bewildered. As a creature of instinct and established views, it found it incomprehensible why the Lion King would act in such a manner. Chapter 56, The Return of Green Barbarian. Thank you, Lion King, Yan Qingshan said, accepting the Lion King's essence sealed within the purple spirit crystal. For him, the essence of a sixth-tier magical beast was significantly potent. Even a single drop could overwhelm him. While the Lionheart baptism allowed for absorption beyond one's level, it could not exceed 3 tiers. Thus, he would need to reach the Great Fighter level before he could undergo a third baptism with the Lion King's essence. Suddenly, a lake green figure soared across the sky. Baya, upon spotting this individual, excitedly hissed to signal her presence, drawing the attention of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who became increasingly vigilant. Although the transaction with Yan Qingshan was progressing smoothly, it was not the Na'vi young Amethyst-Winged Lion King. With a 6th-tier 8-winged black serpent emperor and a 5th-tier 2-headed fire spirit snake, it could manage its clan and subordinates. but the addition of a fighting emperor would be overwhelming. Green Barbarian gazed at Baya with displeasure. Baya, why did you bring them into the depths of the Beast Mountain? I have been searching for quite a while. Baya shook its head repeatedly, gesturing with its tail towards Yan Qingshan, indicating that it was not his doing and had no connection to the matter. It was this young man who wished to come here. 5-star fighter. 6th tier amethyst winged lion king. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably. It seems there have been events unfolding that I am unaware of. Green Barbarian observed Yan Qingshan with a hint of surprise. Upon seeing the amicable young amethyst winged lion king alongside a group of high-level magical beasts, a cautious expression crossed her eyes. Have you brought what I requested? Yan Qingshan had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse. He delved straight into the matter. Green Barbarian was not easily deceived like Baya, and conversing further would only exhaust him without yielding any meaningful results. Initially, the intention to retain and oversee them was solely that of the Green Barbarian, who would never allow Yan Qingshan the opportunity to exploit them as mere tools. However, Yan Qingshan had meticulously planned from the very beginning. With Green Barbarian and White Fang each possessing a magical beast, it was evident that the task of seeking out someone to concoct elixirs would fall to the Green Barbarian. Thus, Yan Qingshan felt secure in utilizing the tool snake, White Fang, to locate the amethyst-winged Lion King, thereby achieving his own objectives. You are truly quite direct. So eager to part with your little maid. As Green Barbarian handed him the items, she could not help but incite discord, though such petty tricks would prove ineffective. In truth, she was aware of this, yet she desired to vex Yan Qingshan, reflecting on the indignity of a dignified battle emperor being reduced to running errands. If you had not come, I had no intention of allowing Qingling to depart. Understand this. It is you who wishes to take Qingling away from me. Yan Qingshan cast a cold glance at the Green Barbarian and remarked, if you find this situation unsatisfactory, you may certainly attempt to abduct Qingling again and see if you might succeed this time. As Yan Qingshan spoke, he retreated with the little Lion King, leaning against the direction of the amethyst-winged Lion King, while Qingling and her companions had already entered among the numerous high-level magical beasts alongside the twin-headed fire spirit snake. You wish to go back on your word. Green Barbarian's countenance darkened suddenly. Should the amethyst-winged Lion King ally with Yan Qingshan's group, they would possess a formidable force comprising a 6th-tier beast for 5th-tier beasts and numerous 4th-tier magical creatures. Although both she and the Green Barbarian could contend with 6th-tier beasts, facing a multitude posed a daunting challenge. Yan Qingshan replied nonchalantly, you jest. It was you who compelled us from the outset. Moreover, I merely suggested that negotiation was possible. Where lies the notion of reneging? Do not force my hand. A lake green aura enveloped Green Barbarian, causing the surrounding flora to shimmer with a verdant glow, growing at an astonishing pace. Ah, you are angry. It seems even a battle emperor can feel ire. Have you considered the anger you incited when you first came to abduct someone? Yan Qingshan scoffed coldly at Green Barbarian, stating, had I not reacted swiftly, Qingling would have already been taken by you, and as a mere battle master, even with the assistance of a 5th-tier twin-headed fire spirit snake, the prospect of catching up to you would have been questionable. That incident was indeed a lapse in my consideration, and for that, I apologize. Green Barbarian clenched her fist, the smooth skin of her hand revealing veins beneath, yet she ultimately chose to apologize to Yan Qingshan, acknowledging that he now held the standing to engage in dialogue with her. Initially, upon discovering the Azure Snake's triflower pupil, Green Barbarian had contemplated the most expedient method of abduction, disregarding the opinions of Yan Qingshan and his companions. As a battle emperor, her mere breath could extinguish Yan Qingshan's life. However, she had not anticipated the presence of a 5th-tier magical beast guard by Qingling's side, coupled with Yan Qingshan's decisive ruthlessness in threatening to blind Qingling. Lacking complete assurance, she dared not act recklessly and could only acquiesce to Yan Qingshan's terms. Now, however, Yan Qingshan has presented her with a surprise, the 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King as a formidable ally, accompanied by numerous high-level magical beasts. This revelation instilled in her a sense of trepidation, compelling her to regard Yan Qingshan with newfound respect. Yan Qingshan gazed at LMN and spoke solemnly. Qinglings by snake 3-flower eyes could receive superior cultivation at the Heavenly Snake Manor. But I possess no knowledge of this place. How can you assure me that Qingling will not suffer any grievances upon her arrival? LMN felt a sense of relief. It was a good sign that the matter could be discussed. She truly wished to avoid a confrontation with the horde of magical beasts and hastily replied, you need not worry about this. Our Heavenly Snake Manor has a long-standing ancestral decree. Those who possess the by snake 3-flower eyes are destined to become the next holy son or holy daughter of our manor. You can rest assured that she will not face any injustices. Moreover, the specialized secret techniques of the Heavenly Snake Manor are exclusively effective for those with the bi-snake three-flower eyes. So there is no need for concern regarding any ill-intentioned schemes to seize her eyes. The current head of our manor is a renowned Dozuan expert in the Northwest. I have already conveyed news of this young lady, and the head has expressed his intent to accept her as his personal disciple and the holy daughter of the Heavenly Snake Manor, as LMN explained. She made sure to highlight the fact that she had already disseminated news of Qingling, emphasizing that a Dozuan expert could tear through the void to create spatial passages. Given the speed of the Heavenly Snake Manor's esteemed figures, Yan Qingshan and the others would stand no chance of escape. I am also aware that within such a powerful force as the Heavenly Snake Manor, internal strife is severe. Qingling's entry into this environment will inevitably draw her into undesirable situations, which a young girl like her may struggle to handle. Therefore, I would like you to arrange for Baiya to be her guardian. LMN listened quietly to Yan Qingshan's words, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If Yan Qingshan were to ask her to look after Qingling, she and her faction could rightfully become representatives of the new Holy Daughter's influence at the Heavenly Snake Manor. However, she did not anticipate Yan Qingshan's final remark, wondering if she, as a snake spirit master, was to be outshined by a loquacious beast. Yan Qingshan was indeed aware of LMN's thoughts. This was a well-considered decision made after extracting information from Baiya. It was best for Qingling to focus solely on her cultivation at the Heavenly Snake Manor, as becoming embroiled in internal power struggles would not bode well for her. Choosing Baiya as her representative was far superior to LMN. The magical beasts represented by Baiya included many formidable serpentine creatures of the 5th rank and above. Yan Qingshan, through comprehensive data analysis, had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding serpentine magical beasts to Qingling, and her bi-snake three-flower eyes would facilitate her integration with them effortlessly. Chapter 57, Devouring the Strange Flame. In the Beast Mountain Range, nearly half a month had passed since Qingling departed with LMN and Baiya. Young master, take good care of yourself after I leave. Qi Lian will accompany you in my stead. Seeing it will be akin to seeing me. As the weather turns colder, please remember to dress warmly. Outside the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, surrounded by numerous magical beasts, including the powerful amethyst-winged Lion King Dou Master, they gazed at a small cliff cave from afar. The faint flickers of light emanating from within stirred a sense of restlessness among the outer magical beast Dou Masters. This lad is truly extraordinary. Could this flame be the legendary strange flame? The amethyst-winged Lion King observed the azure flames flickering at the cave entrance, their dancing tongues of fire distorting the air, radiating an energy that even he perceived as a threat. Shualan and the little medicine fairy anxiously gazed at the cave entrance. Beside them, the blue eagle nurtured by the little medicine fairy trembled, overwhelmed by the presence of so many formidable magical beasts. Its initial panic intensified as it sensed the chilling aura of flames, and it yearned to spread its wings and flee into the sky. Within the cave, the two-headed fire spirit snake coiled amidst the flames, the surging azure fire failing to inflict significant harm upon it. For the essence of this flame was closely intertwined with its own. Previously, it had absorbed energy derived from this very fire, greatly enhancing its resistance. Deeper within the cave, Yan Qingshan was embarking on an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should he succeed, he would soar to unimaginable heights. Should he fail, he had already left messages for the little medicine fairy and Shualan, instructing them to depart with letters containing arrangements for their future. Before Yan Qingshan, upon the azure lotus pedestal, a small cluster of azure flames surged with terrifying power. This was the azure heartfire of the blue lotus, gradually awakening after being provoked by Yan Qingshan. This time, Yan Qingshan had made ample preparations, determined to fully harness this extraordinary flame. The process of absorbing the exotic fire required undisturbed concentration. He had made numerous arrangements, enlisting the help of the amethyst-winged Lion King to station various magical beasts at the mountain's perimeter, while the cave entrance was vigilantly guarded by the two-headed fire spirit snake. From his spatial ring, Yan Qingshan retrieved a transparent jade vial. Through the reflection on the vial's surface, one could discern a blood-red elixir the size of a dragon's eye, within which faint shadows seemed to shift, as though a liquid were swirling inside. This was the 5th-grade blood lotus pill, a remarkable healing elixir with extraordinary effects even for Dou Wang, and one of the essential items for assisting in the absorption of azure heartfire. As a delicate jade box materialized, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, forming a thin layer of ice. Inside the box, a snow-white jade vial was surrounded by a gentle white mist, emanating an ethereal and mysterious allure. The ice spirit spring was an exceedingly rare ice attribute material, also essential for absorbing the azure heartfire. Together, these two materials would create a dual-layered defense, enabling Yan Qingshan to approach and draw the azure heartfire into his body with relative ease. In the original tale, Xiaoyan had to exert tremendous effort to obtain these items, while Yan Qingshan merely collected the materials for the blood lotus pill, delegating the legwork to the green barbarian. A faint gray-silver radiance appeared in his palm, revealing a thumb-sized gray stone, smooth as jade and flawless. Within its core, a faint blue glow seemed to dance with life. This was the spirit-nurturing stone, a highly precious and rare material. It was by sheer serendipity that Yan Qingshan acquired this treasure, solidifying his resolve to absorb the azure heart fire. With both hands gently pressing against the azure lotus pedestal, his soul power swiftly penetrated, partitioning the pedestal from the azure heart fire. The exotic fire erupted, releasing a wave of azure flames that swept through the cavern, forcing Yan Qingshan to channel his fighting spirit merely to maintain his footing. The temperature within the cave soared rapidly, and the rocky ceiling began to silently melt, forming a void the size of a human head under the might of the flames. Yan Qingshan summoned the Qinglian seat, placing it behind him, and sat cross-legged to circulate his Dou Qi. As the vital energy, infused with the essence of wood and fire, flowed through him, a radiant aura emerged from the Qinglian seat, intertwining with his own. Yan Qingshan's aura began to transform, gradually approaching the heart fire of Qinglian. This secret technique, derived from the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon's map, allowed him to align his essence with the foreign fire, thereby reducing the difficulty of absorbing it. After consuming the blood lotus pill, layers of blood membranes rapidly formed within him. Strands of blood seeped out from his pores, and in the blink of an eye, his body was coated in a layer of deep crimson. The blood quickly coagulated, ultimately forming a blood-colored epidermis. The internal blood membranes and the external keratin layer could heal his wounds and protect his body from excessive damage by the foreign fire. Gazing at the heart fire of Qinglian above him, a pull formed through his Dou Qi, exerting a powerful attraction. As this force emerged, the blue flames surged violently, awakening a terrifying destructive power that began to spread and erupt. The heart fire of Qinglian seemed to sense the position of the seat and swiftly turned toward Yan Qingshan. With the approach of the foreign fire, the keratin layer on his body was constantly evaporated and then reformed. Had it not been for this protective layer, Yan Qingshan would have surely been reduced to cinders the moment the foreign fire drew near. The heart fire of Qinglian halted in front of Yan Qingshan. He dared not hesitate and extended his arm directly. The bloodlight and Dou Qi were continuously destroyed and reborn within the blue flames. Despite the protective barrier, the intense heat still caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. After drawing out a small cluster of deep blue flames, he swiftly directed it into the seat before the fiery energy could erupt and was suppressed. Yan Qingshan retrieved the jade vial containing the ice spirit cold spring and consumed both the primordial fire seed and the ice spirit cold spring simultaneously. The mingling of cold and heat was undoubtedly uncomfortable, yet without the protection of the ice spirit cold spring and the blood lotus pill, he would have met his demise the moment he ingested the primordial fire seed. As the primordial fire seed was enveloped within him, Yan Qingshan swiftly circulated his Dou Qi, employing a secret technique he had gathered. The methods for refining the beast fire of foreign flames were myriad, and this particular approach, derived from the notes of the Miter family and the Mo family alchemists, had been further refined by his own insights into a more suitable circulation route. Under the protection of the ice spirit cold spring, the foreign fire was guided by Yan Qingshan's Dou Qi to his dantian. The spirit was already drawn into his body, and the most perilous step commenced. This moment was akin to a phoenix's rebirth, should he succeed. He would absorb the heart fire of Qinglian, easily achieving the rank of Dou Huang, with aspirations to glimpse even higher realms of Dou Zong and beyond. Failure, however, could result in severe injury or even demise, for no one could shield him for a second attempt. Chapter 59, A Significant Advancement in Cultivation. Boom. Deep within the Monster Mountain range, a resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as a pale blue flame obliterated a significant portion of the mountaintop. The immense disturbance prompted a sense of threat, even within the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Seal off the surroundings, commanded the purple crystal-winged Lion King calmly. Prior to entering seclusion, Yan Qingshan had informed it of the likelihood of a significant commotion, prompting it to summon most of its subordinates to establish a blockade. The absorption of the, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, inevitably incites a tumultuous upheaval, creating significant commotion. If there is no one to seal off the path, one can only imagine the treasure seekers who might come rushing in. In the original narrative, Xiaoyan had the formidable assistance of Yao Lao, a former Dozun, who utilized his soul power to suppress the eruption of the. However, Yan Qingshan lacks such high-caliber allies. Thus, he must implore the assistance of the purple crystal-winged Lion King to secure the surroundings and prevent disturbances. As the The mountain peak where Yan Qingshan stood was nearly obliterated in an instant, vast swathes of azure flames scorching the earth and stone, resembling an enormous torch. Such a spectacle undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous magical beasts, particularly those of the 5th tier and above, who viewed this as a portent of an extraordinary treasure emerging from the heavens. Nevertheless, these beasts, thwarted by the arrangements of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, soon abandoned their pursuit. After all, in this territory, the reigning ruler among magical beasts was the Lion King, and few dared to defy its authority. The azure flames surged forth, and both Shualan and the little doctor watched with bated breath, their hearts heavy with anxiety, lacking the strength to intervene. They could only patiently await the outcome, each moment a torment for the Dou Masters. Within the nearly collapsed cave, the two-headed fire spirit snake resisted the azure flames while closely monitoring Yan Qingshan's condition. It served as Yan Qingshan's last line of defense, should matters turn dire. It could swiftly extract him from peril. However, whether there would be a chance for survival by then remained uncertain, and Yan Qingshan himself harbored no confidence in preserving his life in the event of failure, hence his prior preparations. Enveloped in the azure flames, Yan Qingshan's body trembled as the power of the coursed through him, transforming his Dou Qi, body, soul, and everything else. A faint azure glow intermingled with his deep blue Dou Qi, rising in a manner reminiscent of ethereal flames. The surging fire began to coalesce, and Yan Qingshan's cultivation and aura swelled rapidly. He did not practice the burning technique, nor did he require an advanced cultivation method. The energy of the naturally augmented his prowess. In the original tale, the azure lotus heart fire only elevated Xiao Yan's Dou Master cultivation by 2 stars, a stark contrast to the other, which could be attributed to several factors. The evolution of the burning technique necessitates energy. Each time it evolves, the energy must be absorbed until it reaches the pinnacle of what the technique can advance to. For Xiao Yan, absorbing the azure lotus heart fire marked his first genuine venture into advancing a technique akin to unlocking a true key, requiring a substantial amount of energy, leaving little for enhancing his cultivation. Additionally, before Xiao Yan acquired the azure lotus heart fire, it had been seized from its primordial growth site by Queen Medusa for 6 months, during which its energy likely waned. Furthermore, Queen Medusa had utilized it to evolve her bloodline, resulting in further depletion of its energy. One can observe from Xiao Yan's subsequent absorptions such as the fallen heart flame, the 3,000 flames, and the pure lotus demon fire, that he absorbed them in locations akin to the original breeding grounds of the. Each instance required considerable time, yet upon success, his cultivation surged dramatically. Yan Qingshan currently possesses the blue lotus earth fire, which has not undergone significant energy depletion. Although he has departed from its nurturing ground, he has brought the blue lotus seed along, which is capable of gathering energy to enhance the blue lotus earth fire. Over the past few days, while the energy accumulation of the blue lotus earth fire may not rival that of the magma world, its overall energy level has been steadily increasing. At present, this immense energy is being absorbed by Yan Qingshan. From 5-star Dou Master to 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star, Yan Qingshan's cultivation has surged rapidly. With each breath, he ascends in rank, and even the bottleneck from 9-star Dou Master to 1-star Great Dou Master only momentarily halts his progress. After advancing to Great Dou Master, although his cultivation does not rise as explosively as before, it continues to increase steadily. 1-star Great Dou Master, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star. Yan Qingshan's aura quickly reaches a peak. The pinnacle of Great Dou Master, still accumulating energy, as if preparing to break through this threshold in one vigorous leap. Suddenly, Yan Qingshan's eyes open, shimmering with a cerulean glow. Seated cross-legged on the blue lotus seat, he swiftly forms hand seals to circulate his techniques. The previously surging aura appears to be restrained, even showing signs of decline. Sweat beads on Yan Qingshan's forehead. The pressure of forcefully stabilizing his cultivation is considerable, as his body instinctively seeks to advance further. Yet he understands the necessity of restraint. Achieving a significant leap in cultivation through the energy of the blue lotus earth fire is already formidable. Should he directly rush into the Dou spirit realm, it would mean progressing through the Great Dou Master tier without any comprehension of the journey. Countless ripples surround Yan Qingshan, a manifestation of his soul power attempting to suppress his cultivation. This absorption of extraordinary fire has led to his greatest advancement not in cultivation, but in soul strength. His soul, nearly tangible, prompts Yan Qingshan to suspect that his soul power has surpassed that of ordinary 5th or 6th tier alchemists. Yan Qingshan expends considerable energy to suppress his cultivation beneath 7-star Great Dou Master, and further attempts to continue this suppression yield no results. He currently stands at the peak of 6-star Great Dou Master. Although the blue lotus earth fire has been absorbed, A substantial portion of its energy remains unrefined within him and in the fire seed, gradually becoming effective as he cultivates. This extraordinary fire, with an explosive potential not inferior to that of a Dou Huang, could severely wound the Queen Medusa, should Yan Qingshan fully assimilate this energy. Even with a significant portion wasted, achieving the rank of Dou Huang should pose little difficulty. Chapter 60, Canaan Academy. At the peak of 6-star Great Dou Master, unfortunately, at this level, data becomes somewhat irrelevant. Yan Qingshan senses the power within him, a surging force igniting a destructive impulse. The 3 tiers of Dou Fighter, Dou Master, and Great Dou Master each experience the processes of Dou Qi condensing into a vortex, liquefying, and finally solidifying into crystal form. The Dou Qi of a Great Dou Master becomes akin to a magical beast's core, fully solidified. At this level, the data Yan Qingshan previously relied upon begins to lose its efficacy. Those who can ascend to the rank of the Great Fighter are predominantly middle to upper echelons of various factions, even if their circumstances are dire. They possess the means and strength to acquire profound techniques and combat skills. As Yan Qingshan contemplated these matters, he rose and beckoned to the 2-headed fire spirit serpent before stepping out of the cave. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, he had taken a gamble that transformed his potential significantly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remnants of twilight cascaded from the sky, and the once bustling cave fell into a tranquil silence, still retaining a hint of warmth. Countless eyes were fixed on the cave entrance, and as footsteps echoed, a figure emerged slowly, walking towards the setting sun, enveloped in crimson clouds, enhancing his already striking presence. "I'm fine now." Yan Qingshan smiled apologetically at the 2 slightly weary young women before him, opening his arms wide. Instinctively, the 2 beauties rushed into his embrace, their shadows intertwining under the golden glow of the sunset, casting long silhouettes. Recently, Wutan City has been abuzz with excitement due to a significant event in the Gama Empire, the enrollment of students at Canaan Academy. Renowned as one of the prestigious institutions on the Dou Qi Continent, Canaan Academy stands as a sanctuary in the hearts of all youths from the nearby empires and the entire northwestern continent. The majority of forces on the Dou Qi Continent are composed of families and sections. Both forms often suffer from a lack of internal mobility, leading to complex internal dynamics, making it difficult for external talents to safeguard their interests upon joining. However, academies differ from sects. While they share similarities, they offer a more relaxed environment. Unlike sects, where membership guarantees access to advanced techniques, academies provide a platform for learning. Instructors at the academy guide students akin to sect masters, and those favored by their mentors can acquire advanced skills under their tutelage. Within the academy, there are also avenues to access more cultivation resources, and the restrictions are notably fewer than those imposed by sects and families, making it particularly welcoming for commoner talents. Not only commoner talents, but even offspring from prominent families across the northwestern continent, and even from central continent, seek to send their exceptional youths to Canaan Academy for better development and training. Graduates of Canaan Academy typically possess the cultivation of a great fighter, ensuring a promising future for those who excel within its halls, making them highly sought after by various factions. Situated in the Black Corner region, which lies between the Gama Empire and 2 other empires of the northwestern continent, Canaan Academy stands as a rare bastion of safety amidst a chaotic and lawless area. This small region is rife with numerous and scrupulous forces, collectively powerful enough to easily dismantle an empire. Given the multitude of such factions, the Black Corner region is inherently tumultuous. Even a great fighter can only barely maintain their safety here. Canaan Academy, however, represents one of the few clean and secure havens in the Black Corner region, and many factions harbor significant grievances against it. Every year, Canaan Academy conducts recruitment activities that attract countless youths eager to participate. The primary recruitment focus is, of course, on the nearby regions of the 3 great empires, from which the Academy actively sends representatives. In contrast, those from more distant locales must take the initiative to journey to the Academy. The Gamma Empire, as one of the closest to Canaan Academy, sees instructors visiting annually for recruitment. However, smaller towns like Wutan City only receive attention every 2 or 3 years. The last recruitment event occurred 3 years prior, and with the arrival of another, the residents of Wutan City are understandably exhilarated. Yet, despite their excitement, most individuals have little connection to this recruitment process. Canaan Academy prioritizes the cultivation of innate talent over social status. Without sufficient talent, one remains unable to cross the threshold to success. The Academy's disregard for status means that even young beggars or petty thieves in Wutan City are fervently awaiting the arrival of the recruitment instructors, dreaming of soaring to great heights. They yearn for a stroke of luck that would enable them to escape their lowly circumstances and become respected fighters. But is reality this simple? At the Maitel auction house, a luxurious carriage, flanked by cavalry, makes its way to the central square of Yuten City, the designated location for this recruitment team. Not only Yuten City, but also several surrounding cities rely on this team for recruitment, creating a vibrant atmosphere in Yuten City as many eligible youths from afar converge, eager not to miss this opportunity. Inside the carriage, Yan Qingshan rests with closed eyes, accompanied by Shuolan and the little healing fairy. Opposite them sits the carriage's owner, Maitel Yafei, the head of the Maitel auction house in Yuten City. Master Yan truly surprises me. With your current prowess, it would be difficult to find a rival among the younger generation of the Gamma Empire. Yafei gazes at Yan Qingshan with admiration, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, seemingly captivated by his extraordinary talent. Who would have imagined that such a remarkable figure would emerge from the inconspicuous Yuten City? I am unworthy of such flattery, Yan Qingshan replies, his eyelids fluttering open, the blue light within his gaze flickering like a flash of lightning. As we agreed yesterday, after my departure, you will assist with matters at the Wan Yao pharmacy. You should be well aware of this. How could Yafei dare to disregard the tasks assigned by Master Yan? Rest assured, I will handle it. Best not to pry into matters that do not concern you. Chapter 61, A Minor Conflict. The central square of Yuten City is a sea of people, seemingly endless, all eager to participate in the selection process for Canaan Academy. The square is filled with a cacophony of voices as countless young individuals strive to push their way deeper into the crowd. At the edges of the square, soldiers dispatched by the Lord's office maintain order, preventing the excited throngs from overwhelming the area. In every direction of the square, fully armed troops encircled the area, creating layers upon layers of formidable defense. The weapons, glinting coldly in the sunlight, reflected a blinding radiance. This stern defense barred the entry of candidates seeking to participate in the selection process, forcing them to queue in anticipation. Even the offspring of the three prominent families of Wutan City were afforded no privileges at this moment. Yet, exceptions do exist. While the city lord's forces could not grant favors to the three families, they dared not disregard the prestige of the middle auction house. Thus, Yan Qingshan, along with Shao Yixian and Shuolan, was escorted to the rear of the square by a representative of the auction house. After a brief conversation with a military officer, whose gaze bore a somewhat stern demeanor, the officer waved his hand and commanded, "Let them pass." With this command, the well-guarded wall of soldiers produced a harmonious clanking of armor, creating a gap just wide enough for passage. Within the central area of the square, beneath a massive tent hastily erected, throngs of people gathered outside while the interior was filled with young men and women who had successfully passed the preliminary assessments. The candidates for Canaan Academy were predominantly youthful. Those over the age of 20 typically found their chances diminished. Hence, the first stage involved a bone age test to prevent any deception by those exceeding the age limit. Thanks to the influence of the middle family, Yan Qingshan and his companions bypassed this initial hurdle and proceeded directly to the tent, where young men and women engaged in conversation, offering insights about those outside. These individuals were likely formal students of Canaan Academy, accompanying their mentors for recruitment duties. They directed their attention to a group of young candidates sitting on the ground under the sweltering sun, their faces glistening with sweat due to the oppressive heat. Yet, their expressions were marked by timidity, indicative of fresh arrivals who had just cleared the preliminary tests. "You are here for the assessment," one young man spoke, his gaze shifting between Shao Yixian and Shuolan, particularly drawn to the more voluptuous Shuolan. He then extended a crystal towards her. "Hand it over." Yan Qingshan raised his hand lightly, intercepting the young man's wrist with a swift motion, causing the red crystal to shine brilliantly in his grasp. He then passed it to Shuolan and Shao Yixian, both of whom caused it to illuminate in response. "Here you go, that should suffice." Yan Qingshan returned the crystal to the young man, who was still massaging his wrist. At this moment, several other young men, who had been conversing with him earlier, approached with unfriendly expressions. The young man remained composed, merely taking back the crystal and casting a glance at Yan Qingshan. He then pointed towards the group of young candidates sitting under the scorching sun, smiling as he addressed Yan Qingshan and his companions. "Congratulations on passing the initial test. For the second round, please remain outside for half an hour." "This is the test?" Yan Qingshan did not grant him the courtesy of a polite response, openly questioning the necessity of such a charade, disinterested in entertaining these minor figures. "This is protocol." The young man's lips twitched slightly. Yet he was wary of Yan Qingshan's evident strength. He had been utterly defenseless against him moments ago, and his wrists still throbbed with pain. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yan Qingshan replied coolly, "I do not believe that the mentors of Canaan Academy would establish such trivial regulations." The youth mockingly addressed Yan Qingshan, stating, "You are defying the Academy's enrollment regulations." I am unafraid to tell you that these rules were set by the enrollment mentors to remind individuals like you, who possess a modicum of strength yet lack humility, of the proper decorum. The argument between Yan Qingshan and this youth attracted considerable attention, drawing numerous onlookers from within the tent, while a group of young men and women outside also took an interest in the unfolding events. A robust voice echoed as a stout youth approached, his presence exuding displeasure at the crowd, nearly obstructing the entrance. Shirkai? Those in proximity to this robust youth revealed a hint of trepidation, cautiously acknowledging him. The youth, named Shirkai, sidled up to the disputant and inquired in a low tone, clearly displeased that trouble had been stirred. Lin Su cast a cold smile at Yan Qingshan and protested, "Senior, I did not seek this conflict. These three have passed the preliminary test. Yet they are unwilling to bask in the sun. I have explained that this is a rule established by the mentors, but they refuse to listen. Unwilling to bask in the sun? Clearly, you have yet to learn the consequences." Shirkai's aura surged, manifesting as a shrouded energy, revealing him to be a formidable martial artist. If you do not wish to go outside, that's acceptable. This rule is rather flexible. However, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you may remain indoors. Shirkai cracked his neck and flexed his fists, producing a series of sharp pops. You must have made Lin Su lose face earlier. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have struck first. Yet, allow me to impart a lesson. Possessing strength does not grant you the right to act arrogantly within Canaan Academy. Let me teach you how to show respect to your seniors. Otherwise, should you suffer in the academy, you will have no one to blame but yourself. Utterly tedious. With a swift motion, Yan Qingshan vanished from sight, and the Canaan students were left bewildered as he stood before Shirkai, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Shirkai had been struck down by an unseen force, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Wah! How dare you injure Senior Shirkai?" Lin Su and the others expressed their astonishment, particularly Lin Su, who had anticipated Yan Qingshan's strength but never imagined it to be of such a terrifying magnitude. Shirkai was a veteran martial artist, ranked among the top 100 in the outer academy, with promising prospects for entering the inner academy. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from Yan Qingshan. The realization that he had antagonized someone of such power was staggering. Yan Qingshan did not even glance at Lin Su, but merely cast a sidelong look at Shirkai, stating, "I believe the notion of rules no longer applies, does it?" Rubbing his shoulder, Shirkai rose and gruffly replied, "Since you have bested me, you are, of course, exempt from adhering to such regulations." Chapter 62. Mentor Roland. Wait. Just as Shirkai was about to depart, Yan Qingshan suddenly raised his hand, gesturing toward the group of young men and women basking in the sun. They should also be allowed to rise. That wouldn't violate any regulations, would it? Yan Qingshan observed Shirkai, the robust and somewhat portly figure visibly trembling at his voice. After glancing at the others enduring the scorching sun, he exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, affirming that it was indeed acceptable. With Shirkai's assurance, Lin Su and the others felt even more at ease. Meanwhile, the new students, obediently adhering to the established rules, displayed expressions of joy as they helped one another to their feet, many casting grateful looks towards Yan Qingshan. Yan Qingshan, accompanied by Xuelan and the little medical sage, sought refuge in a corner of the tent, forming an unconventional trio that showed no inclination to converse with others. The enrollment at Canaan Academy continued. Yet due to the previous incident involving Yan Qingshan, Lin Su and the others no longer dared to enforce the so-called rule about sunbathing upon the new students. This rule, initially applicable when Canaan Academy was first established, had been introduced when some local factions attempted to test the resolve of the long-standing headmaster by sending unruly youths to him, which led to the establishment of certain regulations by the mentors. However, that was many years ago. Though the rule persisted, it had become more of a formality. After all, once admitted into the academy, everyone became classmates, and no one truly wished to offend another. "Young master," a melodious voice interrupted Yan Qingshan's reverie. He lifted his gaze, first noticing a pair of strikingly long legs, and as his eyes traveled upward, he beheld a girl who appeared to be slightly younger than Xuelan. Her beauty rivaled that of Xuelan, and her tall stature was quite captivating. Most notably, Yan Qingshan had initially taken note of her exceptionally alluring legs. As he pondered, he instinctively turned to glance at Xuelan, subconsciously comparing the two pairs of long legs. He noted that Xuelan's were more athletic and shapely, whereas this girl's appeared fairer and rounder. Xuelan seemed to sense something amiss, and shot him a fierce glare. "Is there something you need?" Yan Qingshan inquired, directing his attention to the charming young lady, who stood out among the new students he had just seen. She was the most appealing among those who had caught Lin Su and the others' attention. However, Yan Qingshan harbored no ulterior motives, especially since the little medical sage had been smiling gently at him. The beautiful girl bowed slightly in gratitude and spoke in a crisp voice. I am Xiao Yu from the Xiao family of Wutan City. It is a pleasure to meet you, young master. Wutan City Xiao Yu. Yan Qingshan's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this girl was Xiao Yu, the cousin of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu continued, I must also thank you for your earlier intervention. Your gesture was but a trifling effort for you, yet it spared us from further torment. Yan Qingshan shook his head, smiling lightly. It was nothing, merely as you said. A simple act. By the way, my name is Yan Qingshan. There is no need to call me young master, as I cannot bear such a title. Yan Qingshan. May I call you Qingshan then? Xiao Yu cautiously inquired. Noticing no sign of displeasure from him, she ventured further. You must not be from Wutan City, am I right? I hail from Qingshan Town, a small settlement on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range, not far from here. Yan Qingshan and Xiao Yu began to engage in conversation. It appeared that Xiao Yu had come alone for this selection, or rather, she was the only one among the younger generation of the Xiao family who had successfully crossed the selection line this year. The girl was astute. Noticing Yan Qingshan's formidable strength and the presence of two other girls by his side, suggesting her intention to seek a powerful ally. Yan Qingshan, however, harbored no ulterior motives. He discreetly shifted the conversation towards amusing anecdotes from the Xiao family, particularly focusing on Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner. Although he wasn't yet prepared to engage with Xiao Yan, he understood the importance of being proactive. As his strength increased, an encounter with Xiao Yan was inevitable. And it was far better to be prepared in advance than to scramble for information later. In the corner of the tent, a group of girls chattered incessantly, their laughter reminiscent of a flock of sparrows. It must be said that girls easily bond in unfamiliar surroundings. After a brief conversation with Xiao Yu, Yan Qingshan found himself abandoned, as Xiao Yixian and Xuelan quickly befriended her, soon joined by more girls, including several senior sisters from the Jianan Academy. Yan Qingshan felt like a solitary green amidst a sea of flowers, awkwardly torn between leaving and staying. To avoid further embarrassment, he closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate, treating it as a means to strengthen his resolve. You are indeed the one who defeated Shirkai, and your charm with the ladies is quite remarkable. A sudden voice, gentle and almost intoxicating, interrupted his thoughts. The joyous laughter around him faded, and he slowly opened his eyes, turning to see a new face among the crowd. By Shirkai's side stood a woman clad in green, her radiant smile illuminating her exquisite features. Her gaze, soft and inviting, flowed like a gentle stream, captivating those around her with an enchanting grace. This woman was not particularly young, yet her curvaceous figure exuded a mature allure, imbued with an ineffable charm that was hard to articulate. Mentor Wolin. Several senior sisters from the Jianan Academy quickly rose to greet her, while the younger students within the tent cast heated glances in her direction, an unspoken admiration evident in their eyes. Mentor Wolin approached, clapping her hands, and addressed the new students with a warm smile. Greetings, everyone. I am your enrollment mentor, Wolin, responsible for the recruitment in the vicinity of Wutan City. Please come forward and report your cultivation levels, as this will determine your class placements. Naturally, I warmly welcome everyone to join my class, the yellow level class 2. Wolin cast a knowing glance at Yan Qingshan, having learned of his strength from Shirkai. How could she not recognize the greatest potential among the candidates? This unexpected glance left Yan Qingshan momentarily stunned. The alluring charm of this mature woman was distinctly different from that of Yafei. While Yafei exuded an irresistible temptation that made one wish to be with her immediately, Mentor Wolin possessed a gentler, more captivating allure that was undeniably enchanting. After bestowing a penetrating gaze upon Yan Qingshan, Mentor Wolin gracefully turned and seated herself elegantly in the foremost chair of the tent, her countenance radiating warmth as she regarded the new students within. A ring upon her finger shimmered with brilliance, and in her hand materialized a verdant parchment scroll alongside an ink brush. With a slight lift of her gaze and a languid smile, she addressed the assembly. Esteemed students, allow me to first congratulate you on passing the preliminary assessment. You have now officially entered the gates of Canaan Academy. However, to accurately gauge your potential, it is imperative that we ascertain your current capabilities. Chapter 63, Potential Classification. Wolin stifled a soft giggle behind her crimson lips, her elongated lashes fluttering lightly. Her curious gaze fixated on Yan Qingshan's position. A student of extraordinary potential, she had never encountered anyone of such caliber during her extensive tenure at Canaan Academy. The surprise of witnessing someone surpassing the standard was truly remarkable. Indeed, Wolin was not alone in her intrigue. Others too were eager to discern Yan Qingshan's true strength. Previously, Shirkai had revealed his prowess as a fighter, a genuine master of combat. And to defeat him, so effortlessly suggested that Yan Qingshan must be of at least the same rank. Remarkably, Yan Qingshan was not yet 20. A fighter under the age of 20 was a rarity that would astonish not only the students of Canaan Academy, but even Mentor Roland herself. While it was true that the academy housed such prodigies, particularly within the inner sanctum, the presence of such youthful talent in the modest locale of Wutan City was indeed surprising. Furthermore, conversations with the little medical sage revealed that Yan Qingshan was not a scion of a notable family, but rather an ordinary citizen from a nearby village, deepening the intrigue surrounding his enigmatic background. With a gentle smile, Roland grasped the ink brush and spoke softly. Let us commence. Starting from the left, please state your name, rank, and age. Potential rank, level 3. Level 3. Level 3. Shualan, fighter level 3. Ah, what? You are a level 3 fighter. Roland, caught off guard by the exuberant shout, momentarily faltered before regaining her composure, her astonishment palpable as she confirmed Shualan's status. Level 3. Shualan nodded with an understated demeanor. Her talent undoubtedly stood out among her peers, yet having encountered true genius, she had long since been humbled. Potential rank, level 3. Roland nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Initially, she believed that Yan Qingshan was an extraordinary anomaly, but now she wondered if she might be in for a double delight. With eager eyes, she turned towards the little medical sage, anticipating another revelation. The little medical sage chirped brightly. Little medical sage, fighter level 7. W what? How many? Roland was momentarily stunned, nearly losing her grip on her brush. Had she misheard, or had the girl misspoken? This youthful maiden, seemingly in the bloom of her youth, was already a level 7 fighter. Surely this was no jest. Not only was Roland astonished, but the others too wore expressions of disbelief. For the little medical sage was among the youngest of the new students. Yan Qingshan and Shualan have both demonstrated their prowess, leading to speculation among the onlookers, with many perceiving her as the weakest among the trio. Who would have anticipated the presence of a formidable player here? Shualan, wearing an expression of premeditated calm, had long since come to terms with the situation. The one who suffered a profound setback was not Yan Qingshan. After all, she recognized the efforts of Yan Qingshan, understanding how the absorption of exotic flames could significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, the two young maidens, the little medical fairy and Qingling, one possessing a feeble cultivation and the other who previously struggled to secure her daily meals, managed to surpass a decade's worth of her diligent training within mere months. Revealing the stark disparities that can exist between individuals, Ruo Lin turned to the little medical fairy, offering a gentle smile and a soothing voice. Your potential level is merely a rough classification. Once we reach the academy, I shall consult the vice president. For someone with your unique attributes, the academy has a special training program. Thank you, Mentor Ruo Lin. Mentor Ruo Lin then approached Yan Qingshan. Curiosity etched upon her face. Now it's your turn, little one. What is the extent of your cultivation now? Whatever, Yan Qingshan shrugged nonchalantly. As for potential levels, let's disregard that. I have long ceased to be a 5-star fighter. Mentor Ruo Lin bore a look of helplessness. I am aware that you are no longer a fighter, but I still hope you can specify your actual cultivation level. This way, once we are at the academy, I can report it and advocate for some benefits on your behalf. Yan Qingshan seemed to show a flicker of interest, turning to inquire. Benefits? Would that include access to the library of Canaan Academy? Mentor Ruo Lin hesitated. That, I fear, cannot be arranged. There are no precedents for this. Access to the library is reserved for the top 5 in the internal competition. Yan Qingshan pressed further. Then when is the next internal competition? However, among this cohort of seed candidates, several possess notable backgrounds. If you aim to compete for a top 5 position, I would advise against joining the internal academy at this time. The dialogue between Yan Qingshan and Mentor Ruo Lin naturally attracted the attention of others. The newcomers, save for a few in the know, were utterly perplexed, while some of the older students appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, Yan Qingshan's strength should not be squandered in the outer academy. He could easily vie for a position in the internal academy. Yet, the sentiments expressed by Mentor Ruo Lin were also acknowledged by them. The seed candidates this year were exceptionally powerful, with several possessing rather mysterious origins. Not hailing from the northwestern continent, the older students had certainly heard of their formidable reputations. Yan Qingshan nodded. Half a year, that is not too long. You just mentioned that this year's students are quite strong. Have any already broken through to the doling stage? Mentor Ruo Lin chuckled lightly. How could that be possible? Doling is a graduation requirement for the internal academy, and even within it, such individuals are rare. Then that settles it. Since there is no doling, what is there to hesitate about? I shall wait for another half year. Teacher, please continue with your arrangements. I shall go and cultivate. Yan Qingshan, showing no surprise in his eyes, shrugged as he spoke, waved goodbye to Mentor Ruo Lin, and walked towards another corner to prepare for his training. He had just stated that without doling, there was no reason for hesitation. By that logic, he was not a Dou master, was he? The esteemed mentor Wolin and several astute individuals were taken aback, their minds involuntarily conjuring the term Great Duelist. Although it was merely conjecture, the demeanor of both the little healer and Xiaolan seemed to corroborate this information. In Chapter 64, the journey to the academy begins. Above the skies of the Black Corner domain, a multitude of colossal flying magical beasts gracefully traversed the heavens. Perched high above and surveying this notorious chaotic land of the Northwest continent evoked a unique sensation. Below, in the Black Corner domain, chaos reigned in nearly every gathering of people, with duels, ambushes, and violent clashes erupting incessantly. Each day, lives were lost in this realm. Some met their end with great fanfare, while others faded away unnoticed. The pervasive stench of blood lingered in every corner, leaving many first-time witnesses among the students utterly astonished by the grim realities unfolding before them. As the flock of flying beasts approached a region sparsely populated by nefarious factions, the ominous silhouettes of towering dark cities faded from view, revealing only a modest town. As they neared this settlement, the magical beasts gradually reduced their speed and descended gently. Upon landing, the weary students finally arrived at the bastion outside Canaan Academy, known as Peace Town. Once disembarking from the back of the flying beast, Yan Qingshan stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. The journey from the Gamma Empire to Canaan Academy had proven far more protracted than his previous expedition to the Tagore Desert, naturally extending the duration of their travels. Throughout this lengthy passage, especially after entering the Black Corner domain, the mentors had instructed the newcomers to remain aboard the beasts as much as possible. Although an agreement existed between Canaan Academy and the Black Corner domain, incidents of fresh recruits being attacked had certainly occurred in the past. The domain was rife with desperate rogues, and one could never be certain of the whims of those who might act irrationally. Nestled between two towering mountains, Peace Town served as a formidable bastion for Canaan Academy, difficult to assault. Not far from its entrance stood a notable landmark known as the Soul Tree. This dark, foreboding tree, with its sprawling canopy, exuded a chill, and among its gnarled branches hung the remains of several corpses. A gentle breeze stirred the macabre scene, causing the branches to sway and emit a spine-chilling creak. This terrifying sight nearly caused many students to lose their composure. Canaan Academy, possessing the singular peaceful enclave within the tumultuous Black Corner domain, naturally drew the ire of many. Over the centuries, numerous factions had attempted to challenge the Academy's supremacy. The Soul Tree itself became a notorious symbol following one such confrontation. Adorned with the remains of a Dou Huang and two Dou Wangs, leaders of top-tier forces even within the chaotic domain, the arrival of the new students inevitably attracted the attention of Peace Town's law enforcement, with many onlookers reveling in the missteps of the newcomers, inciting a commotion. Along the surrounding earthen pathways, numerous pedestrians meandered, yet these individuals exuded an unsettling aura. Beware, for they are the desperate rogues of the Black Corner domain. In this place, should you gaze upon them in such a manner, you might find yourself facing dire consequences before you even realize it. As Yan Qingshan and his companions proceeded through the throng, he found himself near the tall and graceful Xiao Yu, who cast him an indignant glance in response to his remark. Ever since Yan Qingshan's prowess had been revealed, Xiaolan and the little healer had acquired a circle of female friends, among whom Xiao Yu and a voluptuous and spirited girl named Shui and I stood out as the most remarkable. The yellow dirt road was bustling with pedestrians, some evidently having traveled from the Black Corner domain, exuding an aura of ferocity and vigilance, yet they treaded cautiously, careful not to betray any hint of murderous intent. The streets of Peace Town were lively, lined with various stalls, while children frolicked and laughed, creating a scene of tranquil harmony that starkly contrasted with the chaos of the Black Corner domain. Upon entering Peace Town, the Academy's contingent collectively sighed in relief. Having endured the oppressive darkness of the Black Corner domain for an extended period, the arrival in this harmonious place offered a much-needed respite for both body and spirit. Instructor Wolin, after the law enforcement team conducted their checks on the students, the group continued onward. Between Peace Town and the city of Canaan, where Canaan Academy is situated, lay a forest teeming with magical beasts. The instructors would lead the students through this forest, a process that served as a trial of sorts. Outside the city of Canaan, a lengthy line of travelers advanced steadily. Numerous small, avian magical beasts, upon noticing the crowd, screeched and launched surprise attacks. The instructors managed to fend off the majority of these assaults, though some did slip through the cracks. The flying magical beasts that evaded capture were generally of low rank, mostly inconsequential, with only a few first-tier beasts among them. These creatures, once they infiltrated the group, would undoubtedly create a commotion, making the students' responses crucial. What a nuisance! How revolting! Bird droppings. Yan Qingshan maneuvered nimbly through the crowd, effortlessly dispatching the approaching first-tier magical beasts, while leaving the less dangerous, ordinary creatures for Shuolan and the Little Healer to handle. Shuolan and the Little Healer practiced advanced techniques of the mysterious tier, and theoretically, dispatching first-tier magical beasts should not pose a challenge. However, these first-tier beasts were often accompanied by numerous lesser creatures, which did not adhere to the rules of fair combat. While Yan Qingshan's actions might not favor their growth, he was unconcerned. Once he became truly powerful, he could guide them through their training without needing them to showcase their abilities at this moment. Shuolan was more amenable to this arrangement, but the Little Healer, who specialized in poison techniques, had a reputation that was not particularly favorable. She had only just begun to forge friendships, and Yan Qingshan wished to ensure her happiness. This little one indeed possesses genuine skill. Her strength may even surpass my own, mused instructor Ruolin, who had been observing Yan Qingshan's adeptness in effortlessly executing precise kills on first-tier magical beasts. A twinge of comparison stirred within her, leading to a sense of defeat. It was rather disheartening to realize her student had surpassed her. After a rather arduous journey, the weary group finally entered the majestic city of Canaan, home to Canaan Academy. Chapter 65, The Snow Demon Sky Ape. Before them stretched an endless expanse of verdant forest, where a gentle breeze stirred the branches, creating waves of green that rolled through the foliage like a tumultuous tide. Deep within the boundless forest beyond Canaan Academy lies a vast expanse teeming with formidable magical beasts, where even spirit fighters may find themselves in peril. A shadow adorned with violet wings swiftly glides across the heavens, weaving through the forest's embrace. It is Yan Qingshan, who has been studying at Canaan Academy for some time now. Upon his arrival at the academy, Yan Qingshan took the initiative to join Professor Ruolin's Yellow Class 2. Establishing a prior agreement with her, he would be permitted to join the class on the condition that she would not interfere with his daily cultivation, and he requested a qualification for auditing the alchemy department. Yan Qingshan's alchemical skills were entirely self-taught, and while he possessed some foundational knowledge, his grasp of more profound concepts was limited, which naturally led to certain shortcomings in his practice. Although it puzzled many why a practitioner of would attribute combat energy would harbor an interest in alchemy, Professor Ruolin ultimately acquiesced, leveraging her connections to secure a qualification for him. A month has passed since classes commenced, and Yan Qingshan has yet to partake in a single collective activity or course with his classmates. Many of them are unaware of his existence. And even Professor Ruolin has had but a few fleeting encounters with this elusive student. Yan Qingshan, however, remained indifferent to these matters. His purpose at the academy was solely to advance further. Attending classes in Yellow Class 2 felt like a waste of time to him, and as for his classmates, he would soon progress to the Inner Academy, rendering their opinions inconsequential. Nevertheless, he had become acquainted with the names of the numerous beautiful young women in the class, not due to any lecherous tendencies, but rather because many of them were friends of the little physician and Shuolan, often visiting their independent residence, fostering a familiarity over time. Spending his days within the small building, Yan Qingshan would routinely attend alchemy classes at designated times. Yet most of his efforts were dedicated to enhancing his mastery over his own power. After a sudden elevation in his cultivation level, his strength had multiplied beyond measure. Now, he could effortlessly vanquish what once were formidable opponents at the combat master level. As his power surged, he recognized the necessity of acclimating to this transformation to maximize his combat prowess. After a month of rigorous practice, he believed he had surpassed the threshold of control over his strength and thus embarked on a new journey of cultivation, seeking to hone his skills amidst the magical beasts of the forest beyond the academy. It is in this very place that, according to prior reports from a magical beast, the 5th-tier snow magic ape, capable of human speech, resides. Yan Qingshan arrived at the outskirts of a forest and concealed his violet wings. Entering a small valley at the mountain's base, shaped like a gourd, he ventured into this valley not merely in pursuit of the beast itself, but rather for the precious treasures it guarded, the Earthheart refining milk. This remarkable substance, born from the depths of the earth, is a concentrated essence of terrestrial power, having undergone centuries of compression. After 100 years, it transforms into a mist known as Earthheart fog, which possesses remarkable solidifying properties. After a millennium, it condenses into a liquid form, with the highest quality yielding the Earthheart refining milk, renowned for its extraordinary efficacy in marrow cleansing and bone refining. This highly refined essence of terrestrial power is capable of assisting those who have reached the pinnacle of their tier to break through the barriers of advancement, though it is limited to those below the 6th tier and carries a significant risk of failure. This rare treasure of nature is seldom discovered due to the stringent conditions required for its emergence. Yan Qingshan's knowledge of its existence is attributed to his memory, and his ability to pinpoint this location is due to the presence of a snow demon ape, a creature capable of human speech. Generally, 5th-tier magical beasts at the level of a battle king possess intelligence akin to that of humans, but lack the ability to articulate words. Only 6th-tier beasts are endowed with human speech. The phenomenon of a 5th-tier beast being able to speak is typically a manifestation of extraordinary treasures. The snow demon ape is a rather rare species of magical beast, and in the vicinity of Canaan Academy, there exists only one that meets all these criteria. Yan Qingshan had inquired about several 4th-tier magical beasts along his journey, fostering amicable exchanges with them through Chilean, which ultimately led him here. The 5th-tier snow demon ape is a rare and unique creature whose strength, upon reaching adulthood, is sufficient to shatter gold and split mountains. This beast harbors a ferocious bloodline. Once awakened, its violent lineage can erupt with such force that even a 5-star battle king would be compelled to retreat. Although the twin-headed fire spirit snake has only recently advanced to the 5th tier, its exceptional talent makes it a formidable opponent among its peers. And with the guidance of the 8-winged black serpent king, it can even contend with high-ranking battle kings, suggesting that the snow demon ape might not stand a chance against it. After analyzing his own situation, Yan Qingshan decided to proceed with caution, unfurling his wings and stealthily entering the valley. He concealed his form as he ventured deeper into the valley, which lay shrouded in eerie silence, save for a singular sound reminiscent of a person snoring, to which he gravitated. Along the ground, numerous skeletal remains of magical beasts lay exposed, their white bones forming small mounds, rendering the scene reminiscent of a graveyard and decidedly chilling. At the end of the valley stood a towering hill, approximately 10 meters high, where he could discern the silhouette of a snow-white figure amidst the chaotic stones. A colossal white ape, measuring 3 to 4 zhang in height, stood erect, emanating an aura of frigid air. It lay sprawled on the ground, deeply asleep, with heavy breaths exhaling from its massive nostrils like billowing white smoke. Its arms were notably elongated, and its claws, resembling black iron, were as large as the heads of 2 adults. Annoyed by the disturbances of insects, it swatted at them, sending fierce gusts of wind that shattered nearby boulders into fragments. This was indeed the snow demon ape, a creature of extraordinary strength. Yan Qingshan gazed silently at the slumbering beast, when suddenly it seemed to sense something. Its nostrils flared slightly as it inhaled deeply a couple of times, and almost immediately, its blood-red eyes locked onto Yan Qingshan's position. "Human, how dare you trespass in my territory?" The snow demon ape's massive form stirred as it rose, its powerful aura surging forth, with its crimson eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent, glaring fiercely at Yan Qingshan as he flew low. "Roar!" The snow demon ape roared. Its claws, as solid as black iron, struck heavily against its white-furred chest, sending visible ripples of energy radiating outward. As the energy surged, the surrounding boulders cracked and splintered under the immense force. In Chapter 66, The Ambush of the Demon Ape, it became evident that this beast possessed an astonishing sense of awareness. Yan Qingshan, observing the rapidly approaching snow demon ape, swiftly spread his wings to ascend higher. The snow demon ape missed its target, letting out an enraged roar from below. This formidable creature exuded a fierce malevolence towards any being that dared to approach, for it was intent on safeguarding its secrets, treasures that bolstered its own power. "Human, why have you intruded upon my domain?" The snow demon ape, realizing it could not capture Yan Qingshan, attempted to ascertain the reason for his presence, questioning whether it was in pursuit of its secrets. "What do you think?" Yan Qingshan replied from high above, gazing down at the snow demon ape. "A treasure capable of granting a 5th-tier beast the ability to articulate human speech is indeed a rarity." "You foolish human," the snow demon ape bellowed, "with your feeble strength. Do not even dream of seizing the heart of the Earth's essence. Depart now, and I may spare your life." Raising its colossal head, the beast's blood-red gaze fixated on Yan Qingshan suspended in the air. After a moment of silence, its deep, thunderous voice erupted like a storm. "I concede that I cannot defeat you, but you cannot fly. Now that I have discovered this place, do you think I will leave empty-handed? I may be unable to vanquish you, yet you lack the ability to soar." Yan Qingshan maneuvered gracefully above, weaving in and out of reach, which only served to infuriate the snow demon ape further. The wing of fighting chi was a profound technique mastered by the human combat kings. Beasts lacking knowledge of fighting techniques could not replicate such feats. In truth, only those beast races naturally endowed with wings could fly, while most beasts required to reach the 7th tier before gaining the ability to soar. However, the reality diverged from this notion. 6th-tier beasts could articulate human language and possessed remarkable intelligence, allowing them the capacity to infiltrate the human world in search of cultivation techniques. "You insufferable insect!" The snow demon ape roared, seizing a stone the size of a grinding wheel and hurling it with tremendous force towards the airborne Yan Qingshan. The stone whistled through the air, crashing into the spot where Yan Qingshan had previously hovered, followed by a torrential rain of stones. The snow demon ape grasped the surrounding rocks, effortlessly shattering them into countless fragments with a mere flex of its palm, sending a barrage of icy shards towards Yan Qingshan's vicinity. The stones, resembling a celestial shower, carried a frigid aura and exploded midair, covering a far larger area than Yan Qingshan had anticipated. Should these icy projectiles strike his body, it was likely that his fighting armor would prove insufficient against such a terrifying onslaught of energy and force, leaving him grievously injured, if not dead. With a newfound strategy, the snow demon ape unleashed a relentless assault upon Yan Qingshan from both sides. The intelligence of this snow demon ape is remarkably high, undoubtedly a result of the heart of the Earth's essence. Yan Qingshan continuously maneuvered through the air, employing a technique akin to flying a kite to evade its pursuit. Unbeknownst to the snow demon ape, a rope-like object silently descended as Yan Qingshan flew, swiftly moving behind its blind spot. This snow demon ape is undoubtedly the most astute and perceptive fifth-tier magical beast Yan Qingshan has ever encountered. Even without the ability to fly, it quickly devised methods to counter him, forcing him to perpetually dodge. With so many stones hurtling towards him, a moment's inattention could spell disaster. "Little insect, I shall not let you escape," it declared, as it grasped a handful of rubble in each hand and leapt forward, closing the distance to Yan Qingshan. The stones flew forth like a swarm of locusts, preventing Yan Qingshan from swiftly repositioning himself to flee, as it intended to eliminate him through this method. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that the art of aerial combat is often more advantageous than the wings of a bird. Ordinary birds cannot ascend directly from a fixed position, whereas aerial combat techniques can achieve just that. The appearance of Yan Qingshan, seeming as though he was constrained by the snow demon ape, was merely a ruse to lure it into a position of his choosing. The snow demon ape once again leapt into the air, utilizing a large rock for leverage, preparing to pursue Yan Qingshan by landing on a nearby hillock. This hillock possessed a peculiar shape, with its summit resembling a crescent moon, creating a concave structure approximately 30 meters wide, with a 10-meter disparity between its sides and center. Suddenly, two crimson serpentine heads emerged from the left side of the hill, emanating a powerful surge of energy. At that moment, the snow demon ape was precisely positioned to confront the serpent heads, exposing its left rear flank while remaining 5 to 6 meters from the hillock, a critical distance that would determine its fate. A pillar of fire struck the snow demon ape's lower back, erupting with force and enveloping it in a cloud of dark, scorching smoke. Instantly, the snow demon ape surged with energy to conjure frost, yet this effort was futile. It sustained injuries from the fire and was scorched by the toxic black smoke. Succumbing to a state of weakness, a thunderous column of fire erupted from below, catching the snow demon ape off guard. Though it instinctively shielded itself with frost energy, it ultimately could not evade the second fiery onslaught. The tremendous force propelled the snow demon ape upward, leaving it flailing in the air, unable to find purchase. Sensing a rush of wind, it realized something was approaching. With no means to exert force midair, it adopted a defensive posture, baring its fangs and emitting a low growl. A faint white energy shield surged forth from within, aiming to coalesce into a protective sphere. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. The fiery tail of the serpent lashed out like a flaming whip, crashing down upon it in a thunderous strike. A massive ice sphere shattered rapidly, falling heavily into the rubble not far from the valley's entrance. At the moment of impact, a thunderous explosion resonated, creating a deep crater in the ground, from which thick fissures radiated outward like the arms of a giant. Once again, two pillars of fire descended from the heavens, striking accurately into the crater, eliciting terrified shrieks from within until the flames gradually diminished, returning everything to silence. "Qilian, your combination of moves is truly formidable." Yan Qingshan swiftly approached, riding on Qilian, who unfurled a pair of crimson fiery wings, soaring toward the location of the snow demon sky ape. His strategy, though not particularly sophisticated, cleverly exploited an information gap to ambush the creature, akin to concealing oneself in a thicket. Yan Qingshan had positioned the two-headed fire spirit serpent in that spot, while he himself drew the snow demon sky ape's attention, leading it away. With most of its focus on him, the creature was less vigilant than usual and, due to its familiarity with the surroundings, failed to notice subtle changes, resulting in this sudden onslaught. The sequence of moves executed by Qilian, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, was meticulously crafted and trained by the 8-winged black serpent emperor, with each serpent unleashing flames that, though distinct, were released in succession. The first wave of flames was not particularly powerful, yet it was infused with thick smoke and sulfur, inducing a state of disorientation in the assailed. The second wave, following a change in position, struck from below, sending the target soaring into the air, deprived of leverage. Finally, striking the opponent mid-air, 2 more pillars of fire descended, and even 5th-tier magical beasts would struggle to withstand such a relentless assault. Chapter 67, Berserk State. It appeared this beast was not yet vanquished. It must have awakened its berserk bloodline and entered a frenzied state. Hovering above the massive crater, Yan Qingshan approached on the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, gazing into the depths of the chasm, which was shrouded in darkness, revealing no bottom. The edges cloaked in a thin layer of ice. "Qilian, be cautious, ascend." Yan Qingshan noted a faint, eerie red glow emanating from the abyss and urged Qilian to continue upward. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the void, relying on his formidable spiritual perception to sense that the snow demon sky ape had not simply succumbed. Now that it had awakened its berserk bloodline, it was time to implement strategy 2, the kite tactic. Yan Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he directed the 2-headed fire spirit serpent to alter its approach, sending 2 smaller pillars of fire once again into the chasm. Simultaneously, the serpent's fiery wings beat rapidly, propelling its body upward. The flames once more filled the pit. But this time, their duration was brief as an increasingly potent red light surged forth, breaking through. The eerie crimson glow within the chasm intensified, radiant as blood, sending waves of impact that even the flames of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent could not suppress. With a furious roar, a volatile voice erupted, followed by the sound of ice shattering, as a vague red light darted out. "Little insects, great serpents, you have provoked my wrath." The re-emerging snow demon ape radiated an overwhelming aura, its speed terrifyingly swift. Had it not been for Yan Qingshan's foresight in urging Qilian to ascend earlier, they might have already fallen victim to its assault. The snow demon ape's crimson, furious eyes brimmed with murderous intent, its obsidian claws striking fiercely against its chest as it unleashed a series of enraged roars towards Yan Qingshan hovering above. The echoes of its bloodthirsty bellows reverberated throughout the forest, sending nearby beasts fleeing in terror. "Qilian, now is the time." With a sudden movement, Yan Qingshan and Qilian separated in midair, launching their attack from 2 different angles towards the snow demon ape. While the creature aimed to eliminate the immediate threat, it found itself preoccupied with the greater peril posed by the twin-headed fire spirit snake. A significant portion of its focus was diverted to counter the impending attacks from the snake, though it still kept a wary eye on Yan Qingshan, who had circled to the rear. Boom, boom. 2 fiery magma projectiles struck the ground in quick succession, sending sparks flying and leaving 2 deep, charred craters in their wake. Yet, the snow demon ape adeptly evaded the onslaught. As more fiery projectiles rained down, the creature continued to dodge, retaliating with shards of ice imbued with freezing energy, which shot towards the sky like arrows. However, they melted almost instantly upon nearing Qilian's vicinity due to the intense heat. "Big monkey." A taunting voice suddenly echoed from behind the snow demon ape. Though it longed to turn and annihilate this pesky intruder, the ape could discern the greater threat before it. Heightening its vigilance, it redirected most of its attention towards the twin-headed fire spirit snake looming above. "Let us see how you fare against this." Yan Qingshan's hands suddenly moved, unleashing slender streams of fighting spirit that sliced through the air like blades. The azure-wood sword energy intertwined like spider silk, converging from multiple directions before simultaneously striking the snow demon ape. Roar! The snow demon ape chose not to evade, perhaps believing the more significant threat lay in the twin-headed fire spirit snake's front assault, only to discover that the snake's attack was a mere feint. It was struck by 10 streams of azure-wood sword energy, eliciting an enraged roar. While the sword energy did not breach its defenses, the residual fighting spirit energy that fell to the ground caused the surrounding grass and branches to glow with an unusual green light, rapidly growing under Yan Qingshan's influence. In a shocking turn, the snow demon ape found its feet ensnared by the wildly proliferating plants, with more vines sweeping in, seemingly intent on engulfing it entirely. As the ape roared in fury, pure white energy surged from its body, freezing everything in its path. It swiftly shattered the encasing ice to escape, but its movements were still a moment too late. 2 mighty pillars of fire descended from the heavens, continuously erupting with power that pinned the snow demon ape in place. Having lost the initiative, it was left to exhaust its icy energy in a struggle against the twin-headed fire spirit snake. Just as the snow demon ape contemplated its next move, Yan Qingshan's feet pulsated with a peculiar wave, and suddenly, the ground beneath the ape erupted with a tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. A pale blue pillar of fire suddenly propelled the snow demon sky ape into the air. The azure lotus heart fire, originating from the depths of the earth, possessed a peculiar divine energy akin to that of a volcanic eruption. Struck directly by such otherworldly flames, the snow demon Sky Ape was rendered severely wounded, if not entirely slain. Yet, this was only the beginning of its torment. The twin-headed fire spirit serpent unfurled its fiery wings, swiftly ascending to pursue the tumbling and howling snow demon Sky Ape in midair. Another fiery whip came crashing down, forcefully slamming it into the ground. This time, the resulting crater was deeper and produced an even greater commotion, but the snow demon Sky Ape was granted no further chances. Its vitality was indeed quite resilient. Yet there was no need for its demise. Yan Qingshan and Qi Lian approached cautiously to inspect the deep pit. The snow demon Sky Ape lay within, charred and scorched. Its fur singed away in patches from the azure lotus heart fire. The potency of this extraordinary flame was incomparable to ordinary fire. However, Yan Qingshan did not seize this opportunity to take the creature's life. For the ice attribute of the snow demon Sky Ape was of no value to him or his companions. Given this, there was no necessity for lethal force. Especially since the heartfire essence could be harvested repeatedly, there was no reason to take extreme measures. We should first retrieve the items, Yan Qingshan suggested. As he and the twin-headed fire spirit serpent observed, a layer of frost gradually enveloped the snow demon Sky Ape, followed by further accumulation of ice. Its breath began to stabilize, a natural instinct for self-preservation and healing. Yet, in its current state, it was nearly powerless to resist. Should its defenses be broken, it would be doomed. Nonetheless, Yan Qingshan and the twin-headed fire spirit serpent chose not to linger on the snow demon Sky Ape, instead making their way towards the small valley they had previously visited, traversing through a landscape strewn with countless bones. Most of these were remnants of magical beasts lured by the heartfire essence, none of which posed a challenge to the snow demon Sky Ape, allowing it to feast plentifully. The snow demon Sky Ape had initially anticipated yet another opportunity for a meal, though the diminutive humans seemed to offer little sustenance, scarcely enough to satisfy its hunger. Chapter 68. The Heartfire Essence. Yan Qingshan moved swiftly, reaching the valley's end, where a cave loomed 10 meters high, the lair of the snow demon Sky Ape, reeking of a familiar odor. With a flick of his wrist, a wisp of azure flame darted into the cave, careening wildly until sensing no immediate threats to life, allowing him to proceed with confidence. Inside the cave, scattered stones and tufts of white fur littered the ground. The cave was not particularly deep, surrounded by claw marks on the walls and at its far end, likely etched by the snow demon Sky Ape itself. In one corner of the cave, a significant indentation was covered in white fur, with larger footprints than any other area, suggesting it was the creature's resting place and the target of Yan Qingshan's search. With a curling motion of his hand, Yan Qingshan harnessed his energy to gather the earth and fur into a compact sphere. As he did so, a dark, shadowy tunnel entrance emerged in his line of sight. Qi Lian, keep watch outside, he instructed. The azure flame served as a guiding beacon as Yan Qingshan leaped into the tunnel, rapidly descending through the winding, expansive underground passage. At the terminus of the pitch-black passage, deep within the subterranean realm, a faint white glow materialized in Yan Qingshan's line of sight. As he ventured closer, he discerned that it was the entrance to a cave radiating a luminous white light. Upon stepping into the opening, the sudden brightness momentarily dazzled him. He paused to acclimate before surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an underground world adorned with peculiar stalactites, where milky white formations stretched endlessly, emitting a soft, pearlescent glow reminiscent of luminous pearls, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Stalactites sprouted in various orientations, some rising majestically from the ground, while others hung downwards, with some even reaching lengths of over 100 meters. Occasionally, droplets of white liquid cascaded down, splattering the ground with creamy droplets of water. Sensing the concentration of energy, Yan Qingshan swiftly approached a particular individual, where the earth's power was most potent. Soon, his target emerged, an enormous inverted stalactite, one end connected to the mountain's summit, while the other dangled downward. Its colossal form exceeded 100 meters in length and was robust enough for two individuals to embrace. The pale light encircling it rendered the stalactite akin to a crystal column, undoubtedly the most magnificent and unique specimen here, resembling the monarch of stalactites. Beneath the inverted stalactite lay a massive piece of azure stone, the majority of which was buried underground, while the top bore a groove facing upward. This groove appeared to have been carved by the essence of the stalactite, as if the liquid had worn it away. The shallow indentation, less than half a foot deep, brimmed with milky white spiritual liquid, from which a delicate white mist wafted. Yan Qingshan drew near and inhaled a gentle breath, instantly feeling rejuvenated, as if he were floating in a celestial realm. The spiritual liquid was a treasure hoarded by the snow demon Sky Monkey for an indeterminate period, but alas, It held little appeal for him. He would spare it. Glancing at the heart essence liquid within the groove, he realized that it took an entire year for just a single droplet to condense. This abundance must represent countless years of accumulation. And it was this essence that enabled the snow demon sky monkey to articulate human speech. If such liquid possessed such remarkable properties, one could only imagine the extraordinary efficacy of the true treasures hidden within these depths. With a newfound fervor igniting within him, Yan Qingshan unfurled his wings and ascended rapidly. Soaring along the towering stalactite that stood over 100 meters tall, he soon reached the mountain's apex, where more stalactites hung like chandeliers, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire subterranean expanse. At the point where the giant stalactite met the mountain summit, a soft phosphorescence seeped from within, rendering it as beautiful as transparent crystal. This was undoubtedly the true sanctum harboring the greatest treasures. From his spatial ring, Yan Qingshan extracted a fine azure jade piece, carefully enveloping it in his fighting spirit. He then gently sliced into the base of the stalactite. As the jade piece penetrated the crystalline stalactite, Yan Qingshan remained vigilant, acutely aware that any slight miscalculation could jeopardize this extraordinary phenomenon. With a deft motion, he carved a small circular opening into the crystal stalactite, promptly catching the fragment as a surge of brilliant light erupted from the point of rupture. Yan Qingshan cautiously peered within the stalactite, where a viscous liquid of emerald hue floated, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, gently swirling within the formation. The pure energy it contained was more than tenfold richer than that found in the lower cavity. Yan Qingshan retrieved the core essence elixir from the prepared jade vessel, ensuring not to let his palm make contact during the process. He extracted more than half of the elixir, causing the crystalline stalactite to dim considerably. However, he left a portion behind, knowing that with time, it could be replenished, though the timing of the next harvest remained uncertain. After taking the core essence elixir, Yan Qingshan carefully replaced the fragments, seamlessly merging them with the small opening, as if nothing had transpired. He poured the emerald liquid into a pre-prepared jade vial, and, with a smile, unfurled his purple cloud wings, descending gracefully. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the diluted core essence liquid, filling nearly half of the vial, and filled another small jade bottle before exiting the underground realm. Upon emerging from the cave, the two-headed fire spirit serpent approached him eagerly, nuzzling him affectionately, its two large heads leaning toward the jade altar and vial in his hands. The allure of the core essence elixir's marrow-cleansing properties was far more potent for magical beasts than for humans. Possessing such a substance would significantly ease the path to achieving human form upon breaking through to the 7th tier of cultivation. Yan Qingshan gently patted the inquisitive heads before making his way to the snow demon ape. He poured the core essence liquid from the small jade bottle into its mouth, and as a faint white halo began to swirl, the snow demon ape opened its eyes. "I have taken this jar of core essence elixir, yet I have left half for you. Is that not reasonable?" Yan Qingshan raised the jade altar, and the snow demon ape's eyes flashed with a glimmer of red before it nodded, albeit with a hint of despondency. In the realm of magical beasts, the law of the jungle prevailed. Considering the previous circumstances, Yan Qingshan could have easily claimed its life to seize all the core essence elixir. Yet, having shown mercy, what could the creature possibly say? Chapter 69, Return to the Academy. You must have witnessed the fiery wings displayed by Qi Lian moments ago. Such techniques belong solely to the martial arts of humanity, Yan Qingshan continued. Although your kind possesses immense strength and abundant resources, your cultivation techniques are vastly inferior to those of humans. I can assist you in finding suitable martial arts for your ape clan's training, but you must aid me in gathering various spiritual herbs, and you may even invite other 5th-tier magical beasts to join in this collaboration. By the way, my name is Yan Qingshan, and I am also an apothecary. Within this vial is a 2nd-tier healing elixir I have concocted. Consuming it will benefit your injuries. I advise you to consider my proposal carefully. With that, Yan Qingshan stored the jade altar in his spatial ring and tossed a jade bottle to the snow demon ape before swiftly departing the valley. Accompanied by the two-headed fire spirit serpent, the snow demon ape gazed upon the silhouette of Yan Qingshan. Although the latter had cunningly injured it and seized a portion of the treasures it guarded, the creature found itself surprisingly devoid of overwhelming rage. With great care, it eased open the cork of a jade vial, a laborious task for its massive form. A fragrant aroma wafted forth as it poured out a pill the size of a longan, brimming with scent. In one swift motion, it swallowed the pill, the energy within rapidly aiding its recovery. With a resounding roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, the snow demon ape felt the miraculous effects of the elixir. Although its injuries had not fully healed, it yearned for more of such wonders. Had that fellow ventured into the Beastmaster Forest? Of course, he was more renowned for being a student of the yellow class too, remarkably frequenting the alchemy department, mastering foundational pharmacological knowledge with astonishing speed, surpassing even some alchemists. The instructors of the alchemy department remarked that had Yan Qingshan possessed the innate talent for alchemy, he might have already been capable of independently concocting first-grade pills. Though Yan Qingshan had not actively pursued alchemy, the instructors continued to hold him in high regard. Wood-type fighters were particularly favored among alchemists, as the refined fighting spirit of high-level wood attribute cultivators could nurture high-grade spiritual herbs. Observing Yan Qingshan's eagerness to learn, the alchemy instructors were inclined to impart knowledge in this domain, inciting envy among many students of the alchemy department. Cultivating spiritual herbs was knowledge typically taught outside the regular curriculum, and even prodigies in alchemy could not acquire such skills without understanding the temperament of their mentors. Yan Qingshan paid little heed to the gossip of certain individuals. They were but insignificant figures from the outer court, and in 2 months, he would no longer need to interact with them. What merit was there in their opinions? Upon entering Canaan City, he made his way toward the academy's lecture halls. Inside the classroom of Yellow Class 2, Mentor Roland was instructing students on techniques to break through as fighters. As Yan Qingshan approached the back door, he arrived just as Mentor Roland was discussing a crucial point. Seizing the moment when the instructor turned away, he slipped quietly behind a girl at the entrance. "Hush! Xuan, it's me," he whispered to the startled girl, whose surprise nearly led her to exclaim. This experience felt reminiscent of stealthily entering a classroom in university to avoid detection by a teacher. Xuan was an exuberantly vivacious girl, her figure quite pleasing, with a bold style that often led her to mischievously target certain areas of Xiaoyu and her companions. Yan Qingshan occasionally wondered if she might be inclined toward other girls. "Be careful. The mentor has been quite irritated by your absence these past few days." Xuan cautioned softly, then discreetly guided Yan Qingshan to an available seat. Taking advantage of Mentor Roland's momentary diversion, Yan Qingshan settled into a spot at the back, with the little medical sage and Xuelan not far away. This lesson was primarily aimed at those who had yet to break through as fighters. Hence the front positions were reserved for those in need, while the advanced students could still absorb techniques to better guide their juniors in the future. To break through as a fighter, one must accumulate a vast amount of fighting energy. In the absence of concentrated energy, one can only rely on their own efforts to gather and attempt this feat, a process heavily reliant on luck. Some succeed on their first try, while others may fail numerous times. As Mentor Roland addressed the pivotal point on stage, "I wish to share a technique derived from the Academy's research. By methodically compressing fighting energy, one can achieve a breakthrough. Yan Qingshan, do not hide. I can see you." As Mentor Roland spoke, she sensed something amiss. The back row appeared rather peculiar. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find a group of girls surrounding none other than the student who had taken 3 days off and had squandered over half a month. Her temper flared instantly. A long water whip, accompanied by a whistling sound, lashed out towards Yan Qingshan in the crowd. In a fit of anger, Mentor Roland confronted this problematic student, marking the first time she had ever resorted to such actions. "Mentor, such anger can lead to premature aging." Yan Qingshan unleashed a surge of azure sword energy from his hand, effortlessly slicing through the water whip before leaping to Mentor Roland's side and grasping her wrist. "You little rascal. Next time I want to grant you a leave of absence." A flush of crimson graced Mentor Roland's face, a blend of irritation and embarrassment at being grasped so firmly. What sort of student behaves like this? "Teacher, I come bearing gifts, a token of sincere apology." Yan Qingshan placed a small jade vial into Mentor Roland's hand and released her wrist. The vial felt warm, and the liquid within shimmered with a faint white glow, as if alive. Having regained her composure, Mentor Roland regarded Yan Qingshan with a skeptical gaze and inquired, "What is this?" With a smile, Yan Qingshan explained, "This is a product of my recent endeavors, Earth Core Essence. It is my sincere apology, considering I took only 3 days off, but was away for so long." "Earth Core Essence? You mean Earth Core Essence?" Mentor Roland initially failed to grasp the significance, but soon found herself nearly exclaiming. This essence was a coveted treasure that countless fighters yearned for, significantly enhancing the success rate of breaking through to the Fighter King level, and even beneficial for those aspiring to elevate from Fighter King to Fighter Emperor. Naturally, practitioners below the Fighter King level could also consume this essence, with an even higher probability of breakthrough, although most reserved it for critical junctures. However, possessing this Earth Core Essence, albeit diluted, was pivotal for her. With its assistance, she could potentially refine her aptitude and secure a brighter future. Well, alright then. Ultimately, Mentor Roland found herself captivated by the allure of the breakthrough. The Earth Core Essence was indeed of immense importance to her. "You give me this. Do you have ulterior motives?" Mentor Roland accepted the jade vial. Her gaze toward Yan Qingshan tinged with suspicion, recalling that this individual seldom acted without personal gain. Yan Qingshan smiled and, addressing his mentor Roland, inquired if there were any means to connect with affluent classmates residing in the inner courtyard or hailing from the central continent. With a sly grin, he winked at Roland, recalling just before his departure yesterday the distinction between the Earth-Heart Body Refinement Cream and the Earth-Heart Body Refinement Elixir, a fact not widely known. Most cultivators were only aware of the diluted elixir, which, despite its dilution, could enable a fifth-tier snow demon sky ape to articulate human speech, rendering it quite precious. His proposition to trade with the snow demon sky ape was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, although his cultivation had progressed smoothly. He felt somewhat lacking in depth compared to individuals of notable lineage. If memory served him right, many academies within Canaan Academy originated from the central continent, which boasts a significantly higher concentration of mid to high-tier resources than other lands. In the northwestern continent, even an empire might not possess a Dou zone, whereas cities of some repute in the central continent had their own Dou zone presiding over them. Those who attended Canaan Academy were often esteemed scions of their families. Thus, trading for valuable items from them would be mutually beneficial. You wish to trade it away. Roland gazed at Yan Qingshan, seemingly guessing his intentions, yet struggling to believe that he would wish to part with such a precious item as the Earth-Heart Body Refinement Cream. Indeed, such a large jar is far more than I could ever use alone. With a beaming smile, Yan Qingshan produced a jade jar, shimmering with silvery brilliance. Observing the jar in his hand, and then glancing at the small jade vial she held, Roland's mouth formed a queue of surprise. What have you found? Why do you possess so much? The Earth-Heart Body Refinement Cream is a treasure measured by the drop. She had initially thought her vial contained nearly half of what Yan Qingshan possessed, only to realize it amounted to less than 1/10. Where on earth had he discovered such a treasure? However, she quickly regained her composure and suggested to Yan Qingshan, since you have so much, I recommend hosting a small auction to divide the Earth-Heart Body Refinement Cream into multiple portions. I can approach the vice president. I am certain many within the inner courtyard would be interested in what you possess. Elder Hua, the head of the alchemy department and our academy's highest-ranked alchemist, nearing the 6th tier, holds you in high regard. You should seek him out to connect with other alchemists and elders. In the conference room of the Canaan Academy's external office building, 7 or 8 elders sat around a circular table, including Vice President Hu Qian and Elder Hua from the alchemy department. Vice President Hu Qian passed a document to the others, smiling lightly as he remarked, "This student, suspected to be a new king, is indeed intriguing. Even with the Academy's intelligence, we can only ascertain that he originates from Qingshan Town. Initially just a junior apprentice at the Wan Yao pharmacy in Qingshan Town. Since last year, after sustaining a severe injury, he has undergone significant transformation, adopting a more enigmatic demeanor. By the end of the year, he departed from Qingshan Town, returning as a formidable fighter. On that fateful day, he clashed with the once mighty wolf head mercenary group. Yet that very night, their stronghold was besieged, resulting in the annihilation of their upper echelons, paving the way for the rise of Wan Yao. Oh, many elders listened with astonishment and intrigue to Vice Dean Hu Qian's words. Elder Hua from the alchemy department chuckled and remarked, I have some understanding of this young man and hold him in high regard. He possesses a rare calmness for his age, exhibiting prudence rather than recklessness, preferring to strategize before taking action. Furthermore, he is an insatiable seeker of knowledge. You may not be aware that, despite rarely attending classes, he has nearly exhausted the collection in the external library. Even I am quite impressed by his erudition. Elder Hua's statement left the other elders even more astounded. As alchemists, one must command a multitude of knowledge, and Elder Hua is regarded as one of the most learned individuals in the academy. If he holds such admiration, then indeed, Yan Qingshan is an extraordinary figure. An elder clad in golden robes spoke up. Although he presents an air of mystery and conceals much, his background is unblemished, free from dubious affiliations. I believe he is worthy of careful cultivation. I concur, another elder added. This young man's ability to trade Earth Core Body Refining Elixir demonstrates both strength and wisdom, as well as an understanding of maximizing mutual benefit. He is a shrewd individual. A third elder in gray robes nodded in agreement, stating, in contrast to the arrogant prodigies who often invite trouble, those who exercise caution and discretion are far more favored by the powerful. Such individuals possess a sense of measure and rarely bring chaos upon themselves. The latter, however, if possessing immense potential, are also worthy of nurturing. Since there are no objections, we may grant him certain privileges for deeper cultivation, Hu Qian, the vice dean, declared. The other elders nodded in assent. As the vice dean fell into silence, they exchanged glances, their forms subtly swaying before they mysteriously vanished from their seats. Chapter 71, The 5 Seeds. Have you heard? The Academy is about to host a trading event, allowing students from both the internal and external departments to exchange resources. Goodness. Does that mean we will finally meet the seniors from the Inner Academy? I still remember Senior Baiyun, the last time I saw him. He had already become an 8-star great fighter. It is rumored that the sudden organization of this meeting is due to a new student? Impossible. How could a newcomer command such esteem? At Canaan Academy, this unexpected news ignited animated discussions among the students, whose varying levels of strength sparked fervent exchanges. In the external department, within a charming courtyard of the female dormitory area, a group of formidable young women gathered around an exceptionally graceful, silver-haired lady. A woman clad in an alchemist's robe spoke, Senior Han Yu. According to the information I obtained from Elder Hua, Yan Qingshan indeed possesses a substantial amount of earth core body refining elixir, and he is indeed offering this treasure for trade. The silver-haired beauty, Han Yu, furrowed her brow and remarked, the earth core refining elixir, if my memory serves me right, is surely guarded by high-level magical beasts, at least of the 5th tier. The substantial amount he has acquired is likely seized from a 5th-tier beast. 5th-tier beasts? That can't be possible. What level of power does he possess? The surrounding female students murmured among themselves, most expressing disbelief. While the situation seemed plausible, perhaps he had opportunistically obtained the elixir while the beast was unprepared. The pressing concern was to approach Yan Qingshan before the seniors from the Inner Academy arrived. Otherwise, a contest of financial prowess might prove troublesome. Han Yu swiftly made her decision. After delegating certain tasks, she hurried towards another area of the dormitory. Han Yu, your news travels fast. As she paused near Yan Qingshan's small building within the dormitory, a voice came from behind her, accompanied by a rush of wind. A young man clad in an alchemist's robe frowned at her, internally cursing his ill fortune. Senior Han Xian, your news isn't slow either. Han Yu smiled at him. Although Han Xian from the alchemy department was of the same gender and came from a distinguished background, there was little camaraderie between them. It seemed everyone was eager to make haste. Amidst hearty laughter, a figure approached with the wind. The other 3, recognized as the top 5 contenders from the Outer Academy, arrived nearly simultaneously, with Lin Yan, acclaimed as the foremost among them, leading the way. Lin Yan, a 7-star great fighter, stood as the most formidable individual in this cohort, having risen from humble beginnings through sheer determination. Lin Yan, Bai Cheng, Bai Luan. Han Xian was not surprised by the arrival of these 3. With Han Yu present, it was inevitable that the others would not idly observe. It was common knowledge that the earth core refining elixir was a coveted treasure. Lin Yan approached Han Xian with a smile. Han Xian, I've heard that Yan Qingshan has an unusual connection with your alchemy department. Do you have any insider information? I'm not well acquainted with Yan Qingshan. In fact, I've hardly seen him. What insider information could I possibly have? Han Xian subtly stepped back, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. As the strongest in this alchemy cohort, he undoubtedly possessed intelligence gathered by his familiar associates. Yet he had no intention of sharing such information. Come now, that's rather unhelpful. Bai Cheng and Bai Luan drew closer, with Bai Cheng cheerfully suggesting, wouldn't it be better for us to collaborate once we enter the Inner Academy? I believe you wouldn't wish to be among the exploited, would you? I cannot speak for others. But your chances for this round's top 5 might be in jeopardy. I heard Elder Hua mention that Yan Qingshan is keen on securing one of the top 5 spots, and even Elder Hua cannot fully gauge his strength, only stating it is no less than Lin Yan's. Han Xian glanced between Bai Luan and Bai Cheng, then smiled before striding toward Yan Qingshan's small building. Han Yu and Lin Yan followed suit, while Bai Luan and Bai Cheng exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to accompany them. Within Yan Qingshan's small building, he sat alone while 2 others practiced beside him, and below them were a group of lively students from the yellow class. Due to the presence of the nurturing and radiant mentor, Ruo Lin, the imbalance between the genders in class Huangjitu has become exceedingly pronounced. Meanwhile, Yan Qingshan, the most enigmatic and unconventional male student in the class, has undoubtedly captured the attention of numerous young ladies, especially in light of the recent affair concerning the earth core body refining elixir. Junior Yan Qingshan, I am Han Xian, here to seek an audience. A sudden, resonant call echoed from outside. Yan Qingshan, awakening from his meditative state, opened his eyes and approached the window, where he beheld 5 figures with formidable auras in the courtyard below, already identifying them in his mind. Han Xian, the most formidable figure in the alchemy department, was rumored to have achieved the ability to concoct 3rd-tier elixirs. Before Yan Qingshan could respond, whispers among the girls in the building caught the ears of the 5 individuals outside. Hearing the murmurs and sensing the considerable presence of the feminine energy, the men exchanged peculiar smiles, while the sole female, Han Yu, furrowed her brows. You have come for the earth core body refining elixir. A voice resonated from the 2nd floor, prompting all 5 to gaze upwards. A figure, shimmering with a cerulean glow, gracefully descended to the ground. Yan Qingshan's gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on Han Yu, Lin Yan, and Han Xian as he surmised their intentions. However, I have already entrusted the handling of the Earth Core body refining elixir to Elder Hua, and thus, I am unable to engage in any other transactions. Nevertheless, I can inform you of certain items I require, which will serve as priority targets for future exchanges. The group, disappointed by his initial statement, perked up at his subsequent words. First, I seek a technique suitable for the training of the ice attribute Snow Demon Ape, preferably of at least intermediate Xian tier. Yan Qingshan initially mentioned the Snow Demon Ape's technique, as it would serve as a guarantee for his future dealings with the creature. If successful, he could thereby penetrate the ranks of high-level magical beasts beyond Canaan Academy, a most advantageous arrangement. Could it be? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Han Yu and the others, all of whom were far from foolish and began to speculate. Yan Qingshan then raised a second finger. Secondly, I require advanced techniques or cultivation resources pertaining to the wood, poison, and wind attributes. The techniques must be at least of high Xian tier, and the resources should be as rare as possible. Additionally, I seek advanced combat techniques for the thunder and fire attributes, ideally above intermediate Xian tier. The third item pertains to matters related to alchemists, something that Senior Han Xian should be familiar with: notes from high-level alchemists, advanced recipes, and knowledge regarding the cultivation and transplanting of spiritual herbs. Chapter 72. Reunion with the Demon Ape. Young Qingshan, you have truly struck a rich vein this time. Who would have thought these little fellows would possess such valuable treasures? Those old geezers are willing to spend lavishly for this prize. In the Canaan Academy Alchemy Department building, Elder Hua handed a spatial ring to Yan Qingshan, filled with wealth that even a near 6th-tier alchemist like himself found enticing. The heart of the earth essence is no ordinary treasure. It is one of the rare few. Alongside the transformation herb, capable of aiding magical beasts in their metamorphosis towards transformation. It also proves beneficial for humans aspiring to transcend into the ranks of Dou Wang and Dou Huang, thus garnering immense popularity. This essence, presented as the pie seed or assistance of the trading event, was offered by Yan Qingshan by the drop, yet competition remained fiercely intense. This time, he failed to acquire the advanced techniques of the wood, poison, and wind attributes above the Xian rank. Although the distinction between the advanced Xian rank and the earth rank is merely one level, their values are worlds apart, and the heart of the earth essence could not elicit such high-level items. However, he did manage to secure the techniques of the Snow Demon Ape along with the advanced Xian rank skills of lightning and fire attributes, coupled with a batch of precious resources, ensuring Yan Qingshan reaped a bountiful profit. Indeed, even a typical Dou Wang might not possess his substantial wealth. Thank you, Elder Hua, Yan Qingshan said with a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. This elder, much like Mentor Roland, had offered him considerable assistance since his enrollment. And given Elder Hua's esteemed power and status, he was under no obligation to invest in him. Why the formality, my boy? I know you hail from a medical background and have an interest in alchemy, but true mastery in alchemy relies heavily on innate talent, lacking the fire attribute. While your soul power is formidable, crafting elixirs remains nearly impossible for you. However, this does not preclude your advancement in the field of pharmacology. As a physician, you can still compound remedies, and given your strong soul force and affinity for the wood attribute, you will grasp pharmacological principles more readily. I hope you can achieve success in cultivating spiritual herbs, providing you with greater security during your travels across the continent. Thank you, Elder Hua. Yan Qingshan bowed slightly, recognizing that this modest tome encapsulated the elder's lifetime of dedication, making it exceedingly valuable to him. There's no need for thanks. Spare me the courtesy. It is a pity you do not possess both fire and wood attributes. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly take you on as my disciple to nurture your alchemical path. Elder Hua sighed, patting Yan Qingshan on the shoulder as he made his way towards the alchemy classroom, his silhouette gradually receding into the distance. Yan Qingshan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately restrained his impulses, acknowledging that he lacked absolute certainty at present. Retaining a trump card for future contingencies seemed wiser. Some matters were better addressed within the inner academy first. In the vast expanse of the forest, with the wind howling and green waves undulating, a figure unfurled its lavender wings, resembling a soaring bird as it swiftly made its way towards a certain valley within the woodlands. Yan Qingshan alighted in the valley where the Snow Demon Ape resided, a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. In an instant, a colossal snow ape emerged from a cave deep within the valley, bounding towards him. Big monkey, are you all right? Yan Qingshan felt a sense of relief upon seeing the Snow Demon Ape approach. Had anything befallen this local overlord, his grand plans would have required a complete overhaul. Yan Qingshan. The snow demon ape, spotting Yan Qingshan, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for the whereabouts of the two-headed fire spirit snake. Stop looking. Chilean is right here. Yan Qingshan extended his hand, and a small two-headed serpent awakened from his wrist, hissing softly in warning towards the snow demon ape. The snow demon ape instinctively retreated, evidently still haunted by the severe injuries inflicted by the two-headed fire spirit serpent during their previous encounter. This particular martial art is known as the Great Strength Demon Ape Technique, classified as a high-level mystical skill, well suited for your cultivation. However, it lacks accompanying combat techniques. And as you may not yet be literate, I shall recite some essential precautions and key points for you. Yan Qingshan produced a scroll of icy blue martial arts. Noting that combat techniques are generally categorized by their elemental attributes, thereby allowing for mutual applicability. Yet, the efficiency and outcomes differ for practitioners of varying attributes and physiques. Most techniques suitable for magical beasts have been derived from the characteristics of high-tier magical creatures, thus aligning with certain meridians within these beasts, enabling their cultivation. The snow demon ape promptly settled into a cross-legged position, attentively listening to Yan Qingshan's recitation. Great Strength Demon Ape Technique, a high-level mystical skill. Emulate the form of the demon ape, acquire the strength of the giant ape, and unify the heart and spirit of the ape. Only then can one achieve greatness. Yan Qingshan entrusted the technique to the snow demon ape, instructing it to memorize the energy flow diagram. Given the close kinship between your kind and humanity, coupled with your prior consumption of the earth core body refining elixir, which has awakened your intelligence to the point of speech, mastering this technique should not prove overly arduous. Thank you. The snow demon ape expressed its gratitude to Yan Qingshan, though it hesitated, lowering its gaze in shyness. However, I've used up some of the earth core body refining elixir, and there's not much left. It extended a hand, revealing a blood-streaked palm, from which it opened to display a blood-tinted emerald core, a fifth-tier wood attribute magic core, a remnant of the wood owl dragon's venomous wounds. Yan Qingshan observed the blood-streaked palm of the snow demon ape, rummaging through his storage ring to procure a healing potion to treat its injuries. Although the creature's physical constitution would allow for self-healing, the process would be prolonged and excruciating. This winged creature sought to seize the earth core body refining elixir while I was injured, but little did it know that I had already recovered. Ultimately leading to its demise, the snow demon ape recounted, dragging the carcass of a magical beast from the cave, a wood owl dragon, a fifth-tier wood attribute beast. Not particularly adept in direct combat, but possessing potent toxins and exceptional flight capabilities. Yan Qingshan frowned as he examined the wood owl dragon. Is this creature a local beast? He inquired. No, the local magical beast lords have already established their territories, typically engaging in exchanges rather than raiding each other's domains. Only outsiders or those from distant lands would do so, the snow demon ape clarified, glancing at the two-headed fire spirit serpent coiled around Yan Qingshan's wrist, as if implying that this little creature was indeed an outsider. Your relations with the local magical beast lords are amicable, I trust? Yan Qingshan asked, meeting the gaze of the snow demon ape. I wish to propose a transaction with you and the other magical beast lords. If you assist me in gathering various spiritual herbs, I shall seek out materials suitable for your cultivation, such as techniques and elixirs. What do you think? That should be feasible, the snow demon ape replied. The snow demon sky ape scratched its head, indifferent to the opinions of other magical beasts. It reigned supreme over this valley and the vast forest surrounding it, where numerous spiritual herbs could be found, though it rarely esteemed such trivialities. Thus, may our collaboration be fruitful. Yan Qingshan extended his hand towards the snow demon sky ape. Their palms meeting, a significant decision that would influence the region around Canaan Academy, was thus solidified. Chapter 73, Selection of the Inner Courtyard. Canaan Academy, Central Square, beneath the platforms. The throng of figures seemed endless. Today's grand event captivated the attention of nearly half of Canaan City. The annual selection competition for the Inner Courtyard served as a gateway for the Academy to choose elite individuals to join its core. The Inner Courtyard housed the most exceptional talents from the Academy and the surrounding Black Corner region. The Central Square was a sea of humanity, with countless students and residents of Canaan City vying for a seat, their voices rising to a crescendo that electrified the atmosphere. The expansive circular square resembled an arena, with seats ascending higher towards the back, ensuring that all could witness the proceedings in full view. In the center, on the dueling stage, two figures darted back and forth, their energies clashing fiercely, their dual-colored fighting spirit colliding in a wild display. These were the elite students recommended by their respective mentors to participate in the selection competition. Not every student could partake. Only those of exceptional caliber, typically possessing the strength of a fighter, were permitted to compete. Each year, Only 50 spots were available for entry into the inner courtyard, but all aspired to secure a place within the top 5, as this would grant them access to the esteemed library pavilion. Concede. With a thunderous roar of fighting spirit, one combatant ultimately faltered, revealing an opening and retreating in defeat. While the victor, sensing the moment, withdrew gracefully, there was no animosity between them, and thus, no one resorted to excessive force. Quite intriguing. Yan Qingshan lounged lazily against Shuolan, who, with the vivacity of a leopard, shot him several exasperated glances but refrained from pushing him away. This scene attracted considerable attention, partly due to Yan Qingshan's notable reputation, and also because Shuolan was a renowned beauty within the academy. Class 2's Little Medic against Class 1's Lei Ting. The announcement from the judging panel prompted Yan Qingshan to rise and gaze downwards. Under the encouragement of Mentor Ruolan, Little Medic prepared to step onto the stage. Turning to flash a sweet smile upon catching his eye, Yan Qingshan reciprocated with a smile. In recent months, Little Medic had diligently cultivated her skills, surpassing her peers and even most of her classmates in Class 2. However, she remained merely a mid-level fighter, and her advancement in the preliminary selection relied solely on her own capabilities. Should she fail in this match, she would not progress to the finals, and Yan Qingshan would be unable to assist her in entering the inner courtyard. As for Shuolan, it was perhaps best not to mention the 9-star fighter who had endured multiple setbacks. The disparities in talent were indeed stark. The little medical fairy is capable of defeating opponents who have cultivated for several months, yet Shuolan finds herself hindered at the threshold of becoming a fighter. Yan Qingshan wishes to assist her, but finds himself powerless. He possesses Earth Heart Essence, which could indeed aid this young lady in her breakthrough. However, to expend such a precious resource for a mere fighter is a tremendous waste, and Shuolan herself vehemently opposes such an undertaking. In Class 2 of the yellow stage, countless gazes converge upon a delicate maiden clad in white. This ethereal figure, seemingly celestial, is, in fact, an unparalleled poison master, a contrast that leaves many smitten young men in disbelief. The little medical fairy enjoys considerable renown at Canaan Academy, hailed as the most beautiful angel of this cohort. Her gentle demeanor endears her to all who encounter her, even despite her identity as a poison master. Suddenly, a thunderous crackle reverberates through the arena. As the stern-faced Lei Ting's eyes shimmer with a blue light, lightning dances around his longsword, revealing him to be a high-ranking thunder element fighter. Lei Ting, who would have anticipated his presence? Had I known earlier, I would have discreetly administered some medicine to these individuals a couple of days ago. Yan Qingshan grips the armrest of his seat, recalling that he had contemplated using backdoor channels to glean information about the little medical fairy's opponent, intending to manipulate the outcome. However, Vice Dean Huoqian showed him no courtesy, opting instead for a random draw, which left him at a loss. He genuinely wished to have both Shuolan and the little medical fairy admitted to the inner academy this year, but Canaan Academy does not belong to him. Moreover, it seems that after his recent altercation with Huojia, Huoqian has taken to making things difficult for him. But can he be blamed? Huojia, that little girl, shows no restraint, brazenly harassing female students while leveraging her status as the vice dean's granddaughter, even attempting to encroach upon his territory. If he does not teach her a lesson now, who knows what chaos may ensue in the future? Besides, he exercised considerable restraint. It was merely a playful scuffle, and he did not leave her incapacitated, although it is rather unexpected that she possesses a certain roundness in a particular area despite her slender appearance. Senior. Upon her entrance, the little medical fairy bows to Lei Ting, and the two commence their duel. From the outset, she finds herself at a disadvantage. The thunder element is one of the most unique elemental attributes, boasting formidable combat prowess, with techniques that are both rare and invaluable. Lei Ting, being an 8-star fighter, has mastered a low-level profound technique known as the thunder explosion art, complemented by the low-level profound thunder sword technique. When unleashed, his strikes rain down like a tempest, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder, creating arcs of electricity that both attack and restrain, an effective combination of control and rapid offense. The little medical fairy's technique derives from the Empire of Shuyun, a high-level profound text known as the Heavenly Poison Cannon, paired with the high-level profound technique, 10,000 Poisons Absolute Hand, wielding unparalleled might. However, the lethal nature of the 10,000 Poisons Absolute Hand does not align with her gentle disposition. Within the arena, Lei Ting utilizes his speed to confine the little medical fairy, striking swiftly and retreating without lingering, gradually depleting her fighting energy while remaining vigilant against potential toxic counterattacks. Sister Siener, it would be wise for you to concede, Lei Ting suggests. While he certainly possesses a tactical mind, employing speed to render my attacks ineffective, I refuse to surrender without a fight. Between the delicate hands of the young healer, Threads of grayish-white interwoven with gentle shades of lavender materialized. Her eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, as wisps of powdery mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire arena in an ethereal, vibrant haze. Lei Ting, wielding his sword, sliced through the luminous fog before him. The moment he inhaled a hint of the fragrant aroma, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Fearing the consequences, he hastily retreated to the edge of the combat arena. "Senior Sister Xian, I concede," Lei Ting declared with an air of straightforwardness. In truth, he had been contemplating whether to find a place to hide after his anticipated victory, for it was common knowledge that Yan Qingshan shared a profound bond with the young healer. He dared not provoke the formidable demon lord of the second class, a figure even the granddaughter of the vice president, known as the Little Enchantress Hu Jia, would not dare to confront. Were it not for the strict regulations of the inner court selection, he would have preferred to concede the match outright. Chapter 74, Successful Promotion. The young healer emerged victorious. With Lei Ting's concession, the referee promptly announced her triumph, and Yan Qingshan materialized in a flash of azure light within the arena. The swirling, radiant mist gradually receded, and as it did, the young healer's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. From a 5-star Dou Master, she ascended to the peak of a 7-star Dou Master in a matter of moments, nearly on the verge of breaking through to 8 stars. Such an extraordinary and rapid advancement naturally drew the attention of many. Onlookers, including Hu Qian in the stands, furrowed his brow and murmured, "I initially believed that boy was enamored with the beauty of battle, but it seems this young lady harbors unusual secrets as well. This lad must be intent on her entering the inner court this year, wishing to keep her close. Very well. Allowing this would grant the boy some favor and spare me from future troubles." The confrontation between the young healer and Lei Ting was orchestrated by Hu Qian himself. When Yan Qingshan sought him out previously, he certainly would not have readily agreed to such an arrangement. After all, he was not one to favor nepotism. However, he did not dismiss the request entirely. Historically, no one who successfully entered the top 50 of the inner court selection possessed less than the rank of 7-star Dou Master. At that time, the young healer was merely a 5-star Dou Master. How could he accede to such a demand? Moreover, he held great faith in the young healer's talent, believing that after a year of refinement, she could undoubtedly secure a place among the top 5 in the next inner court selection. Thus, he arranged for Lei Ting to battle her. With Lei Ting being an 8-star Dou Master of considerable strength, even ordinary 9-star Dou Masters would struggle against him. He had initially anticipated a dignified way to send the young healer off the stage, but did not foresee such an outcome. Who allowed you to unlock the secret technique? Yan Qingshan confronted the young healer, his eyes filled with reproach. The young healer lowered her head, appearing quite aggrieved, and softly replied, "Brother Qingshan, I was wrong, but I wish to accompany you into the inner court this year." Never again. Yan Qingshan's expression darkened. The secret technique she practiced was one he devised to delay the sealing of her cursed poison body. Once the cursed poison body was unleashed, her ascension would be rapid. And if left unchecked, she could become a formidable Dou Zone in a mere 5 or 6 years. In this context, the cultivation is not necessarily superficial, nor is the combat strength weak. However, the possessor of the poisonous body struggles to control the power, as well as the essence of their soul and physical constitution, which cannot keep pace with the rapid advancement of their cultivation. This is the reason why the catastrophic explosion of the cursed poisonous body ultimately occurs. The normal progression of a cultivator is a gradual process, where the advancement in cultivation facilitates the transformation of both body and soul, necessitating an enhancement in one's control over energy to ensure that the power is not merely an empty facade. Yet, this requires a period of adaptation. In the case of the cursed poisonous body, the accelerated advancement leads to an inability to control it, as the body and soul of the poisonous entity relentlessly pursue the cultivation, ultimately resulting in an uncontrollable self-detonation. Yan Qingshan, utilizing the knowledge gleaned from the amethyst-winged Lion King regarding the amethyst sealing technique, along with his own devised methods, initiated the sealing process early in the poisonous body's development to guide the toxic gas to be released slowly, thereby controlling the growth of cultivation. This strategy would significantly delay the explosive outbreak of the little medical sage's poisonous body, allowing for a more manageable situation once her cultivation reached a higher realm. In the next match, Sha Tai from the Xian Class 3 faces Yan Qingshan from the Huang Class 2. As Yan Qingshan nearly drifts into slumber in the stands, the referee finally calls his name. Shaking off the daze, he leaps onto the arena. Upon entering, Sha Tai, with a face of resignation, unwillingly steps into the arena. He possesses an imposing stature, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura of pressure. Sha Tai's cultivation has nearly reached the great dual master level, and had it not been for his encounter with Yan Qingshan, his promotion would have been nearly assured. Yan, though I may not be your match, I hope you will approach this duel with the seriousness it deserves. After all, even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a hare. As he spoke, Sha Tai slightly twisted his neck, and a wave of dark golden energy began to emanate from within him, rendering him akin to a metal-forged titan. Golden energy. Sha Tai. Quite intriguing. Yan Qingshan's previous drowsiness vanished in an instant. This individual named Sha Tai, could he possibly be the same one who, years later, would fail to seize the fire energy from Xiao Yan and become the captain of the Black Shell team? Golden energy is relatively rare, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, yet lacking in agility. Typically, one must employ maneuverability against such opponents, with lightning and wind attributes being particularly adept at countering this type of enemy. Sha Tai, weaponless, struck his fists together, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal clashing, clearly showcasing his prowess in close combat. You want me to take this seriously? Very well. Just hope you won't regret it. A smile flickered at the corner of Yan Qingshan's lips. Sha Tai sensed something amiss and immediately heightened his alertness. Yet it was somewhat too late. In the next moment, a blue light flared before him as Yan Qingshan's figure materialized, a hand pressing against the nape of his neck, an overwhelming force propelling him directly into the air. Yan Qingshan's figure darted faster than Sha Tai's flight, delivering a flurry of kicks, left, right, front, back, turning Sha Tai into a shuttlecock soaring endlessly, struck senseless by the onslaught. The match concluded. As the warm-up exercises concluded, Yan Qingshan clapped his hands and turned around. The referee swiftly rendered a judgment, and Sha Tai was carried away, while Yan Qingshan instantly became the focal point of the arena. Although he had been one of the seed contenders garnering attention since the last trading event, his record was relatively sparse compared to others, leaving little room for intuitive assessments. However, this time, everyone had a chance to witness his prowess. Yan Qingshan displayed remarkable strength. On the sidelines, the silver-haired Han Yu observed Yan Qingshan intently. She realized that when he made his move, she barely perceived any traces of it. His movement was executed at a remarkably high level, approaching the very limits of the Shantir techniques. Fascinating. You will prove to be a worthy opponent. Lin Yan, an 8-star great fighter, watched with fervor. In the outer academy, he had previously considered himself invincible, but it seemed an intriguing challenger had emerged. The Elder Fire had informed me that you are far from ordinary. Thus, I am curious to discover your limits. Han Xian's eyes flickered with a spark. Although he was an alchemist, his cultivation was formidable, ranking among the top 3 in the outer academy, just behind Lin Yan and Han Yu. This fellow's strength was so overwhelming that entering the top 5 would require a different strategy. Bai Chung and Bai Luan simultaneously entertained this thought, their gazes meeting in the air, sparking with intensity. There was indeed a ranking among the 5 seed contenders, and they found themselves at the bottom. Now faced with a new rival, they could only eliminate another contender. Chapter 75, A Bold Suggestion. The Inner Academy Selection Tournament had progressed to its final stages, with 50 students who had achieved consecutive victories on the arena reaching the last step. Today marked the 3rd day of the Inner Academy selection, and the crowd gathered in the square was exponentially larger than in the previous 2 days, with the stands filled to capacity. The entrance to the square was congested. Fortunately, Yan Qingshan and the Little Medical Sage, as qualifiers, were able to access a special passage, allowing the entire Class 2 of the Yellow Tier to enter smoothly. Upon entering the square, the cacophony nearly overwhelmed the senses, as the throngs of people surged densely around. Boom! The bell tolled resoundingly, and the noisy square gradually fell silent. Vice Dean Hu Qian rose slowly, surveying the surroundings. His powerful voice resonated throughout the square. Yesterday, the Inner Academy selection determined the top 50 contestants, who are now qualified for training within the Inner Academy. However, within the Inner Academy, there are also distinct levels. To secure better training conditions, it is imperative to achieve the best results in this final competition. Every enhancement will significantly benefit you. Therefore, give your utmost effort to attain superior training opportunities. This year's selection will follow the same format as before. Wait. Just as Hu Qian was about to announce the selection method for the competition, a sudden voice interrupted him. Yan Qingshan stepped boldly into the center of the arena, gazing up at Hu Qian on the stands, and declared, Vice Dean, I believe the method of selection for this competition is somewhat flawed. In genuine life and death battles, the enemy may not always confront you one-on-one. Moreover, such a selection process may indeed lead to a fierce competition among the strongest, reminiscent of those I previously vanquished, some of whom possessed the capability to rank within the top 50, yet were regrettably eliminated. My perspective is that the repetitive arena battles are rather tedious and monotonous. A chaotic free-for-all would be far more exhilarating. All the top 50 students should engage in this melee. and only those who endure to the very end shall claim the ultimate rankings. As Yan Qingshan's words resonated throughout the arena, a wave of fervent excitement erupted. His proposal seemed to directly challenge Hu Qian, yet it bore a semblance of reason. Take for instance Sha Tai, who he had eliminated, on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Fighter realm, yet cast aside. It was indeed a lamentable outcome. This lad possesses quite the audacity. Hu Qian cast a glance at Yan Qingshan, then at the petite medical fairy behind him, as if struck by a thought. With a bemused shake of his head, he proclaimed, "Your idea is indeed suggestive. However, it remains to be seen if others share your sentiments." Hu Qian's remarks naturally prompted a flurry of contemplation among the prospective new students of the inner courtyard, with numerous gazes intertwining, leading many to covertly forge agreements. No objections. I concur. This is far more engaging. Of course, I am in favor. Each student voiced their agreement with this approach, as it better showcased their capabilities and influence than the conventional arena duels. The seasoned students had long since formed their alliances, while it appeared that Yan Qingshan and the medical fairy held little advantage in this regard. With everyone in accord, the final contest shall commence. With Hu Qian's declaration, Yan Qingshan swiftly soared into the center of the arena alongside the medical fairy, followed closely by the others, crowding the vast combat space as 50 contenders gathered. Most students were acutely aware of the inner courtyard's ruthless nature. Thus, upon achieving advancement, they would typically seek to form alliances. Previously, some had approached Yan Qingshan, but he had been preoccupied with other matters at that time. In an instant, the disparities among the participants became apparent. Han Xian, Bai Cheng, and Han Yu commanded the largest entourages, while Bai Luan had a few followers as well. Lin Yan, however, stood alone, wielding a long spear, his entire form enveloped in a faintly crimson battle armor. Han Yu donned an exquisitely radiant white armor, an aura of chilling elegance surrounding her, reminiscent of a celestial maiden emerging from the moon palace. Bai Cheng, clad in earthen-toned battle armor, exuded a robust and substantial presence, leaving deep footprints with each step. Bai Luan's grayish-white battle aura formed an armor that appeared rather enigmatic, indicating he would not be easily dealt with. Han Xian was enveloped in flames, a fierce crimson blaze emanating a palpable intensity, with his armor radiating a high temperature. Yan Qingshan raised an eyebrow slightly. Han Xian was not utilizing illusory gold fire. Might this suggest he had yet to acquire it? The 5 seeds were all formidable figures, each a grand fighter of intermediate level or above. Even the somewhat weaker Bai Luan and Bai Cheng possessed the strength of 4-star grand fighters, while Han Xian and Han Yu were even more formidable, with the mightiest among them, Lin Yan, boasting an impressive 8-star grand fighter cultivation, making them not to be underestimated within the inner courtyard. In Yan Qingshan's eyes, there was no flicker of emotion. Having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, such trivial matters could hardly intimidate him. He slightly tilted his head and whispered to the little healer, "Xianer, ensure your safety." "Understood, Brother Qingshan," Lin Yan declared. "Let us take action and invite a few minor characters to the stage." With his formidable aura no longer concealed, Yan Qingshan, a peak 7-star great fighter, was not inferior in cultivation to Lin Yan, and his presence drew countless gazes. His words caused the expression of many ordinary academies beneath the 5 major factions to change dramatically. "Your suggestion is splendid. I concur," Lin Yan exclaimed as he brandished his spear and swiftly charged toward the nearest trio of adversaries. Yan Qingshan interwove countless azure threads with his hands, resembling a web spun by a spider, which rapidly shot forth to entangle and ensnare. This combat technique was indeed intriguing. It resembled a high-level profound skill, revealing extraordinary might when employed in his hands. On the platform, Hu Qian observed as Yan Qingshan's sword threads expanded and cleared the area, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Some combat techniques, though perhaps not exceptional, could unleash remarkable power in the hands of the right individual. Yan Qingshan had acquired a martial art from the Mo family of Yinqing, originating from the Yunlan sect, and he had diligently practiced the accompanying technique. The Azure Wood Sword Qi. The Azure Wood Sword Qi was divided into 3 realms. The first, gathering energy to form intent, results in sword energy, also known as Azure Wood Sword Qi, classified as low-level profound. This was the technique he later practiced alongside Nalan Yinjin at the Shao family. Following the Azure Wood Sword Qi, the second realm is the condensation of energy into a sword's aura, achieving the sword path's aura. Upon mastering this realm, the technique reaches a significant level of proficiency. As for the final realm, refining the aura into threads is challenging and time-consuming, with power comparable to ordinary high-level profound techniques, thus rarely pursued. Yet, Yan Qingshan accomplished this in merely a few months, now exhibiting his unique combat style. The sword threads, sharp and resilient, were employed by him akin to the abilities of Don Quixote da Flamingo from One Piece, forming a net that continuously constricted the space of his opponents. Those lacking sufficient cultivation found themselves unable to break through these sword threads, forced to retreat in defeat. Chapter 76. The Art of Pill Fire. Swish, swish, swish. A myriad of azure threads resembling sword energy swept across the arena, weaving into a web around Yan Qingshan, persistently compressing the maneuvering space of numerous adversaries. What is this bizarre phenomenon? It cannot be shattered. A 9-star fighter unleashed their full energy, merely dispersing a fraction of the sword energy. Unable to sever the peculiar threads, the realm of refining the azure wood sword chi into threads originally aimed for ultimate single-target assault, delivering astonishing power through pinpoint strikes. However, Yan Qingshan's inventive approach extended the sword threads into a net. Though the sharpness was somewhat diminished, he adeptly utilized their flexible wood properties. The threads appeared delicate but were remarkably resilient, with substantial attack power. This 9-star fighter barely managed to create a slight opening only by exerting their utmost effort, and a less capable opponent would likely find themselves utterly overwhelmed. The originally singular attack had been transformed by Yan Qingshan into a method of mass assault. Most of the high-ranking combatants in the arena could now only manage to protect themselves, their movements severely restricted. This peculiar technique is rather intriguing. Lin Yan's aura surged as he leaped towards two other fighters in a different direction. The threads of the sword, woven into a net, posed a significant challenge for those combatants. However, for the Grand Masters, it was not insurmountable. Unless the numbers grew, then it would be another story. Follow me. Let us confront him together, Bai Cheng instructed, his gaze fixed on Yan Qingshan. Suddenly, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Lan, and both erupted with combat energy, rallying those around them to engage, their target clearly Yan Qingshan. Initially, the two had intended to battle each other to determine who would be the fifth. But Yan Qingshan's unexpected proposal instilled a sense of urgency, as well as hope. If they could eliminate Yan Qingshan, they would no longer need to concern themselves with anything else. The plan was indeed sound, but did they truly believe my technique could be so easily countered? As Bai Lan and Bai Cheng severed the threads of the sword, they brought 9 combatants from 2 directions to besiege Yan Qingshan. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Yan Qingshan remained unperturbed, quietly observing as they approached. The earthy yellow and grayish-white auras simultaneously shattered the web-like barrier before Yan Qingshan. As Bai Lan and Bai Cheng charged towards him, this is getting interesting. After kicking Bai Lan's fist, Yan Qingshan swiftly jabbed his foot into Bai Cheng's chest, causing him to stagger momentarily. Just as Yan Qingshan prepared to unleash his energy and send him flying, a wave of heat surged from the side. Utilizing the force, he pivoted and landed gracefully. Though this peculiar technique was formidable, it was ultimately of the wood element, and the explosive fire energy could indeed be countered. Han Xian, cease your prattling and join forces. Otherwise, one-on-one, none of us stand a chance against him, and we will be picked off one by one, Bai Lan urged, positioning himself alongside Bai Cheng to flank Han Xian. The atmosphere in the arena intensified as 3 combatants, each at least 4 stars, combined their strength. These 3 are collaborating? Han Xian, Han Yu, Bai Cheng, and Bai Lan had each rallied 4 to 5 allies, leaving only Yan Qingshan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Yixian, along with another 5 clustered 9-star combatants, to barely withstand the pressure. With Han Xian, Bai Cheng, and Bai Lan choosing to confront Yan Qingshan, Han Yu's stance remained ambiguous, focused solely on self-preservation. The remaining 5 9-star fighters, dissatisfied with Yan Qingshan's earlier actions, opted not to join the fray, which was fortunate for them. As for Lin Yan, despite having allied with Yan Qingshan, their relationship was tenuous at best. Their collaboration stemmed merely from a desire to diminish competition. In a scenario with too many participants, he, being the strongest, could find himself in peril if targeted en masse. In such circumstances, it was already commendable that he refrained from taking advantage of others' misfortunes. You too. Keep him occupied, Han Xian commanded, as the crimson flames in his hands began to morph, forming 2 fiery whips that entwined like serpents. Bai Cheng and Bai Lan exchanged a glance and immediately took action, yet both remained vigilant, aware that they were competitors and needed to guard against being eliminated. You two are still lacking. Yan Qingshan, while protecting the little medicine fairy, deftly countered the assault of a dozen Dou Masters and 2 great Dou Masters, demonstrating remarkable composure. The attacks from Bai Lan and Bai Cheng were effortlessly deflected by his sword energy. Indeed, every burst of Yan Qingshan's sword energy nearly incapacitated a Dou Master. However, Yan Qingshan did not prioritize Bai Cheng and Bai Lan as his main targets. After all, they were both great Dou Masters who had cultivated profound techniques, and defeating them one-on-one would require considerable effort, exposing him to concentrated attacks. In contrast, the 8 and 9-star Dou masters were significantly less formidable. The nearly one-tier disparity allowed Yan Qingshan to subdue them with minimal exertion. Even a typical Dou Qi attack would leave them flustered. As Yan Qingshan prepared to send another 8-star fire attribute Dou master off the field, 2 crimson arcs of fire suddenly approached, followed by a barrage of fiery assaults. Han Xian had finally made his move after a prolonged wait. The crimson flames danced around him like 2 serpentine spirits, swirling protectively. Once he unleashed his attack, the flames relentlessly pursued Yan Qingshan, while he deftly maneuvered closer, rapidly spinning the fiery cone in his hand, which was no larger than a palm. The flame spear whirled frantically, emitting waves of heat, as he extended his limbs, aiming directly for Yan Qingshan's vital points. His earlier words were not mere bluster. They reflected a fraction of his genuine thoughts. Since Yan Qingshan's arrival in the alchemy department, Elder Hu seemed to pay him unprecedented attention, much to Han Xian's chagrin. As he was well aware of Elder Hu's esteemed status within the Canaan Academy and yearned to earn his mentorship. Chapter 77, The Contest of Flames. Indeed, a troublesome adversary. It seems I cannot afford to be sluggish. Yan Qingshan dodged Han Xian's fiery onslaught while contending with the entanglement of Bai Luan and Bai Cheng. Even with his strength, he felt the pressure mounting and recognized the need to break the deadlock. Once again evading several attacks, Yan Qingshan ensnared Bai Luan's hands with a swift motion, delivering a side kick that temporarily sent Bai Cheng flying. Locking eyes with Bai Luan, 2 arcs of blue lightning shot forth, piercing directly toward his eyes. Bai Luan instinctively closed his eyes and turned away, yet the arcs of electricity seemed to track him, curving around to strike his face with precision. The excruciating pain elicited a pained scream from him, and shortly thereafter, a fist connected squarely with his chest, utterly overwhelming him. You can utilize lightning attribute techniques as well. Han Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yan Qingshan's sudden maneuver astonished many. The lightning attribute combat technique, manifested as arcs of electricity from his eyes, was a move that, if unanticipated, would undoubtedly catch most off guard. Just as an alchemist possesses both fire and wood attributes, Han also harbored a trace of lightning affinity, albeit feeble, typically reserved for the accumulation of lightning energy rather than its application. A glimmer of blue arcs flickered in Yan Qingshan's palm, as he had just executed the explosive lightning flash, a mid-level mysterious technique acquired from the Mo family. The uniqueness of this technique lay in its ability to erupt from any part of the body, unconstrained by limbs. However, it was rare for someone like Yan Qingshan to unleash lightning energy from his eyes. The eyes were inherently fragile, and the meridians here were exceedingly delicate and difficult to control. Missteps could easily lead to blindness. Han Xian observed Yan Qingshan, contemplating the limitations of his lightning attribute. Noting that recovering his lightning energy would not be an easy feat, just how many more times could he employ this technique? Why not take a guess? Yan Qingshan replied with a smile, as he leaped to the side of the little medical fairy, swiftly subduing 2 combatants who had attempted to launch a surprise attack. The little medical fairy's palm radiated a colorful, swirling toxic gas, causing both combatants to be eliminated simultaneously. Yan Qingshan's calmness was significantly aided by her poisonous mist. Hanyue, Lin Yan, are you both merely planning to watch and reap the benefits in the end? Bai Cheng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of luck. Earlier, he had been one of Yan Qingshan's potential targets, along with Bai Luan. Fortunately, the latter had been chosen instead of him, but with Bai Luan's exit, he felt increasingly threatened. Yan Qingshan clearly aimed to help the little medical fairy enter the top 5. And now Bai Cheng had become the softest target. If he did not act swiftly, he would be finished. Bai Cheng's words caused Lin Yan and Han Yue to alter their expressions. Yet neither made a move, evidently still deliberating. Why the rush? I am still here after all. Your defenses surpass Bai Luan's. Just be cautious of his lightning energy. Nothing will go awry, Han Xian remarked coldly from the sidelines. Simultaneously, he gathered his fighting spirit between his 10 fingers, forming 10 slender crimson flames that entwined like tiny whips, ultimately culminating in a long whip of fiery red flame. As Han Xian lashed the fiery whip toward Yan Qingshan while launching himself into the air, he refused to concede merely because Yan Qingshan had revealed his lightning attribute. Today, he was determined to establish dominance. Allow me to assist you. Bai Cheng's eyes flickered with a momentary struggle before his earth-yellow fighting spirit began to coalesce and amplify, resembling a colossal stone statue as he rushed toward the confrontation between Yan Qingshan and Han Xian. Yan Qingshan deftly evaded the flaming whip, while Han Xian, leveraging Bai Cheng's momentum, mounted another attack. This time, it seemed Yan Qingshan had insufficient space to maneuver and could only turn to face the assault. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a burst of peach-red flames suddenly ignited in his palm, shattering the tip of Han Xian's fiery whip. The peach-red flames swiftly expanded and erupted, engulfing both Han Xian and Bai Cheng in its attack range. Han Xian reacted swiftly as the peach-red flames materialized. He enveloped himself in a fiery armor and quickly retreated, evading the impending explosion. The rosy flames enveloped him, but his crimson fire, after a fierce clash, ultimately dispelled them. As if demonstrating superiority, Han Xian managed to escape just in time, but Bai Cheng suffered greatly, as the pink flames encircled him completely. Yan Qingshan struck down upon his battle armor, causing it to exhibit numerous cracks. The rosy flames seeped through these fissures, and surprisingly, a pale blue sword energy surged forth from the flames, instantly shattering his battle armor into fragments and rendering it utterly defenseless. Yan Qingshan advanced relentlessly, unleashing 7 punches in quick succession, each more forceful than the last. After Bai Cheng barely withstood 3 punches, his arms dislocated and his strength waned. The remaining 4 punches sent him crashing out of the contest. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time others reacted, Bai Cheng lay motionless on the ground. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, one might have doubted he was still alive. You just used beast fire. Han Xian observed Yan Qingshan striding towards him, his eyes filled with solemnity. He had initially believed that with Bai Cheng and Bai Luan as allies, they could eliminate Yan Qingshan, but he did not expect the latter's strength to be so formidable, nor his hidden cards to be so astonishing. Yan Qingshan swiftly approached, his palm aglow with peach blossom fire, striking towards Han Xian like a cannonball. You just asked to witness my alchemical fire technique. Now let me show you my fire control skills, he declared. Humph. Although I am unaware of how you have merged beast fire with your wood attribute physique, your beast fire pales in comparison to my crimson cloud flame. Han Xian remained undaunted. A curtain of crimson flames enveloped him, and fiery needles rained down towards Yan Qingshan. The peach blossom fire in Yan Qingshan's palm swirled into a fiery vortex, which, propelled by a tempest of flames, grew ever larger, resembling a colossal horizontal torch. Directed toward Han Xian, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their flames dancing brilliantly, captivating countless spectators and igniting an insatiable yearning for the alchemist profession. That Yan Qingshan lad is quite resourceful, mused an elder on the platform. Though he lacks a fire attribute, he can absorb beast fire of the wood attribute to gain fiery prowess. Coupled with his spiritual power, he barely meets the criteria to become an alchemist. However, ultimately, wood is less potent than fire. To utilize this beast fire for alchemy will require a consumption of battle energy and a level of difficulty far exceeding that of an ordinary alchemist, unless he can find a suitable fire seed in the future. The elder continued. Yan Qingshan is likely employing the peach blossom fire from a 5th-tier Kuei Mu beast, while Han Xian's fire seed originates from a 5th-tier crimson cloud crane. Although both are of equal tier, the wood attribute peach blossom fire is somewhat inferior compared to other beast fires. It may be adequate for alchemy, but it falls short in combat. As the elder spoke, the unfolding scene seemed to validate his assertion. Yan Qingshan's peach blossom fire was at a disadvantage against the crimson cloud flame, and he found it challenging to directly confront Han Xian, leaving the situation precarious. Chapter 78, The Final Battle. Yan, I must admit I underestimated you. With your current fire control skills, your alchemical prowess must be quite remarkable indeed. Among these 3 attributes, while others may excel in just one, you possess profound mastery in all 3. In this regard, I cannot compare to you. However, when it comes to the path of fire, you shall find yourself no match for me. Senior Han, confidence is commendable, yet arrogance may not always be justified. Yan Qingshan paid little heed to Han Xian's words. Should he desire to eliminate Han Xian, it would pose no challenge, as he had already dispatched Bai Cheng, Bai Luan, and several other combat experts with ease. Now, facing merely Han Xian, he could easily take action, yet he refrained from doing so. Han Xian sought to measure his strength against him, and Yan Qingshan was inclined to engage Han Xian in a contest of fire control, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. The inner courtyard is no benevolent place. Those who enter must surely seek a leader among their ranks. Yan Qingshan clasped his hands together, and 2 vibrant bursts of peach blossom fire erupted from his palms, intertwining before him, rapidly forming the image of a howling wolf bear. In this state, the beast fire could unleash some of the inherent powers of the magical beast, exhibiting formidable and unpredictable strength, yet the execution demanded exceptional skill, attainable only by masters of fire manipulation. With a fierce roar, Han Xian momentarily withstood the peach blossom fire with his crimson cloud flame before swiftly retreating, channeling his energy to its utmost limit, gradually manifesting the image of a 5th-tier crimson cloud crane. However, in comparison to Yan Qingshan's Kuei Mu beast, Han Xian's crimson cloud crane appeared somewhat more ethereal, and consolidating this fiery beast left beads of sweat upon his brow. The two mighty flames. The fifth-tier Kuei Mu beast and the fifth-tier Crimson Cloud Crane stood in opposition between Yan Qingshan and Han Xian, their transformations captivating the audience. While the ensuing battle promised to be exhilarating, the Crimson Cloud Crane darted forth, wings flapping rapidly, targeting the left side of the Kuei Mu beast. Under Yan Qingshan's control, the Kuei Mu beast responded swiftly, and the two forms, originally mere manifestations of beast fire, seemed to engage in combat as if they were real magical beasts. Although Han Xian's Crimson Cloud Flame boasted greater power in the realm of fire control, Yan Qingshan held the upper hand. However, should this stalemate persist, the ultimate outcome may not bode well. Elder Hua, observing from the stands, noted the intense standoff, while Yan Qingshan could swiftly defeat Han Xian. Achieving a decisive victory in fire control under these circumstances would prove challenging. Despite desiring to continue the contest with Senior Han, it was clear that this duel had already stretched on for too long, and it was best to conclude it swiftly. Suddenly, the peach blossom fire in Yan Qingshan's palm faltered, and the imposing Kuei Mu beast began to dissipate. Han Xian cast a puzzled glance at Yan Qingshan, his heart instinctively brimming with caution. Compared to Bai Cheng and Bai Luan, his close combat abilities were scarcely remarkable. In an unexpected turn, Yan Qingshan conjured a new flame in each hand. The left held the pink peach blossom fire, while the right bore a vibrant purple flame previously unseen. The two flames danced between his palms before suddenly spiraling outward. Boom! Two flames, one purple and the other pink, soared into the air, tracing arcs that never intersected, before colliding almost simultaneously before the Crimson Crane formed from the Crimson Cloud Flame. Upon their contact, the two beast fires reacted explosively, the force of the detonation scattering and obliterating the Crimson Crane. You actually possess a second type of beast fire. Han Xian swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. His gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Yan Qingshan. The mastery of a second type of beast fire was a realm not attainable by an ordinary alchemist. Typically, alchemists only wield one type of beast fire, while controlling multiple flames presents a far greater challenge, compounded by the mutual repulsion akin to that found among exotic fires. The repulsion between exotic fires makes it nearly impossible for a single individual to master two types. Even similar types tend to clash. Although beast fires do not exhibit the same degree of repulsion, achieving the coexistence of multiple beast fires within one's body is an endeavor that requires considerable expertise in the path of fire. Generally, alchemists below the third rank possess only one type of beast fire, while those above the third rank often require multiple flames for concocting numerous potions, such as the three-pattern Qingling pill. Han Xian, already a third-rank alchemist, had thus far only mastered the Crimson Cloud Flame and his own fighting spirit transformed flame, lacking a second beast fire. In contrast, Yan Qingshan possessed a second flame, revealing to Han Xian the extent of their disparity. Han Yue, you do not intend to intervene, do you? During the exchange between Han Xian and Yan Qingshan, Lin Yan suddenly cast a glance at Han Yue, his crimson spear glimmering with a faint red light, his aura beginning to exude a formidable oppressive presence. Han Yue, focused solely on securing a spot in the top 5, had no other intentions. Lin Yan, please proceed. She slightly retreated to clear the path. One reason for her popularity in the outer court was her exceptional interpersonal skills. Almost no one who had interacted with her harbored any dislike, regardless of gender. Excellent. A subtle smile graced Lin Yan's lips as he rested the spear on his shoulder and approached Yan Qingshan. Yan Qingshan, let us not delay any longer. It is time for us to determine our superiority, and for the results of the inner court selection competition to be revealed. Lin Yan's eagerness left Yan Qingshan with no choice but to engage in battle. He adjusted his posture, stepping toward Lin Yan as the two men's auras surged in opposition. The powerful gusts of wind creating an inexplicable pressure that compelled the remaining combatants to instinctively withdraw from the fray. Come. Lin Yan swung his spear, whirling it before directing the spearhead, imbued with a howling wind and a faint red hue reminiscent of flames, towards Yan Qingshan. Chapter 79. The lion roars with authority. With a resounding thud, the spear's tip surged forward, yet Yan Qingshan remained unperturbed. Standing his ground with narrowed eyes, he suddenly stomped down just as the spear approached, forcefully pinning the spearhead beneath his foot. Seizing the momentum, he leapt towards Lin Yan. Countless sword energies erupted swiftly, clashing against the spear's edge, creating a cacophony of metal against metal as Yan Qingshan utilized the recoil to spin and retreat. Lin Yan advanced, thrusting his spear toward Yan Qingshan's landing spot. But this fierce strike merely created a crater in the ground. As Yan Qingshan descended, he harnessed his power to ascend once more, spinning around before delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Lin Yan's head, who had just landed. The strike was narrowly evaded, crashing heavily against Lin Yan's left shoulder instead. Lin Yan stumbled on his left foot, and despite his swift attempt to counter with his left hand, he could not withstand the force, though his shoulder ached. He managed to block the attack. Gripping Yan Qingshan's ankle with his left hand, he thrust his right hand upwards, aiming for Yan Qingshan's back. Restrained by Lin Yan's grip, Yan Qingshan utilized his right foot to break free from Lin Yan's grasp while twisting in midair, landing gracefully after the force subsided. Although it appeared that Yan Qingshan had the upper hand by injuring Lin Yan's left shoulder, it was Lin Yan who was predominantly on the offensive, taking initiative throughout the encounter. Excellent. You have not disappointed me, Lin Yan thought, a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes. He swiftly propelled himself forward, wielding his spear like a hammer as he swung it down with great force. Yan Qingshan leaped back, creating a deep crater in the ground below. With a swift kick to the spear shaft, Lin Yan sent the spearhead whistling toward Yan Qingshan. Yan Qingshan exerted power through both hands, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swirled like a tornado, successfully countering the spear's might. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the spear shaft tightly, simultaneously launching a kick toward Lin Yan's chest. The clash of azure and crimson energies intertwined as Lin Yan and Yan Qingshan became locked in a fierce struggle. Yan Qingshan held the spear shaft, using his legs to pin Lin Yan's left hand, while Lin Yan's right hand wielded the spear. The left hand pressed forcefully against his chest. Suddenly, a flash of blue light ignited in Yan Qingshan's eyes as he unleashed a powerful, thunderous kick. Caught off guard, Lin Yan felt his hands go numb, losing the upper hand as he was sent sprawling. The potent energy surged through him, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he retreated to the edge of the battlefield, his breath shifting as he quickly channeled energy. A red glow forming at the tip of his spear. Yan Qingshan's pupils constricted. Lin Yan was about to unleash a high-level combat technique, indicating a decisive confrontation was imminent. While a grand fighter could execute profound techniques at an impressive level, most required a build-up of energy, often allowing for only a single use per encounter. Furthermore, one had to be cautious of interruptions or depleting their energy reserves, as emptying a trump card technique could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, Lin Yan embodied a high-output warrior, ready to capitalize on his strengths in a direct contest with Yan Qingshan, unaware that Yan Qingshan's frontal capabilities were indeed superior. Gathering violet flames, Yan Qingshan executed the phoenix soaring step, closing the distance to a precarious proximity with Lin Yan, both preparing for the final blow. Devastating gun. Lin Yan raised his spear high, locking onto Yan Qingshan's position before striking down with ferocity. Violet crystal roaring lion. A majestic lion, formed of violet flames, materialized beside Yan Qingshan, its regal roar unleashing a resonant wave of energy that swept across the battlefield. The amethyst-winged Lion King let out a ferocious roar directed at Lin Yan, causing visible ripples in the surrounding space. Lin Yan was forcefully propelled by the sonic attack, crashing against the wall and becoming embedded within it. The residual waves of sound subsequently shattered the entire wall behind him. Yan Qingshan gradually dissipated the energy beast form of the amethyst-winged Lion King. He had shown restraint earlier, for the full force of the lion's roar was a devastating combination of sound waves and energy. Had Yan Qingshan unleashed the full power of this energy beast form, Lin Yan would surely have met his demise, and even the arena would have been obliterated by such a technique, comparable to those of the Earth rank. This young man was indeed remarkable. His mastery of techniques rivaled that of Earth rank, and within the inner courtyard, it was doubtful anyone beneath the spirit rank could surpass him. Seated at the platform, Hu Qian observed Yan Qingshan effortlessly dispelling the energy beast form, nodding in approval. The ability to wield a technique with such finesse is a testament to the profound understanding Yan Qingshan possessed of this particular combat art. Are you all right? Yan Qingshan approached the edge of the arena, noticing Lin Yan, who had been struck into the wall, appearing considerably weakened. By the time Yan Qingshan arrived, Lin Yan had just extricated himself from the wall and was in the process of channeling his energy for recovery. I'm fine. You've won this match. You are indeed stronger than I am, Lin Yan replied, shaking his head as he struggled to rise, a flicker of reluctance glimmering in his eyes. In their final confrontation, technique played a significant role. His chaotic gun was merely an ordinary high-tier mysterious technique, and he lacked the proficiency that Yan Qingshan displayed, leading to his swift defeat. As the competition concluded, the top 5 were announced: Yan Qingshan, Lin Yan, Han Yu, Han Xian, and the little medical sage. Hu Qian's figure emerged before all, declaring the final results of the tournament. Although Bai Cheng and Bai Lan were both more qualified in terms of cultivation and strength than the little medical sage, they had both been eliminated by Yan Qingshan. Furthermore, with their strengths being so closely matched, selecting one of them for the top 5 would likely incite discontent from the other. As Hu Qian's voice faded, a thunderous wave of applause erupted throughout the square, shaking the very ground beneath them. Countless gazes turned towards Yan Qingshan, who, amid the chaos of this tournament, had claimed victory with undeniable strength, earning the title of the strongest in this edition of Canaan Academy. Bai Cheng, Bai Lan, and Han Xian, when united, could not match his prowess. Even Lin Yan, acknowledged as the Academy's battle fanatic, had fallen to his might. He stood as a lion king who had vanquished all challengers, solidifying his position at the pinnacle of power.